Very well, Davis deactivated his soul suppression art and returned her veil to her. Shirley hurriedly stood up and stretched her hand to get the veil back. She quickly covered her face as if she didn't want people to see her face. Davis had no idea why she did that and assumed that it must be some sort of tradition. Davis snapped his fingers and the barrier around them disappeared as if it didn't exist in the first place. Looking around him, Davis was startled. He saw Emperor Ashton freeze, just ready to strike down on his barrier. If he were a moment late, then he would have been possibly sent flying by that blow. Davis wryly laughed as he looked at Shirley. Logan flew down as he stood beside him. Shirley coughed a little, I concede. Emperor Ashton hurriedly used his soul sense to probe inside Shirley's soul sea for any abnormalities. Seeing that there were no abnormalities, he heaved a sigh of relief. Shirley shook her head, indicating that he did nothing to her. Emperor Ashton nodded his head and glared at Davis. Prince Davis, are you sure that you're not an old monster disguising as a child, are you? Emperor Ashton was exasperated. Logan laughed, haha, don't get jealous of my son, Emperor Ashton. If he didn't possess this capability, how in the world was he even qualified to become that person's disciple? Emperor Ashton's hand trembled. Shut up. Your son is becoming powerful so fast that it is akin to going against the heavens. Ha, you're just jealous, Logan replied as he emphasized the last word. Yes, I am. So what? Why are you the one blessed with that kind of son? May the heavens smite you. Curses. Emperor Ashton screamed. Davis chuckled while Logan didn't take that to heart. Both of them knew in their hearts that Emperor Ashton was just venting out his frustrations. And you, Shirley, you're still not going to marry him. Emperor Ashton returned his glare to Shirley. Shirley shuddered a moment before shrugging. She remembered that experience when she was utterly dominated by him. That was the scariest event she had ever experienced in her life. Looking at her denial, he was frustrated again. Suddenly, he got an idea. Oh, my daughter, my sweetheart, why are you so adamant? Can't you see that Prince Davis here is a gentleman? Davis was startled. Gentleman. What does that have to do with me? What gentleman? A kid can't be a gentleman. Shirley argued back. Who told you that? The path to being a gentleman is open to all. Don't you remember? He didn't do anything to you when you were encased in that barrier. If he had wanted to, he could have placed a soul seal on you considering his soul cultivation. Your royal father here wouldn't have been able to do anything. Emperor Ashton continued. Even so, he didn't want to control you and only wanted to pressurize you into giving up. So you must know that he went easy on you and held back his strength a lot. Holy SH'd. Even I didn't think this far ahead. Davis was stunned. Shirley contemplated for a moment and realized what her father told her was true. She peeked at Davis with a short glance. Her only visible eye caught hold of his figure. Davis smiled softly at her. She hurriedly turned her head away and blushed from being caught by his gaze. Davis felt that this was awkward and laughed wryly. For some reason, he didn't want to deny Emperor Ashton's fake claim. Yes, just a little push and this matter is settled. Emperor Ashton's eyes glowed with fervor. Just when he was going to continue with his bullshit, a voice sounded out. Since the victor is determined, this marks the end of the Grand Sea Continent meet. That solemn voice from before echoed again. Everyone's attention turned to Emperor Ruth as many youths identified him as the owner of that solemn voice. They looked at him point at the scoreboard. Their heads turned to the scoreboard as they let out shouts of joy. The scoreboard lit up in a stylish manner as fireworks, made from energy, exploded out in dazzling colors. Fifth place, Davis Laureate. Second place, Shirley Ashton. 201st place, Elia. 454th place, Kent Calden. 723rd place, Evelyn Calden. Prince Davis, if you had revealed your cultivation even before the final competition started, we would have instantly and unanimously decided to give you the first place. I'm afraid that we have wasted your precious cultivation time, Emperor Ruth said as he flew down. Right, you must have gained some experience regarding the ways of the world. If that is so, then I'm glad. Emperor Ruth nodded his head as he took a liking to this young lad. Even though Princess Shirley said that you have to be arrogant to deter the people who are after you, it isn't necessarily the case. It doesn't matter if you are arrogant or modest, you should be just ruthless enough to provoke fear into the hearts of your enemies. Haha, no need for honorifics, just call me by my name. Seeing that Davis wholeheartedly listened to his advice, he was even more fond of this boy. Yes, Mark Ruth. Davis chuckled. Emperor Ruth laughed. Haha, you sure got guts. I've said this to a lot of people, but they still call me Emperor Ruth. Your boldness is one of the traits that I like. Of course, he even dared to kill those two emperors in front of us. What does he even have to fear? Logan replied, a little annoyed. He was planning to kill those two emperors when this 15-year period was over, but he certainly didn't expect his son to be one step ahead of him. Davis spread his hands. It was their fault for provoking me. Don't blame me. Emperor Ruth rolled his eyes, ruthless enough. Emperor Ashton looked at these three people who were having fun. He then turned his head beside to see his daughter walk away. He later sighed, believing that this opportunity was crushed by Emperor Ruth. Old fart, he muttered silently, giving up. Three emperors, I think it's time to mention the main purpose of this Grand Sea Continent meet to the top 200. A soul transmission sounded out in the minds of the three emperors who were in the battle stage. Logan, Emperor Ruth, and Emperor Ashton looked at Emperor Claymore and nodded their heads. Everyone who is in the top 200, follow us to the pier, where we will board a small ship of the Guardian Alliance. Emperor Ross shouted out. His voice echoed throughout the main arena like a tidal wave. Emperor Ross then moved out as he made his way to the ship, while the top 200 geniuses followed him obediently. In the small ship of the Guardian Alliance, the 7 emperors stood at the deck while the geniuses stood around the deck. It was almost like a public square assembly. Emperor Claymore stepped to the front. First of all, you all did well in obtaining one of the positions in the top 200. I imagine that you all know about what you're going to do next. Everyone in the top 200 was of royalty, so they knew about the matter of outsiders, and since they were participating in this competition, they were bound to know about this matter. The geniuses nodded their heads. Good, then let me explain the details of what you people are entitled to do in that secret entrance that will reopen in a year. Your objective is to kill all enemies you engage in there. All loot that you obtain will be handed to the power you belong to. If the power behind you lets you have the loot, then it will belong to you. The geniuses nodded their heads. They already knew this information and were okay with it because they knew that the loot that they obtain will belong to them as long as the quality of the loot doesn't reach high-level sky grade and above, which is rare. It goes without saying that you youngsters should be prepared to die as well. All of you should play well as a team, and no infighting is allowed. If it were known that anyone has disobeyed this rule, then after you come out of the secret entrance, you will severely be dealt with without fail. I imagine that all of you know what happened in our previous endeavor. It should not be a bloodbath for us like the last time, where you greedy youngsters lusted for the loot of our enemies and fought among yourselves, in which led the enemies to take advantage of us. Only a few came out alive of the 200 geniuses we sent. It was such a great loss on our part. Emperor Claymore had a disappointed look on his face. He then continued, all of you would do well to not let that happen this time. Davis narrowed his eyes as he thought, did that have a relation to how father and mother met? And lastly, search for an entrance to their world. He sighed as he continued, we still have not found an entrance to their world, and that's why they have an advantage over us. Unfortunately, it makes us unable to invade or scout their world. And what about Miss Isabella Ruth? Davis asked. She left through the main entrance where enemies comparable to us show up like ants. Emperor Ruth replied as worry was visible on his face. Davis nodded his head as he understood. That's about it. Increase your cultivation states during this period and make sure to not ruin your potential. Emperor Ruth announced the end of the meet. Come on, Davis, we're leaving, Logan said to Davis, then clasped hands to the other emperors. We'll be leaving then. See you all at the secret entrance. They returned back the greeting and left with their respective people, in a specific luxurious cabin. Ah, no, it hurts no more, Elia begged painfully. A hand skillfully touched her body, leaving a kind of white paste all over her skin in its advent. Shut up. This will take away any remaining scars from your injuries. Davis was applying a sky-grade medicine on her body, which had an effect on removing one's scars effectively. She was injured all over as scars could be seen all over her body. During the second round of the final competition, she had received a lot of slashes from her opponents, resulting in injuries on her hands, wrists, thighs, and other delicate places. Davis had finished applying medicine on her arms and moved his arm to touch her thighs. I'll do it myself. Elia hurriedly blocked him and screamed as her eyes began to turn misty. You should have said that in the first place, Davis grinned. He had no choice but to convince her through his evil hands. She originally refused to take that medicine as she wasn't his maid anymore, but Davis could care less about that. Davis handed over the medicine to her and moved away from her, giving her some privacy. He checked his palms and muttered in a low voice, so soft. He then shook his head, clearing away all thoughts from his head. A few minutes passed as Elia finished applying medicine to her injuries. Her skin glistened with a shiny appearance, indicating that it was good as new. Such effectiveness. She was astonished by the rarity of the medicine. Elia came near Davis and saw his face. Why is your face red? She asked curiously. Nothing. It's just I was glad to be the winner of this competition. Davis's eyes darted left and right as he smiled. Oh, congratulations to you, my prince. Silly me, I forgot to congratulate you. Elia laughed awkwardly. Yes. She followed him, smiling at his back as she thought. Cute. Davis shouted in his mind. Phew, that was a close call. During that few minutes, all he heard was Elia painfully shouting. Then later it changed into a weird moan that induced a reaction in the lower part of his body. He gulped and swallowed his saliva, furiously controlling his mind to not have any impure thoughts, which ultimately led to his face turning red. Wait, I almost forgot, Davis suddenly shouted. Elia was startled. Forgot what? The gift. I told you that I'll give you a gift, Davis said as he took out a space ring from his own space ring. This, no way, that is not something I deserve. This kind of gift, even if I sell myself, I won't be able to obtain it. Elia panicked. Then sell yourself, I shall buy you. Davis chuckled and inclined his head. Elia extended out her tongue. Pay. I just now got out of servitude and you want me now to get into it again. No, can't do. All right, enough bullshit. Here. Davis shoved the space ring into her hands. If you don't want it, just throw it out, he said as he walked away. Elia was stunned. She held the space ring in her hands tightly as she thought, if you keep doing this, when will I be able to clear my debts away? With her sane reasoning, she wouldn't throw it away no matter the case, as she knew how valuable this space ring could be in this grand sea continent. Wait, take it back. In the same ship, in a particular cabin, a lonely figure rested on a bed as it looked outside the ocean through the window, as though it was thinking about someone. Knock. Suddenly, knocking sounds could be heard through the door. You came after all. That figure had a faint smile on its face as it approached the door and opened it. Evelyn, I've come to visit you. Why don't you invite your husband inside? Davis grinned. Bang. The door was closed with a frightful force so much that it startled him. What? Davis was stunned as he thought. Doesn't she like me? He looked back to hear Elia's opinion, only to see her shrug as if it wasn't her business. Inside the cabin, Evelyn had her pretty face contorted in happiness as well as helplessness. He says that he came to visit me. Who in their right mind would come to meet their fiancé with another girl? She thought wryly. Wait, why am I jealous of her? Isn't she just a little girl? If I think normally, then she should possess no threat to me. Makes sense. She convinced herself as she patted her chest, making it bounce slightly. She then opened the door as she smiled. Please enter, Prince Davis. Davis laughed wryly. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Evelyn was astonished before turning back to head to a table. She giggled as she took a seat. Davis totally thought that the reason for her to close the door on him was because he called himself husband in front of her. He followed her into the room and took a seat at the table. He then suddenly turned back and saw Elia standing outside the door. Elia, what are you waiting for? Come inside. Elia had a wry smile on her face. It's fine, I'll stay outside, she said as she closed the door. Davis blinked and murmured to himself. All right, he turned back his head to see a smile that was not a smile plastered on Evelyn's face. What is my prince here for? Evelyn asked with a slight smile on her face. To hear your voice. David involuntarily said as heard her melodious voice. Ah no, but he quickly denied it only to realize that he made a mistake. There was an awkward moment of silence, but that awkwardness was only for Davis as Evelyn only kept glaring at him as she lightly smiled. Davis laughed wryly. It isn't like that. What I wanted to say was that I came here for another reason. Of course, I'm also here to see you, otherwise I would have just sent someone to tell you. Another reason, what is it? Evelyn quickly turned curious. The matter of cultivating to the revolving core stage, Davis said, his face solemn. Evelyn narrowed her eyes as her expression turned serious. Don't be so fast. It's just that I don't know when I'll be able to finish researching about that, so I want you to understand that it might take more than a year. A year, I understand, she calmly replied. Wait, that's just the case when I'm confident about this. In truth, it could be worse and might take more than 10 years. More than 10 years. Her eyes shot wide open as she stared at Davis with an incredulous expression. He continued, I'm not deceiving you. It's just that I truly, Evelyn raised her hand, cutting him short from speaking any more words. No need to say any more. I've already waited a year for this. A few more years isn't going to make any difference. Besides, with my talent, there's a limit to what I'll achieve in the future without your help. Furthermore, I am depending on you when we aren't even married, and you are taking a huge leap in even trusting me in the first place. She then took a deep breath. It's not even a stretch to say that you are already treating me as your wife. Her cheeks turned red as she said that while her expression turned complicated. Davis was stunned. His eyes were wide open as he tried to comprehend the words she said. Oh, okay, he replied, quite flabbergasted and overwhelmed. This you believe me? Davis asked with a startled expression on his face. I want to and have no choice but to, Evelyn smiled wryly. Haha, right, Davis wryly smiled. Still, he felt trusted all the same. I like your honesty in telling me the truth. Relationships are built on trust, am I wrong? She smirked, her face lit up with a beautiful smile. He shook his hands. No, I have the same thoughts as well. She laughed. Haha, you're quite mature for your age. Did your revered master teach you about moral values? Haha, you could say that. Fuck, just when she said that relationships are built on trust, I am already lying to her. Davis thought as he cried inside. I'll send word as soon as possible to you when I complete the research. Until then, goodbye. Davis stood up. He felt guilty all of a sudden. Besides, Elia was waiting for him outside, so he decided to leave sooner. Oh, you won't come to visit me until the time comes. Her voice turned cold as she smiled. I'll meet. Davis quickly shook his hands. Evelyn raised her head proudly. She felt good to get one over him. Davis walked to the door sadly. He opened the door and was going to exit when suddenly, he smirked back and said, Don't blame me if you lose your innocence when I come to visit you. He shut the door as he went outside without hearing her reply. Evelyn fumed while she thought about his words. Various images popped into her mind which made her blush hard. Trying to tease me, heh. Standing outside the door, a joyful smile was on his face, totally forgetting the fact that he was still a kid. News spread around the continent about the victor of the Grand Sea Continent meet as soon as it ended. Davis's name spread wide and far, granting him endless prestige around the continent. The young prodigy's name shook people's heart. They placed him on a pedestal and started calling him the little paragon. But what the people paid attention to was not about his victory, but his slaughter of Emperor Triter and Emperor Raven. The nobles and the royals were at each other's throat, disrupting the harmony in these two empires. Not only that, but there was a rumor spreading around that after a year, the invading empires will come to conquer them, which made them lead a fearful life. All in all, the masses, lives in these two empires were ruined and bleak. Meanwhile, the Guardian Alliance unanimously decided to split the treasury and the territory of these two empires once the 15-year period ends. If they stayed and battled, then they could only wait for death. There was always a shortage of powerful experts in all the empires, as every outsider invasion takes the lives of many experts, regardless of status. During the invasion, some died outright, while some others died slowly due to heavy injuries caused in the battlefield. Due to this, all the empires only have a few powerful experts to defend themselves from the nearby external threats. After arriving at the capital, Davis rode the carriage with his father and Elia as they received the praises, applause, and approval of the residents. He was warmly welcomed by the people of the capital, so much that even Davis started to feel a sense of belonging to this capital. They straightaway went to the royal castle and were greeted by the subjects and vassals. Logan nodded his head and headed to the throne, while Davis headed straight away to his study. Logan shook his head when he saw Davis going away without even asking him. Before going to the study, Davis made a servant prepare a residence in the royal castle for Elia. He also specifically asked his father to revoke Elia's status as a maid and grant her the title of nobility. In regards to this, Logan accepted all that without asking any questions. To him, this was child's play. Besides, the position Elia obtained in the Grand Sea Continent meet was enough for him to grant her endless riches and a respectable status. Davis finally arrived in his study and threw himself on the bed. "Ah, I'm back." He grabbed the pillow and rubbed his face on it. He rested on it for a few moments before turning his head above and sat on the bed. "It's been 2 months since I killed those 2 emperors." He muttered under his breath as he checked his soul for the nth time. Inside the soul sea, he could see the dark book-like figure, hovering in a fixed state. Around it, there were 2 small hazy balls of lights that were swirling around. It was like they were orbiting around the dark book in a harmonious manner. "The 2 souls I absorbed from the 2 emperors still hasn't dissipated the slightest. I wonder if it is the effect of the death book that is in my soul. I wonder if this could be even called the death book in the first place." Davis had a lot of questions that he wanted to find the answer for, so he could only research about it one by one. He hadn't found the slightest sign of dissipation from these 2 mid-level adult soul stage souls all this time. To him, this was a matter of wonder, because no souls could be protected from time itself. At the least, it would have dissipated slightly even if I used a method to preserve it normally. "This death book of mine is truly a treasure." He sighed in awe. He waited all this time to absorb it once he is alone, but not only that, because he wanted to see how long the death book can safeguard the souls he absorbed. "It's time I refined the souls to make a breakthrough." Davis's eyes shone in anticipation, as he was sure that these 2 souls would be able to take him to the peak of young soul stage. Possibly even the adult soul stage, he thought as he gulped in excitement. He was excited for a while before calming down his mental state as he closed his eyes. He meditated for some time before finally opening his eyes, radiating a calm disposition. In his soul sea, a dark radiance emitted from the dark book as it surrounded a deceased soul that was orbiting around it. The hazy ball of light was surrounded by that dark radiance as it started to get refined in a non-violent manner. Davis felt his soul growing in power as time passed by slowly. His soul level increased rapidly as he felt a searing pain in his soul. He broke through to the high-level young soul stage. Suddenly, it felt like he could explode any time as he felt stuffed from the increase in his soul energy. He gritted his teeth and continued to refine. Time passed as he later broke through to peak-level young soul stage. The deceased soul he was absorbing was almost gone. It wasn't long before he completed absorbing the soul. Davis opened his eyes and let out a slight breath. His body was full of sweat from the earlier pain. He now knew that 2 days had passed since the start of his cultivation. "Seems like the pain will only increase while I improve my soul power forcefully by a large amount in the latter stages." He sighed. His soul was originally powerful that it could ignore the pain when he forcefully increased his soul cultivation in the earlier stages, but now it couldn't sustain the increase in his soul energy anymore. In addition, he was marveled at the fact that he was able to discern the present as soon as he finished cultivating, but wasn't able to tell the passage of time during cultivation. "Looks like I would have to cultivate my soul slowly," Davis muttered sadly. If someone heard his speech, then they would have coughed out liters of blood and strangled him to death. Time passed as Davis refined the second soul that swirled around inside his soul sea. He took 12 days to fully refine the 2 souls and enter the adult soul stage. He got mainly delayed by the bottleneck he encountered on the 3rd day. so he stopped refining the soul on the 3rd day and worked on breaking through the bottleneck. On the 10th day, he broke through the adult soul stage and continued cultivating his soul to the peak of the low-level adult soul stage in the remaining 2 days. Davis opened his eyes as he felt invigorated. Entering the adult soul stage made him feel truly satisfied and refreshed. He muttered while nodding his head in satisfaction, "It's been 14 days. It's time to see my mother and remove that cursed soul seal which had been placed on her." His eyes flashed with fury as he thought about that matter. To him, nobody should even dare to harm his mother. "Hey, kid!" Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out, Holy SH'd. Boom! Davis shouted as he crashed into the ceiling, which caused a tremendous sound to echo in the room. He fell back and searched in multiple directions for the source of the voice as he shouted nervously, "Who?" He quickly extended his soul sense to every corner of the room, but was not able to find the source of the voice. "Kid, I am in you. Why are you searching outside?" The crisp voice echoed again in his mind. Davis stood there stunned. He froze for a second before hurriedly checking inside his soul sea. Davis immediately checked the death book, but it was the same as before. He hurriedly checked around the soul sea for an anomaly, but couldn't find one no matter how he searched. "Where are you looking at?" The crispy voice sounded out. This time he could accurately pinpoint the direction. Davis's face was incomparably solemn as he turned to look at that direction. The death book, his eyes widened as he muttered under his breath, "Haha, you finally found me. I must say that you far exceeded my expectations in leaving that wretched world which bound me. If not, I would have just died of boredom. Just kidding. Even I don't know if I will ever die, hahaha." The crisp voice boomed out, dumbfounding the incomparably solemn Davis. "Are you the death book?" he asked with an idiotic expression on his face. During the 10th day, he felt the death book palpitate in a frenzy, but he brushed it off as he thought that it was gaining a new ability. "Why? Have you never seen a book talk? Oh, I forgot. You were from that wretched world, aren't you?" "Hess," the voice sneered. "Death book, you say? How would I know? It is merely one of the names that I have when compared to the multitude of names that I have. Book of Despair, Evil Grimoire, the Book of Yin, Holy Scripture of Death, and what not. All the names that I have were always relevant to death, haha." The voice laughed for a while before turning sad. "I can see all the names of the living beings in the myriad of realms, but the only name I can't see is my own name, Tian Long." Hearing the name that he had long stored in the back of his head, his heart palpitated in fear. What do you want?" Davis asked in fear. He felt the situation spiraling out of his control. "What I want. During my incomparably long life, I've commanded many things to my previous possessors so that I could satisfy my curiosity and interest. Kid, you're in luck. This time I decided that I won't demand anything unreasonable of you since you skillfully brought me outside that wretched place." Davis relaxed, but he still didn't fully believe in its words, wretched place. "Do you mean Earth?" he asked as he widened his eyes. "Right, that's what you people call that place. I was stuck in that place for billions of years. Curse that existence who sealed me there." "Sealed you? How did you get sealed?" Davis got curious the moment it replied to his every question. He couldn't help but ask more questions. Logically, "We are still sealed." It didn't reply to his question but continued its words. "What?" Davis was stunned. "Does this mean that this place is still Earth?" "Idiot. What I meant was that this place is also in the sealed realm. That tiny planet of yours and the small space surrounding it can be considered the 3rd layer of the sealed realm. This place can be considered the 2nd layer of the sealed realm. Tiny planet, small space. No way. People have discovered countless galaxies surrounding our galaxy." He hurriedly denied it. "Ha ha ha. You would rather believe the words of mortals than mine. How amusing." It laughed, then sneered at his ignorance. "Let me enlighten you. The existence who sealed me there created that place, so I have also witnessed its creation. Listen closely. The only planet that is habitable in that space is your Earth. The only galaxy you can explore is your galaxy. Other than that, all else is bogus, hahaha." "What do you mean?" Davis narrowed his eyes as it shone with confusion. "Don't you still understand? There's only one small galaxy, and all else is generated by an illusion formation that covers your entire galaxy. Anything else you see beyond that is fake. Even the laws you mortals comprehended were established by that existence. Science was it. How laughable." There was a moment of silence as Davis found it hard to believe its words. "Your expression tells me that you don't believe me. Fine, leave it then. It is not relevant anymore after all. But have you ever thought about why you people of Earth can't cultivate?" The crisp voice sounded out as if it wanted to provoke Davis into asking the truth. Davis opened his mouth. Why? He always had that doubt. He felt that the people of Earth were in no way inferior to the people here. A few seconds passed before the crisp voice sneered. "Since you don't believe me, you can think for yourself." "Wait, I'll believe you." Seeing that it won't answer his questions, he had no choice but to act as he believed in it. "Heh, good. It's pretty simple as that existence didn't wish for my rebirth, so that existence tightly sealed the 3rd layer, preventing the heaven and earth energy from entering it. It is already rare for your people to cultivate a little that I even find it amazing for them to have some ability." The crisp voice reverberated as if it was in wonder. "It doesn't make sense." If the heaven and earth energy is prevented from entering the third layer, then how was I able to use that formation? Davis thought about it, and something still didn't make sense. In fact, to him, this whole situation didn't make sense. The crisp voice continued to explain calmly. Even though that existence is powerful, it still cannot compare to the heavens. Some heaven and earth energy is bound to leak into the third layer from the second layer. Then can I return to the third layer? Davis asked in excitement. Of course you can. It laughed and continued. If you are able to meet the requirements that existence set in order for someone to enter the third layer, then naturally you will be able to enter. Looking at Davis's reaction, it resumed, by any chance, if you are asking me about the location of the portal that is currently connected to the third layer, then I simply don't know. A few moments of silence passed as Davis took in the information as he assimilated it one by one. His gut told him that the death book didn't lie to him. To be honest, he felt that the death book had no reason to lie to him. Haha, you're a weird one. Everyone who obtained me had either ruled people with fear or dominance. Even their father and mother didn't escape their clutches. You're quite the uncanny one, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Davis had black lines on his face. Do you always talk like this? Now that the situation was seemingly not out of control, he realized that this existence has a weird way of communicating. It laughed in a crisp voice, haha. No, I always spoke solemnly before, but I realized that it's quite boring when I saw the way you people on Earth talk recently. Ha ha ha, you've been stalking people on Earth. Davis's eyes widened. Wasn't the death book with me the whole time? The voice went silent for a moment. No, you misunderstood me, kid. How do I make you understand? I got it. It then laughed again. Kid, after I spent billions of years in a mini-space undoing my seal with what little energy I could gather, I created a spirit to scout the world around for me. I gave that spirit a copy of myself that doesn't even have zero, one of my capabilities, and set some rules for it. Later, I created more of these spirits, made more copies of myself, and spread them out in the mini-world. Finally, I hid from my own creations as I acted like my copy. Later, I was in the possession of the first spirit I created, and he called himself the Death God Overlord since he knew that it was the first of its existence. From time to time, it would sometimes drop me in the planet you called Earth. Yes, I was controlling the spirit's mind subconsciously, and it didn't know a thing since I was the one controlling it. Besides, it's my creation. The other spirits saw his clumsiness and started dropping their copies into the world as well. Killing people was fun and it granted me energy. However, it wasn't enough. If I wanted to return by myself, then I would have needed at least from 1,000,000 to 1,000,000,000 years gathering energy to break through the seal of the third layer. Finally, just when I somehow started to enjoy my stay in that wretched world, I fell into your hands, gaining a free ticket to the second layer. But it continued, not to mention that I saved your sorry face when you were traveling through that space tunnel. But I must say that I was only able to save you because you ingeniously used the Death Book's rule to your advantage. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to act because of the restrictions that were placed upon me by the seal. Davis gave up. Okay, but this still doesn't answer my question, the crisp voice sighed. Idiot, did your brain turn to paste? I guess it is understandable, seeing that you are in the presence of the majestic me. In that wretched world, I was with you for a few years and all you did was watch some animation. I picked this style of speaking from those unique characters. Davis's eyes shot wide. He hid the lower part of his body with his hands, wholly sh'd. Did you watch that as well? He remembered that he kept the death book directly opposite to the monitor in a bookshelf. That animation you sit in front of while moving your hands up and down. I watched it as well, and it was quite the art, I must say. The crisp voice continued, ignorant to Davis's embarrassment. Honestly, watching those animations with you quenched my boredom a lot. The stories were funny as well. Davis facepalmed himself from embarrassment. This conversation seriously took a weird turn. Well, I believe that I answered your questions now. The crisp voice echoed in his mind, waking him up from his embarrassment. The crisp voice asked angrily, Kid, did you just now ignore my sacrifice as it was nothing? What sacrifice? Davis was visibly confused. Davis shrugged. Somehow I doubt it. What? The old me has taken a huge sacrifice, and all I get is some doubt. This is bullying. I want my body back, the crisp voice shouted as if it was being strangled. You can create that whenever you want, Davis smirked. Oh, what makes you say that? Suddenly, the voice changed its tone to one of interest. Just now when you didn't disagree with my statement. Davis grinned as if he won. Haha, kid, you certainly got me real good. Yes, I can create my body whenever I want, but if I left your soul permanently, do you know the consequence? It turned solemn. Will I die? Davis asked calmly. There was no fear in his voice. Absolutely, seems like you have calmed down. The voice sounded like it was satisfied. Davis then sighed. What can I do to make you reside in my soul? No matter what, he needed the death book to quickly increase his power. Kid, don't worry. I won't extricate myself away from you. After all, you have earned it. The voice laughed as if this was an incomparably small matter. Whatever, just make sure you leave this sealed realm before you die. I don't want to stay in this place anymore. Hurry up and exit this sealed realm already. Aren't you like a spoiled brat? All right, I'll try as soon as I can. Davis laughed. It replied as it laughed, hee hee, good luck with that. Davis thought that this much of some reveal was enough to him today, so he thought of leaving. Just when he prepared to leave, he remembered something. Oh, by the way, I wonder what was the ability that I unlocked when I reached the third stage in soul-forging cultivation. Novelrecap. Verify you are human by completing the action below. Novelrecap needs to review the security of your connection before proceeding. Verification successful. Waiting for Novelrecap to respond. Enable JavaScript and cookies to continue. The crisp voice echoed as if it was dissatisfied. As for side effects, there are none. How long will it take? Davis got excited for a moment before he gritted his teeth and asked. If it took a year, then he was determined to reveal his secret to his mother so that he could continue to remove the seal without making her go unconscious. No matter what, he felt that his mother would in no way betray him. After a moment, it replied, a day. I got it. Davis nodded his head for a moment, then suddenly felt that something was not right. A day, only a day. His eyes widened in disbelief. More or less, HMPH. If my powers weren't sealed, then it wouldn't even take me a millisecond to erase this seal. Davis floated there stunned. He couldn't fathom what kind of existence this death note was in this universe. Didn't you say that you unsealed yourself after a billion years of being sealed in that mini-world? Davis couldn't help but ask, his voice tinged with curiosity towards this anomaly. Kid, what I managed to unseal was the seal that restricted my freedom. My powers are still sealed, and it is difficult to unseal it by myself. Luckily, I merged with your soul. The stronger your soul becomes, the weaker my seal gets. Is this why you stayed with me? Davis narrowed his eyes. Hee hee, you could say that. It replied as it laughed. Davis heaved a sigh of relief. Now that he knew that both were benefiting from this partnership, he could stop doubting it all the time. He believed as long as he could provide it with some benefits, it will continue to be with him. Then let's get started. Suddenly, the soul strand he inserted into Claire's soul sea turned incredibly dark as if it turned malicious. Black gaseous substance oozed out from the soul strand as it approached the seal in an eerie manner. Davis, who watched that, couldn't help but feel cold. Are you evil? He involuntarily asked. There was a moment of silence. Evil, I don't know, but if you were to judge me by your human standards, then I have to say that I'm incomparably evil than any existence in the universe. After all, people only used me to kill, and kill. A reply sounded out in his mind, causing Davis to enter into a moment of contemplation. He quickly shook his head and concentrated on eradicating that seal. The death note provided him with dark evil energy while he guided it to the seal slowly. The dark gaseous substance made contact with the seal and started to corrode it as it spread around the chains evenly. Sizzling sounds sounded out as the chains started to melt and disappear. Boy, L forgot to include your soul prowess in my calculations. Looks like it won't even take half a day to erase this seal. It was just a few seconds, but it was able to immediately notice the difference in the speed of erasing that seal. Hearing that, Davis smirked, feeling proud of himself. Time passed as he concentrated hard to melt the chains surrounding the blob of light. Just when he melted the last connecting chain, the white blob of light trembled for a moment before scattering around the soul sea. The chains that extended to the horizons disappeared as if it was never there in the first place. Is this a success? Davis asked as he looked around the empty space. Should be, it replied. He nodded his head and disappeared from the soul sea. Davis shuddered as he opened his eyes. He removed his finger from his mother's glabella and hurriedly checked her state. Claire was drenched in sweat and her eyebrows were narrowed while her breathing was rapid. Davis hurriedly grabbed her hands and woke her up. Mom, wake up, it's me. Davis. Claire still had her eyes closed, not at all responding to his call. Use your soul to startle her awake. The crisp voice echoed in his mind. Davis quickly used his soul to shout into her mind, Mom. Claire opened her eyes as she immediately woke up and tried to catch her breath in a hurried manner. Mom, what had happened? Davis asked worriedly. Even though it said that there will be no side effects, he couldn't help but be worried. After catching her breath, Claire looked at her son and tried to smile. Nothing happened. It's just I was stuck in a nightmare. Claire replied and looked at her clothes, which was drenched by her sweat. Wait here, Mom will clean up in a few minutes. She caressed his cheeks, stood up and headed to the bath. Davis acknowledged and saw her heading to the bath. Claire opened the door to the bath and went inside as she closed the door. Hey, Davis shouted furiously in his mind. That is not a side effect of the removal of the seal. It is merely the side effect of using my powers in her soul sea. Didn't she tell you that she had a nightmare? Calm down, it replied, causing him to make sense of the situation. Using your powers on someone's soul can cause nightmares. He asked doubtfully, my power is aligned with death. Why don't you think about it? Besides, the soul is a miraculous entity. Even if anything untoward were to happen to it, you wouldn't be able to find a reason for it unless you are well versed in the understanding of the soul. Davis took in its words as he got tired. There were simply too many things that he didn't know about or couldn't understand in this world. He stood up and went towards the cradle. He stood in front of it and whispered, compared to your sisters, I spent very little time with you. Hope you don't hate me for it, little brother. He warmly touched Edward's cheeks as he caressed it. Big brother is sorry. By the time you're self-aware, big brother would have already left for a different place. In those times, I hope that you will take care of our parents and sisters. Yoo, a cute noise sounded out as if the baby was acknowledging his words. As Davis spent the moment whispering to his beloved little brother, a voice sounded beside him. Claire Alström, is that your name, mother? Davis turned back and asked. Yes, Claire said with a huge smile on her face. Davis could see that she was incredibly happy now that the seal that restricted her from divulging information got removed. Good name. He had never used the death god eyes on his parents before, so he really didn't know his mother's real name. Even he didn't know why he did not use the death god eyes on his parents. He just brushed it off as a kind of respect. Your master's method of removal is surprisingly bizarre. I didn't think I would get caught up in a nightmare. Davis gingerly laughed as he acted spoiled. I was just clumsy and messed up a step. Other than that, I perfectly managed to remove the seal that had been placed on you, Mom. Playing with your mother's soul, you really have no fear. Good thing that all went well, otherwise today would have been a tragedy, Claire shuddered as she said. Davis shut his mouth as he blinked. He had no retort to that statement. Now I can teach you about the continent I was born in, teach you about higher cultivation states, teach you all I know without hiding anything, shh. Davis closed her mouth with his hands. You didn't hide anything from us, Mom. You were always there for us, and you always taught us anything you could reveal. So there's no need to feel guilty about it, as it was all that seal's fault. He smirked as he took his hands back. Why don't Mom go visit Dad and pour out your feelings to him? Claire nodded her head blankly as if she was lost in her own thoughts. Davis knew that the one to be with his mother now should be his father. He felt that it should not be him nor anybody else for that matter. He perfectly knew how much she loved him. After all, she even chose to stay behind instead of returning to her realm. Go on, I'll take care of Edward, Davis said as he smiled sweetly. Claire looked at him proudly and dashed to the exit of the room. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from his view. Davis thought as he laughed wryly, my mom's like a maiden in love. She must have really had a lot to say to father. Gradually time passed as Davis started to play with Edward, who woke up. After 3 hours, Edward played until he got tired and went back to sleep again while Davis sat there like a statue, still waiting for his mom. Could it be that Mom forgot that I was waiting here? He couldn't help but think because it has already been more than 3 hours since she left the room, plus there was no sign of her returning back. Kid. A voice sounded out just when Davis thought whether if he should leave or not in order to search for her. Davis frowned. You should know that I'm not a kid, call me Davis. Dissatisfied with the way it called him, he spoke outright. It replied with a faint sneer, okay, Tian Long. A few moments passed in silence as Davis froze. All right, you can call me whatever you want. He had no way to win against this existence in a verbal argument. Haha, kid to me, who had lived for over trillions of years, you're still an infant. Within the endless flow of time, I am alone for all eternity. Just be glad that I'm not calling you an infant. Davis was silent for a moment before he sneered, you sure are arrogant. He was not willing to take this insult without a fight. If I can't, then who can? Came an arrogant reply that resounded like thunder in his mind. He went speechless. Okay, I give up. Come on, you're mine. At least give me some respect, Davis asked helplessly. As if it was mad at him, it continued, you should continue to please me, kid. There's no saying when my mood will turn sour. At that time, you will be cruelly faced with my wrath. Davis grunted, even if you say that, how can I please you? By devouring more souls, it replied slowly. David lifted up his brows. He expected that this was the case and was not surprised. How many? The quantity doesn't matter, the quality matters. Thinking that the souls it devoured were not even able to erase 5% of the seal, it said hastily. Quality, just when I thought that could I be free, I am now bound by your whims. This sucks. He complained as if he was now imprisoned by it. You want to be free. Do you want freedom? In this world, death might be the only freedom you could attain. The crisp voice creepily replied, hey, don't jinx me. He cried out hastily. The last thing he needed was for someone to raise a flag for his death. I won't deny that we are both benefiting from it, but there's a difference. The souls I helped you devour before indirectly was of my own will, but now you're asking me to hunt them down for you. It might be the same, but I am quite unwilling to do it for someone else. You humans get attached to the weirdest concerns. It doesn't matter if you're going to do it for me or yourself. I just want to devour more souls. If you refuse, I'll simply separate from your soul and devour you. After all, I prefer to keep my existence as a secret. There was no evilness in its tone. Rather, it was as if it was merely stating a fact that was normal to it. Oh, I forgot to mention, but if you are devoured by me, you will not be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Davis gulped and realized that he was unconsciously treating this freak existence as his possession until now. Davis narrowed his eyes as he frowned. To attain power, he needed this existence. He contemplated for a moment before thinking of a solution. It might take you billions of years to remove the seal if you were to leave me. Think, if you are with me, it might only take hundreds or thousands of years to regain back your powers. Kid, if I haven't thought about that, could you be still talking with me? It laughed in a mocking tone. David smiled wryly, but inwardly he was quite angry. Don't misunderstand. You'll have your souls in due time. It's just that it might take some time if you want quality. I know your foolish endeavor of targeting only the people you deem bad. You're quite the hypocrite, I must say. It sneered in derision. Hearing that reply, he was quite ticked off. I live by my own rules. What are you going to do about it? Nothing, just give me the souls as fast as you can. It replied in a casual tone. He shouted back, I know, it's just that you won't find the quality you're looking for in the second layer anymore. Fool, I indirectly told you to head to the first layer without delay. You're such an idiot. Fine, I'm an idiot. Davis rolled his eyes. He felt like a fool trying to argue with an inanimate existence that can talk. Suddenly, a thought floated up into his mind. Hey, you have lived for a long time, right? Why don't you teach me some top-tier cultivation techniques so I can get you some quality souls for you as soon as possible? Hee hee, kid, trying to take advantage of me. Using me will suffice when you're trying to kill a person to collect their souls. You have no need for cultivation techniques. HMPH, I can't keep depending on you. What if there's a way for you to separate away from me without killing me, and you decide to take that opportunity? I'm not taking no for an answer. Quick, teach me. Davis replied vehemently. He couldn't possibly back out, seeing that it did not deny his claims. It didn't say that it did not have, but indirectly said that it won't give him the cultivation techniques. The scenario you mentioned is not feasible and will not happen. Even if by any chance if it were to occur, then I would still devour you after separating. It replied calmly. Why are you so stubborn? It's not like you're gonna lose out by teaching me cultivation techniques. Davis complained in an exasperated tone. Observing that it didn't reply, he tried another method to convince it. All right, how about rewarding me for my efforts? You want me to reward you? It replied as if it was thinking. Davis ginned inwardly. It's thinking. I will just have to give a push, and those high-grade cultivation techniques are undoubtedly mine. A reward will surely motivate me to work hard. Are you sure that you're not going to use this opportunity to entice me into getting more souls? He spoke with it in a weird tone, as if he were provoking it into accepting the deal. It replied as it sighed, if you can get it faster, then it can't be helped. I hereby declare that for every level that you break through in your cultivation, I will answer 3 of your questions to my satisfaction. Really? Yes. Davis nodded his head, but inwardly he was quite complacent with himself. Didn't bother to reply, but continued. Obviously, this only applies to your soul cultivation. I can't be bothered about the other 2 cultivation systems. Stunned for a moment, he erupted with boiling anger. You, this is bullying. I've already made a concession on my part. Now go to the first layer and get some souls for me. It didn't pay any heed to his ravings and replied indifferently. Souls, 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 fuck. Are you the Book of Gluttony? Davis shouted in incomparable anger as well as helplessness. Oh, that brings back memories. Once upon a time, I had that name too. Its voice was tinged with nostalgia. Enough, any more and I could truly rip apart my head and die. He clutched his hair and tried to rip it apart. Ha ha ha, you're free to do that. Davis sighed in frustration as he plunged onto his mom's bed. Fuck this cultivation world. He massaged his eyes and slept for a while. He truly had enough of its bullshit. Creak, Davis, the door opened and the sweet voice of Claire sounded out inside the room. Logan and Clara followed her inside with a grin on their faces. Davis woke up quickly as he heard the sound of the opening door. Mom, you're back. What took you so long? Big brother. Clara came running in and jumped into his embrace. Clara, I've missed you so much. He caressed her head as he smiled warmly. It's just that I was carried away by being able to speak my mind. I was just talking to your dad and sister the whole time. Claire replied with a smile on her face. Oh, PSSH, Mom's lying. Mom and Dad just met with me 10 minutes ago. Floating in his embrace, Clara whispered into his ears. Oh, he had a disappointed expression on his face as he glared at them, but inwardly he was laughing his ass off. Claire smiled shyly, while Logan stepped to the front. Davis, I know that words of gratitude are unneeded right now, but no matter what, I must say that I am very thankful to you for breaking the seal that had been placed on her. Sure, Davis replied as he grinned. He wondered what kind of reaction would they give if he told them that his master didn't exist in the first place. All of them smiled, except for a baby that slept peacefully in its cradle. Clara, I believe you know about Mom's circumstance before. Davis asked as he wanted to make sure that she knows about it before they discuss. Amen. Clara nodded her head cutely. Mom explained it to me before we left to meet Big Brother. Good, then we can now hear about Mom's origin. Amen. I'm interested in Mom's family as well. Clara replied enthusiastically. Clara turned into a curious kid who always wanted to know the truth about everything after the event that took place when she was 5 years old. It was like she sought the truth of everything that was unknown to her. Hearing their conversation, Claire smiled. All 4 of them took a seat on the table. Claire stared at Logan a moment before she spoke. My world is an incomparably mystical place that is inhabited by various races and beasts. Clara said as she let out a warm smile, while yearning could be seen in her eyes. This realm doesn't even compare to mine in terms of cultivation, resources, and many other matters. The three of them had curiosity plastered over their faces, and even excitement remained visible in their eyes. Raging mountains, endless seas, and uncharted regions. The realm where I belong to is so vast that this continent will only amount to a tiny bit of it when placed there, Claire said with a proud smile on her face. Everyone could see her noble disposition as she smiled, which gracefully complemented her elegance. But someone was ticked off by her words. What are you bragging about? It's just that your realm is blessed with resources, Logan said as he scowled. Claire giggled a bit as she looked at his handsome figure. Logan continued, what I wanted to know was why the people of your realm attack us. From your information, I get that this realm is useless for them. Yes, I want to know that too, Davis said as he agreed. Even he couldn't understand why these people would throw their lives away for some little resources. He touched his chin as he thought, perhaps there's something special to this realm. Davis, didn't your master tell you? Claire asked in surprise. She entirely expected him to know about this significant matter. Davis froze as his mind started to think rapidly for an excuse. His eyes darted around to Clara before he turned sad inwardly. It's useless. Clara is here and my lies will be exposed. Thinking about his fate once his lies were exposed, he couldn't help but cry inwardly. Suddenly, he got an idea but didn't know if it would work or not, so he hurriedly began to chant in his mind. Death Note is my master. He tried to acknowledge the Death Note as his master so that Clara wouldn't find it suspicious when he talked about his master. Death Note is my master. He chanted it over 100 times in a fleeting second. Davis. Clara asked again with a confused expression on her face. My master hasn't said anything special about this place. Perhaps my master deemed that it was beneath his legacy and didn't bother to tell me, Davis said as he shook his head. His expression was one of confusion. At the same time, he glanced at Clara, only to see an excited expression on her face from before. Good. She didn't find my words suspicious. How can it be? This realm holds an immortal level inheritance. Could it be that your master is powerful than an immortal? Claire's eyes widened in shock that she stood up and looked at Davis with an incredulous expression on her face. Immortal level inheritance. Holy SH'd. Davis got stunned. The same could be said about Logan. Meanwhile, Clara looked at the stunned expression on their faces. She couldn't help but get curious and ask, what is an immortal level inheritance? Claire looked at her and said with a solemn expression on her face, that level of inheritance is considered to be legendary in our realm. Immortal level inheritances can straightaway help the inheritor to have a continuous path to the fabled immortal stage. Logan, still stunned, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Fabled immortal stage. Does that mean that your realm doesn't have a single immortal stage cultivator? Claire sighed, yes, that's why my realm sends their geniuses to your realm. What use is it if those geniuses can't get past our geniuses? Isn't your realm a little cold-hearted to send their cream of the crops to their deaths? Logan asked with a dissatisfied expression on his face. Claire shook her head. If it weren't for the restrictions that had been placed on this realm, the immortal level inheritance has such an attraction that it can even pull the 9th stage experts into the fray, much less some juniors who always think of gaining power quickly, like me. She said as she smiled wryly. Logan laughed as he looked at Claire. His eyes indicated that he had the same thoughts as her. Meanwhile, Davis held his chin as he contemplated for a bit before asking a question. Mom, could it be that the immortal level inheritance that you mentioned is about a dragon? Claire looked at Davis and responded, are you thinking about Isabella Ruth? Yes, Davis answered as he nodded his head. No, the records mention that this place holds an ice and fire phoenix inheritance. I'm not sure if the ice and fire phoenix is a single entity or a separate entity, so this place could possibly hold up to 2 immortal level inheritances as far as I know. Sadly, the ancient records mentioned nothing about a dragon inheritance that resides in this realm, so what she obtained is a low-level inheritance. Davis questioned doubtfully. Most probably yes. It is unheard of a single realm holding up to 3 immortal inheritances. If it were so, then the top powers will concentrate more on this single realm. Claire solemnly finished her words, but you have no proof on the level of the inheritance she obtained. How could you say that she obtained a low-level inheritance? Logan asked with a doubtful expression on his face. Claire made a strange face. Didn't I just tell you? The chances are very less for a single realm to contain up to 3 immortal inheritances. She then sighed as she continued. Besides, it isn't that there is not a single immortal level character in our realm. It's just that the heavens forbid an immortal from lingering in our realm. In other words, they ascend as soon as they reach the immortal stage. The 3 of them had a look of awe on their faces, while Claire smirked with a feeling of superiority. Logan asked in an excited manner. Claire giggled and said, the ancient records mention that the inheritance resides in the center of the realm, where the elements of fire and ice are in abundance. I have no idea where it is, though. Suddenly, Davis stood up and shouted as he widened his eyes, Dad, the Furzin Island. Furzin Island. Yes, those 2 elements are in abundance in that place. It must be that place. Logan also trembled as he shouted in excitement for a moment. Furzin Island. The place where Davis participated during the Grand Sea Continent meet, Claire asked doubtfully. Yes, Davis, did you notice anything strange about that place? Logan turned solemn as he asked. His eyes had a glow to it that Davis identified it as desire. Davis slowly laughed and said, I didn't fully explore the island as I only hunted in the west direction, near the volcano mountains. Logan nodded and stated, the Guardian Alliance cleared out any spurt stage magical beasts they could find on the island for the competition. How is it that even they couldn't find anything strange about the island? Hearing that, Claire sneered. If it were that easy to find the location of the immortal inheritance by some fifth stage experts, then it could be said that they had some incredible luck. Makes sense. Dad, we should find the location of the inheritance by ourselves. Logan nodded while Claire smiled with a satisfied expression on her face, but her expression looked like she had something else to say. Time passed as Claire spoke of many matters of her realm. The three of them listened to her with exceptional interest. Half a day later, all right, this is enough. I've spoken too much about my realm, let's leave it at that. But Mom, you still haven't said anything about your family. Clara pouted with a cute expression on her face, hearing that Claire sighed. My family. Can I even call them my family? What do you mean? Logan asked as he raised his brows. Logan, you could guess easily what had happened with the events that you witnessed in the secret entrance, Claire said with a casual expression on her face. Could it be that your family wants you dead? Logan asked as he stood up. Confusion was visible on his face. Yes, on top of it, it was because of some trivial competition. Claire sighed as she continued, I am one of the promising candidates for the position of young mistress in the Alstrom family. It's clear that I had the upper advantage in gaining that position, and some of the elders and the participants clearly didn't like my growing capability just because I was the illegitimate child of the Alstrom family. All three of them listened carefully without interrupting her speech. My mother was a servant who originally served at my father's residence, and my father fell in love with her during that time. The Alstrom family found out that my mother was pregnant, and my father gave his all to protect her from his family. Claire went silent for a while as she looked at the table. She bit her lips and continued, my mother was killed after I was born, and my father pleaded with the family to spare me. The family decided to spare me on one condition. Claire's voice went incomparably cold at this point. My father crippled himself to save me, and he was the revered young master of the family at that time. Tears dropped from her eyes as it fell down on the table. After crippling himself, he endured the countless amount of insults thrown upon him, just to make me grow up stronger. He used whatever connections remaining he had to develop my cultivation. Just imagine, in a world that thrives on violence, how it must have been for my father to live as a weakling for more than 30 years. She clenched her fists in agony. Suddenly her face went extremely cold. I'm not giving up until I get my revenge on whoever forced my father to cripple himself. Furthermore, mark my words, for I will mince the flesh out of the person who killed my mother. Hatred flashed through her eyes, which she had kept hidden all this time. Logan hurriedly embraced and comforted her. Don't worry, our life has just started. Our cultivation will increase by leaps and bounds as time passes by, no matter how long it takes. It goes without saying that I will help you kill those bastards who hurt your parents. Claire bit her lips as she nodded. She directed her gaze to Davis and said, Davis, I know that you will grow stronger than us as time passes by, but Mother forbids you to not interfere in the matters of my Alstrom family. Why? Davis shouted atop his lungs. He was in extreme anger when he heard the suffering of his mother. Because Mom wants to kill those bastards by myself and bring glory to my father and honor my mother. Claire shouted back with determination. Mom, Davis had a helpless expression on his face. Suddenly he pointed at Logan. What about Dad? Why can he help you and not me? Because he is my husband. Davis was stunned. I am your son. That and this are different. You are not to interfere with this matter. Claire calmly replied, I will help. Clara shouted beside them. Oh, sweetheart, Mom appreciates your feelings, but this is a matter for myself to put an end to. Claire caressed Clara's cheeks as she answered. Oh, Clara turned sad as she was rejected. Mom, it will take longer for your cultivation to increase. What if someone plotted to kill your father in the meantime? Davis couldn't help but ask. He was in confusion all this time as he couldn't understand why his mother would not want his help to eradicate those fiends. HMPH, save that sentence when you get stronger than me. As for whether my father will die or not, I am not worried. Stating that, Claire revealed her cultivation. How? Davis shouted in astonishment and extreme confusion. Claire released her gracious silvery aura from her body and emitted an energy that one would emit when one reached the body transformation stage. Couldn't you have removed it when you got out of the secret entrance? Davis questioned in a soft tone. Claire replied with a sad face, I couldn't because that seal was ingeniously connected to the seal which restricted my soul, so I could only remove the seal after you had erased that seal which had been placed on my soul. Why are you so full of seals? Spreading his hands wide, he shouted back. A proud grin could be seen on her face. Obviously, it was because of those scoundrels from the same generation as me. They couldn't beat me, so they had no choice but to use some dirty tricks to take care of me. She then scoffed, if not, your father would have had no chance to save me. Instead, I would have killed your father if that event didn't happen. You jest. We were of the same strength back then, and it was difficult to say who would have gained victory if we fought. Logan replied back, not willing to admit to her statement. All right, I won't interfere casually, but if you are in danger, then I will interfere regardless of your opinion, Davis said as if no could change his mind. Claire and Logan both stayed silent. It could be seen that they accepted his proposal as well. Davis, your alchemy teacher has been waiting for you all this time. Why don't you go see him? Claire suddenly uttered. Davis made a dumbfounded face as he stood up. I totally forgot. After stating that, he took off like a lightning bolt and ran outside. Dashing outside the corridor, he sprinted to the residence of alchemist Highwood. He was keenly interested in practicing alchemy now that he had some knowledge of it. Standing in front of his residence, he knocked on the door. Teacher Kevin, your disciple is here, Davis shouted as he waited for his reply. Prince Davis, come inside. Hurried footsteps could be heard along with an amiable voice that echoed in his ears. The door opened, and alchemist Highwood was smiled warmly at him. Davis replied with a wry smile on his face. No need to call me Prince, just call me by name, teacher. All right, if you say so. Alchemist Highwood replied and moved into the residence. The residence was packed with the smell of various ingredients, making it feel like an enclosed garden of vegetation. Looking around the room, it was full of utensils and some ugly mess with fumes around the corner. Haha, don't mind it. I was just trying to create a new pill, but it just ended up exploding not too long ago. Alchemist Highwood laughed as he saw his curious face. A new pill? What is it about? Davis asked with a curious expression on his face. Cough, do you want to practice alchemy now? Alchemist Highwood replied with a question. Yes, determination and excitement were visible on Davis's face. After being reminded by his parents, he wanted to try his hand on alchemy as soon as possible. All right, stand there. Alchemist Highwood pointed at a direction where there were a few ingredients and a small cauldron that was placed on a table. Davis nodded and approached the table. He stood in front of the cauldron and grinned. I presume you know what you're going to make with those ingredients present. Alchemist Highwood raised his brows as he questioned. Lesser healing pill, mortal grade. Davis replied with a confident tone. Alchemist Highwood smiled. Good, now explain the process on how to make that pill. Opening his mouth, he answered calmly. Heat up the cauldron with fire while placing the ingredients one by one into the cauldron, as mentioned according to the pill recipe. Control the temperature until the ingredients transform into pill essence. Once the pill essence is visible, use the soul energy to collect the pill essence and later mold it into a pill. Walking beside Davis, Alchemist Highwood explained, good, in case if you're using your soul to heat up the cauldron, you must learn to control your soul energy well. For beginners, we'll start it with some normal fire using basic coal. Davis's face turned solemn as he lit up the fire under the cauldron manually. Blazing fire erupted under the cauldron as its intensity increased over time, causing the liquid in it to boil. Control the temperature. A calm voice echoed behind Davis. Yes, Davis uttered and maintained the temperature from changing. Now start adding the ingredients. Davis nodded and moved his hands to the ingredients that were placed on the side. He picked up a herb that looked like grass, crushed it into a paste, and added it to the cauldron. Healing grass, a mid-level mortal-grade herb that adds the property of healing to the pill. Waiting for 5 seconds, he moved his hand to pick up another herb which was light grayish in color and threw it into the cauldron. Numbing herb, a low-level mortal-grade herb that can make the pain less when someone swallows the pill. A few seconds passed before he picked up another 2 ingredients and threw them into the cauldron again. A 5-year-old ginseng and a balancing grass. Ginseng inputs vitality into the pill while the balancing grass helps the 3 effects to perfectly blend together, forming the lesser healing pill. The cauldron suddenly boiled over as some light red vapor started to emit from it. Davis narrowed his eyes and knew that it was the time. Swish. He used his soul energy to wrap around the essence that looked like red vapor and condensed it into the shape of a pill. A few seconds passed before a pill that was light red formed with some blemishes on its surface. The pill was at the size of a pigeon egg and looked ordinary. Excellent, the quality of the pill is low, but to succeed on your first try is truly marvelous. Alchemist Highwood's eyes glowed with fervor while he had a proud grin on his face. He only took a glance before finding out the quality of the pill. Davis looked at the light red pill that was in his trembling hands. He was incredibly excited to have made his very first pill. 5 months passed while the youths who were selected to enter the secret passageway cultivated steadily. During these 5 months, instead of cultivating, Davis wholeheartedly trained in alchemy. He learned to use soul flame, which helped him in making pills without using a burnable material like coal. Soul flame could be only created with people who had an affinity with fire. This stringent requirement made many people give up on learning high-level alchemy because as the level increases, it'll get difficult to control the fire manually without using the soul to control the flames. Besides, using the soul flame to create a pill has its advantages, like being easily able to control the intensity of the heat as long as one has high control over their soul energy. During the first month, Davis had difficulty with controlling his soul energy to manipulate his soul flame, which caused him to ruin many materials and cauldrons. During the second month, he was able to control the soul flame proficiently. During the third month, he was able to create earth-rank pills. During the fourth month, he consolidated his pill-making skill and practiced diligently. And during the last month, he finally succeeded in creating a low-level sky-rank pill. Alchemist Highwood was totally astonished by his speed and couldn't help but admit that this lad will surpass him in a year. Most importantly, Davis didn't forget his promise with Evelyn, but instead of going to see her, he explained his circumstance by sending her letters. Evelyn understood his plight and warmly replied to him. After that, they communicated by sending letters once a week, telling each other about what they did that week. To Davis, it made him smile as he had never experienced these kinds of emotions before. Heck, he had no experience in doing this kind of actions either. Furthermore, they could have communicated using transmission crystals, but didn't do so for some reason. It was like they avoided meeting or talking to each other for some awkward reason. Both had an inkling of what they wanted to tell each other, but refrained from it. This is truly frustrating, Davis muttered under his breath. He sat at the table as he massaged his forehead while thinking about a certain problem. Davis was now 11 years old. His height grew, making him exactly 5 feet tall. His face started to portray some masculine features. Combined with the black imperial robes he wore, he looked absolutely handsome. What's frustrating? A cute voice echoed behind him. He looked behind to see Elia seated in a lotus position. She looked mesmerizing with her beautifully shaped almond eyes, perfectly shaped small nose, and dainty lips. Her height seemingly increased to 4 feet, 5 inches tall, while her long, silky black hair reached chest length. She wore dark blue clothes which looked expensive and elegant. She opened her eyes and looked at him with a curious gaze. This, Davis thought for a moment before he explained to her. It turns out that he had received an official letter from Emperor Ashton. The letter indicated that Princess Shirley Ashton would be celebrating her birthday in a month's time, and it seems that he was cordially invited along with his fiancée to attend the birthday celebration. What's so frustrating about that? Elia had a confused expression on her face. She couldn't understand what kind of a matter was there to fret about. Davis sighed. I get why they are inviting me, but I don't understand why they're inviting Evelyn. It's like adding insult to the injury for them. Adding insult to the injury? What do you mean? You still don't understand because you're still small. Elia rolled her eyes on hearing his statement. Emperor Ashton was originally dissatisfied with the dismissal of the marriage engagement of me and Shirley, so he would in no way invite Evelyn over to Shirley's birthday celebration. From my guess, this letter must be the work of Shirley. If I had to speculate on why she had to do this, then, Davis contemplated for a moment before he continued, her royal father is still dissatisfied with her and pressured her into inviting me by taking advantage of this upcoming birthday celebration. Then she had no choice but to do it, so she sent me an invitation, but instead changed the details of the invitation so I could bring Evelyn with me, giving her a reason to tactfully decline her father's wishes. Elia stayed silent. Her face had a weird expression as if she were looking at an idiot. Why are you looking at me like that? Davis got uncomfortable and questioned her. With a slight grin on her face, she replied, I'd most likely say it was Emperor Ashton who sent you the invitation. Davis looked at her and laughed. Why the heck would you say that? Emperor Ashton is trying to use the jealousy in Shirley's heart to make her marry you. Davis got dumbfounded on hearing her speculation, using jealousy. You mean he somehow plans to have Evelyn and me induce jealousy in her? Yes, more or less. Rolling her eyes, she answered. Davis chuckled. You have quite the imagination. Besides, getting jealous because of me, you sure like to raise my worth. Elia suddenly looked at him with a displeased gaze. Why do you always humble yourself normally? In this world, I don't think anyone has a status higher than you excluding your master. He spread his hands wide. I don't know that myself. Guess I just feel myself to be retarded when acting arrogantly for no reason. Elia was speechless, but she couldn't help but accept on what he said had a point. Pointing up her finger at him, she said, Firstly, you're the strongest genius alive in this continent. Secondly, your prestige is so high that all single women in this continent would not decline your advances. Her gaze avoided him as she thought, including me. Returning her gaze on him, she questioned with a dissatisfied gaze, what exactly makes you think you're not worthy of getting jealous? Davis slightly laughed. You say that no one would refuse me. Then tell me this, why did Evelyn refuse the engagement until I managed to convince her? At that time, she was older than you, and you were still a kid. The age gap must have been quite awkward as well. Ultimately, she must have had some misgivings until she met you. Even now, many women admire you and want you to notice them. I dare you to court a single woman after you've turned 16 years old. Let me see if anyone dares to refuse your advances by then. Hearing that kind of speech from her, he was quite ticked off, but at the same time he looked at her with a dumbfounded gaze. He slowly blinked as he thought about the words that had escaped from her mouth. I did teach her to be bold, but not this bold, especially for her age. Shouting in his mind, he berated himself for teaching her things he shouldn't have had taught. Davis suddenly stood up, grabbed Elia and threw her off to the bed. He then closed in on her as he removed his black robes, revealing his well-shaped muscles. His body was covered by purple-colored top and black-colored bottom. What are you doing? Rolling on the bed, she managed to make herself sit straight as she shouted in a confused manner. What am I doing? Just checking if your words are true or not. Climbing up the bed, he caught her wrists and pushed her down. Elia's eyelids gently trembled. She looked at his roaming eyes, which were suddenly filled with an inquisitive gaze. He moved his lips closer to her lips slowly as she started to tremble. Finally, he stopped when there was only an inch left to move closer until their lips met. Not gonna push me away? He asked as he looked at her eyes in a serious manner. Elia didn't reply. She continued to look into his eyes as her eyelids trembled. She felt his hot breath blowing on her lips, which made her legs go temporarily limp. Seeing that there was no reply, he released her wrists and stood up. I don't understand. Why won't you push me away? Don't tell me that it's because you want to prove that your words are right. Elia stayed silent for a moment before she replied no. He furrowed his brows as he simply couldn't understand her actions. Then why? Because I simply have accepted to be your woman from the moment you started treating me like an equal, regardless of whether if I'm a slave or not. Davis got dumbfounded. He moved back as he picked up his robes while he shouted, you are still a kid. What do you know about pledging yourself to someone? Don't confuse with being cared with being affectionate. Remember that I cared for you just because you're my friend, nothing more, nothing less. Saying that words, he exited the study and closed the door in an enraged manner. Elia paid no heed to his words, instead touched her lips with her finger as she muttered silently to herself. Just now, I tried to kiss him, right? Walking by the corridor in a confused manner, Davis got a headache. Honestly, what's with her today? Suddenly talking about stuff like this. Did someone in the royal castle manage to twist her reasoning to this mess, or is it because she really liked me to that degree? He truly considered her to be his friend after these 3 years. In no way did he see her as a woman except that one time when he was curious about women. After all, to him, she was still a child and someone to be taken care of in the right sense. There's no way, right? He asked himself as he smiled wryly. He didn't know what to think anymore as he couldn't deny that possibility. He then sighed, life is long. Only time will resolve this matter. He stopped in front of a door and knocked, Mom. The door immediately opened and Claire smiled, come in. Davis walked in as he got to the point, Mom. I didn't have time to ask you before. Care to explain why you didn't allow me to reach revolving core stage? Claire giggled in a light tone. I've been waiting for you for all these months, but seeing as you're working hard in alchemy, I decided to wait until you come looking for answers. But suddenly she furrowed her brows. I thought your master would have taught you, but it doesn't seem likely to be the case, Mom. My master only teaches me about soul-forging cultivation. He knew that his mom would ask this, so he thought of an excuse beforehand. Oh, seems like you have your own difficulties. It doesn't matter, Mom will teach you. Claire smiled resplendently, causing Davis to beam as well. Sitting at the table, she started to explain. I told you not to cultivate to the revolving core stage because there is an unknown amount to the stages and variation in the core you could cultivate. What? Davis was astonished. He thought this world's method to cultivate to the revolving core stage was possibly wrong or incomplete. He didn't think it was inferior. During my time here, I managed to observe that people here mostly cultivate the lowest grade core that exists, the 5th level core. Your father has a 4th level core while I possess a 2nd level core, she replied as she shook her head as if she lamented for this continent's ignorance. Davis nodded his head and replied, so the levels of the core determine the battle prowess of cultivators. Claire smiled, but shook her head again. Yes, not only that, but it's a foundation for one to step into the latter stages of the energy-gathering cultivation system. Davis's eyes widened in bewilderment. Then does that mean that I can't cultivate to the latter stages of the energy-gathering cultivation system unless I cultivate a high-level core? Claire shrugged. It necessarily isn't the case. He was confused. Seeing his confused expression, Claire giggled and explained, you can still cultivate to the latter stages, but it will be difficult as going against the heavens, which makes it quite impossible to achieve. Davis nodded his head in understanding and asked another doubt he had in his mind. Oh, then what about the variations you mentioned? The core we people cultivate is mysterious. It can sometimes change and vary according to one's body physique, even luck. Some manage to etch laws into their core, which gives them an advantage when comprehending laws in the latter stages. Some people who possess special physique like Clara will unquestionably have their own mutated core. Davis opened his mouth, forming an O shape. He felt incredibly envious of the benefits of special physiques. Clara is so incredibly lucky to have born with a mighty physique in this barren continent where the heaven and earth is weaker. Claire smiled as she felt proud of herself. She thanked the heavens as she got a blessing. After all, special physiques are entirely bestowed upon the people by the heavens' will. Claire lectured Davis till she made sure that he knew whatever she knew about cultivating to the revolving core stage. Meanwhile, Davis was shocked to hear that his father will soon cripple his own energy-gathering cultivation until it drops to the peak of the meridian refinement stage. Davis couldn't help but admire his dad for taking such a decision. Claire and Logan both decided to reveal this information, as Claire revealed that once the entrance to the inheritance has been opened, it will send a symbol of light to the sky indicating that the inheritance is open to all. From Claire's explanation, they got that this was the inheritance's way of being fair, meaning that regardless of who found it first, the worthy and the talented will have the final laugh. Davis was fine with it, as he had faith in his own abilities. If he couldn't get the inheritance, then he could only blame himself for his lack of talent. The very same day, he invited Evelyn to the royal castle in the name of official matters. The next day, royal guards stood in front of the royal castle in a diligent manner. Each of their faces was covered by helmets, which made it unable to see their emotions but gave an imposing presence. Davis stood at the front, waiting for an important guest, while Elia stood beside him calmly as if nothing had happened yesterday. A carriage arrived in front of the royal castle, putting a smile on his face. The carriage promptly stopped, and Evelyn got down from it as she smiled back at him. "Welcome to the royal castle, Miss Evelyn. To be invited by my prince personally, I feel honored." Evelyn clasped her hands as she bowed slightly. After that, they exchanged quite a few formal words as they headed inside the royal castle. "Haha, that was quite the facade you've shown." Evelyn closed her mouth as she giggled. "Don't we do that all the time? Something that is known as maintaining our face in front of the crowd." Davis replied indifferently as if it were a matter of fact, but suddenly continued, "Right, my parents said that they wanted to meet you. The emperor and the empress called for me." Evelyn got nervous. She made a slightly frightened face as she asked him. "The emperor sighed. The empress wants to see you, it seems." Davis shrugged. Wearing a worried expression on her face, she asked, "Is she going to test me?" "Probably. Have you prepared for it?" He replied and questioned in a serious tone. In fact, he was just teasing her. "Even if I did, I don't think I'll get her to accept me." Replying in a sad tone, she put her head down. Looking at her hanging head, he thought as he sighed, "We got a serious inferiority complex issue here. Haha, it will be fine. My mom, the empress, has already decided on you. Just make sure you don't make her angry for some reason." "I'll do as you say." Evelyn nodded her head and smiled lightly. Davis also nodded his head and headed to the throne hall. Halfway through the corridor, he felt something was amiss. Why are we exchanging words as if we are already married and are on our way to see my parents for acceptance? Something is clearly weird. At that moment, their gazes met for an instant before they separated simultaneously. What the hell was that about? Davis, eyes narrowed as he contemplated. Suddenly he looked at her as yesterday's event flashed past his eyes. Has she already accepted to be my woman? He asked himself in an incredulous manner, as if he were questioning his own rationality. A moment later, he shook his head and continued to walk. A few minutes later, they finally reached in front of the throne hall. "Well, go inside." "Ah, you're not coming." Davis suddenly stopped walking beside her. Evelyn realized that he was not walking with her anymore and got a little more nervous at the prospect of meeting her in laws alone. Davis shook his head, indicating that he won't accompany her anymore. A moment later, he lifted his hands and gave a thumbs up. Evelyn pouted with her hands placed on her waists. She then nodded her head and went inside the throne room. Davis wryly laughed and turned back to head to the study, as he had no reason to continue staying here. Just as he turned his head, he froze. Elia stared at him with her eyes narrowed. He suddenly felt as if he had been caught doing something unscrupulous. She continued to stare at him before he could take it no more. "What are you staring at me for?" "Nothing. It's just that I thought the relationship between you two had suddenly become way more amiable. Of course, I and Evelyn are going to marry soon. This is totally normal and something to be expected. Besides, what's with you nowadays? You are acting totally weird, Elia." He replied it as a matter of fact and lastly used a worried tone to ask her. Elia had a complicated face as she tried to say something. "Do you feel sick?" Davis randomly asked as he checked her pulse. He knew one or two things about sickness since he studied alchemy. Cultivators can also get sick, as there are many unexplainable things that can affect them without them being able to notice. No, it's just her complicated face turned sad. He raised his brows and questioned in a solemn tone, "What is it? Say it. Don't hide anything from me. I have some weird dreams." He narrowed his eyes. "Dreams? They're like nightmares." Her body trembled slightly. Davis contemplated and hurriedly checked her soul for any anomaly. He then continued to question, "What is that nightmare about? If you're afraid to recall, then you don't need to tell me about it." Elia clenched her teeth and replied, "The nightmare I experienced is kinda hazy. It's like I am being chased down by numerous people. They creepily laugh at me and hunt me down as if I were nothing but a prey for them." Davis lifted up his brows. That's a gruesome experience, he then nodded. I see. From when have you been experiencing this? I've been experiencing these dreams for about a month. She put her head down as she answered sadly. Hearing that, he narrowed his eyes as he doubted himself. Am I that unreliable that she won't even come to find me to talk about it still? Without being disappointed, he continued asking questions. Do you get these nightmares when you're sleeping? Yes, but not only at that time. Passing for a moment, she resumed, I get these nightmares while I cultivate as well. He nodded again and thought, weird during cultivation. So far, her soul is normal from what I've seen. Could it be a heart demon? No, she's too pure for that. Then what else could it be? He kept pondering about the reason for a while before he decided to think later. For now, let's just comfort her. Davis patted her head as he said, there's no need to worry, it's just a dream. I am here for you. If people in this continent dare, Davis widened his eyes in sheer incredulity as he froze. He couldn't believe his eyes or the feeling of being rejected. Elia slapped his hands away from her and clenched her fists slowly as she pointed at him. You were not there, she shouted in a suppressed voice. No matter how I called for your help, you were not there. They lynched me, cut me into pieces while I shouted your name. You were still not there. Grievance welled up in her eyes, her voice cracked as she sobbed. And here you distance yourself away from me while I try to not let you go. Elia, he came out of his reverie and once again reached out for her with his hands. She took a step back as she wiped those years away. You two can act intimately all you want and I don't care. She turned back and ran away. He stood there stunned as if he had just experienced a catastrophe. A few moments passed before his dumbfounded face became normal and turned bewildered. Is that Elia? He asked himself in a confused manner. To him, she was always a quiet girl who cares for him when he doesn't even say anything. He just maintained a certain distance from her because he could see her growing up to be a fine woman. Her personality took a 180 turn, he thought as he smiled wryly. He then sighed as he muttered, it's all my fault again, but judging by the fact that she said, this has been happening for over a month. Suddenly, a creepy laugh echoed in his mind. He truly interesting. Oi, you know something, don't you? Davis's eyes widened, not so surprised. Not really, besides I don't have to answer for every unexplainable matter that happens to you. What did you do to her? Seeing that the death note didn't answer his question, he doubted it as his anger flared up. Nightmares were seemingly its fault for Davis. Nothing, I was in your soul the whole time. How can I possibly do anything without you noticing? It casually replied. Davis gritted his teeth and closed his eyes before he opened. I hope that is the case. It sneered as it challenged, or else what? Davis just stayed silent as his eyes and expression grew cold. If you care about her so much, then why don't you just make her your woman? She doesn't need to practice cultivation and can live with you till she dies peacefully. That's not up for you to decide. A cold reply came out from his mouth. Heh, the voice creepily laughed as it slowly became inaudible. Davis clenched his fists as he felt worried for her. At the same time, he felt that something was clearly wrong with Elia, especially after what the death note expressed. I must get to the bottom of this matter. He swore as he found the resolve to find out the abnormality, even if it meant that he could somehow possibly offend her in some way. In the throne hall, there were only 3 people. As a matter of fact, all the others who were supposed to be here have been dismissed temporarily. Evelyn greets the Emperor and the Empress. Evelyn bowed down as she clasped her hands. Her expression was one of determination while her thought was of to leave a favorable first impression on them. Good, Logan said as he looked at her and glanced at Claire. In truth, he didn't know what to say in this situation, so he glanced at Claire for help. Evelyn felt good at receiving a compliment from the Emperor. She now felt that she could somehow gain their acknowledgement. Claire rolled her eyes. She didn't even know why he spoke in the first place, as she was the one who called Evelyn to the throne hall. Claire flicked her sleeves and spoke. Evelyn Calden was it. Do you know that you are in no way deserving of my child? Her frosty expression made her look cold and vicious. Evelyn trembled as she heard it. Her previous thought disappeared as soon as it came. She slightly put her head down and replied, You are absolutely right, my Empress. If it weren't for the promise we made to your father, the Calden family's head, you would have no chance to even be here, much less marry my first son. Claire ended her sentence with an irritated tone. I've known it since ages ago. Evelyn lifted up her head and answered back. She knew long ago that status-wise or talent-wise, she couldn't match up to him. Claire harumphed as if she is displeased. Girl, do you know your wrongs? The moment Evelyn heard that, she widened her eyes in confusion. Wrongs. My Empress, I truly don't know what you're talking about. Claire had a disgusted expression on her face. Oh, an act, You're just making me dislike you more and more. Evelyn's determination and will lessened. My Empress, insolent. You dare to talk back. Claire made an enraged face as she shouted at her while she stood up. Narrowing her eyes, she sat back and continued, Fine, let's have it your way. Firstly, I heard that you didn't want this marriage in the first place. Secondly, you seduced my son and had him at your beck and call. Thirdly, you even managed to make him head over heels for you, that he even divulged the secrets of the revolving core stage. Finally, you even dare to come here and meet us without fear. What gall! You're truly a vixen who lusts after glory and power. Evelyn felt aggrieved at the accusation. No, what? You thought that I didn't know all this. Do you realize your mistakes? This blunder of yours is punishable by death. Evelyn shed tears as she thought back to the first time she and Davis met. She didn't want this marriage, but he fell for her. She couldn't help but admit that she involuntarily seduced him with her charm. Since you don't want this marriage and we can't go back on our word, you will tell your father that you have no interest and will obediently back out. If you do that, I will allow you to live and marry the second prince when he grows up. What do you say? As if granting her amnesty, Claire spoke up and harshly questioned her with a scrutinizing gaze. Evelyn froze, her eyes glared at the Empress with some hostility as something suddenly broke in her mind. I'd rather kill myself than obey your tainted words. What? You dare to disrespect us? Claire stood up with a ferocious expression on her face. Evelyn chucked slightly and sneered. Since I know that I'm going to die, what do I have to fear? You. Claire made a disgruntled face but was secretly happy with Evelyn's performance so far. Normally, a woman who had wished for power would have settled with her proposal after being threatened with death, but with Evelyn, Claire could see her resolve to be with Davis. This is why I didn't wish to be married to the royal family. You are all full of yourselves that you even dare propose me to marry the second prince when I wholeheartedly love Davis. What assurance do I have that you people will not harm my child when I have one? Claire raised her brows in astonishment. She really thought ahead of her future. After that, she turned her head towards Logan as if asking what kind of family did he have. Logan smiled wryly and raised his palm a little, indicating that she had gone too far and should stop testing her right now. Claire pouted as she felt bad, but she wanted to make sure that she was the right woman for her son. She sighed a little and questioned, do you truly love him, without any deceit and schemes? I love him with all my heart, and no matter what, you people can't change that. Evelyn replied. Her tone was forceful, which indicated that even if they tortured her, she wouldn't change her thoughts. Suddenly a voice laughed as if clearing the tension in the throne hall away. Ha ha ha, she passed the test, right? It was Logan who was silent all this time. Fortunately, yes. If she didn't, then I would have killed her myself. Claire let out a huge sigh and smiled warmly at her. Evelyn stood there dumbfounded by the turn of events. Her mind rapidly worked to understand the current situation. Test. She passed the test. Killed if she didn't pass. She finally realized what she had been put through and muttered in a bewildered tone, I was being tested. Of course you were. I can now see why my son chose you. Having been reminded of Davis, Evelyn thought back to what he said before coming in. Haha, it will be fine. My mom, the Empress, has already decided on you. Just make sure you don't make her angry for some reason. I'll do as you say. Her face turned red from embarrassment as she remembered his advice. She knew that she was going to be tested, but isn't this way too much, she thought as she bit her lips. Her grievance from the accusation wasn't small after all. Claire got up from her seat and flew to her. All right, I'm sorry to have made you go through with this, but your actions clearly do not conform with your thoughts. I still do not understand how much you love him, nor do I know what made you love him. That's why I had no choice but to test you harshly. Hearing that, Evelyn wryly smiled. It's your son's fault for confusing my feelings. Haha, somehow I can't deny that. Isn't he quite unique? Claire asked proudly. Evelyn smiled but didn't reply. Her smile had a certain glow to it that said that he was quite unique to her. Regaining her bearings, she hurriedly said, I apologize for being rude to you, my Empress. Claire suddenly felt even worse to have had her maid go through this ordeal. It's fine. It was my fault for being rude in the first place. Don't be so distant, come on, quickly call me mother-in-law. Caught off guard, Evelyn stuttered as she quickly uttered, mother-in-law. Claire hurriedly hugged her. Good. Quickly greet your father-in-law. Father-in-law, Evelyn called out while hugging Claire. Logan nodded at her acknowledgement and felt satisfied as well, but his face was solemn. I hope you really forgive your mother-in-law, as she had experienced too many betrayals in her short lifetime. That's why she wanted to make sure that her son's bride will be loyal to him. Hearing that the Empress has suffered from betrayals, she couldn't help but take a look at Claire's face one more time. I understand. I won't take any offense, neither will I hold much resentment against you. Furthermore, I apologize for sticking my nose into the revolving core stage's secret. Laughing gently, Claire replied, haha, you don't have to apologize for it. I knew it was my son who decided to trust you and tell you about it. I also knew what kind of a person you are. After all, I've been keeping tabs on you for all this time. I'm being monitored. Evelyn's smile froze when she heard that. Claire laughed as she patted her shoulders. Ha, you believed that. I was just kidding. Anyway, you don't have to look down on yourself anymore. Raise your self-esteem and become a worthy bride for my son. I'll try my best. Evelyn nodded and felt awkward at the sudden change of events. First, she was accused of seducing the prince. Second, she was told that she was being tested. Third, they then told her that she passed and should work towards to being a genuine bride. The whole change of events was too fast for her to process that she had no choice but to continue with the flow of events. That said, she was happy with the results as she had managed to get her in-law's acknowledgement. Claire smiled at her reply and was suddenly reminded of a certain thing. As an apology for my actions before, I'll tell you about something that even my son hasn't realized yet. Evelyn showed interest at the mention of him. Is it about me? Claire giggled at her curious face and replied, it's not about you, but it's certainly related to your future. Evelyn's face was one of confusion. Related to my future. You should be wary of that girl who is always with my son. A silhouette appeared in her mind who always looked at her with an unexplainable gaze. Elia, boom. Suddenly an explosion resounded out as it shook the whole royal castle. Logan and Claire's expression turned heavy and their pupils dilated as they shuddered when they felt the wave of soul energy which brushed past them. Evelyn fainted as she felt the soul energy brush past her, but was supported by Claire before she could collapse. What was that? Logan asked as he looked at a direction. Part of the royal castle has collapsed. Claire's eyes widened as Logan flew over to that direction. Logan hurriedly extended his soul sense to find out the powerful intruder, while Claire rushed off in an incredible speed to her chambers, wanting to protect her children. A few seconds passed before they arrived at their separate destinations. Claire felt relieved on seeing Edward being safe but fainted. She quickly carried him and located Clara and Diana with her soul sense as she promptly headed to their direction without wasting a single second. Logan half-kneeled in front of the collapsed part of the royal castle. His eyes were narrowed, and the soul pressure he was facing made him unable to stand up with his 2 feet. He raised his face to look at the scene which he was unable to process with his knowledge. A little girl strangled Davis with a single hand as he was lifted up into the air. Who are you? Davis shouted hoarsely as his neck was strangled. Me, you don't need to know that, you lowly swine. All you need to know is that your fate ends here. Davis's eyes trembled as his face contorted in pain. He suddenly grinned with difficulty. I want to see you dare kill me in the presence of my master. A few minutes earlier before Logan arrived at the scene. Honestly, I don't know how to speak with her anymore. She couldn't make it any clearer that she loves me. If I still don't realize that, then I'm freaking dense as a rock. Besides, how dare she runs away while we're talking and leaves me hanging there like a fool. Her courage has grown greatly since the time of the Grand Sea Continent meet. Davis kept complaining incessantly at her actions, but at the same time, he had a faint smile on his face that said he couldn't still help but care about her. He kept walking towards her assigned residence as he reminisced about their time together in these 3 years. So sorry, master, I am called Elia. Me Miss Elia. Your lowly servant doesn't require that much of an honorific, my prince. Anything but that. I'll accept any punishments. Please punish this lowly one. Sigh, that timid little girl grew up to be a tigress. When I first met her, she wasn't even able to form a proper sentence when she spoke in front of me. And now I'm the one who is getting berated by her. Laughing wryly, he continued to contemplate. This is certainly a quick growth which is quite impossible for a child, but the foundation for a person's personality gets established in their childhood. I guess it isn't a stretch to say that her change in personality is possible for her age group. Wait, could it be that she had reached puberty and had her first period that it drove her mad? Countless possibilities raced through his mind as he thought of the reason for her weird actions. He finally reached in front of her residence and stood in front of the door. Sigh, let's just ask her by myself and be done with this mess. He muttered to himself as he knocked on the door, then shouted, Elia, I'm sorry if I have done anything wrong. Just open the door so we could discuss and come to an understanding. A few seconds passed before he tried to open the door after seeing that she didn't reply. It opened. She didn't lock the door. He pushed the door and looked inside. She's cultivating. Confusion was visible on his face as he quickly went up to her. Elia sat in a lotus position as she cultivated. Her face was still stained with 2 lines of tears. Elia, Elia, Elia. He tried calling her, but she still didn't stop cultivating. Holy smokes. Did she seal up her 5 senses? Is she that mad at me? Davis scratched his head as he muttered wryly. Sigh, didn't I tell her to wait a little more until I can find some resources which will enable us to develop a first-level core? Is this her way of getting revenge on me? He worriedly asked himself, as he felt bad for making her behave like this. Suddenly, undulations fluctuated around Elia, as the surrounding heaven and earth energy condensed into a semi-liquid form and entered through her pores over her fair yet pale skin. The energy all traveled in her meridian pathway, leading towards her dantian. Davis narrowed his eyes. She's condensing her core. Why is she hastily cultivating? Even if she wanted to get back on me, she could have waited until I get the required resources. An eerie laugh echoed in his mind. He noticed the death book's voice but thought that it was just laughing at him. Isn't she forming her revolving core in the dantian too fast? He instantly noticed the peculiar situation and shouted involuntarily, Elia, calm down and cultivate slowly. However, when he instantly realized that she couldn't hear him, he clenched his fists. Tusk, she can't hear me. It's no use. After this, he felt that he could only pray to the heavens for her to not make a mistake and encounter cultivation deviation as a result. A few seconds passed before the surrounding atmosphere turned tranquil as the heaven and earth energy silently dispersed, as if its dense presence was never there in the first place. Elia's small figure sat in a cross-legged position. Her entire silhouette remained the same, pretty and adorable, however, she faintly seemed different. Abruptly, Davis felt a vague chill while looking at her. He subconsciously stepped back before he grit his teeth and went forward. Elia, are you fine? He reached out his hand and placed it on her shoulders. Elia's eyelids trembled. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at him, but a confused expression could be seen on her face. Suddenly, tears formed in her eyes as her expression changed. Sorry, I messed up. Davis abruptly felt his knees go weak. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Danger. Sacred Soul Shield. Boom. The area collapsed as enormous waves of pure soul force exploded out from her body, painting the whole place with blinding light. Rubbles, debris that was at least of peak-level Earth-grade quality, flew all over the area as the place looked as if it was struck by a meteor. The whole royal castle was still intact, but the place where the explosion occurred had a spherical chunk of it taken away. Davis felt like he was going to die when he got hit with that pure soul force wave. His face contorted in pain, while his barrier didn't even last a second before breaking into bits, which made his soul force grow awry. He felt a stinging pain in his glabella, which made him shut his eyes as he grimaced. When he finally opened his eyes, he felt that his head was swelling with the pain that stemmed from his soul. His clothes were absolutely tattered from the explosion. Tilting his head to the side, he saw Elia floating in the air with her mouth wide open, as if she was suffering from excruciating pain. Formless soul force swelled around her as it entered into her body, creating a space of vacuum which isolated her screams. What is happening? Davis shouted atop his lungs, but his voice was hoarse, which made it unable to reach anyone's ears. He could sense her soul force increasing rapidly like a flood that had been released by a dam. He couldn't make head or tails of the situation, including her status, but one thing he was sure of was to knock her unconscious before something untoward might happen to her. Focusing on gathering every bit of energy in his body, he prepared to move while he planned to break through that space of vacuum. Piercing sacred lance. Boom. Elia, piercing through the vacuum with his face contorted in a grimace, he headed towards her frail floating body as he frantically shouted. Suddenly, the world inside his eyes came to a standstill as his neck was strangled by a frail hand. His eyes went wide at the present sight presented before him. At this moment, his eyes registered a girl who had pale skin black hair that was tinged with a few strands of white. Her eyebrows were pure white, and her facial structure was the same as Elia's, pretty and adorable. She lifted him up as she looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Her snow-white eyes induced a bone-chilling coldness in his heart. At the next moment, Davis swiftly realized that the person flying in front of him wasn't Elia anymore. Who are you? Davis shouted, but his voice echoed hoarsely with his neck being strangled by her. He felt his power being restrained and realized that he was simply being suppressed by her soul pressure. This made him unable to use soul force to a great degree. Me, you don't need to know that, you lowly swine. All you need to know is that your fate ends here, replied the snow-white girl with an icy demeanor. Her cold eyes seemed to have the gaze of a person who wanted to kill. Davis's eyes trembled as his face contorted in pain. He suddenly grinned with difficulty. I doubly want to see you dare kill me in the presence of my master. Arrogance. Her snow-white eyes glowed as the words left her mouth. Her hand, which held his neck, suddenly grew bright, and a wave of letters formed around her wrists. Whoosh. The swirling letters suddenly erupted and transformed into a beam of light that shot towards him. The beam of light entered his glabella and transformed into chains of light. Davis suddenly felt as if he was submerged in the mud and felt his mind going blank and dull. The next second he felt his conscience return, and the feeling of being submerged in the mud disappeared. The snow-white girl looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze for a while before some icy words escaped her mouth. Consider yourself lucky for now. I'll return to kill you when I get my cultivation back. Her cold eyes suddenly turned cautious as she spread out her soul sense. Her eyes darted left and right if she were searching for someone. Davis fell and started to have a coughing fit from having his neck released by her. The snow-white girl opened her mouth and spoke in an indifferent tone. Which expert is protecting this scumbag? Davis coughed heavily after being called a scumbag. He didn't know what he did to this existence to be called a scumbag. It was as if this existence held an enormous amount of hate for him. But after all this, he couldn't help but get really angry with her actions. Initially, he kept his anger suppressed, as he knew this unknown existence could be using Elia's body to kill him, but he couldn't control himself anymore after being strangled and called a scumbag. Who are you, scumbag? What did I do to deserve being called like this? Davis shouted as he continuously coughed. The snow-white girl didn't seem to listen to his words, but narrowed her eyes before continued in a cold tone, silence. Fine with me. I expect you to do the same when I return to kill this scumbag. Davis tried to stand up but was inadvertently suppressed by her vigorous soul force. I assume that your silence in this matter means a vivid yes, then I hope you don't regret it later on. What, you ask? About the fact that you missed the perfect opportunity to kill me. The uncanny laughter of the snow-white girl echoed throughout the area. Davis abruptly stood up and staggered, but the moment he looked in her direction, he stared at nothing but an empty space. She disappeared, narrowing his eyes. He looked left and right and realized the pressure on him had disappeared. It left a completely bad taste in his mind, as he was totally ignored and one-sidedly crushed to the ground. However, more than that, that entity had taken away Elia's body. Davis. At that moment, Logan, who had been suppressed by the soul force, quickly made his way to him. Davis looked at his father, who had a solemn expression on his face. Logan stood beside him as he held his shoulders. What exactly happened? Shaking his head, Davis replied as he felt his headache, I don't know. Elia suddenly turned into a nonsense-spewing white witch after she experienced a breakthrough and disappeared. Logan became taken aback before he hurriedly checked Davis's injuries. Are you injured? I'm fine, but my soul is injured. I'll go back to the study to recuperate, Davis replied as he heaved a rather painful sigh. He felt saddened at Elia's disappearance, and to further worsen it, he still had no idea of what really happened to Elia. How can an unknown existence suddenly take over her? Even if some existence intruded into the royal castle, shouldn't he be its prime target? The unknown existence is female, hence she chose Elia rather than me. All right, make sure to heal yourself completely, Logan uttered as he checked his surroundings, but if one carefully looked at him, they could see that he was trembling slightly. Davis could tell that he was quite shaken from the events that had happened just now. He couldn't blame him because the pressure he experienced had frightened the soul out of him as well. The pressure that Snow White girl let out was quite intimidating, to say the least. Father, there's no need to worry. She left, but didn't cause any causalities. Logan looked at him and finally heaved a sigh of relief before widening his eyes incredulously. You're right, but how did she? Wait, did you say Elia? How did she gain that much power? Davis became taken aback as he mused. Was he that cautious when he came here? He must be scouring with his soul sense the entire royal capital right now. I don't know. It might be because she was possessed by some unknown existence. The only matter I'm sure of is that body is undoubtedly Elia's. Davis said as he gritted his teeth. Anger surged in his eyes as he thought of Elia's innocent smile and tender eyes turning into a cold one. Walking away silently, he headed to the study while Claire arrived at the scene before she started to investigate. Equal. A day passed before things turned calm, but at that moment, a certain piece of news exploded in the royal capital. The Highline slave traders had been exterminated, Davis questioned as his pupils flickered. Claire nodded her head. More than 10,000 people who belong to it are dead. Witnesses say that they saw a little girl with black and white hair flying around the headquarters of the Highline slave traders. He narrowed his eyes as he thought, strange, isn't the headquarters of Highline slave traders the place where Elia grew up? They were the ones who auctioned off Elia. Seeing his expression, Claire confirmed his thoughts. But it doesn't make any sense. Don't tell me that the one who possessed Elia wanted to help her get revenge. If that is so, then why did she try to kill me? David had a frustrated look on his face. Yesterday, after he had returned to the study, he questioned Deathbook, but it was not at all willing to answer. It said that it was only willing to tell when he reaches the next level in soul-forging cultivation. On top of that, even if he had wanted to confront with the possessed Elia, it was not possible as he was overwhelmingly weak in front of her soul-forging cultivation. What if it turns out to be the same case as you? Claire suddenly asked with a concerned expression on her face. Same case as me. Instantly, he thought of his origin and how he came to this world, a transmigrator. He quickly erased the thought and looked at her. Claire was also looking back at him as they came to an understanding and said at the same time, a reincarnator. Davis instantly stood up as he banged the table. It all freaking makes sense. All the weird and suspicious actions that Elia did before was undoubtedly under the influence of her previous incarnation. His eyes glowed as he became 50% sure of his speculation. He then widened his eyes as he clutched his head. Elia mentioned that she had been experiencing nightmares for about a month. I am an idiot. If I had just listened to her problems, then I should have been able to do something about it. Pa, Claire slightly slapped him with an angry expression on her face, bringing him out of his self-blame session. Don't be so arrogant. Your master might have noticed but didn't do anything to stop her previous incarnation from taking over her body. What makes you think you could have done something about it? Davis went silent as he couldn't rebuke his mother's statement. Leave her. Claire's expression became serious. But mother, no way. Davis instantly rejected as he shook his head and stepped back. Claire also shook her head hurriedly. I'm not asking you to leave her permanently. I'm asking you to become strong with the help of your master. Once you have enough strength, you can save her then if it is possible. Davis nodded blankly. He heard his mother. All right, I'll do as mother says. Claire then hurriedly embraced him. Good child. She looked at his calm face, but she knew that he must have taken a huge blow by not being able to save Elia. She had been not able to save her father all this time, so she knew the pain of not being able to save their loved ones. Claire caressed his head as she tried to comfort him. Davis stayed silent as he thought about what he could have done in that scenario, but nothing came to his mind. The death book wouldn't provide him with any help unless he broke through, but to break through, He needed to kill the emperors who had a good relationship with him. At that moment, he got a sudden urge to kill them to make himself powerful, but feeling the warmth from his mother's embrace, he slightly shook his head as he dissolved that thought. It felt like he was stranded in an island all alone by himself without any help, except he was bathing in the warm sunlight which mended his soul to an extent. Suddenly, he felt his soul and heart beating in resonance. It was as if they were syncing in harmony. He felt as if he were floating in the warm sky. He saw a golden light floating in the airspace above him. He felt like he had to grab it no matter what, but when he tried, he couldn't move his body. The feeling of harmony disappeared, and he was back in his mother's embrace. He removed her hands and looked at her in confusion. "What?" Claire asked as he looked at his confused face. Davis then explained it to her on what he had felt like just now. As he was explaining, Claire's expression changed midway into astonishment before later turning into excitement. Claire hurriedly held his shoulders and shouted excitedly, "Davis, you must have almost comprehended the heart intent." "Heart intent? Is it like sword intent?" With a curious face, he questioned. He hadn't read about this so-called heart intent before. It is not like those intents. It is mysterious and ethereal. Ancient texts recorded that those who have comprehended the heart intent could see through the hearts of people. Hearing the uses its power, Davis thought that this intent was close to the truth eyes of Clara. It has no offensive power. He then questioned what he needed was an offensive ability right now, not a supportive ability. Of course it has, but not on the first level. You will be even able to influence the hearts of people, convince them to change their ways or make them work for you. Davis widened his eyes in astonishment. This is better than placing soul seals on people and turning them into a puppet. Besides, writing the name of some people might make them my slaves, but later kills them inevitably. This heart intent is way better. Mother, quickly tell me on how to comprehend the heart intent. Davis held her hands and excitedly asked. Claire wryly laughed. The ancient texts I read did not mention the method to comprehend the heart intent. All it did mention was that it depends on the person and their insights. What? So vague. Davis's face changed into one of disappointment. It can't be helped. After all, it said that it was enigmatic and cannot be comprehended unless you receive an epiphany, Claire said as she smiled slightly. Suddenly, his saddened face froze. Claire noticed it and couldn't help but worry. What happened? His frozen face turned incomparably jubilant as he grinned. I feel like I'm going to experience breakthrough. Claire's expression also turned jubilant as she added, even though you failed to comprehend heart intent, it must have helped you to gain the momentum to break through the next level. Davis kept nodding his head. Finally, he could ask questions and get answers from the death book. Quick, concentrate on breaking through. Don't let this chance escape, Claire said as she went out of his study. Davis hurriedly sat in the lotus position and concentrated on breaking through the next level. Claire was outside the study. She waited for him to succeed as worry was visible on her face. An hour had passed before Davis walked out of the study. He had a smile on his face, blazing with confidence, which ultimately indicated that he had successfully experienced a breakthrough. Claire looked at him and became quite satisfied to see him regain his previous calm mental state. Congratulations on breaking through to the mid-level adult soul stage, my son. Hee, Davis chuckled as he looked at his mother's proud expression. Now don't get so arrogant and try to do something about Elia, you're still too weak. Claire reminded him. She did not want to have her son die in vain. I know, Davis replied calmly as he thought about the conversation with the death book after he broke through to the mid-level adult soul stage. Equal. A few minutes ago. Resplendent white light shone brightly, while the space around Davis turned incomparably misty as it shrouded the room. Davis opened his eyes and felt stronger and pure. He suddenly thought of something but didn't ask. Instead, he tried asking what he wanted to know the most. Now that I've achieved a breakthrough, I believe that you will now answer my questions. A crispy voice echoed in his mind. Well, I thought you will take some time to break through the next level, but who would have thought that you will encounter some luck? This ruined the fun for me as I wanted to keep you in the dark for some more time. Replying coldly, Davis's face lit up with a slight grin. How embarrassing. Looks like you can even predict my next actions after being with me for so many years. It doesn't matter though, I just want to know everything that had happened to Elia. I won't let you say no for an answer. It laughed crisply and replied, Boy, I'll keep up my words. You don't have to worry about it, then say it. Davis grunted in annoyance and anticipation. All right then, listen carefully, echoed the voice as it chuckled lightly. Davis nodded. He focused on its voice. Your lovely little friend is possessed. Davis's face stiffened. What? Then was my guess wrong? He thought Elia was a reincarnator, probably an old female cultivator who had experienced life, so he had thought of convincing her somehow to come back to him. A displeased voice echoed in his mind. Don't interrupt me. I told you to listen carefully. Davis then nodded lightly. He had no choice but to follow its instructions as he wanted to know the truth behind Elia's transformation. She was indeed possessed, but the one who possessed her might be her previous incarnation from what I've seen so far. then went silent. Davis, who had been listening to it, suddenly realized that it was waiting for him to ask a question. So you mean to say that Elia is not the reincarnator? Glad you asked, she isn't. Her previous incarnation is the one who reincarnated in her body. So basically, the one who possessed Elia is an invader, who is totally compatible with the vessel, which is Elia's body. He turned silent, but had a smile on his face as he continued listening. Your Elia is still somewhere locked in her own soul sea. Her consciousness might have been sealed or imprisoned by her previous incarnation. Hey, what are you smiling at? Davis chuckled as he thought of something funny. No, I was just thinking that if I should convince her to let Elia go and make her my friend as well if. Oh, sounds interesting. It laughed before its voice turned angry. I can't wait to see you try that and get your head chopped off. Haha, are you fucking stupid? Davis became dumbfounded because he didn't think that it would get this angry. Is it even capable of having emotions? He had wanted to say that if the previous incarnation was obedient, then he wasn't averse to giving her a chance since he was also in a similar kind of situation. He shook his head and replied with a chuckle, I was just kidding. Harumphing in a cold voice, the death book replied, Kid, it was pretty boring, but I liked your cold personality when you were in the third layer. Did you get soft and cozy while you were playing family all this while? It would be a real pity if your fake family were to suddenly die for no reason. Laughing creepily in a crisp voice, it sneered. Shut your mouth. Davis expressed his anger with an enraged expression on his face. For a moment, he felt like destroying this death book even though he possibly couldn't. As if mocking him with a sneer, Death Book's voice echoed again. Honestly, did you think that girl who possessed Elia let you go? If it weren't for me who dissolved her slave seal which she cast on you, you would have been slaving for her right now. If it weren't for my power which made her believe that some expert is protecting you, she wouldn't have left. Instead, she would have slaughtered you and your whole family. Its voice then sounded exasperated, and here you are shouting that you want to make friends with her. What? Is this one of those comics you read back in the third layer? Davis's emotions turned complicated. Why is it worrying for me suddenly? Does it want me dead or alive? Clearing his mind, he asked with a confused expression on his face, what do you want me to do then? Are you blind? You should have written her name on me the moment she glared at you with hostility. It replied in an incensed tone, but her soul-forging cultivation was higher than mine. I couldn't see her name with the death god eyes. Davis rebutted as he already thought about using his death god eyes on her at that time. However, he was even hard-pressed to use his soul under her enormous soul pressure. Davis suddenly turned confused. Write that girl's name. Shaking his head, he answered, I don't understand. If I'm correct, then the little girl's previous incarnation should have used a forbidden cultivation technique that was against the laws of the heavens or perhaps encountered a mishap, while cultivating that forbidden technique causing both of their souls to be interconnected together. One needs the other, or they won't be able to live. That's why I mentioned that your Elia's consciousness might have been sealed or imprisoned, not killed. Davis narrowed his eyes as the realization hit him. You want me to kill Elia? That's what I'm trying to convey all this time, it sighed. Its voice sounded as if it was talking to a slow learner. Davis raised his hand and pointed at his glabella. I won't do it. I'm not a cold-hearted bastard like you who only cares about death. Besides, your speculation might not be entirely correct. Oh, what if I said that I have over 90 confidence in my speculation? It raised its voice in interest and questioned. And I'll believe that remaining 10. Davis gritted his teeth and answered its question. It went silent for a moment before its displeased voice echoed in his mind. HMPH, don't blame me for not reminding you. It's your choice, I won't. Davis nodded his head calmly. He then remembered something. Who said I saved you specifically? I and your soul are bound together. If she had placed a slave seal on you, wouldn't that mean that I would also be her slave? It will be an insult that I cannot stand for. Oh, Davis said as he nodded his head rapidly. Is it my imagination, or is it possibly acting like what you call it, a tsundere? Davis thought and felt disgusted. He hurriedly cleared away his thoughts and deemed that it was his imagination. Well, you still have 2 more questions to ask. Are you not going to ask? Contemplating for a moment, he replied, I'll keep those 2 important opportunities in reserve. Are you not going to ask for cultivation techniques? It asked again as if it was tempting him. Even if I did, I probably wouldn't have the resources to cultivate it. He replied calmly and chuckled. It went silent before replying a moment later. You've suddenly become bright. Davis smiled and stood up. He then left the study to meet his mother, who had been waiting for an hour outside to see him succeed in breaking through. I've decided to stay away from her previous incarnation until I grow strong enough to get Elia back. Davis strongly responded as he came out of his thoughts. Claire smiled as she could see that he was not only optimistic about it, but the worry that had been plaguing him has disappeared from his eyes. Oh, I forgot to mention. Evelyn's father, Duke Evan Calden, came to take her away today. She waited for you the whole time, but seeing that you were busy and injured, she left without saying anything. Davis's expression became blank as he suddenly felt like SH'd. He was so lost in the matter of Elia that he totally forgot about Evelyn. He raised his hands and facepalmed himself while he immersed himself in self-blame again. Is she injured? He asked softly. His voice was filled with self-blame. Claire shook her head no, she had just fainted at that time. Other than that, she is fine. How about the others? Davis asked without relaxing. Everyone is safe, no injuries, except the royal castle only had a small part of it destroyed. Smiling brightly, she patted his shoulders, which seemed to carry some burdens. I'm sorry. Mother, it's all my fault. Claire was confused, but she responded, if you think so, then make it up to us by taking good care of Evelyn. Realizing her words, he looked at her in wonder. Does that mean you approve of her? Yes. Unfortunately, I said some harsh things while testing her. Later, I explained to her that it was just a test. Although it might take some time for her to. Claire abruptly shut her mouth as she couldn't stand his cold glare anymore. Davis's expression gradually turned cold while he kept glaring at her. I'm sorry, Claire answered as she lowered her head. Her voice couldn't get any meeker than now. Sigh, I'm not blaming you, Mother. I know you did it for me. It's just that the timing couldn't be any worse. It's like the entire world is scheming against me. Davis let out an exasperated sigh. She wanted to say something but couldn't form the right words. Laughing at himself, Davis continued, I haven't even gone to your world, but I'm getting hit with misfortune. I couldn't help but think the curse which had plagued me in my previous life is still with me. Claire stayed silent. She felt all the more guilty for harshly treating Evelyn. Leave it, this isn't something new. Misfortune follows me all the way until I die, it won't change. Claire couldn't understand his thoughts about his previous life, but seeing her son blaming himself, she couldn't help but ask, Davis, are you giving up? Davis looked at her and laughed, of course not. I know myself better than anyone guess. I just wanted to share it with someone, and actually, now that I have divulged my thoughts, I feel a lot better. Claire warmly smiled at him. If it can make you feel better, I am always ready to listen to your problems. It's almost time if I don't leave now. I can't make it to Shirley's birthday celebration. Evelyn should be getting ready too, Davis replied as he thought about his next endeavor. She nodded, all right, take care. If you encounter that reincarnated Elia, escape at all costs or call your master for aid. You don't need to be embarrassed. Davis chuckled and returned to his study while Claire left. He changed his clothes and prepared a few things before he left the royal castle after bidding farewell to his family. Standing in front of the Calden Manor, Davis looked up at the gates. He wore black imperial robes which had golden dragons etched onto it. His wide-sleeve cuffs were embroidered with golden threads. He stood there as he waited for only a few seconds. Crowds started forming around him as soon as they spotted his luxurious clothing. They looked at him like he was some sort of idol. Isn't this a little bit overkill? He asked himself as he received the numerous admiring gazes. He did wear a little over-the-top luxurious clothes. I once saw him years ago. Look how handsome he has grown up to be. A woman on the side had her eyes glowing as she feasted on his appearance. Sadly, we can't even talk to him. If I could even have him notice me, my life will not be in vain. Another woman beside her who looked beautiful spoke as she sighed. You too don't even dream about that. You will be killed if some of the fanatics find about it. A male voice echoed behind them. The two of them both shut up as they knew about the fanatics of the first prince. The male voice then continued, speaking of those fanatics, I wonder how they will feel about young Mistress Evelyn Calden. I don't know, maybe they will just die of jealousy, replied the beautiful woman as she raised her brows. The man then nodded and replied, I also think the same. Did you hear about the rumor yesterday? I heard that the Calden family's young mistress was called to the royal castle and returned a day later after the royal castle exploded. Some kind of fight must have happened. Could it be that the first prince had taken her virginity during her stay in the royal castle, leading her father to arrive and take her back angrily? That could be the case now that I think about it. The woman who first spoke uttered with envy. The three of their imagination ran wild when suddenly a shout startled them to death. You. Stop spreading rumors. Davis pointed at the women who looked beautiful. That woman froze and fainted as she thought he noticed me. The other two hurriedly picked her up and ran away. Davis stopped pointing his hand and clasped hands behind his back. Holy SH'd. What kind of rumors are they even spreading about? I took her virginity. Ridiculous. Although he thought that, his expression said otherwise. His face was flushed with a healthy smile on his face which just dazzled the crowd even more. Move aside. Move aside. Guards hurriedly ran in front of Davis as they kneeled. The head guard bowed his head. Please come inside our Calden family's manor, Your Highness. Davis complied and headed inside the gates. He knew it was their job to kneel and give respect, so he didn't care about it anymore. Neither did he want to change their established ways. In fact, he just stopped caring about it altogether. As he walked inside, various people ranging from the young to the elders bowed as he walked past them. Nearing the main hall, he saw a bunch of elders who stood up at the sight of him. They hurriedly came in front of him and bowed. An elder spoke out, Greetings, Crown Prince. Please excuse us for not coming to welcome you in person. We were in a family meeting, so it took some time for us to come out to greet you. Davis nodded and didn't say anything. He didn't care whether it was intentional or not. He only came here to receive Evelyn. A few minutes passed as he casually exchanged formal words with them before a middle-aged man showed up. Dressed in dark blue robes, he looked fair and handsome while his long green hair reached waist length. Before that middle-aged man could come closer, Davis bowed slightly and clasped his hands. Greetings, father-in-law. He didn't feign ignorance, but expressed his willingness to marry his daughter. The middle-aged man was called Evan Calden, and he took care of the family matters in the Calden family. Evan Calden, on hearing Davis's words, laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, good, good, my Calden family is blessed. Just when Davis opened his mouth to speak, he was interrupted. That silly lass is getting dressed up as we speak. Haha, she suddenly took extra effort when she heard that you were coming over to pick her up personally. Davis smiled on hearing that and thought, looks like she didn't take offense at my mother's words. Heaving a sigh of relief, he felt relaxed. Evan Calden suddenly hesitated for a moment before he spoke up. Crown Prince Davis, as the father of the bride, I would like to personally talk with you. Is that okay? Davis was taken aback. Of course, if it's personal, then it can't be helped. After that, they both headed to a room that was vacant. Sorry for the trouble. After heading into the room, Evan Calden apologized. It wasn't, what is the matter, father-in-law? Davis made him go straight to the point. This all I ask is that you take good care of my daughter. He bowed his head as he asked solemnly. Davis hurriedly stopped his father-in-law from bowing down. That's no need to worry about that. That goes without saying. He felt ashamed as he thought that his father-in-law's aim in calling him alone was to gain some benefits, but didn't think it was for his daughter. Evan Calden looked at him and spoke in a gratified tone. I'm glad you think that way, but love is like a poison. Once you get tired of her, you might one day lock her away in a lonely residence. Davis turned silent. What is this man talking about? He couldn't understand why was he worried about this in the first place. You are meant to be an emperor one day, and whether you wish or not, you will be involuntarily forced to make your own harem. All I ask is at that time, please give her some special attention. That lass didn't even get to meet her mother during this lifetime. Davis understood. Ah, this man had totally mispredicted my future. After all, I won't become an emperor. He then nodded with a perplexed expression on his face. He didn't want to correct his misunderstanding, nor did he want to spend much time on changing his mind. I'm sure that you will understand once you grow up. Looking at his perplexed face, Evan Calden said as he smiled lightly. Davis nodded. Just when he tried to go out naturally, the door opened and blue-colored slippers which were embroidered with colorful patterns stepped in, displaying a pale white leg. Evelyn stood there with a mesmerizing smile on her face. She wore a pure black silky robe that was transparent at certain parts that accentuated her perfectly shaped body. Her wrists were covered with expensive golden-colored bangles, and her legs were slightly visible through the intersection of her skirt. Davis looked at her and froze slightly at her revealing and not-so-revealing clothes. The transparent parts of her black silky robe were underneath her neck, her shoulder blade, her wrists, and her waist. He gulped and looked up at her beautiful face. She had such fair skin, combined with her perfectly sculptured pure black eyes, adorned with lovely eyelashes, small nose, and tender lips. She looked like a fallen angel to him. Her long green hair reached till her waist while she left some bangs covering her forehead. Davis rubbed his eyes and thought he was looking at another woman for a moment. Is this what you call a total image change? Davis asked himself as he wasn't sure of what to think anymore. Evan looked at the two of them and laughed in his heart. He silently left, leaving the two of them to be alone. Davis looked at her and sighed. He moved his gaze away and looked at her again. He kept repeating this process until Evelyn opened her mouth while giggling happily. Look at you, so funny. Davis hid his eyes with his hands and replied as he looked up. You look absolutely gorgeous. It's already late. Should we leave? Davis asked as he grinned. Yes, she replied excitedly. It would be her first adventure, and what's more, it was with the person she preferred. He then extended his hand as he looked at her eyes. Seeing him extend his hand, Evelyn was momentarily surprised. She then smiled lightly and took his hand. The moment she took his hand, Davis felt as if his hands were covered by a soft layer of warmness. He smiled back and led her to the main hall before bidding farewell to her family. He explained to them that he would be traveling alone with Evelyn during this travel, and no guards would be accompanying them. All of them nodded and accepted because they knew how strong he was. In fact, they were expecting something more to happen during this travel. The elders were anxious while the young ones were jealous for various reasons. They stood together when they bid farewell. He was 1.5 million tall and she was almost 1.7 million tall. There was not much of a difference between their heights, except that she looked a little taller. Evelyn felt shy while holding his hands, but she kept holding it and didn't let him go. Partly because she felt that their ages were 10 years apart, and partly because she felt it to be ridiculous to be this close to him when they haven't even married yet. They left the mansion while looking forward to the short journey that was near. In the outskirts of the royal capital, far away from the northern gates, in a wide road that headed to the northwest direction, which eventually led to some nearby kingdom, there was only a little than a month's time left. If they maintained this pace, they would not make it in time. Of course not, Davis replied as he chuckled. Evelyn smiled and giggled, half believing and half dubious at his words. Haha, I'm just kidding, look there, Davis said as he pointed above. Evelyn looked up and narrowed her eyes. The brimming light from the sky blinded her vision. A moment later, she focused and saw a flying silhouette soaring above the sky, through the clouds. Davis whistled loudly and waved his hands. The flying silhouette suddenly plummeted down at an incredible speed. Just when it was 20 meters away from crashing onto the ground, it extended its barbed wings and managed to propel itself above and vastly slowed down the fall before it landed on the ground as it kept flapping its wings. It was 20 million long, and its whole body was black and dark blue in color. Its back was sculpted with razor-sharp spikes, and its tail was barbed at the middle and sharp as a knife at the end. Its forehead had 2 long golden horns, and its face had razor-sharp teeth and a sharp tongue, combined with a small golden horn on its chin. It looked quite majestic. The Emperor's mount. Evelyn's eyes shot wide open by the time she managed to validate its appearance. He looked down and saw that he was still holding her hands. His face automatically turned into a smile. Yes, from the time he held her hands, he never let it go once. He passed the streets, past the gates, all the while as they kept receiving those different kinds of gazes. Most importantly, he indirectly wanted to say to his citizens that Evelyn was his woman. As he thought about what he had performed, he realized that he was quite possessive and stupid, but he felt an indescribable emotion burning in his heart, an emotion that he never felt before. "Can I touch it?" asked Evelyn, who was mesmerized by the majestic golden-horned wyvern. Looking at her curious face, he laughed. "Haha, I advise you to not do that. It's a spirit stage beast and might eat you since it doesn't know you. It's not even friendly to me either. It had just accepted to be my mount for this travel. Nothing more, nothing else." Evelyn turned pale when she heard that it will eat her and nervously nodded her head as she stepped back, but to him, it seemed cute. "Come on, let's go," he said as he tugged at her hands. He suddenly lifted her up in a princess carry and jumped towards the golden-horned wyvern's back, which held a saddle. Evelyn let out a squeal at the sudden turn of events and slightly blushed as she felt his warm hands hold her waist and thigh. When they landed on its back, the wyvern roared loudly and took off, not caring whether they were comfortable on its back or not. Davis and Evelyn suddenly lost their balance and rocked back and forth. By the time they managed to recover their balance, they both froze. As the golden-horned wyvern flapped its wings again, it flew towards the northwestern direction. On the back of its neck, the two of them hurriedly separated from each other. Its neck was wide, so there was enough space for both of them to sit side by side. "Sorry," Davis uttered hurriedly as he held his hands. Evelyn's blushed from shame as she hugged her twin peaks, making it even plushier. She replied in a feeble tone, "It's fine, that was an unavoidable," but went silent as she couldn't voice it out. Yes, it was an unavoidable accident. He hurriedly agreed with her, as he didn't want to make the situation go awry. Both of them went silent and looked away as their minds processed on what had just happened a moment ago. He absent-mindedly caressed his palms as he thought about the heavenly sensation that was still lingering from the time he grabbed her twin peaks. Suddenly, he noticed a gaze on him. He hurriedly withdrew his hands and smiled wryly at her blushing silhouette. There was an awkward silence between the two of them before Evelyn uttered something crazy. How was it?" By the time she finished asking the question, even her ears went red as an apple. His mind went dull abruptly as he looked at her heavily blushing appearance. His mind came back to him and he carelessly blurted out, "It was incredibly soft." Hearing his words and feeling his passionate gaze, Evelyn looked away. It was incredibly embarrassing for her to hear his outright declaration. At that moment, the mood turned silent again. Davis knew he officially K'd up. He clenched his fists and looked straight as he blamed it all on the golden-horned wyvern. The golden-horned wyvern suddenly looked back at him and grinned, showing off its razor-sharp teeth. It's not the golden-horned wyvern, it's the golden-horny wyvern," he shouted in his mind as he realized about the life it lived in the royal castle. It lived an incomparably lascivious life, as it mated with more than hundreds of female wyverns. A few moments of uncomfortable silence passed as Davis hurriedly thought of a matter to discuss. Suddenly, he remembered the matter that he put on the back of his head, as it might remind Evelyn of some unpleasant memories. Thinking that he has no choice but to distract her from the earlier event, he bit the bullet and jumped in. "Evelyn." "Yes." She jerked and looked back at him with an unexplainable, trembling gaze. With a concerned expression on his gaze, he said, "I hope you don't take it to heart on what my mother put you through before, huh? Oh, that I got over it after a day when I decided that I'll also use the same method to choose a bride for our son." Davis widened his eyes and mouth in utter shock. Evelyn froze, distracted by the previous event. She carelessly answered his question without taking the time to think thoroughly. And by the time she realized it, it was all too late. Evelyn turned to look away as she muttered hatefully, "Bully." Davis closed his mouth and looked straight as he smiled wryly. "I didn't say it." Things got more awkward. The golden-horned wyvern turned its head back again and looked at him before looking at Evelyn. It then sneered as it extended its tongue and waggled wildly. Davis fumed as he understood its message. "Bastard. It's telling me to go get a room." A white silhouette stood beside a tree as it looked at the golden-horned wyvern which flew into the horizon, carrying two people who were dressed extravagantly. It asked in a cold voice, "Are you satisfied?" No reply was heard, but it continued to talk. "The next time I meet that scumbag, his life will end right there." The green meadows swayed as the wind gently brushed past the wild silhouette, making it obscure. "If it weren't for you who pleaded for him, I would have killed him regardless if he's being protected or not." "You," the white silhouette's voice trembled. It then flicked its sleeves as it destroyed the surrounding meadows. "What do you find so special in him?" Its voice sounded irritated. "That trash has forgotten about you the moment he is with another woman." It sneered as it argued back. Harumphing in a cold voice, it questioned, "What do you know about men? I have lived for over 50 years, and I didn't find not one of them reliable and trustable." It looked around the area and uttered, "I don't want to stay here anymore. The only way to increase our power is to gain that immortal inheritance which he mentioned before to you." Nodding its head in agreement, it answered in a cold voice, "All right, I promise that I won't touch him, but that depends on him. If I see him again then, he will be dead without doubt." Davis and Evelyn's journey continued for about 3 weeks. During this time, they dropped by many towns and kingdoms. They were welcomed and treated extravagantly by all the people. They faced no hindrance as they were dressed luxuriously, symbolizing that they were from the royal family. Their journey was smooth without any trouble. Their relationship grew as they talked to each other, shared many of their past experiences, discussed about the world. Not only that, but there were many awkward and slightly amorous moments in their journey which made Evelyn's heart flutter as she experienced being a maiden in love. But to Davis, it was outright hell. He wanted to kiss her, but couldn't. He wanted to make her feel good, but couldn't. Halfway through the journey, he gave up as he cursed himself and the heavens for still having an adult-like mentality with the body of a child even though he looked like a teenager. It was like a limiter that disallowed him from taking the next step in their relationship. "I want to die," just when Davis muttered listlessly. Evelyn suddenly shouted, "Look." David got up and looked at the horizon ahead of him. His long hair swayed gracefully as the wind brushed past him. The golden-horned wyvern roared as it suddenly sped up. "Looks like we have arrived," Davis said with a smile on his face. He looked at the distant red walls which had numerous blazing flame emblems on it. On top of the walls were several silhouettes. They stood as if they were waiting for something or someone. "Who are they?" Evelyn tried to focus her gaze, but her vision couldn't get that far. "Yo, the Ashton Emperor is personally here to welcome us. Looks like he hasn't still given up yet." Davis cleared his thoughts and said in a comical tone. Evelyn giggled at his comment and nodded her head. During the time she spent with him, he had talked to her about how he felt on having 2 engagements. He even explained how his and Shirley's engagement got canceled from his point of view. She took all those with a pinch of salt, half believing, half disbelieving. Before she left, her father had warned her about many things, and one thing he mentioned was that men lie or exaggerate about some matters concerning their women. Evelyn decided to follow her father's advice and be cautious whenever their topic dwelled to another woman. She held his hands and looked straight with disordered breaths as she felt somewhat uneasy. Davis kept looking towards the walls. He was able to identify the appearances of the silhouettes that were in the distance. Shirley is standing there too. Haha, she must have been forced by her father to come over to personally welcome me as well. Holy moly, it feels good to be a person who is respected and revered by others, Davis thought as he was finally able to realize one of his long-forgotten fantasies from his previous life. The golden-horned wyvern neared the walls as it roared again. It did a backflip as it plummeted down beside the walls. Davis cursed it in his mind, but he picked up Evelyn and jumped off from the saddle, making a perfect entrance by landing on the walls while holding her in a princess carry. He then let her down as he searched for that golden horny wyvern. From the direction of the outskirts, it floated up slowly as it flapped its wings and landed on a guard tower. The guards were horrified but didn't attack it as they knew who this mount belonged to. Davis swore that one day he would make it suffer, but thinking about how it carried them for almost a month, he couldn't help but smile at its playfulness. Davis widened his eyes slightly and let out a grin as he felt fortunate from her introduction. Ha ha ha, good, what an intimate couple. That landing was almost perfect except the part for her clumsiness. Emperor Ashton laughed loudly. Davis smiled wryly as he knew that this man was always straightforward with his comments. But in this situation, it was like he made a jab at Evelyn's self-confidence. And as he expected, Evelyn blushed slightly from shame, but surprisingly stood her ground as she held his hands while putting up an elegant facade. Evelyn held his hands and felt comfortable before she looked at Shirley, Princess Shirley. It's been a long time. Shirley wore the same fiery red garments, except she donned a blazing red robe on top of it, which emphasized her overall figure, making her look like an empress. She removed her veil and smiled brightly at Evelyn. When Evelyn saw her beautiful face, she felt mesmerized. She felt that she was way beautiful than her. Shirley came closer to Evelyn and held her hands as if they were friends for a long time. Yes, I imagine that your feelings for him have been made clear already. Evelyn smiled as she nodded. She felt somewhat closer to this princess who treated her fairly. Haha, perfect. Tell me more about it. Shirley laughed as she dragged her away from Davis. Evelyn let out a squeal. She wanted to refuse and stay with him, but she felt it rude to reject her hospitality. Davis had his face scrunched up in a smile that was not a smile. Not only did she greet me, she even took her away. This father and daughter duo certainly are planning something. Not good. I have to maintain my vigilance. Davis went full paranoid, but he still kept calm and conversed with Emperor Ashton and the elders. Meanwhile, in a nearby guard tower, there were plenty of small rooms which were used for the garrison. In one of the small rooms, there were two beauties who had just got inside. Shirley excitedly turned her head and started probing. How far has he gone? How far? If you're asking about the distance, then he's just nearby us, Evelyn replied as she felt confused. Aya, I meant how far has he gone with you? Shirley facepalmed herself and rephrased her question. We've just held hands, Evelyn blushed as she said. What, just held hands? Shirley stepped back and looked at her blushing face in disbelief. I don't believe it, tell me the truth. Evelyn smiled wryly as she thought. Even though it's true, she doesn't believe me. Looking at her wry face, Shirley hid her mouth with her hands and muttered, You're kidding me, right? But he was that dominating. Evelyn's eyes went wide when she heard her words, dominating. What do you mean? Her expression changed, evidently misunderstanding Shirley's words. Interlocking her fingers, Shirley replied hastily, no, I meant he was dominating when we fought during the final round of the Grand Sea Continent meet. So I figured he must have already dominated you by then sometime later. Spreading her hands wide, Evelyn shouted at her face, How did you arrive at that conclusion? She couldn't understand why she would think like that. Stepping back a little, Shirley replied, Well, I know that my brothers have already lost their virginity as soon as they have gone through puberty. Especially you, with you by his side, I don't think he can hold out much longer. So I figured that it must have been the case with him as well. After all, we are all of royal family. Hearing her statement, Evelyn felt like crying. What is this? Is this a tradition? With her finger on her chin, Shirley replied, You could say that my brothers had their first time with their servants from what I've heard. And it isn't any secret either. Evelyn's expression froze. A figure emerged in her mind, see servant. Shirley's eyes brightened the moment she heard the word from her mouth. Speaking of servants, I wonder if he lost his first to that girl. Elia, was it? She isn't here. She didn't bring him here. Weird they even seemed so close. Suddenly she noticed that the atmosphere went silent, and immediately realized that she said something she shouldn't have. Evelyn looked down at the floor. She didn't raise her head for a while. Shirley waited but didn't console her as she wanted to see her reaction to this matter. To her, she was interested in all kinds of romantic topics, and this was one of her hidden hobbies. She would ask her sisters and brothers about their relationships and affairs. It was so full of amorous and lovable moments. There were some forced moments as well, but she hated that to the bones. Contrary to that lovable moments, she felt that Davis was the type to dominate a woman when he grows up, and that's why she rejected the marriage with him while she had the chance. All in all, she was disgusted with forced romance and felt that she would end up in that track with him. It's fine. While she was in her own thoughts, she noticed that Evelyn had said something. I said that it's fine, Evelyn said once more in a firm tone. What's fine? Shirley felt confused. Evelyn took a deep breath and answered her question. I don't care if he had already done it with that girl, because I had already expected that this might be the case one way or another. After all, his mother had warned me to be wary of that girl. Oh, Shirley gave an exaggerated acknowledgement and questioned with an inquisitive gaze. Then how exactly does he treat you? When Evelyn heard her question, she smiled with a satisfied expression and placed her hands on her heart. He treats me better than how my own family treats me. Shirley nodded her head blankly, and the feeling of an unknown emotion swept past her heart. Was I wrong? Is what all that she could think right now. Her mind whispered that Evelyn must be lying, but seeing the expression on her face and observing how he jumped from the golden-horned wyvern while carrying her, she couldn't help but admit that her words could be true. Why are you asking me all this? Could it be you regret that decision you made at that time? Evelyn was no fool. She could notice the minute changes in her facial expressions. Her intuition told her that things were not as simple as they seemed. Shirley shook her head. I don't know. From that time, many of my siblings kept reminding me of how I missed the chance to become the world's strongest woman. Every day I kept thinking if the decision that I made at that time was right or wrong. Well, since I made that decision, it is fated that I won't be together with him again. I just wanted to know if I was right or wrong, and her shoulders sank. Going by your story, I was wrong for the first time in my life. Do you regret it? Evelyn asked again, thinking that she will receive a different answer this time. Not yet. Replying instantly, Shirley smirked with a smile. Hearing her reply, Evelyn felt confused. Not yet. Shirley's eyes suddenly burned with fighting spirit. I will battle him once again if I successfully gain the immortal inheritance. Then I will prove myself to him. Immortal inheritance. Evelyn widened her eyes. She knew what it was, as Davis casually told her about this matter once during their travel. But confusedly she asked, prove exactly what? Prove that in no way I am inferior to him. Shirley clenched her fists as she thought to the time when she was utterly dominated by him. Thinking about that event sent shivers down her spine. It had kept reminding her about him involuntarily and caused her emotions to go awry all this time. As a royal elite, she had her own pride which she rarely shows outside, but it had been crushed by him. She could take this humiliation if he was the same age as her, but reality proved otherwise. Evelyn Riley laughed as she thought about the time she challenged him. She muttered, "Right, I think that I could already see the result, though." What? Shirley heard her murmur but couldn't catch her words. "Ah, nothing." Evelyn smilingly looked at her with a mysterious gaze. Shirley dubiously gazed at her and replied, "If you say so, let's go back." Davis kept conversing with Emperor Ashton. From their conversation, he understood that apparently that a banquet will be held after 2 days, celebrating her 21st birthday. During that time, it seemed like there would be plenty of youths fighting for the opportunity to marry her in the future. This came as a total surprise for him, as he originally thought that Emperor Ashton had been still aiming for him, but it surely doesn't seem like the case right now. "I see that you have given up on persuading her to marry me," Davis replied as he laughed. "I've spoiled her too much. From my point of view, she had certainly ruined her future prospects. Ah, that's necessarily not the case. After all, the immortal inheritance is nigh upon us. Looking at the facts, Shirley and I are the only ones who have a chance to inherit it." Emperor Ashton sighed as he placed his hand on his forehead. "What you said makes sense, but the information you gave us is vague. We haven't even reached the fabled 6th stage, yet you people say that there is an immortal inheritance that lets us reach the beyond the 9th stage." He removed his hands and flicked his sleeves. "Let's not talk about that. Even if you didn't gain the inheritance, you still have your master, and I think that your master is at the immortal level since his immortal self is able to come to our continent without being restricted by our world's laws. Meaning you will surely reach the immortal stage one way or another, while the same couldn't be said about my daughter," he said as his eyes shone with a disappointed gaze. Davis kept his mouth shut while he smiled wryly. Hearing out his opinion, he couldn't help but admit that what he said was reasonable. With the Death Note, he had blind confidence that he could at least make it to the immortal stage. "And she's back, that unfilial daughter of mine." Emperor Ashton gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Turning his head back, Davis saw Shirley and Evelyn walking together. "Go back to your palace, Shirley. You have no business here," Emperor Ashton shouted out. "All right, royal father." Shirley grinned as she left obediently. He didn't call her out here. Then that means she came here by her own will. Davis felt confused. He suddenly couldn't help but think that he put a lot of thought into this matter and became a narcissist as a result. "I should stop overthinking." Shaking his head, he looked at Evelyn and questioned, "Where did you go?" "Just for a little walk with my new friend," she replied as she smiled. "Oh, a new friend, you say? When did that happen?" With a peculiar expression on his face, he questioned. "I don't know, maybe at the Grand Sea Continent meet or now." Smiling widely at him, she held his hands. "Well, you two should go sightseeing. Our royal capital has tons of markets, tons of shops, and many beautiful sceneries to see around." An elder laughed as he boasted about this royal capital. "Why not? No need to care about us. I will see you elders during the time of the banquet. Until then, we both bid farewell." Davis replied and clasped his hands. Emperor Ashton and the others also clasped their hands and left. Davis and Evelyn looked around. They were on top of the wall, but no guard bothered to inform them to get down from the wall. Apparently, no one bothered to care about them anymore. Davis shrugged at Evelyn. He suddenly got an idea as he used this chance to pick her up again and jumped from the walls. "Ah!" Evelyn screamed loudly as she closed her eyes and tightly held his neck while she hid her face in his chest. Davis had a smile on his face. "No matter how many times I scare her, it still works." Davis jumped off from the 60 million wall. The fall was exhilarating to him, but it was quite the opposite to Evelyn. It was scary as hell for her. Bam! Landing on the ground, he stood steadily as creaks formed on the ground. His body cultivation was on the 4th stage, so he could fall from a 500 million building but still wouldn't take any damage. Even if Evelyn fell butt first from the wall, it still wouldn't hurt her, because she had trained to the 3rd stage in body cultivation system, but scary things were still scary to her. The people who were in the surrounding were startled and looked at the two of them who wore luxurious clothing. Some people's eyes shone as they hurriedly dashed to him with crazy eyes. "Young master, do you want a guide?" "Your Highness, a top-tier sexy guide is available for you to hire, young genius." "Do you want to hire a city guide? We know all of the important locations." 5 people with shining eyes hurriedly stood in front of him and asked one by one. Davis raised his eyebrows and chose the first one who didn't utter many flattering words. "I hire you." The others looked disappointed and left searching for other possible clients. "Good, what's your name?" He let her down and asked a question. "My name is Jylan," replied the young man. David nodded his head and thought, this young man looks sincere and passionate enough. "Jylan, what is this place?" Pointing his hand to the nearby shops, Jylan replied, "This place has a lot of shops and it's known as the South End Plaza. You can find almost all kinds of cultivation techniques, alchemy ingredients, and many heavenly items. although most of them are earth grade and only a very few of them are sky grade. Davis nodded his head. He then explored the plaza with Evelyn, while Jylan explained everything he could with simple terms. During his exploration, he had some fantasies that he might obtain some heavenly materials, but the reality was quite disappointing. By the time it was night, they shopped a lot, making many store owners satisfied. Jylan, what's the most famous in here? Davis asked as he thought that it was late. The sky was dark, and looking above, the skies looked like it was going to rain any minute now. Young master, that inn over there is the most famous inn around this area. Jylan pointed at a direction. There was a bright palace-like building, decorated with lanterns and extravagant paintings. There was a board which mentioned Sign Lento's Inn. It was fun while it lasted, Jylan. Davis smiled as he looked at him and reached out his hand. In his hand was a single purple coin. Jylan's eyes widened. He suddenly went emotional as he took the coin from his hands. He looked at Davis with gratitude and kneeled down as he kowtowed. Live strong, Jylan. Ending his words with a smile, he left with Evelyn. A single purple coin was enough to let that young lad start his own family and make it thrive if he is smart. Davis knew how much this purple coin was to him, so he let him show his gratitude in whatever way he wanted to before he left. Making his way to that inn, he casually entered it and looked at the receptionist. Give me 2 rooms. The receptionist had a difficult face when he heard that request. He could see that these customers were dressed lavishly and might be from a wealthy family. He hesitated for a while before he called the owner of the inn. Please wait for a while, young master. Davis noticed his hesitation and imagined that there must be some kind of problem. He then patiently waited before a few moments passed by. A man with a well-built body came from the entrance. He looked at the receptionist and looked at Davis. He was shocked before he hurriedly ran towards him and kneeled. Sign Lento humbly greets Crown Prince Davis. Davis wasn't surprised. His appearance was recorded in some imagery crystals, so some people knew about how he looked. The receptionists and the bystanders suddenly looked shocked. Their attitudes immediately went a notch down as they humbled themselves in the presence of Davis. I asked if there were 2 rooms available in this inn. Davis repeated his question. This Crown Prince Davis, there are no more rooms available in our inn. We are extremely sorry to say this, but we won't be kicking any of our customers in order to satisfy your demands, Sign Lento said in a determined tone. This was how he was able to obtain the position of the #1 famous inn, by being loyal to his customers. Just say no if you don't have one. Did I make things difficult for you? Davis asked in a perplexed tone, but knew that this man must have been indefinitely pestered by those arrogant young masters who come to stay for a single night. Sign Lento looked incredibly happy at his words. It looked as if he wholeheartedly approved of Davis's attitude. No, I thank Crown Prince Davis for your understanding. Davis sighed before he started walking away with Evelyn. Well then, farewell. Just before he stepped out, rain started to pour heavily, causing his eyes to narrow in dissatisfaction. He pondered if he should go outside to search for an inn again. He didn't like to get drenched, and neither did Evelyn. Thinking of using his energy to block the rain from hitting them, he decided to leave. Just when he took a step again, a voice sounded out from behind him hurriedly. This wait a moment, your highness. Davis uttered as he turned back. Sign Lento replied before he hesitated for a moment. There's a single VIP room that is left, but a single VIP room. Didn't you say that there were no rooms available? Davis narrowed his eyes as he questioned with an inquisitive gaze. We have, but that VIP room is quite unique. I wonder if the young lady over there is called Evelyn Calden. Sign Lento didn't say much but directed his doubt to Evelyn. Evelyn nodded her head and spoke up. I am. Good, then that means Crown Prince is partially eligible to stay that room. I wonder if it is fine with Miss Evelyn. Hearing his question, Evelyn's heart palpitated for a second as she thought of sharing a single room with Davis. During their journey, they stayed in separate rooms. Now that they had to share a single room, she hesitated for a moment before she thought, it's just a single room. What are you so hesitant about? It's fine, Evelyn answered as she made her decision. Davis laughed externally, but he cried mentally. It didn't matter if they stay in a single room or not because he couldn't make a move on her. Not with the body of an 11-year-old, even though he looked like an average 16-year-old. Perfect. Here's the key to the room. Sign Lento presented a key before he winked at Davis. Davis felt perplexed. What is this man trying to get at? But he took the key, paid the man, and headed to the so-called VIP room by following the directions of the staff. He and Evelyn finally arrived in front of a door, decorated with sensual violet lights. The door had a sentence written on it, only husband and wife. They finally understood why the owner said that they were partially eligible upstay in this room. That said, they both got a bad feeling about this. Davis had a vague feeling, but now he could imagine what kind his room it was. He contemplated for a moment, deciding to confirm with her once more before he entered. Evelyn looked at him and blinked with a stiff face. No, are you sure? Lifting up his eyebrows, he asked. She nodded her head with her eyes still blinking. Pointing at the door, he laughed. Then why don't we head inside? Sure, you go first. Evelyn smiled faintly. Her voice trembled a little, but it was unnoticeable. All right, he looked at the keyhole and inserted the key. Catcha, he went inside the room and was hit with a strange fragrance. He then looked at the king-sized bed that was adorned with rose flower petals. Beside it was a table, and on it were pill containers which contained pills that had different effects. The lighting was ambiguous, one that could be found in some places that brightened up the mood. The walls were soundproofed, and many concealing formations were set up, so no matter what happens here, it stays here as long as the people who stayed here don't divulge it. I thought so, a place for debauchery, Davis muttered as he looked around the place. Normally, these kinds of places were used by couples who couldn't indulge in these acts unless they cry out in pleasure. Bang! Davis widened his eyes and slightly froze. He looked behind him to see Evelyn leaning on the closed door with her hands behind her back. Her figure was so mesmerizing that it looked like he was invited to come closer to her and do things which he should do as a true man. His breathing slightly hastened before he calmed down by taking deep breaths as he closed his eyes. "What are you playing at, Evelyn?" There was a moment of silence before he asked again. "You knew what this place was, don't you?" Evelyn had a slight blush on her face. It looked as if she was trying hard for some reason. "Have you done it before?" she asked in a meek voice. Davis's heart skipped a beat, and in response he instantly replied, "No, I haven't, truly." Her face brightened. "What happened to you?" "You're suddenly acting weird now," Davis asked with a worried face. He couldn't understand why she would suddenly act like this for no reason. "That's," her eyes suddenly turned misty, "that's because you haven't even kissed me once." She squealed as she raised her voice, grasping her black skirt. "Kiss?" Davis looked at her in disbelief. That was her reason for acting weird. She looked at him with misty eyes and continued, "My father said that I might lose my innocence to you in this period of time. Shirley said that boys of your status and age had already done it with their servants. With all these facts, I couldn't help but worry that you don't want me anymore." Hearing her words, he was quite dumbfounded. He suddenly looked up and thought to himself in solitude, "Am I the only one who isn't in sync with this world?" The common sense established in this world was totally different from what he had expected. Some matters were the same while the others weren't. Looking at her again, he remembered that he never said any words of affection to her, other than joking and chatting with her like friends. Instantly, he decided to throw out his worries out of his mind, and by the time he realized it, he was madly kissing her cherry lips as he held her cheeks. Evelyn's eyes went wide the moment she felt his passionate kiss. Her eyes turned even more misty as she experienced the first kiss of her life. Suddenly, she felt his tongue enter her mouth and caress her teeth. Hit by a moment of discomfort, she tried to unconsciously move out his tongue using her delicate tongue, but it got caught and twisted as it intertwined. It was like a switch that had been flipped in her brain. She started to passionately respond to his kiss as she hugged his head. They tightly pressed against each other's body and kissed in incomparable sync, unlike their early performance. Davis licked her tongue and kissed her lips several times before he lost count of it. He felt her twin mounds pressing against his chest. His hands left her face and grabbed her succulent peaks. A huge muffled moan escaped from her mouth as she lost her balance and collapsed. Davis held her waists and raised her up as he went towards the bed. He released her on the bed, climbed on top of her, and stared at her misty black eyes. Their faces were just inches apart, and they could feel their hot breaths blowing against each other. Evelyn looked at him while taking huge, deep breaths. Her face felt hot as she flushed red as a rose. Her chests rose up and down from her heavy breathing. "I love you," Davis declared as he once again plunged, ravaging her lips in a passionate manner. Evelyn's heart skipped a beat as she intimately responded again. Their tongues battled wantonly as they interlocked their fingers. It was a whole 30 seconds before their lips separated as they ran out of breath. Their breathing was ragged, while both of them had passion and lust in their eyes. Just when he thought of removing her black clothes, he suddenly felt his sanity come back to him as he thought about his 11-year-old body. He felt idiotic to be thinking about that at a time like this, but abruptly, a thought emerged in his mind. Would I still do it if her age was the same as mine? He gritted his teeth. His answer was a solid no. He looked at her passionate gaze and felt apologetic, but also felt like he should stop right now. He stayed like this for a while, and not before long, she felt her sanity coming back to her as well. Evelyn had a confused expression on her face, though she was still blushing. "Evelyn, I love you," Davis once again declared with a serious expression on his face. He caressed her cheeks as he continued, "Don't worry, I won't leave you." Her eyelids trembled as she asked, "Really?" He nodded his head and answered truthfully, "As long as you don't betray me." "I wouldn't betray you." Hearing his words, she hurriedly replied worriedly as she sat back. Hugging her intimately, he answered back, "I know." Being hugged by his warm body, she felt that her desire to earn his love had finally succeeded. Tears welled up in her eyes as it dripped down her face like a fountain. "I love you too, Davis." He caressed her back and whispered some words of comfort. A few moments passed before he separated from her and looked at her tear-drenched face. Laughing at it, he wiped her tears away with his fingers. Evelyn pouted as she looked aside, unwilling to meet his gaze. "Weird now that we've confessed our feelings, shouldn't we be more intimate?" He felt duped as he thought. Just when he tried to kiss her again, she looked up and met his gaze. I'm sorry. I won't do that again. I'll wait till we've married if that's what you want. Ah, yes, that's what I thought too, afraid that he had been caught trying to kiss her. He carelessly replied with a stiff face. Evelyn nodded her head and quieted down. Suddenly, she blushed again and continued in a meek voice, if you're dissatisfied, then we can do what we've done before. Before she could finish her words, her cherry lips were sealed again. She froze and looked at him, while he separated and smiled at her. Remember what you said. He moved away from the bed and went into the bathroom, obviously to calm down whatever that was raging in his lower part of the body. He went inside and meditated, literally. Evelyn touched her lips in a daze, but it seemed incredibly sexy with her mature appeal. She extended her other hand to the lower part of her body, and it felt slightly damp. Her face turned incomparably red as she remembered the deed she'd done with him. Shame overwhelmed her entirety while her mind collapsed as she fainted on the pillow. When Davis came out, he saw that she was sleeping. He smiled and slept beside her. The next day, when they woke up, there was a slight embarrassment in both of their faces as they awkwardly spoke and greeted each other. But not before long, they looked at each other and laughed at their awkward selves. After they got ready, they left the inn while receiving various looks of envy, admiration, and jealousy. They spent the whole day touring around the royal capital. There were too many sceneries which brightened up their mood. While they toured around, they saw many youths clad in luxurious robes. Check them out. Davis knew that they were here for the birthday banquet as well. Davis was sure that he didn't see them at the Grand Sea Continent meet, so he guessed that they must have just passed the age limit that was set for the competition. Still, he didn't even bother to start a conversation with them as he felt that it might be a drag, especially when he kept enjoying the time he spent together with Evelyn. There was always a smile on his face as he got to experience the so-called date which he always read about. But that didn't stop the beautiful and voluptuous noble women from approaching him to strike up a conversation. Davis got a headache, but he tactfully declined their advances by straight-up introducing Evelyn as his love and wife-to-be. The proud women's faces scrunched up in an ugly smile before they smiled to each other and left. He was slightly worried if the elite youths who came together with them might trouble him, but to his surprise, no one came to disturb him. It was as if they were busy with something else. He then heaved a sigh of relief and spent the time joyfully with only her. By the time it was night, they went to another inn to rest and attend the birthday banquet tomorrow. Unfortunately, Evelyn took the lead in asking 2 rooms when they went inside the inn, leading frustration to build up in him. He looked forward to kissing that cherry lips once again, but he knew Evelyn must have noticed it, prompting her to get another room. Why? Because he kept getting caught gazing at her lips the whole day. She must have felt disgusted, is what he thought, while sadly heading to his room. He went inside his room and fell flat on the bed, sulking over while contemplating the meaning of his existence. Time passed tranquilly when suddenly, a knock could be heard, disturbing the peace that Davis wanted to experience not once in his lifetime. Davis widened his eyes as he stood up, looking back at the door. Could it be that she came? His face lit up in excitement before he rushed off to open the door in an instant. The moment he opened the door, his face went incomparably ugly as his soul left his body in disgust. Did I just open the door for a guy? And that too with an excited face. Standing before him was what looked to be a scrawny man who looked to be a staff of this inn. Say, what do you want? Davis asked as he looked at the scrawny man with hostility. Say it, Davis said as he snapped. Normally he would have dealt with him politely, but when he realized that the one behind that door was not Evelyn, he got angry. Yes, the scrawny man trembled again before he presented a letter like a girl who had gathered up her courage to present it to her crush. When Davis saw that letter, his eyes went wide. Are you fucking kidding me? Just when he thought of teaching this man a lesson, the scrawny man uttered, a woman outside told me to give you this letter. She said that it was important, and no matter what happens, I must deliver it to you or else I will lose my life. She also gave me a lump amount of platinum coins, so I couldn't resist. I ask for your forgiveness. Please forgive this lowly one. By the time he finished his long speech, Davis was dumbfounded while looking at his kneeling posture. Davis hesitated for a moment before he took the letter and questioned, what did that woman look like? The scrawny man gulped for a moment before he answered, I couldn't see that lady's face because she had her face covered by a mask, but her voice was stunning. Davis narrowed his eyes as he asked again, what else? The scrawny man's eyes darted left and right before he said secretly, that woman wore black robes, but I can definitely say that she has a perfect S-shaped figure. When Davis heard that, it put a smile on his face as he thought that this man was quite amusing. Waving his hand, Davis sighed, all right then, leave. I humbly thank the Crown Prince for his understanding. Bowing heavily, the scrawny man left. Davis closed the door and sat on the bed. He then opened the letter as he muttered, now, what could it be? The letter had a royal emblem on it, but he wasn't sure if it was true or not in any case. Unfolding it, he read the words written on it. Crown Prince Davis Lauret, as soon as you finish reading this letter, burn it. It's me, Shirley Ashton. It's important. Come alone to the Bright Star Royal Palace. I want to talk to you about something important. Davis held his chin as he thought about whether to go or not. Burn it, she doesn't want to get caught contacting me. Does she need my help, or is she plotting something? He contemplated, but couldn't arrive at a conclusion. He took his hands off from his chin as he stood up and smirked. If I don't go, how will I know? He went out and locked the door. Suddenly, he felt as if he was cheating and thought, I should inform her before going there, right? But what if she wouldn't let me go? Or says that she will accompany me as well. It will become quite problematic, but then again, they recently became friends, so Shirley might not bother. But wait, then why did she call me alone and not Evelyn? He felt his head ache in confusion. Screw it, he muttered before he made a decision and left. In an alley some distance away from the inn where Davis and Evelyn stayed at, there were a few burly men who looked as if they were veterans, roamed about as they headed in a certain direction. Yo, you got the money right, asked the man with a mustache on his face. A man who had a face like a lizard replied as he cackled, don't worry, we've got more than enough to spend a few nights with those beauties at that place. Hurry up and let's go. I can't wait to smash my rod into them. Another man who had a well-developed body shouted as he started running towards the place they wanted to visit, to experience nightly pleasures. Suddenly, the man's eyes went wide as he stopped and stared at a direction. With this horny mind right now, he couldn't help but whistle at what he looked. The other two came beside him and froze as they feasted their eyes on the scene in front of them. There were three women, clad in elegant and luxurious clothing, and their faces looked as if they were interrupted by something disgusting. The three men looked at the incomparably sexy silhouettes. A fire burned in their loins as they lost some of their reason to their burning lust. The three women looked disgusted, but that only added more fuel to their fires, lighting up their ardent desire. The guy with the well-developed body, with his confidence, moved in the direction of those three women. Women, come with me and I'll promise you that you will experience the pleasure of your lifetime, he boldly declared as he looked at the three women. He had mistaken them for prostitutes who were clad in fancy dresses which looked luxurious, to seduce men at night. Trash, uttered a woman who wore green luxurious silk robes. Suddenly a small bird flew down and landed on one of the women who wore amorous pink clothes. She then uttered, it's time, let's go. The third woman said as she walked to the front. She wore a purple silk robe that was tinged with black. Really, will I get to experience the pleasure that I have never experienced before in my lifetime? Her eyes were hazy as she asked in a seductive tone and posture. Yes, I promise. The man yelled and hurriedly ran to embrace her as he thought of almost doing her in this alleyway. Just as he ran, he slowed down as he collapsed in the middle of running. His head flew beside the woman who indirectly invited him with her seductive behavior. Blood sprayed all over the place from his neck, but it didn't splash on the three women. Hurry up, it's time, we have to go now. The woman who wore pink clothes narrowed her eyes and said in disgust. Don't worry, it'll be soon over. The woman who wore purple robes had a sharp blade like whip in her hands. Her eyes dilated as she seductively grinned. The next moment, screams rang out as the entire alleyway turned silent. In the Bright Star Royal Palace, the palace was built with special materials that made it glitter fierily when looked at from the outside. Inside, marbles and stones were marvelously etched on it as it looked luxurious. The materials used in building this palace was, of course, at least peak Earth grade. On a luxurious table that was adorned with shining gems, there were two women seated in an elegant manner as they chatted with each other. Haha, I told you right, he's deep in love with you. I hope you accept his proposal in front of the crowd at the banquet held tomorrow. A woman who wore tight red robes said as she laughed before turning serious. She looked incredibly curvaceous in her tight dress while her face looked amiable, making her look like a seductive angel. No way, Felicia. I know that he already has multiple wives, but that's not what I'm displeased at. He clearly is the type to abandon them once he is satisfied. Shirley said as she looked at her longtime friend with a disgusted expression. She was also her sister from another mother. Couldn't you reconsider? I can vouch for his character, Felicia said as she pleaded. Shirley held Felicia's hands and said in an apologizing tone, I'm sorry, Felicia. I already made a mistake by not listening to my father's words. I personally don't like Gart. It's just that he seems more like a snake in disguise. Gart Claymore was Felicia's cousin. He was the son of the younger sister of her mother. I see, Felicia muttered as she went silent. She then smiled and lifted up and poured a drink for Shirley and herself in a cup. Lifting up her cup, she smiled and said, Then I hope you meet your fated one tomorrow at the banquet. To your future, Shirley smiled back and lifted her cup as she smiled wryly. To my future, they both gulped the contents in a swift manner. Do you really regret your decision you made at that time? Felicia asked as she looked into her eyes with a disappointed gaze. You too, why do all of you ask these questions? All right, you all want to know my answer, right? Go announce to the continent that I regret not making Davis Lauret as my husband. Shirley fumed as she pouted. For these 2 days, some of her sisters and brothers came to ask her how she felt about that matter. All she could say was, maybe or maybe not, to hide her embarrassment. Thinking of how she missed a good opportunity to gain a good husband, she felt regret. Furthermore, their questions only served to increase her regret. I hope you get a good husband as well, Shirley replied as she sighed. HMPH husband, you want me to get a husband? Suddenly, Felicia's tone changed as she clenched her fists. Of course, you haven't even married yet, and you have the same age as mine. Shirley replied back as she laughed. She felt that Felicia was funny. Hearing her laugh, Felicia trembled. She grit her teeth before she suddenly calmed down. You are always like this, aren't you? Playful when conversing, even when you decide your future. Short-tempered while battling. You haven't changed one bit. Heh, this is my personality and it won't change one bit. Shirley laughed again as she banged the table. A red hue was slightly visible in her face. That kind of personality is going to cause you to fall one day, Felicia said in an incomparably calm manner. Shirley felt slightly hot, her face heated up and flushed red, but she still replied as she clenched her fists, HMPH. I will take care of that when that day comes. Then I dare you to escape from this ruinous event that is going to befall today. Felicia roared. Only hate, resentment, and sadness were visible in her eyes. Shirley was shocked. Her mind suddenly connected the changes in her body to Felicia's statement. What did you do to me? Felicia chuckled in an ironic manner. What did I do? I merely paid back the gratitude you have shown me, you backstabber. Tears emerged out of her eyes as she looked at her with hate, partly heartbroken. What? Shirley widened her eyes. She couldn't understand what she was saying, but her eyes suddenly dilated as she caught sight of a ghastly silhouette that emerged out of nowhere. Without even wasting a single second, she brought out a crystal from her space ring. Bam. Just when she tried to crush it, her hand was slapped back, causing the crystal to fly away from her grasp. Ha ha ha, it's bad to call some elders to watch you get pleasured by me, my princess. Shirley widened her eyes as she lifted her gaze up and glared. Gart, do you know the consequences of your actions? The ghastly silhouette formed and materialized into a young man with noble features. He looked sharp and had a charming trait to his face. He smiled amiably and spoke. Oh, I do know, hee. Other than getting beat up a little by some of your elders and your father, you will be promised to me at the banquet tomorrow. You, Shirley shouted, but felt her body go limp and hot. It was even getting difficult for her to speak as she felt her mind go hazy. Her breathing hastened slightly. She looked at Felicia with a heated gaze before she muttered sadly, why? Obviously, she could tell that without Felicia's help, he couldn't have made his way inside her palace. Gart chuckled lightly before he grinned. Felicia, why don't you say why you fed a peak Earth-grade aphrodisiac to her? With tears still flowing down her eyes, dripping onto the ground, Felicia shouted, how dare you? How dare you collude with our 27th brother to drug me? How could you? Shirley looked at her tear-filled eyes. She gathered up her last bit of strength to utter, I don't know what you're talking about, nor did I collude with any brother to drug you. Hearing that, Felicia cried out in hate, don't play dumb. I know for a fact that you did it. I have evidence. Our 27th brother raped me. Why did you do it? I thought we were close sisters. I thought we were family. Sobbing out her emotions, she collapsed as she kneeled. A few seconds passed before suddenly, a mocking laugh rang out as both of their heads turned to look at its direction. Ha ha ha, this is so hilarious. Ha ha ha. Gart kept laughing like a madman. What? Felicia felt disconcerted. You people dance on the palm of my hand so much like a puppet that I can't get enough of it. Ha ha ha. Gart kept laughing as he pointed at her. He suddenly grabbed Shirley's hands as he lifted her up, letting her hang while her knees touched the ground. You know what? The evidence I presented you is fake. You'd seriously believe the imagery crystal that was given by me. What do you mean? Felicia felt her mind go dull. She felt incredibly confused and bewildered right now. The Shirley that you saw in that imagery crystal was just a person that was disguised as Shirley. Grinning to his ear, Gart smiled as he looked at the fool who fell for his plot, that even a 10-year-old could see through. No, Felicia muttered as she shook her head. Even though he thought that a 10-year-old could see through this plot of his, the situation and the circumstance he gave the fake evidence to her could even make an experienced person not doubt the faked evidence. Smiling at her in derision, Gart spoke in a deranged tone. How do you feel betraying your only closest sister? Oh, she is also your closest friend, right? Please forgive my humble self for trampling on your feelings in this manner. Bastard, I will kill you. Rushing at him furiously, Felicia roared. Gart stood there smiling, not at all afraid. Just when she tried to slice him to pieces, she felt her body go numb. She collapsed beside him and looked at him with hate as she realized, what did you do to me? Gart laughed as he said, don't worry. I just smeared your cup with a scentless, paralyzing paste. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm not interested in non-virgins after all. Felicia grit her teeth in incomparable hate. She looked at him in fury. If looks could kill, her looks were enough to kill him 1,000 times. By the way, I was the one who drugged you. To add on top of that, I was also the one who drugged your 27th brother. Ha ha ha, he had no idea that he was raping his own sister. Felicia's eyes widened in rage. She grit her teeth heavily while blood leaked from her mouth as if she had taken a huge blow. Shirley slightly lifted up an eye as she glared at him with fury. Scum. Gart noticed her heavy breathing but wasn't in any hurry to do anything to her. Shirley, you're different. From the moment I saw you, I had my eyes on you. Don't worry, even if you lose your innocence, I'll take care of you with all I've got. He turned his head and looked at Felicia as he grinned, shout, call for help. The paralyzing paste I used on you only paralyzes your body, not your voice. Felicia looked at him with incomparable hate. She glanced at Shirley and felt incredibly angry at what she had done. Why won't you shout? Haha, of course you know. This place has soundproofing and formations, and you're the one who led me here secretly. On top of that, haha, grinning with a wicked smile, he continued, now, I'll have you watch as your closest friend gets violated by me. Lifting Shirley up, he threw her onto the bed. No, stop. I'll do whatever you want, let her go. Felicia cried as she spoke. In this situation, she felt like she couldn't do anything. Suddenly, his face turned pitiful as he said in a worried tone, are you sure that you want me to let her go? I'm fine with it. Felicia's face changed as realization hit her. She started to sob and mutter as she cried her heart out, sorry. Shirley, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Gart chuckled and removed his clothes. With an excited face, he climbed up the bed and looked at her incomparably aroused silhouette. Shirley started touching herself, caressing the sensitive spots on her body. Her breathing was heavy, her face flushed red, and combined with her pale white skin, she looked incredibly seductive and sexy. It was obvious that she had lost her consciousness to lust. You are mine, declaring with an excited face. He was about to pounce on her when an indifferent voice sounded out. Let's stop right there, shall we, who? After Davis exited the inn, he headed straight to the Bright Star Royal Palace, which was located somewhere near the Emperor's Royal Palace. Davis knew the location of the Emperor's Royal Palace, so he didn't have a hard time locating the Bright Star Royal Palace. Once he arrived before it, he noticed that it had strong security and formations. He pondered over it if he should sneakily go inside or openly go inside. Shirley sent me a letter secretly, that means that I have to come in secretly. Wait, what if she is plotting something? Then that means that I would have to go openly. Ah, screw it. Even if I am framed, I still have her letter. Besides, they can't kill me even if they tried. What's there to fear if I get caught? Nothing. Deciding to head in sneakily, he bypassed the formations with his amateur knowledge of formations and stealth technique. By the time he saw Shirley, she was talking to with a lovely figure who wore tight-fitting red robes. Davis looked at her and thought, maybe I should wait for some time before she goes out. After all, Shirley wanted to speak Secker. His thought trailed off as he just noticed a ghastly silhouette hiding beside the bed. Holy SH'd, I knew it. She was plotting something malicious. He mentally exclaimed and looked at Shirley with a disappointed expression. Let's leave. Just when he thought of leaving with a dejected feeling in his heart, he heard the unknown woman shout angrily. Looking at the transpiring spectacle, his interest was piqued. Suddenly, he saw Shirley collapse and grasp the table. His mouth turned into an O shape as he kept watching their play. Could one actually go to this length to frame someone? I knew that she was playful, but not this twisted. His reasoning was not incorrect, because he speculated assuming that she was framing him. As time passed, he started to feel that this was odd and felt this to be more and more real. Especially when that man called Gart revealed his sinister plot, he was all the more sure that what was happening was real. Still, he was a little skeptical of this tragic event. Just when Gart got on the bed, Davis's eyes turned cold as he couldn't keep watching this scene anymore. Screw it. If it was really a plot to frame me, then screw my conscience too. Davis decided and echoed out in an indifferent voice. Let's stop right there, shall we? Who? Gart looked like he had been spooked by a ghost. His eyes darted left and right, but he managed to find nothing. Bang! Davis kicked his face without even holding back a bit. Gart was sent flying like a kite that had its string cut. Blood sprayed like a fountain from his mouth as he flew and crashed beside a corner, rolling on the floor in an unsightly manner. Who? This time it was Felicia who questioned. Her face was still cautious even though they had just been saved from the looks of it. She was on the ground, lying down as she stared at the black-robed figure who materialized out of thin air. Davis removed his hood and looked at her. Crown Prince Davis. Upon seeing the black-robed figure's face, Felicia shouted in incomparable joy. Prince Davis, Your Highness. I implore you to. Before she could finish her plea, Davis stood in front of her and shoved a pill right through her mouth. Gulp. Suddenly, Felicia felt like she had fallen into an abyss, thinking that she had been fed an aphrodisiac as well. But as a few seconds passed by, she felt her strength return steadily in a swift manner. She stood up and looked at him with gratitude, but also felt ashamed as she misunderstood him. At the same time, enormous guilt shrouded her heart as she glanced at Shirley, who was consumed by lust. He fainted, probably has his neck broken. Then take care. I'll leave. Davis uttered, and just when he turned back to leave, his robe got grasped by a dainty hand. What? Asked Davis as he turned to look back. He wanted none of this, especially as he had left Evelyn back at the inn. Please, Felicia faced down, her arm trembled as she held his robes. He could guess what she was going to say, but he had enough of his own speculations. Please sleep with her. Her voice was meek enough that only a slight squeal could be heard from her. Davis stayed silent with a dumbfounded expression on his face. His speculation was spot on this time. A few seconds passed before Felicia gathered her courage and shouted, please have intercourse with her. Silence rained down in the place. It was as if the atmosphere froze. You're asking me to a woman who was once promised to me. Davis asked coldly. He looked at her with indifferent eyes and continued. You betray your friend, realize your mistakes, then tell someone else to sleep with her. Felicia's heart shook as he heard his words. Her eyes glazed as her face turned incomparably sad. She collapsed as she held the end of his robes. Wah, starting to sob in a wretched manner, she broke down. Davis felt pity, but the only thing he couldn't find in his heart to forgive was a betrayal. I had no choice but to do it. Felicia cried out in anguish as she touched her heart. I was raped by my own brother, betrayed by my own sister. How would I feel? Won't I feel abandoned? Aren't I allowed to take revenge? I fed a malicious aphrodisiac to my closest sister and also my best friend. Banging her head on the ground, she went crazy as blood spurted from her forehead. She suddenly stopped and looked at the ground as she maniacally smiled, but the reality was different. My sister didn't betray me. It was I, the fool, who betrayed her. Wait, malicious aphrodisiac, you say? Davis asked as he shouted, what is its name? Felicia lifted up her face in confusion before she banged her head again on the floor. Looking at her miserable figure, Davis hurriedly stopped her from banging her own head. Pa, he slapped her face in an enraged manner and shouted just like how his mother would do, get yourself together if you want to help your sister, or just wallow up in despair all you want. And just like he thought, it worked like a charm. Felicia looked at him with a bewildered face before her eyes, which were dull, glowed with clarity. What's the name of the aphrodisiac you fed her? Davis questioned as he looked at her eyes. Sinister yang aphrodisiac, Felicia muttered as she turned silent. Davis now finally understood why she would insist on him having intercourse with her. There were so many types of aphrodisiac in the world. As its name implied, it was really a sinister aphrodisiac that causes the victim to die if the female victim didn't have intercourse with a male. Usually, even if an aphrodisiac was used, the victim can masturbate to quell their lust. That's why he didn't hesitate to leave without doing anything to her. But this wasn't the case with certain types of aphrodisiac, and this sinister yang aphrodisiac was just one of it. What have you done? Too malicious. He sighed as he looked at her with pity. Felicia turned to look at that fainted body over in the corner. It was that snake's idea. Not only did he set me up, he even made me use that poison on her by feeding me hate. She then looked at Davis and pleaded, please, I understand that I have ruined her life, but if it is with you, I'm sure that she would at least live with it. After all, she regretted breaking off the marriage with you. Davis had a look of shock on his face. She regretted such a thing. I don't believe it. Don't joke with me. You're telling all this in a bid to save her. Why don't you search for someone else, someone she likes? He gave her his opinion. Even though he approved of Shirley's character, it wasn't to the point that he wanted to make her his woman. Besides, he started to love Evelyn and didn't want to do anything that would manifest as a betrayal to her. No, please help her. I don't want her to die. I'm sure that even if I went out to find another man, she would surely take her own life once she regains her sanity. Felicia kept trying her best to convince him, and from the look of it, she looked pretty desperate. You're making this difficult for me. I had already saved her once, and now you're asking me to give my first time to her. To you, it might seem like I gained an advantage by sleeping with her, but to me, it is none other than an unsightly betrayal to my Evelyn. His tone then turned incomparably serious as he declared, I don't want to betray, neither do I want to be betrayed. Felicia turned silent. She could feel his stubbornness and determination. It took a while before she uttered something, then please leave silently so that you don't get caught by the guards. I'll take care of the rest. Davis nodded his head, but before he turned back, he asked her a question. What are you going to do then? Felicia smiled lightly and looked at him. I won't let her suffer. I'll kill her now and end myself as well. Her eyes turned misty and her nose turned sour. I hope she forgives me in the afterlife or the next life. Davis nodded his head solemnly. He could see the determination and regret in her eyes. He then disappeared. Seeing that he left, Felicia turned to look at the bed after a few minutes of reminiscing about her childhood with Shirley. Shirley's clothes were torn off by her own hands, even her innerwear, and the likes were slightly torn off, making her raw curves entirely visible. She clawed and caressed her own twin peaks as well as her sacred valley while moaning and groaning like an animal. Felicia walked up to her and grasped Shirley's hands as she sobbed. When Shirley felt the warmth in her hands, she unconsciously pounced on the source and grasped it as she started to lick and suck. I'm sorry, Felicia, who had one of her hands grasped, take a dagger in another hand. She closed her eyes while her emotions reached to incredibly sad heights as she stabbed at Shirley's head. Suddenly, her hands were grasped as a voice was heard, stop. Davis disappeared as he used his stealth technique. Looking at Felicia's reminiscing silhouette, he felt pity. While his conscience and morals were screaming out that he should save her and not let it end tragically, he felt that doing so would result in him betraying Evelyn. He felt extremely conflicted on what he should do right now. Looking at Shirley's lusty actions, he felt complex emotions. What did she want to talk about? Guess I'll never find out. Suddenly, a thought emerged in his mind, making him see a light at the end of this tragic event. That's right. Why am I so stupid? I may not possess the knowledge to save her, but the Death Note should. Death Note, I'll be using one of the 2 opportunities left. Quickly tell me on how to save her without me having to have intercourse with her," he asked with a grin on his face as he could avoid a regretful ending. Honestly, he felt that if he left now, he wouldn't have any peace of mind, and that's why he used a precious opportunity to know the answer to this question. He felt like it was worth it. "Ha, isn't that easy? You didn't even need to ask me." The Death Note laughed crisply as it chuckled. Davis honestly hadn't felt stupid, but now he did. He felt like he had wasted an opportunity to an answer that he had already known, but was stupid enough to not remember it. Heh, just let another man sleep with her. Davis froze while he felt like spitting blood. His mind came to him as he shouted angrily, "FK you. You shouldn't FK me, you should FK her." It replied in a sarcastic voice. Veins erupted on his forehead as he clenched his fists. He somehow managed to quell his anger and spoke again. "All right, no more jokes." The Death Note harumphed in derision as it spoke. "There's no way to save her. What? You must be kidding me." Davis widened his eyes. "It isn't that there isn't any way to save her. You aren't just strong enough to use those methods to save her right now, at least going by your request." Davis shouted back, "Then tell me how to save her using the best possible method I possess." He then remembered that the best possible method was sleeping with her. Nothing related to sleeping with her, though. As if it was thoroughly incensed, it replied, "I have seen plenty of situations like these, and every male possessor who had me had intercourse with the drugged female party like it was nothing. In fact, they even used me to make them obedient. Why are you even hesitating? In the vast myriad of worlds, having another woman to yourself means nothing." Davis stayed silent. He couldn't argue with it, neither did he have the time to argue with it. A slight sigh echoed out in his mind. "Have you forgotten about my energy which can devour anything in the universe?" "I haven't," he replied solemnly. "Then use my power to neutralize the effects of the aphrodisiac." It replied as if it was a matter of fact. Davis's eyes went wide. "I obviously know that using your power will destroy her Danshan and meridians. Are you kidding me? It's up to you to perfectly control my energy. If you can't, then just let her die," it replied in an indifferent tone. Just when he thought of asking another method, he saw Felicia walk up to Shirley holding a dagger in her hand. He hurriedly asked, "Damn, are you sure that you don't have another method? There is one, but for that, you don't have to sleep with her." But Davis nodded his head. He neared Felicia, and just when she was about to stab with the dagger, he gripped her hands. "Stop. I just thought of a way that will let me save her without having to have intercourse with her." Felicia felt hope for a second, but after understanding his words, she looked at him angrily. "Who are you trying to fool? Every adult knows that the only method to dissolve this kind of aphrodisiac is to have intercourse. If you don't have any intention to help her, please leave. Just don't humiliate her." By the time she poured out her emotions, she had started to sob again. Her determination to kill Shirley and herself massively collapsed. Davis stared at her silently before he uttered solemnly, "Do you want to save her, or are you going to watch her getting killed by yourself?" Felicia roared at him, "I want to save her, damn it. Why don't you just have intercourse with her? I'll slave for you the rest of my life. You can do whatever you want to me. Just have intercourse with her, please, then move aside and tie her up with whatever you got," Davis replied as he grabbed Shirley's arms and placed it behind her back, suppressing her seductive flailing body. Felicia blushed as she thought that he had a weird fetish but decided to do it since she couldn't wait to save her life. She took out a few whips and tied Shirley's hands and legs to each end of the bed. Shirley licked her lips, greedily eyeing Davis's lips as if she was in heat. She was tied up, her energy was unstable, and she couldn't move consciously. Davis couldn't help but gulp at this erotic sight. He hurriedly removed all impure thoughts away from his head and placed his hand on her stomach. Fully utilizing his soul sense, he invaded her entire body, searching for the poisonous vestiges that had been spread throughout her body. And as expected, he sensed an abnormal essence in her womb. This sinister yang aphrodisiac was different than the other aphrodisiacs. It plants a sinister yang poison in the womb that slowly deteriorates her body condition, internally killing the female victim. The only way to cure that poison is to receive a male's essence. Similarly, there was an aphrodisiac known as sinister yin aphrodisiac, which victimizes men. The only way to cure it is for them to have their genitals covered by a female's essence. He couldn't do anything about her lust. If he had wanted to cure her lust, then pleasuring her was the only way. If he used the Death Note's energy to cure her lust, then he can say goodbye to her cultivation and senses, as it can possibly devour every nerve that stimulates her body. His control wasn't so good that it can only remove the aphrodisiac which had been stimulating her nerves, plus it might harm her cultivation, eventually leading to death. A tiny bit of dark energy diffused from his palm, entering her stomach in an incomparably slow manner. Using his soul, he guided the dark energy through her stomach, finally reaching her womb. Felicia was confused. She looked at Davis, who had his palm over Shirley's stomach for almost 5 minutes. The scene she expected didn't arrive, but it seemed like that he was treating her with some kind of method. But from her point of view, it didn't help at all since Shirley still licked her own lips while breathing heavily, lusting for him. Suddenly, Shirley started to struggle as she lustily flailed left and right. Davis got interrupted, but he managed to control the dark energy from going berserk. "You, hurry up and kiss her if you want to save her," he shouted as he felt his last strain of concentration going away. Felicia went wide-eyed, not because she heard his words. It was because just when she instantly decided to do what he asked, she noticed Gart waking up from the corner of her eyes. Roaring with hatred, Felicia dashed forward and kicked Gart's face, once again causing him to break his neck totally. Davis's eyes went bloodshot as he felt his concentration go away. In a fit of desperation, he kissed Shirley's lips to make her not struggle anymore. With his last remaining amount of concentration, he used the dark energy to devour the sinister yang poison from her womb. He went limp from exhaustion, causing his head to fall, making his face get plastered with wet kisses and licks. "Get off me," a voice tinged with seduction erupted beside Davis's ears. Though she said that, she still licked his lips greedily. With the kiss and the destruction of the yang poison, a strain of her conscience returned to Shirley. Davis felt his energy come back to him as he promptly stood up. Shirley was still breathing heavily, but it looked like she had some clarity returned to her. That said, it didn't change the fact that she was still lusty and horny in her current state. "Shirley," Felicia joyfully ran up to her, but once she remembered what she had done, her expression turned sad. Davis wiped the wet stains out of his face. He then removed her constraints and moved to a certain direction to pick up 2 imagery crystals he set up when talking to the Death Note. He stored one while he threw the other one to Shirley. "Here, this will help you understand what had just happened here," Davis said as he sighed. Finally, he was able to save her, but his expression turned disappointed once he thought about how he kissed her to make her stop struggling. It was all that woman's fault. Muttering as he walked away, he looked at Felicia with dissatisfaction. "Wait, why are you here?" Shirley's breasts heaved up and down as she asked a question with one of her eyes closed. "Why, didn't you call me over to come here?" Davis said as he took out the letter. Looking at the letter, Shirley shook her head. "I didn't send any letter, nor did I tell you to come to visit my palace." "What?" His eyes widened in shock. "I'm telling the truth." Davis's eyes slowly widened. He suddenly thought of how he left Evelyn alone in the inn. Without asking a single question, Davis fully activated his cultivation base. Just when he was about to break through the walls, a faint voice sounded out. "Wait." Davis stopped as he grit his teeth and looked at her in rage. "I don't have the time to talk with you. Hurry up and say whatever you want." "Leave through the secret entrance," Shirley said as she pointed at a direction. Davis looked at the place she pointed out to see a hidden switch. He dashed in that direction and activated it. Without saying anything, he hurriedly left through the secret entrance, which opened. Shirley looked at his rushing silhouette with a complicated gaze. Normally, if a woman who lives in a royal palace revealed the secret entrance to a man, then that means that the woman has acknowledged that man as her man. But Davis, who didn't know the ways of this world, couldn't understand that underlying meaning. If he compared it to a woman who leaves her back door open to her man, he might understand it, but the situation he was placed in left him no leeway to even think about that matter. "Who are you people?" Evelyn opened the door and asked with her eyes narrowed. In front of her were 3 women who were clad in black robes. They removed their hoods as they flashed their beautiful smiles. Evelyn widened her eyes in surprise. "You all." She then clasped her hands. "Miss Sasha, Miss Vannies, and Miss Hana, to what do I owe you the pleasure?" All 3 of them also returned the greeting and went inside the room as if they owned it. Evelyn looked at them suspiciously, but didn't stop them, nor did she have the power to stop them. "Such an inn, how do you people even stay in these kinds of places?" Hana questioned as she removed her black robes. Her luxurious green silk robes were revealed, making her look gorgeous. The other 2 also removed their black robes and sat on the bed as if they returned to their home to take rest. Vannies was clad in pink silk robes, while Sasha was clad in purple silk robes tinged with black. Evelyn looked at the 3 of them and frowned. Miss Hana belonged to the Ross family, while Miss Vannies and Miss Sasha belonged to the Claymore family. She met them while roaming around with Davis in this royal capital. "Say something, will you?" Vannies uttered in displeasure. Her eyes were narrowed while she had a faint smile on her face. "How will she? Her status is so low that she won't even dare to say anything in front of us." Sasha giggled as mockery could be seen in her eyes. "What do you people want?" Evelyn looked at them with an indifferent gaze and questioned. She stopped giving them a respectful attitude. Hana looked at her with a puzzled face. We do not want anything." Suddenly, her face changed as she looked at Evelyn with a worried expression. Her eyes were filled with pity as she questioned. "It's just that, do you know where your so-called fiancé went?" Evelyn widened her eyes, but her expression turned normal a moment later as she replied, "What do you mean?" Hana looked at the other 2 and shook her head. "Poor lady." "Evelyn, I feel so sorry for you," Vannies replied as she looked at her with a consoling gaze. Sasha quipped in, "We couldn't help but stay still after watching the injustice you suffered by his actions, even though you are of lower birth." Evelyn had her face changed to an anxious one. She looked deathly pale after hearing their words. "What did he do?" Hana smiled faintly when she heard the words she wanted to hear. Her expression changed into one of anger. How dare does he cheat when he got a lady as lovely as you? He is unfaithful. This is a betrayal. Vanny's lifted up her brows. Yeah, your prince left the inn to visit Princess Shirley for some reason. Sasha shouted back at Vanny's. What do you mean for some reason? They are definitely doing it right now. How does he dare? Hana replied with a disgusted face. I can't believe he left his woman to make out with another woman. It can't be helped. After all, men are horny creatures. You can't even underestimate a kid, especially a growing child. Vanny sighed as she shook her head. With her hands spread wide, Sasha asked as she grinned slightly for a moment. As if ignoring her statement, Hana said, Evelyn, when the prince comes back, you should address your grievances to him and make him understand that he should only love you. Vanny smiled as she looked back at Evelyn. Right. If you are able to do this, then you can have the prince dancing in the palm of your hands. She means that you can make him love only you, Hana added with an excited expression on her face. Suddenly, Evelyn's expression turned normal, as if her consciousness were reset by someone. A moment later, she smiled at them with a mocking gaze and threw a letter at Hana's face in a split second. Hana totally didn't expect her to throw something. The letter hit her face, making it sound like a slap. Read it, Evelyn said as she sneered, but inside she was absolutely disgusted. Hana looked at her with rage, then opened the letter to read. I'm sorry. I'm going to the Bright Star Royal Palace as I got a letter from Princess Shirley, stating that she needs to talk to me about an important matter. Rest assured, I'm not sure if the one who sent this letter is Princess Shirley in the first place. I'm just going to make sure. Hana's eyes widened as she read the letter while realization hit her hard. She was playing with us the whole time. Originally, their goading actions should have ended right at this point, giving them some time to leave, but Davis's unexpected action of leaving a letter to Evelyn ruined their plot. Honestly, I didn't believe that there are women like you, sly and devious. HMPH, if you had wanted my fiancé, you should have just walked in front of him and confessed openly. Instead of doing that, you plotted and tried to ruin our relationship by making me doubt him. You all are worse than scum. Evelyn coldly berated as she looked down on them. Evelyn remembered how she gained approval from Davis's mother, and how his mother told her to be a fitting bride for him. So Evelyn decided not to fear anyone in this world and took a step forward to achieve that goal. As expected, the three of them stood up while displaying incensed and ugly expressions on their faces. Gritting her teeth in shame, Hana coldly threatened, Girl, you should watch your mouth. Being exposed and humiliated right now, she felt shame from the bottom of her heart. HMPH. If my fiancé didn't leave me a letter, I would have truly believed your words. Trash, Evelyn replied ruthlessly, not opting to give them any face. Normally, she doesn't even berate her own servants, but now her anger had reached above her threshold, making her curse these people. Suddenly, Hana laughed, ha. It doesn't matter if he left you a letter or not. It doesn't change the fact that he left you for that princess. After all, you are someone of lower status no matter how one might think. Evelyn trembled a little before she smiled coldly. What you say might be true, but I'm still better than scum like you three. Hana, I told you we should have just went with that plan. Vanny's coldly said with a frosty expression on her face. No, that plan is too merciful for this wench. We should have just brought those 3 horny men we killed before right here. Sasha replied ruthlessly. Hana widened her eyes. Are you blind? Don't take it too far. So what if I take it too far? I wonder if your precious fiancé will still love you if you slept with another person. Sasha smilingly asked Evelyn. Her expression was full of mockery. Pa, a resounding slap echoed inside the room, shocking the 3 of them into utter disbelief. You deserve to die. Evelyn declared coldly while looking at Sasha with a murderous gaze. Her hands trembled while she pointed at Sasha. This kind of murderous feeling, it was something she had never felt before, but the words Sasha uttered made her want to kill so badly. Leave, she pointed at the door and said in a commanding tone. Hana felt the situation go overboard. Giving up, she started walking away with an ugly face. She didn't think that she would have to face such humiliation from a woman with a lower status. Vanny's looked at her leaving silhouette and followed her with a defeated face as well. They both looked at each other and knew that they couldn't offend Evelyn too much. If they did, they knew that they would undoubtedly die, so they could only swallow this humiliation in defeat. Sasha had an angry expression on her face. She trembled as she touched her left cheek, where a red palm imprint could be seen. Gritting her teeth in utter humiliation, she passed by Evelyn, looking down on the floor. Suddenly, she lifted up her hand and brandished it in the direction of Evelyn. Whiz, an ear-piercing sound echoed throughout the room when suddenly, it stopped with a clap sound. Evelyn emitted a gray-colored glow from her body, while her hand held the sharp end of a whip, which Sasha used to attack just now. A drop of blood dripped on the ground, making the atmosphere incredibly tense. HMPH, Sasha harumphed coldly and suddenly shook her hand, causing the whip to flail wildly. Evelyn let go of the whip and moved back a little slightly as she looked at her hand, only to see a light wound inflicted on her palm. Wind energy, she quietly muttered to herself as she looked at Sasha. Enough, Hana shouted at Sasha with a frightened face. She knew that this matter had escalated out of their hands, and if they didn't stop now, death was certain. Die. Sasha, who was consumed by hate and the thought to seek immediate revenge, whipped her weapon with a ferocious speed. Evelyn immediately ducked while the whip slashed past her head, trimming a small part of her hair. The whip extended to a few meters, destroying the walls of the room. "Stop," Hannah hurriedly shouted again. Her eyes went wide while her face trembled because she looked at Vanny's, only to see her sneak up behind Evelyn. Evelyn looked at her opponent and was unaware of the danger that approached behind her silently. Hearing that shout, she instantly glanced behind and dodged to the left. Evelyn felt an intense pain on her right arm. Blood splashed on the floor while her black sleeves were soaked red. Her face scrunched up in pain. She held her right arm while her eyes darted left and right, glancing at the both of them. "We're doomed," Hannah muttered with a blank look on her face as she dropped to her knees. When their plan failed, she knew that it would have been fine if they had left right after they were exposed. But now, even if they killed Evelyn successfully, she knew that their fates were sealed. Sasha got startled as she came back to her senses. Realizing that everything went out of control, she looked at Vanny's and gritted her teeth. "Kill her quickly." Vanny's didn't say anything and rushed in for the kill with a dagger on her hands, engaging in an incredible speed. Sasha swung her whip at Evelyn while green-colored energy coiled around it. When Evelyn saw the both of them attack her with the intent to kill, she gathered her bodily aura and punched the floor. The floor caved in while she fell. At the same time, she tried her best to think of an escape route. She knew that she would die if she took on the two of them at once. Besides, she didn't know if the third one will attack her as well. Her mind worked rapidly and her legs ran toward the walls, while the two of them jumped in from the hole. She didn't rely on anybody, nor did she waste her time on shouting that she was hunted by assassins. "Don't let her run." Sasha shouted as she did everything she can do to kill her. Gale slice. She whipped and slashed at Evelyn with her full might. Vanny steadily approached Evelyn, aiming for the time when she dodged after being whipped by Sasha. Her timed attacks managed to leave a cut behind on Evelyn's body every time. Bam! Desperately trying to dodge their ruthless attacks, Evelyn jumped out, breaking the walls of the room, finally landing on the roadside. Breathing heavily, she looked back to see them cover up their facial features with a mask as they put on their black robes. As seconds passed, Evelyn's silky black robes became coated with blood red. Blood dripped on the ground massively, making her feel cold. Almost every part of her body was slashed at. Even her face had 2 cuts. It was incredibly difficult for her to block both of their attacks at the same time, and was only able to slightly evade Vanny's slash from giving her a fatal injury. The onlookers looked at the spectacle. Some ran away, while few looked at with interest, though none came to help. Sasha and Vanny's looked at each other and nodded in a solemn manner. Evelyn narrowed her eyes and realized that they were determined to finish her. Chill flashed through her spine as she immediately clenched her teeth. She stood up and ran towards the Emperor's palace. If it weren't for her body cultivation being in the 3rd stage, she would have already died by their ruthless attacks. She popped a pill in her mouth and had her eyes glance behind as she ran. It took her all just to escape from them, and all the more she couldn't afford getting injured by them again. Typhoon Swirl. Sasha cast a peak Earth-grade technique while swirling around her whip in a rapid manner. A green-colored swirl of wind erupted from her whip, gradually catching up to Evelyn's miserable silhouette. Evelyn felt herself slow down incomparably as the green-colored swirl of wind started to enclose around her. "Ag!" Evelyn screamed in intense pain. The swirl of wind shredded every part of her body, making her feel like that there were millions of needles piercing her. The swirl of wind started to fade as it threw Evelyn into the air. Numerous pin-sized holes could be seen on her silky black robe. As she flew into the air, she felt her life flash past through her eyes while looking at the sky. Am I going to die? A question rose up in her mind, causing her to break out a tear. Tears dripped from her eyes as she plunged down to the ground upside down. Her wet eyes caught a silhouette hurriedly closing on her with a dagger in its hands. Evelyn closed her eyes as she gave up midair. Evelyn, an enraged shout suddenly shook her soul to the core. Opening her eyes, she saw the dagger exactly a meter away from her head. Slash! Blood splattered around the ground as Evelyn's body fell on the ground with a resounding thud. The whole area fell incomparably silent, while Vanny's froze, feeling the incomparable soul pressure weighing down on her soul, making her unable to move. When Davis left the Bright Star Royal Palace through the secret entrance, he extended his soul sense to the inn he stayed in, feeling worried. Beginning to run towards the inn, his steps faltered when he saw Evelyn being blasted off into the sky. A chill ran down his spine as he felt incredibly scared and furious. Using the thunder cloud movement technique, he ran extremely fast, while his transparent soul body left his body, blasting off at an incredible speed. This is the advantage of having trained in soul forging cultivation. Reaching the infant soul stage will allow one to manifest a strain of soul outside their body. Reaching the young soul stage will allow one to manifest a transparent soul body outside their fleshy body, albeit it will be a little too weak. Reaching the adult soul stage will allow one to manifest a fully developed soul body, enabling them to battle with it. Even though his fleshy body ran incredibly fast, comparable to a peak revolving core stage cultivator, he was incredibly worried. He couldn't help but send off his soul body as well, ultimately leaving his fleshy body in a vulnerable state. In his soul form, when he saw her body plunging down to her death, he shouted in an enraged manner as he almost went mad, "Evelyn." He hurriedly used his death sense to identify the assassin's name and instantly wrote it in the death note, working in tandem with his fleshy body. Vanny's claymore dies immediately. The death note resided in his soul sea, not his soul body. But it was too late by the time he managed to leave her name on the death note. Tears erupted from his eyes, while his entire soul body felt severe pain from the surging emotions he couldn't control. By the time his soul reached near the inn, Evelyn's body fell on the ground with a thud. Now that he was in range, he released his tremendous soul pressure on Vanny's in fury. Evelyn had her eyes wide open. For a moment she felt that her head had been chopped off. She raised her hand slowly to check if her head was intact. Thud, beside her fell a severed hand, making her pupils dilate. Ag. Flooding pain erupted in her hands as she realized that her left hand had been cut off while her right hand was cut deeply to her bones, part of her wrist, hanging down in a bloody manner. Just before the dagger could reach her, the moment she opened her eyes, she simultaneously lifted up her hands to block the dagger with her bare arms, resulting in her arms to be in this state. Davis's soul body landed in front of Evelyn as he heart-wrenchingly comforted her with his words. "It's all right. It's all right, nothing's going to happen, I'm with you." Evelyn flailed and struggled left and right while she screamed in a heart-wrenching manner. Her eyes were bloodshot while tears were dripping from her eyes. The pain was too much for her to handle. It was so much that she couldn't even hear his comforting words. Vanny's collapsed as she fell onto the ground. Her death was too merciful. Davis's fleshy body rushed with enraged emotions. He exactly landed on top of Vanny's head, making it explode into smithereens. With a single step, he instantly fed Evelyn a precious mid-level sky-grade medicinal pill. It was a pill that he obtained from his alchemy master as a life-saving pill. Some semblance of sanity returned to her eyes as she felt the energy of the pill flowing into her body. Her body started to warm up, while her injuries and cuts that covered her whole body stung in pain as it stopped bleeding. After a few seconds, her left and right arms stopped bleeding as well. Davis kept shedding tears as he looked at her bloody figure. He lifted up her head, made her lie down on his shoulders, and helped the energy of the medicinal pill to circulate throughout her entire body, while his soul body turned to look at a direction with a cold face, filled with murderous anger. Sasha felt her entire body go cold as she felt his gaze. In fact, her body froze the moment she saw him stepping on Vanny's head. But her face lit up in a grin as she looked at his soul body with a crazed face. "Don't marry that cripple. She's trash and won't fit with your status. Why don't you marry someone like?" Before her words came to an end, her head flew off as it fell on the ground in a serene manner. Her body collapsed from the broken wall of the inn, falling on the floor with a thud. Blood flowed on the ground like a river as it sprayed from her neck. His soul body held a simple sharp sword in its hands, conjured from his own soul. It looked above and saw a trembling silhouette peeping out from a window. He flicked his conjured sword, and just when he was head out to behead her as well, a weak voice sounded out. She didn't," Evelyn said in a faint tone. One of her eyes were half open while another was closed. Her breathing was ragged while her clothes had slashes and numerous holes in it. Hearing her voice, Davis felt incomparably happy. His soul body immediately went back to his fleshy body. Now to him, taking revenge wasn't important, only treating her injuries were important. Besides, he felt that he had already taken revenge as he only saw those two women attack Evelyn with his soul sense. "Stay strong. Nothing will happen to you. I will heal before you even know it," Davis said as he meant each word from the bottom of his heart. But there was a faint sadness in his eyes while he looked at her two hands because her two hands were a lost cause for now. Unless she reached the body transformation stage, it will be impossible to regrow a limb without the right heavenly resources. When one reaches the body transformation stage is when one sheds their mortal body, creating a body that is more attuned to the laws of the heavens. Even if she reached the 5th stage in body cultivation, it will still be useless as body cultivation only increases one's bodily might, the density of the bones and enhancement of the organs. He removed his black robes, covering her up with it. He lifted her up as gently as possible. Evelyn groaned as she felt her entire body ache in pain while being lifted up. A few moments passed as many silhouettes arrived at the scene one by one. Emperor Ashton stood in front of them and solemnly surveyed the scene. Davis had his face cold. He felt like not giving face to anybody at all. He blamed himself. He blamed all of them for this mess. Murderous urge took over him before Evelyn's slight groan of pain brought him back to reality. He felt that he shouldn't have read the contents of the letter and not headed to the Bright Star Royal Palace, but as a result, it might have ended in a tragedy to Shirley and Felicia. He felt that if he knew the scenarios beforehand, he could have saved both of them, but he knew that the reality wasn't that kind. Bitterly chuckling in his mind, he felt that there was no right answer to his dilemma, leaving only the side he wanted to pick. Of course, if he had known that this would have happened, then he would have stayed with Evelyn. Emperor Ashton nodded his head, not taking the disrespect to heart. He started to give out orders to his subordinates. Then Emperor Ashton headed to the royal palace while Davis followed him while he carried Evelyn gently. Feeling his warmth, she fainted out of exhaustion but felt her mind awake from the aching pain while groaning in and out from her sleep. In fact, it was a newly built royal palace, meant for Davis, but since the marriage was annulled, it was not his anymore. Emperor Ashton didn't explain anything to him and just gave them the royal palace for the time being. Davis coldly nodded and entered the royal palace without even looking at him. Closing the door, he proceeded to set up concealment formations quickly. He placed her on the bed and removed her bloody battered clothes. The wounds on her body had visibly started to heal. The cuts closed up and her severed part of the left arm had closed. Her right arm, which was still a gruesome sight, looked bloody to behold. The bone was still visible while it healed very slowly. The flesh was still in a separated state and will not heal unless the bone had healed. He held her severed arm in his hand, while his mind wandered off to the precious moments he held hands with her, interlocking their fingers. Tears started forming in his eyes, but he did his best to not cry. He placed her hand beside her on the bed and applied some medicinal paste on her body. He then bandaged her wounds slowly. The end result was that her entire body was covered with bandages, making her look like a half-mummy. Not at all satisfied with his skill in bandaging, he covered her again with his black robes. He clicked his tongue and looked back at the incoming guest. "Come in," Davis shouted coldly before the other party could even ask for permission. The concealment formation opened and a figure entered. Emperor Ashton opened the door and walked inside. "My subordinates have investigated what had happened." Davis narrowed his eyes. What did they learn? Emperor Ashton looked at him. "We have apprehended Hannah Ross from the Ross family, while the two you killed were from the Claymore family." Davis didn't even bat an eye at their backgrounds because he already knew it. He felt like massacring both their families for nurturing some evil wenches. But what he wanted to know was, what was the cause? Why did they do this? Emperor Ashton lowered his eyesight before he looked at him again. From Hannah Ross's statement, it looked like they were plotting to ruin Evelyn's relationship with you, but things didn't go as expected, making the other two of them attack her out of jealousy and embarrassment. "You mean to say that what had meant to be a vicious prank has turned into a tragedy of this sort?" Davis asked as he chuckled coldly. "Wherever you want to believe it or not, it's the truth, at least, from the information we have gathered." Emperor Ashton then sighed. A person's feelings sometimes go astray and lead to irreversible consequences. Davis went silent, but still had a cold expression on his face. "I will deal with the woman named Hannah, keep her locked up." Emperor Ston nodded, and just when he wanted to ask something, he was interrupted by Evelyn's soft cry. Davis turned back as he immediately rushed to her side. When Emperor Ashton saw this, he hesitated a moment before leaving. Naturally, he had wanted to ask Davis what had happened yesterday night when he visited his daughter, but lost the chance to ask. Davis wanted to comfort her by grabbing her hands subconsciously, but looking at her weak figure once again, he felt all the more hate at himself. Evelyn looked at him and smiled weakly. There were 2 scars on her face, one beside her lips and one on her forehead. Davis bit his lips and said, "You're fine. In a few days, all the scars will disappear, it's just." He then looked at her hands and continued, "Your right hand will heal slowly over a month, while your left hand," seeing the tears that were over his eyes, Evelyn shook her head and smiled weakly back at him again. "Stay with me," Evelyn weakly said. Her face was filled with a yearning expression. Davis was taken aback. He nodded with a forced smile on his face. He took back his murderous emotions and looked at her gently. He felt nothing more than to continue staying with her for the time being. Evelyn kept looking at his warm face and fell asleep gradually. Looking at her peacefully sleeping figure, he relaxed. At this point, he still didn't figure out that his presence was the biggest comfort to Evelyn. In the Bright Star Royal Palace, after Davis left, Shirley indulged in pleasuring herself till the effects of the aphrodisiac wore off. It was her first time doing this kind of act, but she felt an incredible pleasure that she had never felt before. Coming out her reverie, she sat back, stood up and went to the bathroom to take a bath. After a few minutes, she came out dressed in her previous outfit. Looking at her bed, she once again thought to the previous event, making her heavily blush in embarrassment. Her gaze moved slightly, looking at the guiltily kneeling figure. Felicia kneeled beside the bed with her head down. She did not have the courage to meet Shirley's gaze, nor did she have the determination to end herself. She thought about ending her pitiful life once and for all but lacked the courage to do it. Shirley looked at Felicia with a complex gaze. Playful, was it? She asked herself as she recalled. On one side, she couldn't find in her heart to easily forgive Felicia. On another side, she felt that it was her own fault for inviting this mess because of her careless attitude. She realized that her playfulness had cost her a good friend and a future husband. Now, not only did she feel regret, but felt sadness gnawing upon her heart. Looking at Felicia's pitiful figure, she felt her heart wavering out of guilt. She clenched her hands as she gritted her teeth. Deciding to hear out her part of the story, she walked up to Felicia. When Felicia heard the footsteps, she trembled even more while looking down, afraid to meet Shirley's gaze. Overwhelmed by the amount of guilt, she shouted, "I'm sorry, Shirley. I was fooled. I am a fool to even doubt you. I am a fool. I deserve to die." Sobbing out her emotions, she turned her head as she finally found the courage to look at Shirley's face with the flow. Shirley had an indifferent look on her face, but inside she was just as feeling miserable in her heart. She calmed down a little before she said, "I want to hear your part of the story before I kill you." When Felicia heard that, she was content instead of being sad or angry. She wanted to explain herself to Shirley so that she could earn her forgiveness. To her, it didn't matter if she was killed, because she felt that she had deserved that kind of end. Felicia calmed down before she talked about her past without adding any fabrication. It seemed that it happened right after the events of the Grand Sea Continent meet. In the banquet held for Shirley, who gained second place, she was drugged by someone. At that time, she didn't know that it was Gart who drugged her. She hid in an empty room after crossing many hurdles to pleasure herself. Suddenly, the door opened, and to her misfortune, it was her 27th brother who opened the door with a burning light in his eyes, but she didn't know that as her eyes and mind were hazy with lust. Not even looking at who she was, he instantly pounced on her like a beast and started violating her. Felicia, who was just as aroused and horny as him, responded like a female in heat. They continued for a long time before the deed ended. Her 27th brother fainted while she was still awake from the pain she felt below. Looking at who it was, she felt shocked before her face turned into a muddled mess. Calming down her erupting emotions, she changed her dress and fed herself a pill, quickly escaping from the place. After she had somehow entered her home, she was contacted by her cousin, Gart, who had fabricated the events with a fake evidence. Gart explained to her that he was also present at that banquet and managed to capture Shirley's playfulness in an imagery crystal. With the evidence present, she felt saddened hate, disappointment at Shirley. Goaded by him, she felt that it was her right to ruin Shirley's life now that her life had been ruined. Cooperating with him, she looked for an opportunity to make Shirley experience the same tragedy as her. "This is what had transpired. If only I had consulted or indirectly asked you, none of this would have happened." By the time she had managed to explain her past, she once again sobbed and asked for Shirley's forgiveness. Hearing out her past, Shirley felt like crying out her heart. While she was enjoying the banquet, her sister was plotted against and violated just because someone needed to possess her. Her head slowly turned to the perpetrator of this vicious plot, Gart. She felt all her hatred gather on that beaten-up figure. Gart was tied up while his mouth was shut. He had his neck broken, so he was facing the other side of the bed. She walked up to him and removed the cloth on his mouth. "Let me go, or if anything happens to me, my subordinates will reveal what had happened to your sister." Gart grit his teeth as he said viciously, "I don't care, kill him," Felicia said as she looked at him with a murderous gaze. All that trust she had put on her cousin brother had gone to waste. Shirley took out her sword and pointed at him. "You dare? Don't you care what happens to your dear sister?" Gart felt a chill encroaching on his spine. He felt that his life would truly end today. Shirley's hands trembled. She looked at him. Her hatred for him reached the peak as she brought down her sword on him. Nuo, looking at the sword coming down him, he closed his eyes and shouted, "Ag." Suddenly, he felt an enormous pain as he shouted like a pig. Widening his eyes, he saw his genital flying through the air as it fell at some corner. With her eyes still cold, Shirley lifted up her foot and crushed his balls, causing a crushed sound to echo out that would cause a male to close their legs in disgust. While he was realizing the fact that he had lost his manhood, an overwhelming pain made him faint as his eyes rolled back. "Kill him," Felicia shouted as she looked at him viciously. To him who had ruthlessly played with her, she felt no pity, only endless hatred. Shirley placed her sword inside her space ring and looked at Felicia. "We need him alive. Using him, we can kill his subordinates altogether." Felicia was taken aback, not able to understand her intent. "I want you to live," Shirley replied stubbornly. Her voice was filled with melancholy. "Let's move on," she uttered with a longing expression on her face. Felicia was stunned. A single tear dropped down from her eyes. "How can I?" "I betrayed you," Shirley took a deep breath and replied. "Moving on doesn't mean you forget about things. It just means you have to accept what had happened and continue living on." But Felicia uttered, her voice trembling from the influx of guilt that sought to break her. Shirley held her shoulders tightly and tenaciously replied, "I will talk to our 27th brother about your matter. If he doesn't admit and take responsibility, I'll kill him myself." Felicia shook her head as she crawled back. Shirley hurriedly embraced her tightly as if she wouldn't let her go. "It's fine. Nothing happened to me, all right. It's true that you have betrayed me, but our close relationship is still salvageable. I don't want to make another mistake. I don't want to lose you too." Felicia broke down, crying her heart out while hugging Shirley. "I'll stop being playful. I'll change myself as well," Shirley softly whispered. Felicia nodded her head as she tightly hugged Shirley. After some time, when they separated, they looked at each other as they thought about the earlier events. After their reconciliation, the night passed tranquilly while they tied up the miserable Gart with an energy seal and hid him in the secret passage for the time being. The next day in a royal palace, the banquet proceeded as planned. Numerous guests and youths were present at the scene, talking and laughing with each other, while some others were calmly looking at the banquet with discerning eyes. Shirley and Felicia attended the banquet normally as if nothing happened. They were greeted by the guests and were wished for her birthday. Naturally, many youths demonstrated their valor and heroic nature to her, but she was unmoved by their advances, which seemed comical after experiencing yesterday's incident. She politely and directly declined all of their advances with a pitiful face which caused Emperor Ashton's expression to go awry, but a little surprised. He knew that with his daughter's temperament, she would mislead and play with them for quite a while before turning down their advances. He had no idea why she would immediately turn them down. He had a vague doubt, but he was just not sure. Outside, Shirley had a bright face, but the entire time she was mentally distracted, searching for a silhouette in the crowd that still hadn't arrived. Obviously, the person she wanted to see the most right now was Davis. She wanted to thank him for saving both of them yesterday, but her heart felt complex emotions that she couldn't comprehend. Is this longing? Shirley sipped a drink as she stirred the cup. She then sighed, thinking that he chose not to attend after experiencing that awkward incident yesterday. Crown Prince Davis didn't come. Beside her, Felicia also searched for him but couldn't find. He didn't, Shirley replied as she stood up. She walked up to her father, who was conversing with some elders. Royal father, I have something to talk. Excuse me. Emperor Ashton replied to the elders and turned his head. All right, I have something to ask you as well. Shirley felt confused but nodded her head. They headed to an empty place before Shirley opened up her mouth, coming straight to the point. Isn't Prince Davis attending the banquet? He left. Came a quick answer that shook Shirley to her core. He left, she asked with a dumbfounded face. Look at your face, I'm just kidding. Emperor Ashton laughed as his eyes gauged her reaction when suddenly his expression changed. Don't you know? Shirley shook her head. I don't know, the whole capital is buzzing with yesterday night's event, and you say you don't know. Oh my, what were you doing yesterday night? With an angry expression, he berated. When will you stop being so playful? Pay attention to the events that are going on. Yes, Shirley put her head down and acknowledged his words. Emperor Ashton went dumbfounded, looking at his daughter's remorseful figure. When had his daughter ever acknowledged his teachings? He felt weird before explaining what had happened last night. Shirley's expression went from shock to guilt. Is Evelyn fine? She asked with an incredibly worried expression. They even gave their son a pill treasure capable of saving fourth-stage experts. Well, I guess it doesn't even matter since they even have a mighty expert backing them up. Looking at her worried expression, he warned her, don't you dare to visit him or Evelyn at this time. He looks like he would kill anyone at the slightest displeasure. Shirley nodded her head absent-mindedly. It was unknown what she was thinking about. By the way, with an inquisitive expression on his face, he asked, Did Prince Davis visit you last night? Shirley froze. She knew that with Hannah's statement, they used her as a bait to lure Davis away from Evelyn. As if realizing something, she replied, He did come, but he quickly left as if he had felt danger somewhere. Now that I think about it, he must have noticed something was wrong once I said that I didn't invite him. Oh, I see. Emperor Ashton slowly nodded his head while he kept looking at her reactions. That's it then, I'll go greet the guests. Shirley smiled as she left. Her quick-witted, playful mind helped her escape his questioning, ironically. Emperor Ashton had his eyes narrowed as he looked at her back. Her palace guards said that only my daughter Felicia arrived there yesterday night. Could it be that Prince Davis bypassed the formations and met her secretly? No, something's definitely wrong. Chapter 143, Uninvited Guest. Days passed by as Davis and Evelyn stayed at that unnamed royal palace for a week, recuperating. The scars on her body disappeared, while her left arm closed up, and her right arm still in the midst of healing. Davis had almost gone mad when he heard that there were no apothecaries present in the capital during this time. Apparently, a competition was held for the seniors and juniors of the apothecary world in another city. He had no choice but to wait and take care of her till an expert apothecary arrived. On the last day, a female apothecary arrived, checked up on Evelyn's body, and told Davis that there were no internal or fatal injuries to her body. This made Davis relax his nerves. Even though he had already determined her condition, he wasn't an authentic apothecary in the first place. His eyesight and senses could go wrong sometimes, and he didn't want anything to happen to her. He needed the opinion of an authentic apothecary before he calmed his nerves. The female apothecary left after Davis paid her handsomely. Evelyn smiled as she gazed at Davis's relaxed figure. During this entire week, her love for him grew deeply, looking at him care for her all while long. She felt love to the point that even if she had died now, she would have felt content in this life. Looking at her smile, Davis smiled back warmly. He suddenly remembered something now that he was eased. I'm going out. Where are you going? She asked in confusion. If possible, she would like to have him stay for some more time. Wait here, I'll bring the woman who harmed you. Davis coldly replied. The Ashton family arrested Hannah Ross for plotting to kill a crown prince's wife. They held her in a prison where ruthless criminals were imprisoned. The Ross family feigned ignorance and didn't dare to talk about this matter, while the Claymore family tactfully disowned the two daughters who were dead. People thought that they didn't want to bicker over the two corpses, but the truth was that even if they had fought, they would have been one-sidedly decimated. Both sides knew this, so the matter came to an end with Emperor Ashton intervening indirectly to smoothen the situation. Even though the matter had been concluded, Davis made sure to be cautious and learned every important name of the Ross family and the Claymore family. If he felt anything amiss, he swore that he will quickly exterminate their upper echelon in an instant. No need, Evelyn quickly replied in a calm tone. Davis narrowed his eyes. Why? Are you going to let her go? He asked her back with a confused expression on her face. Evelyn nodded her head. She didn't join them to try and kill me. There is no need to punish her anymore. In fact, without her indirect help, I would have died already. What do you mean? Widening his eyes, he felt that she was lying for a moment, just to save Hannah. Evelyn calmed down before she took a huge breath. First, she shouted for her comrades to stop, but they didn't. Secondly, when that woman called Vannies tried to stealthily kill me, she shouted out, indirectly warning me. Lastly, she didn't join them to kill me. If she did, then you would have only gotten my severed head, while my body would be somewhere lying on the floor. Stop. I understand. No need to go that far. I'll just tell them to release her, okay? He exaggeratedly shook his hands and shouted in a comical manner. What kind of bullshit was this? She went that far to defend someone who just hadn't participated to kill her. Davis shook his head, feeling that she was way too kind. Evelyn giggled a little and nodded with her lovely face. Looking at her lovely face, he couldn't help but sigh. Thinking that he can kill that Hannah in an instant, he put the matter on the back of his head. While some might worry about retaliation, it certainly didn't apply to him. Almost every upper echelon member knew that he had 5 more talismans, which are capable of killing them in an instant. On top of that, they knew he was protected by an expert, who was widely called Senior. Only a fool would try to pick a fight with him in this world unless, of course, if he ruthlessly provoked someone in the first place. Sighing gently, he uttered, "We'll leave tomorrow morning." She nodded her head again and beckoned him to come over closer with her finger. Davis smiled and headed closer to her, planting a kiss on her lips as he held her cheeks. Rest well. Gently smiling, he separated. Just when he thought of cultivating now that his mind has been set free of worry, he sensed a presence approaching outside the palace. To protect her from any malicious soul attacks, he kept his soul sense extended 200 million for 7 days straight, even now. He was exhausted but just took it as a form of training. Evelyn nodded her head, and just when she was about to lie down, she heard Davis say, "Looks like we have a guest." Davis waved his hand, and the doors automatically opened up. He and Evelyn kept waiting for some time before a red-robed figure appeared in front of their view. Davis looked at Shirley coldly. If it weren't for his stupid decision to stay and cure her poison, he felt that he could have saved Evelyn. Even though it was an unintentional delaying on her part, he couldn't help but slightly blame her for that brief amount of precious time he lost. Evelyn was truly surprised as she didn't expect her newly made friend to visit at this time, keeping tabs on the events that are going on here. "I think that it isn't good," Davis coldly uttered to Shirley as he moved his gaze away. Shirley froze but smiled wryly as she replied, "I couldn't help it. My father said to not meet you too during this time because he said that you looked as if you're gonna kill someone. Only after the apothecary left did I learn that you have calmed down." Davis still had a cold face, not at all amused by her reply. Seeing his ice-cold face, sadness flashed past through Shirley's eyes before she quickly hid it. "Evelyn, I'm sorry, please forgive me." Suddenly she kneeled down as she shouted guiltily without even waiting for his reply. "What? Prince Shirley, get up. Why are you doing this? This isn't appropriate." Evelyn looked taken aback. She couldn't understand why she would kneel down and ask for forgiveness. Shirley looked at her determinedly as she confessed, "If it weren't for Prince Davis who saved me from the clutches of a madman, my body would have been sullied. If it weren't for him who wasted his time on me, nothing would have happened to you." "What do you mean?" Evelyn narrowed her eyes. She glanced at Davis to see him remain silent. Shirley then explained what had happened to her at that night, as well as how she had been saved by Davis. She also played the contents of the imagery crystal to Evelyn, removing any misunderstanding that might have been formed from her explanation. "What I meant to say is that if it weren't for me, you wouldn't be in this situation right now." Shirley looked at Evelyn's arms and replied guiltily. Her eyes were full of remorse. "What are you saying? It's not like he knew that I was in danger. If you hadn't told him that you weren't the one who invited him, then it might have been truly the end for me." Evelyn warmly comforted her from the bottom of her heart. A moment later she shook her head. "Besides, I am also glad that something bad didn't happen to you." Shirley was taken aback by her magnanimity. "But look at you. It's all my fault for delaying him. You don't have to twist the truth to comfort me." "All right, then what should I do? Give you a punishment?" Sighing gently, she asked as she lifted her severed hand. "Yes, that's what I came here for, or else I won't be able to forgive myself." Shirley shouted determinedly. Evelyn turned speechless. She wants self-satisfaction and to be self-forgiven. Fulfill her wish, Evelyn. She doesn't care about your plight at all. Davis uttered coldly. He felt that something was wrong with this Shirley. Shirley shuddered. She quickly uttered, no. Am I wrong? A cold voice quickly and pressure quickly shattered her hopes. Shirley stayed silent and gazed down. Davis continued while turning his face to Evelyn. Your injuries doesn't warrant her to come and beg for punishment no matter how I see it. You two aren't that close anyway. Neither are you two bound by a hierarchical relationship. Is that true? With Davis being so blunt, Evelyn sighed as she questioned. Evelyn was no fool. She already had an inkling of what the other party wanted, but she held a faint hope that she will be able to enrich the relationship with her new friend. That was her character, something which she couldn't change easily. Shirley looked down on the floor. She wanted to disagree, but her thoughts said otherwise. Who was Evelyn to her? A friend at the level of an acquaintance. She looked back up and gazed at Evelyn with clear eyes. Honestly, it might be true that I don't care about you that much, but I do think that it was my fault that all this happened to you. I have decided to turn a new leaf over, and that's why I asked for your forgiveness. Evelyn could feel her gaze and the determination in it. Shirley held her skirt and continued, It's the first time. It's the first time I killed a person with my own hands. With my status, I didn't need to dirty my own hands, but in this case, I didn't hold back. I killed that madman who tried to violate me, as well as his subordinates in cold blood during this week. There's no going back now. I need to change my personality anew. I can't be the same old Shirley, nor am I the same old Shirley anymore. I understand. Evelyn replied solemnly, You can leave. Shirley got dumbfounded. Davis's eyes widened as he smiled slightly, ruthless. She gave the worst possible punishment that Shirley could endure. That is if she really had wanted Evelyn's forgiveness in the first place. But I haven't been punished yet, Shirley cried out in confusion in a low voice. What are you saying? I've already punished you, Evelyn responded back with a serious look. Shirley thought back and couldn't find when she was punished. No, haven't you realized what your punishment is? Davis asked in a cold tone. Shirley turned to look at him. Her eyes were full of complex emotions. What? His cold face turned into a slight grin. Your punishment is that you'll never gain the forgiveness you wanted from her. Shirley's eyes widened. A few seconds passed before she stood up and left the palace absent-mindedly. To them, it was unknown what she was thinking. A few minutes passed before Evelyn opened her mouth. It doesn't matter if I forgive her or not. She has to find it in her heart to forgive herself. When Davis heard her speech, his thought changed as he shook his head. She wasn't being ruthless. She was just being kind. Sigh. When the golden-horned wyvern saw Evelyn, it angrily roared and destroyed the walls and its surroundings. It didn't do anything later but obediently let those two mount on it. In a distance, a beautiful figure clad in red robes gazed at the leaving golden-horned wyvern. A single tear could be seen dripping down from the eyes of that figure. That figure's mouth moved a little as an anguished mutter could be heard in the serene-like atmosphere. I wanted your forgiveness, not hers. We'll be crossing the borders soon, Davis said as he looked at the outposts in the distance. He then looked beside to see a beautiful figure who looked serene in the dancing wind, except the figure was still wearing his imperial black robes where half of its left sleeve flailed around in the air. He asked, Are you worried? Guilt was still visible in his eyes. She looked at him and smiled, sort of I wonder how our people will react after seeing my state. Davis rolled his eyes. Why are you worrying about that? I should be the one who is worried. Evelyn chuckled on hearing his statement. He sighed and explained, What, I brought you out without any elite guards to protect us. I was too arrogant and now I've learnt my lesson. Except you paid the price for it. With a silent pause, he murmured, I'm going to get beaten by my mother for sure. Evelyn giggled and shook her head. You'll see when we get there the strong dictates the weak. Looking at her non-blaming eyes, Davis went silent. He was extremely uncomfortable with her patience and forgiveness. He decided to ask the question which had been weighing on his mind for a long time. You don't blame me for what had happened. Evelyn glanced at her severed arm. Why would I? My arrogant self just had to go slap them because they insulted me. It was a blunder on my part, Sigh. If they had insulted you, then you are in the right to strike them back, Davis replied in a strong tone. She added it would, that is if I had a status or cultivation that was at least equal to them. Flicking the sleeves and narrowing his eyes, he shouted, You are my fiancé. How did they even get the courage to touch you? Hearing that, she wryly smiled. We aren't married yet to them. I am just a commoner who just got lucky. Her gaze then moved away from him. Besides, they must have thought that I am nothing more than a decoration. You aren't. You are my wife, Davis shamelessly declared as he looked away. It caused her to giggle continuously from happiness. Suddenly, she felt that losing an arm wasn't a worse matter at all. Evelyn then smiled brightly at him. I know. Looking at her bright smiling face that was void of blame, Davis felt even more guilt. Just like Shirley, he also wanted to get forgiveness from her. But unlike Shirley, it was largely sincere on his part. You're not going to yell at me about saving Shirley, David asked with a faint fear in his heart. After all, he did accidentally kiss Shirley in a moment of desperation, and in the following chaos, Shirley unconsciously licked his face while it was all seen by Evelyn through the imagery crystal. Evelyn blushed a little while recalling the scenes displayed from the imagery crystal. Seeing her go silent all of a sudden, he couldn't help but ask her once again, "Are you mad at me? As a wife, you can yell at me, you know." Davis reminded her gently, afraid that she had been holding back all this time. Her expression suddenly went awry before she sighed. "Despicable is what I would at least say, but I know that you did it accidentally. There's no reason for me to get angry at you." Meanwhile, a slight sigh escaped from Evelyn's mouth as she thought, "I'm not trying to hog you all to myself anyway." They didn't meet any obstruction in their return journey as well. Nobody was unfortunate enough to get seriously injured by Davis for just stopping them. These 2 months his demeanor slightly changed to a cold one as he pondered on how to conduct himself. From time to time, he wondered about Elia's whereabouts. He took care of Evelyn with utmost care. Read some books in the meantime, stacking up on his knowledge. Whenever he glanced at her severed arm, he sighed. He vowed to one day regrow her arm as soon as possible. He decided to cast away his optimistic and cheerful personality, which was gained by living in the royal castle for 7 years, but not entirely. He decided to deal with his loved ones in a fond manner, while dealing with strangers in an ice-cold and ruthless manner. It was easy for him to do that, because his original personality in his previous life was of a cold one, to begin with. He didn't change, but merely returned to what he was before he came to this world. Additionally, the golden-horned wyvern slightly bonded with the both of them. "We've finally returned home." Leaning on Davis's shoulders while looking at the familiar walls, Evelyn let out an exhausted noise, tired from the return journey. She had changed back to her black silky robes sometime after her right arm healed completely. Even the scars had completely disappeared during this time. Only her left arm was bandaged on the severed end. It was a painful experience for her, but as a result, it made her pain threshold increase a lot. With this, she knew that she will be able to make progress in body tempering cultivation. Though she looked content, there was a genuine worry, visible in her eyes when she looked in the direction of her home. "It's fine, I'll come along with you. We'll check the rumor later." Looking at her worried gaze, Davis comforted her. He felt that he has to man up and receive the curses from her family for not being able to protect her. As long as they don't go overboard, Davis felt that taking unusual insults would be fine as well. Crossing the walls, they passed without even facing a single obstruction, as the chief guards over the walls knew that the golden-horned wyvern was the mount of the emperor. They even bowed down out of reverence and respect. The first destination they arrived to wasn't the royal castle, but the Calden family manor. Davis resigned himself to be called incompetent and such, while he stood on the golden-horned wyvern which was hovering above the manor with a towering presence. The golden-horned wyvern landed down in a grand fashion, awe-inspiring the onlookers as well as the Calden family members. Davis felt that his grand entrance had gone way overboard, but didn't blame the golden-horned wyvern for it, so he gritted his teeth and got down solemnly, well prepared to get insulted. It didn't even take a few seconds before the elders of the Calden family came buzzing out like flies with smiling faces. "Welcome back, Prince Davis. We've been expecting you for quite some time now," an elder said as he bowed. The other elders also bowed and greeted Davis. Davis nodded solemnly, but his heart was beating disorderly. Even he couldn't forgive his mistake that easily. What else could be said about her own family? Evelyn jumped down from the wyvern, and her appearance became visible to the elders. The moment their gaze and sense landed on Evelyn, their faces became incomparably ugly to behold. But it quickly reverted as they kept their smiles back. One of the elders quickly uttered, "Come back inside, we'll continue to talk there." Evelyn nodded and followed that elder back to the manor. The other elders hurriedly surrounded Davis. Davis froze seeing the numerous elders surround him and resigned himself to get hammered down. "Prince Davis, don't be disheartened. Let's go inside and talk. Yes, it isn't good if we keep you waiting outside." The others' elders all agreed and nodded their heads with a forced smile on their faces. "They're unexpectedly giving me face by not beating me up right outside time and time again. This really demonstrates the power of the royal family." Davis sighed while nodding his head. He then followed them inside. In the hall, Evelyn arrived and stood there silently without displaying a single expression on her face. Numerous youths of the Calden family who noticed the commotion outside also arrived at the hall and stood around the corners to view the spectacle. When they looked at Evelyn, some of them felt pity, while some of them gloated secretly, but none spoke a word to her, including her so-called cousins in the Calden family, who were obviously indifferent to her status. A figure quickly ran through the crowd and hurriedly knelt down while crying like a fool, Evelyn's expression changed. She could no longer keep her indifferent face. She instantly lifted up Maisie and hugged her in a tight embrace. Davis entered and saw the spectacle. His nervous heart relaxed for some reason. Maybe it was because he saw someone care for her. Grinning slightly, he was happy for her and adopted an optimistic mindset. If they're gonna attack, then I'll just treat it as a body-tempering cultivation session. Suddenly, the crowd withdrew their hushed voices and went silent as a figure arrived with its eyes wide open, its face incomparably worried. Only bawling sounds could be heard from the middle of the hall. The family head approached the sound as the crowd parted while his face turned increasingly worse. When the family head's gaze landed on Evelyn, he froze as his pupils dilated. Extending his hands, he slowly walked towards Evelyn with a dumbfounded face. Various emotions ran through his heart, compelling his legs to go closer. His hands trembled violently when he saw his daughter's severed arm. Erupting with a huge anger on his face, he pointed towards Davis. "You, family head, we advise you to take actions considering the future of our family." Before he could even say anything, an elder beside him instantly interrupted with a solemn face. "That's right, we advise you to think about our family's future before taking any decision." The family head froze, his face stifled with anger. He turned to look at the elders beside him while his eyes turned bloodshot. It took a while before he calmed himself and glanced at the elders one by one. The elders trembled a little with their faces steeled, feeling the family head's stern gaze, but they somehow held their ground. The family head kept nodding his head as he turned to look at Davis, but before he could even say anything, he was interrupted again by the elders. "Prince Davis, we're sure that some kind of mishap must have happened during the travel, but you don't need to take it to heart. Right, mishaps occur all the time, and this was just an unfortunate accident. Don't be disheartened, just treat it as a bad dream," an elder said as he glanced in the direction of Evelyn. "Right, if the prince feels remorseful, he will just marry one of our granddaughters." Another elder agreed with the previous elder as he had a profound smile on his face. "Well said, the prince is a responsible person and will adhere to the words given by the royal family." The other elders took some sides and hurriedly agreed while they kept nodding their heads. "Good, good, you all, very good." The family head smiled with a murderous gaze. He felt like killing these bastards who were one generation above him, but above all, he felt disappointment in his heart. He worked his life for the family, and all he gets are a group of power-hungry, backstabbing elders. He suddenly started to laugh out loud. "I wondered why you people never tried to listen to my words. I wasn't sure, but now I understand." Flicking his sleeves with a harumph, he approached his daughter with a sad expression on his face. He held her bandaged arms and felt like crying. Plopping down on his knees, he moved her bandaged arm and placed it on his forehead. "Evelyn, father has disappointed you." He felt regret. All he wanted was his daughter to have a bright future, but his daughter came back to him as a cripple. He knew that using the excuse that she is a cripple, these old foxes have spontaneously decided on sending their granddaughters to be the bride for the prince. He should have expected it, or rather one should say that he placed a lot of trust on these old foxes. Seeing her father, who was a strict individual in her childhood, now purely care for her, losing all pretense in the bearing of a family head, she felt like bawling out her emotions but somehow calmed herself down. She held his shoulders with her right hand and shook her head as she smiled. "You have not disappointed me, father." Evan Calden glanced up and felt even more guilt, thinking that his daughter was such an angel. Evelyn lifted up her face and looked up at the spectacle, which looked disgusting to behold. While she was consoling her father, the elders were busy introducing their granddaughters to Davis. "Evelyn, can I kill these old bastards?" An incomparably cold voice resounded out, shocking the entire family to the core. The elders and the youths looked at Davis with a dumbfounded expression etched on their faces. Davis kept quiet all this while, because the moment he heard them say to treat Evelyn as a bad dream, something snapped in his mind. It took everything to control himself from murdering these Calden family elders in cold blood. It was because that this was her family that he took this much effort to calm himself down. These old bastards wouldn't stop boasting about their granddaughters, so he finally shouted loudly with a frosty expression on his face. He looked at Evelyn with a gaze that told a million things. Surprisingly, Evelyn nodded her head as she hardened her heart. The hate she felt for these elders came to be known by Davis now. The moment she nodded her head, 3 heads flew into the air soundlessly as it descended on the ground with a thud. Their bodies collapsed as blood flowed out from the neck like a river. Davis employed the same soul attack, albeit he conjured a spear and took the life of the 3 nearest elders in a split second. Few screams rang out as the other elders felt their hearts leap to their throats while they hurriedly moved back, creating distance between them. "Stop, what are you doing? Brat, you want to die." Enraged shouts that were filled with fear echoed at Davis's ears, causing him to sneer. "If you have the gall, try to even touch me, and let me see if your family survives the extermination," Davis responded coldly, causing the elders who shouted out to break out in a cold sweat. They knew the consequences of harming him, so they wouldn't dare unless they want their family exterminated. The conjured spear disappeared as he felt the impulse to kill fade away, since he had killed the most annoying elders, including the one who said to treat Evelyn as a bad dream. He didn't know who were these 3, nor did he feel like he needed to know it. Are you treating our Calden family like garbage? You can't get away with it. Since you don't want a toast, we can only take Evelyn back and gift her to the real crown prince." Davis looked at the two elders who opened their mouths just now. The spear was once again conjured. Looks like you two want to die. Prince Davis, please stop. Suddenly, a voice echoed out. Davis turned to look at the source of the voice. Please stop this. If any more of our elders die, our family would be hugely weakened. Evan Calden shouted as he bowed. He felt like he had the power to face off with Davis, but what use would that be in the front of the Lauret family? Besides, he did not feel like protecting them at all, but he has to save them or else he couldn't face his ancestors in the afterlife. You want to keep these old bastards alive. Isn't father-in-law afraid that they might cruelly betray you one day? Davis coldly asked. Still bowing, Evan Calden replied, such is the curse of a family head. Their lives are my responsibility. Hearing his reply, Davis felt pity for this responsible man. He looked at Evelyn and saw her head nod slightly. Sighing gently, he once again made the spear disappear. This isn't the end, lad. We will definitely not give up on the marriage agreement. You or that prince will marry someone of our family. A crazed elder shouted atop his lungs, seeing that Prince Davis was no longer going to attack them. Davis turned his head to look at him and thought, looks like the rumors were true. The marriage agreement, what was written on that? Davis never actually once looked at the agreement that was made between the two families. Evan Calden replied, the young mistress of the Calden family will be married to the crown prince of the Lauret family. He then glanced at the elders and added, even though it was written like that, we originally thought it would be fine even if the bride gets to marry the second prince, but it looks like greed has taken root upon their hearts. Is that so? Then I declare that the marriage agreement between the Lauret family and the Calden family is void and null, Davis coldly uttered with an indifferent expression on his face. What, brat, you can't just do that. You don't have the authority to do that. The elders were dumbfounded by his words before they shouted back at him for his arrogant declaration. Davis looked at them coldly and emanated a lofty soul pressure, akin to an emperor. Do you want to try my authority? My life is decided by my hands, and even my parents have no say in it. You think you are any special, trying to boast off your non-existent might. The elders started to feel incredible pressure, even as they covered their bodies in energy. Their legs went limp from the seamless pressure that had originated from the boy who looked like a 15-year-old. All of them collapsed one by one. Their expressions were as if they were facing a calamity. The people in the entire hall went silent from fright. Why? A panic-stricken voice echoed out from a visibly trembling figure. Davis froze. He turned to look at Evelyn. Looking at her tear-filled eyes, his heart wrenched in pain. He instantly stepped in front of her and knelt down on one knee while extending his hand. I, Davis Lauret, ask for your hand in marriage. A profound light flickering in his eyes, where one would describe it as tremendous love, not bound by any lousy agreement, but bound by our love. Uttering with a serious expression on his face, he waited as his heart palpitated for her reply. Evelyn felt her eyes go misty. Tears dropped from her eyes. A moment ago, she felt the whole world around her tearing apart when she heard him say that the marriage agreement between them is annulled. Her frail figure trembled as she thought that her unfounded fears had started to come true, but she didn't think it was for this reason. She extended her right hand and grasped his hand, all the while sobbing out her heart as she nodded her head. Davis quickly pulled her into his embrace and hugged, just waiting for her flooding emotions to calm down. He now understood what she meant at that time. To her so-called family members, she was nothing more than a liability, or one could say, an asset to enrich their lives. Even though he had a faint clue that the cultivation world would be like this, he was honestly disappointed at their behavior, especially when he thought that it was his lover's family. After quite some time, an enraged shout rang out from an elder as he gritted his teeth. You can't do this. Davis felt his mind snapping again. They just won't give up without seeing more deaths. He let her go and conjured up a translucent spear again. As if they were prepared for it, the elders united and stood together, creating a defense formation. Stop. Evan Calden stood in front of Davis and uttered, Prince Davis. Please take my daughter away. She no longer has any business in our Calden family. A faint smile appeared in his eyes. He was really happy that his daughter has finally managed to find her love. He couldn't wish her for any more happiness, so he thought of sending her away from these people who were no better than strangers. Even if you don't say anything, I'm just going to do that. Uttering in a dissatisfied tone, Davis continued, and also I'll be burning down the agreement after I return to the royal castle. Before the elders could even utter any annoying words, Davis completely used the soul suppression art to make the elders faint quickly as they plopped to the ground like puppets that had their strings cut. When they woke up, they probably would have a severe headache that stemmed from their souls. Let's go to the royal castle. Davis held her hands and smiled at her. He looked at her gently and had the urge to protect her eternally. Evelyn wiped away her tears and nodded embarrassedly. At this moment, she felt like she could follow him to the end of her life, and this kind of feeling made her heart experience incomparable bliss. Looking at the direction of the royal castle, Davis thought, if the entire Lauret family were to be alive, would I also be an asset for them to enrich their lives as well? A chilling light flashed through his eyes. First prince was it. I'll see what schemes you have in store for us. The royal castle. Things were the same as any day in this huge royal castle. The guards were patrolling orderly, the servants did their work, the officials roamed around doing their jobs. It was as peaceful as any other day. But inside the inner castle, the atmosphere was tense for around a week. It all started when a 17-year-old boy entered the royal castle a week ago, declaring that he was of the royal family. This kind of matter was quite common, as the royal family members would sometime roam around and leave behind their illegitimate heirs by having an affair that, if found out, would turn scandalous. The emperor had a joyous look on his face when he heard about the news. He could care less about the scandal when the Lauret family was already in decline in terms of blood. He quickly took the boy and conducted the bloodline test, and to his joy, the results were positive. It was officially proved that the 17-year-old boy was a Lauret family member, but his expression turned ugly when the 17-year-old boy called him royal father. To his wrath, when he tried to discipline that 17-year-old boy, the boy uttered a woman's name, causing him to freeze. At that time, a whole lot of officials, and even the empress, was present. Everyone noticed the change in his expression and started forming their own assumptions. The empress, naturally angered, left the throne hall without uttering a single word. The emperor naturally tried to stop the empress, but it was of no use. The emperor then sat down on his seat, listening to the boy who called him royal father. On that same day, the atmosphere continued to remain tense after a new woman was brought to the royal castle. This was the ongoing current state of the royal family. The golden-horned wyvern landed on a platform above the royal castle. Davis and Evelyn got down from it and entered inside the royal castle. For some reason, Evelyn clad herself in black robes, covering her figure. It looked like she didn't want anyone here to see her crippled state. Davis advised otherwise, but she remained adamant, so he could only sigh. He still had to take care of the new problem that has cropped up in the royal castle. Entering inside from the top platform, the first destination they headed to was the empress's quarters, to his mother's room. On the way, walking by the corridor, Davis and Evelyn froze, looking at the figure who vaguely resembled Davis but was a little taller and had a short black hair. The figure was leaning beside a door, on the walls of the corridor, glancing in their direction with an astonished face. Both of them continued to walk past him while looking at each other. Davis sighed as he was now sure that he had an elder brother from another mother. He mentally face-palmed himself, bracing for a headache that is soon going to descend upon him. Was he waiting for us? Evelyn whispered as she asked Davis. Doesn't seem like it. It is likely he is standing on guard for the person behind that door, he replied as he shook his head. While they left towards the empress's room, the figure who resembled Davis muttered, such an incredible pressure. He's definitely my genius little brother. The next moment, a worried expression filled over his face when he turned to look at the door beside him. I'm sorry for not listening to your words, mother, but don't worry. Your rightful place is here. Davis hastened his steps. He felt that his mother might have been heartbroken. Finally arriving before the destination, Davis knocked on the door and shouted, Mother, open the door, it's me, Davis. The door quickly opened only to see little Diana peeking out from the door joyfully, but when she saw a big elder sister clad in black robes beside him, she hurriedly ran inside while shouting, Mother, brother is with a scary woman. Hearing her shout, Evelyn turned embarrassed as she knew it was because she draped herself with a black robe. Davis chuckled and looked inside, feeling relaxed. Deanna returned to play with Edward while Claire sat on top of the bed with an indifferent expression. Davis approached his mother, and just when he thought of asking a question, he turned his head and asked, Diana, what was Mother doing right before I arrived? Mother was playing with us, came an instant reply from Diana as she kept playing with her little brother. Claire froze, but before she could turn embarrassed, she caught sight of her savior, Evelyn, come inside. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Davis turned speechless. Was she not angry or just stopped caring about it? He couldn't guess the reason. Evelyn came inside and guiltily put her head down, not able to face her mother-in-law's smiling gaze. Claire frowned. She suddenly grasped Evelyn's robes and spread it as her eyes widened in anger. She turned to Davis and coldly asked, who did this? Sasha Claymore and Vanny's Claymore. I killed the both of them. Coldness flashed through his eyes as he replied. Pa, Claire slapped him and shouted, how could you let this happen? Weren't you arrogant, not even opting to take bodyguards with you? Davis put his head down in shame and regret but felt a little happy. Only his mother would dare to punish him while no one even dared to even offend him. In this case, he was in the wrong and felt that he totally deserved this slap. Even though the slap echoed like thunder in the room, it did not hurt one bit for him. Knowing that his mother held back, he smiled in his heart. Deanna and Edward stopped playing and they hugged each other while watching the ongoing spectacle with a scared expression on their faces. Evelyn hurriedly stood in front of him and explained, Mother-in-law, it was my fault. Husband wasn't present at that time. If not, how could he let this happen? You too. Claire pointed at the both of them in anger, but her anger slightly dissipated when she heard Evelyn call Davis her husband. Evelyn didn't even realize that she called Davis her husband in the heat of the moment. If she had known, then she might have been engulfed by the embarrassment. After all, she and Davis only call each other husband and wife when they're alone. Claire calmed down and glared at Davis for a while before she started to comfort Evelyn with some optimistic views and speeches. She had personally admired Evelyn's character and courage to stand up before them when they had tested her. Once she had finished her comforting speech, she looked at Davis and berated, "Be more good to her." Davis nodded his head. He hesitated for a moment before he opened his mouth. "Mother, what exactly is happening outside?" Claire's expression immediately changed before a slight sigh escaped her mouth. "Your father had an illegitimate child with a woman, and it looks like it was way before he met me I saw that child. Does that make him my elder brother?" Davis asked as he scratched his head. Technically it would, but he couldn't find it in his heart to accept an elder brother who suddenly came out from nowhere. Claire glared daggers at him before she uttered with a harumph, "It does make him your elder brother." Davis looked at his mother's expression and thought, "Looks like she's really angry, but why does she keep sighing all the time? What's your opinion on it?" Davis spread his hands as he questioned. He wanted to know what she thought on that matter so he could act appropriately. Claire's expression alternated between anger and helplessness. A moment later she sighed again. "I would have made a mincemeat out of him if he were to an affair, but that woman, that matter happened way before he even met me. I can't really blame him, could I?" Davis relaxed. "You still did not go meet father." Claire laughed in anger. "Ha, are you kidding me? Afraid that I will kill her? He has been staying with that woman all this time." Davis laughed internally. "It's a miracle that he didn't escape after knowing your temper." Exhaling a second, she continued, "Besides, that woman is ill." "Ill?" Davis narrowed his eyes. She nodded and explained, "Yes, apparently her son, who is named Ernest, barged his way to the royal castle to save his mother by borrowing the help of the royal family." "How touching, isn't it? Except we don't know if he has any schemes in store for us." Davis laughed. "We don't have to worry about that. We have Clara after all." Thinking about it for a moment, Claire smiled. "You're right." Davis hesitated for a moment before he asked, "What about that woman's illness?" "It has been treated. She's becoming healthy slowly." A vague amount of displeasure could be seen in her eyes. Davis could see his mother's wish for the other woman to die, but he didn't say anything about it. "So did father come to meet you?" Claire smiled like a playful girl. "He did a lot, but I didn't allow him inside." She looked as if she was having fun taking revenge on him for this mess. Hearing that, Davis's expression turned serious. "Mother, if you don't talk wholeheartedly with father, only misunderstandings will ensue from here on out." Though he felt that Logan deserved it, Claire went silent for a moment as her face changed. She then sighed. "I understand. I'll talk with him today. Good. I'll leave this mess to your mother. But if my so-called elder brother does anything funny, I'll kill him before he could even succeed," Davis declared in a cold tone, his eyes emitting a faint killing intent. Claire looked at his cold demeanor and felt a faint chill passing through her spine. She couldn't believe that this was her son, who would be so warm to her at all times. She wondered in worry, is his old personality returning back to him? It's like he returned back to the time when he was cold to her gentle and warm embrace. Exactly like during the first week of his return when he was 3 years old. But before she could say anything, his demeanor turned calm and smiled as he said, "Time is of the essence. I have to go to the secret entrance in a month's time." Claire stopped what she was going to say, instead sighed as she knew that this day would come one way or another. She can't expect him to act like her child every time. It was wishful thinking on her part. "Why do you keep sighing, mother? Just go speak with father and conclude the matter," Davis said exasperatedly. Claire chuckled slightly as if she knew it all. "I'll take care of that. You don't need to worry about it. Stay here for a day and then leave. You're already quite late to make it to that place anyway. Just take the golden horned wyvern again." Davis chuckled and glanced at Evelyn. He then informed his mother that Evelyn will stay in this royal castle. Claire accepted and assigned his own study as her room. Davis glanced at his mother with a thankful expression on his face. He knew it was unknown whether if he would return or even successfully reach the other side. Not only that, but plenty of dangers ensued the other side of the realm. He still didn't inform Evelyn of his intentions, that he would not be simply going to the secret realm to hunt, but to cross the other side. "By the way, do you have the marriage agreement?" Davis asked as his eyes shot wide open before it turned normal. He had almost forgotten about this matter. She was incredibly glad that her son could find someone he loved. Cultivation was an arduous task, and doing it alone would cause one to develop mental instabilities. "Can you show it to me?" With a smiling face, Davis eagerly asked. Claire looked at the both of them with a sneaky glance and giggled. "Here," saying so, she handed over a scroll that appeared in her hand. Davis grasped the scroll and looked at it. Verifying that it was indeed their marriage agreement, he looked at Evelyn. Evelyn gently nodded and smiled. She could tell what he was going to do next and allowed it because she had full trust in him. Sizzle, numerous sparks of lightning spread over the scroll, burning it down to ashes. "What are you doing?" Claire widened her eyes and shouted in incredulity and almost misunderstood the situation. "I did what I had to do," Davis replied coldly. Claire had a confused expression on her face, prompting him to explain the events before he came to the royal castle. Those leechers. Can't they just die and rid of their existences from this world? Claire coldly harumphed in displeasure after hearing how her daughter-in-law suffered. She had faint, killing intent emitting from her eyes which described her fury. Davis raised his eyebrows, but he knew why her expression changed. It seemed as if it reminded her of some ugly memories of her Alstrom family's elders. Few moments passed in silence before Claire opened her mouth. That said, it's best if you teach some manners to the new prince. Oh, my bad. The first prince to show respect to his elders. Claire slightly giggled. Her meaning was clear. She clearly told him to beat him up and show him his place in the royal castle. Mom, are you sure that you are not holding a grudge against him? Besides, what do you mean elder? I'm younger than him. Davis chuckled a little, causing Evelyn on the side to secretly laugh. You. Here I am trying to establish your might in the royal castle and you're teasing me, Claire asked with an aggrieved expression in her face. Clicking her tongue in displeasure, she continued, you know, after you go away, what if he places his hands on you? Before she could finish her words, Davis bowed and clasped his hands. I'll immediately teach him a lesson according to the Empress's wishes. Good, Claire smiled with a haughty expression on her face, making her dazzle like a noble figure. Davis lifted up his eyebrows and cried mentally, how scary. Mothers like her always know how to get their job done. Is she still my mother? Where is my mother? Give me back my kind mother. But his eyes then turned cold when he thought of her words and his previous mistake. But she has a point. It's better to warn others before they do some stupid stuff that will make me go seriously mad enough to massacre originally. He thought that he could ignore this elder brother of his and relax, but once he thought of the possible consequences, his mind changed quickly to remove all potential risks mode. He then bid farewell to his mother, left Evelyn in his study, and headed to Clara's room. He knocked for her to open the door. A cute but cold voice echoed out at the same time, "Who? Your brother," he shouted back. Hurried footsteps sounded out before the room opened, showing an exceptional cute face that turned into a dazzling smile after seeing the figure that stood in front. Davis patted her head. Dear sister, you will eventually collapse if you cultivate this hard. He knew that this naughty little 7-year-old sister of his was a handful. Either purely cultivating or increasing her knowledge in her free time. Hee, Clara smiled foolishly as she hugged his patting hands. She replied, I must catch up to brother. You haven't still given upon that. Sai, you can try to catch up to me, but there's no need to push yourself, okay? Davis knocked her head slightly. I know, I won't make the same mistake again. She rubbed her head as if she felt her head hurt, but he knew it was just a cute act. He then smiled warmly at her because he knew that she was acting adorable for him. As far as he knew, her personality had turned slightly quiet and cold after being cultivating alone all this while. Was this a natural character of the possessor of the transcendent truth eyes? He didn't know but felt that it must have been the case. Come, I have a job for you. It's about your big brother Ernest, he smiled and said. Clara's expression turned complicated. Big brother Ernest, whom I've already met him. You've already met him? An astonished expression on his face appeared on his face. Clara nodded her head yes from father's request. He asked me to verify if big brother Ernest is his son or not. The way you're addressing him looks like he is really our big brother. Davis had his vague doubts, but now it cleared away. Clara continued, not only that but father asked me to verify if big brother Ernest has any scheme in store for us. Whoa, surprisingly, he is cautious. Good. Davis had a satisfied expression on his face. He then asked what was the result. Father did the questioning, and I verified that he isn't plotting anything serious. He had only one plot, and that was to save his mother by forcing his way through our royal castle openly. How fortunate if he had come with a plot to do something stupid. He would have died before I could even hear about him. He rolled his eyes as he sighed. There goes his unfounded suspicions down in the drain. He was truly glad he consulted Clara before going to meet him. Good girl, your brother is leaving to enter that realm tomorrow. You should be a caring sister. Treat your little sister Diana and little brother Edward well. Yes, came a bright reply, causing him to break out into a smile again. He looked at her cute face and wondered that by the next time he saw her, she would have grown into a fine woman. Also, take care of your sister-in-law as well. Clara widened her eyes and harumphed in displeasure, but nodded all the same. Ha ha ha. All right then, brother has disturbed you, take care. Laughing wholeheartedly, he gave her a kiss on the cheek before leaving. Clara watched his back as he left while her smiling face gradually turned cold before she uttered, one day, I'll follow brother to that realm. Her eyes emitted a faint discerning pressure that could cause one to break out in cold sweat. Davis headed to the place where he saw his so-called elder brother before with relaxed strides. He had various thoughts on how to deal with this situation, but felt that it would be overstepping his bounds if he were to act harshly with the other party. Arriving at that corridor, he saw Ernest still leaning beside that door. Let's test the waters, Davis thought to himself and approached him. He didn't want to needlessly offend this family member of his for no reason either. Ernest resembled Davis a little bit, but not too much. He had short black hair reaching till his neck, his eyes were sapphire blue which sparkled like the blue ocean. His body looked slightly skinny on the outside, combined with his slightly ragged common but manly clothes. He looked like any average cultivator in the streets. Ernest, was it? Davis asked with an indifferent expression. Ernest had a complex expression on his face. He stopped leaning and sighed. Smirking with a mocking expression, he replied, "That's elder brother to you, little brother Davis. Elder brother Ernest." Davis corrected himself without changing his expression. Ernest was taken aback. He had a shocked expression on his face. He had lived like a commoner, so he knew that his expression and mocking words were more than enough to provoke even a wealthy rich kid into fighting him, but this little brother of his wasn't fazed at all. He looked at his little brother with surprised eyes. After all, he had thought that this royal brother of his would be very arrogant. At least, that's what he understood from meeting with his little sister Clara, who was quite cold to him when they first met. Davis smiled in his heart as he knew that his elder brother was also testing him. He couldn't care less about it. All I came to say is that you can live in this royal castle. I don't care about anything else, just don't plot or scheme against us, or else I can't guarantee that your life will belong to you," Davis straightforwardly said with a cold tone, and by the time he ended his words, a faint soul pressure befell Ernest, heavily constricting his movements. Ernest gulped and nodded involuntarily, with the illusion of death looming over his body. He felt as if he fell into a quagmire of sorts, which pressurized him into the depths of a pit. After the invisible pressure was removed, he regained his movements and clenched his teeth as a wave of disappointment swept over his heart. Disappointed at himself, he mentally uttered, "Damn, I wanted to stand toe-to-toe with him. If I can't even do this, how can I even protect my mother in this place?" But looking at his little brother's cold face, he shuddered slightly as he finally understood the power scale between them. That is my little brother. Ernest's idea of the royal family was that of a dog-eat-dog world. He didn't know that they were extremely united and caring, otherwise he wouldn't be thinking, "I want to protect my mother," and the likes in front of his own family. Davis looked at Ernest's expression and decided that this show of power was enough for the latter to behave. He then proceeded towards the door near him. Ernest's eyes widened as he grit his teeth and shouted while gathering his courage, "Stop, where are you going?" Davis stopped and looked at him. "I'm going to pay respects to my mother-in-law. Do you have a problem?" Ernest went speechless. He thought of a reason quickly. "You can't. Mother is sick in his current rays. Come on in, Davis." A voice sounded out from inside the room, causing Ernest to stop his speech. Davis had a slight grin on his face after hearing his father's voice. Ernest hesitated, but felt that it would be fine since his father was in there too. Just before Davis entered, he glanced at him again and uttered, "Maybe you should pay a visit to my mother, the Empress, and clear away any misunderstandings that you might have caused. We are not your enemies after all." Davis then entered the room and closed it, leaving a dumbfounded Ernest, muttering to himself outside, "Was I treating them as enemies?" Inside the room, it was spacious and luxurious as any noble residence that could be found outside the royal castle. A feeble, beautiful figure sat in a resting position atop the bed. A pale face with a small nose and a dried-up velvet lips lifted up its eyes and glanced at Davis. It was Ernest's mother. When she saw him, an unknown emotion popped up in her mind, causing her to look at Davis with a complex feeling in her heart. Her long black hair reached till her waists, while there were some strands of gray hair rooted upon her head. She looked sickly, but her complexion and her body condition were gradually healing. Looking at her sickly figure, Davis verified that his mother-in-law is indeed sick. He sighed in his heart and relaxed finally. It was not because he saw her get healthy, but because he would soon leave and wouldn't know if these two newcomers would plot anything malicious in the future. Comparing their cultivation levels with his own family, he knew that nothing would happen. But after Evelyn's incident, a vague kind of insecure feeling has taken root upon his heart, ultimately causing him to doubt everything he wasn't absolutely sure of. "Father, what's the meaning of this?" Davis questioned in a cold tone. Logan sat beside her, clenching his head with his palms. He lifted up his eyes and looked at Davis with a helpless expression. "You can say that she's my woman and she just woke up yesterday from her treatment." The sickly figure's expression changed, and a sweet, weak smile emerged on her face as if she was quite happy to hear him acknowledge her. "Then why do you look so helpless?" Davis harumphed into satisfaction, but inside he was laughing like hell. Screwing over his father is one of the things he liked to do so much. "You know, it's your mother, she won't talk to me." Saying that, he looked at the sickly figure. "This woman, she is my responsibility. But Claire, she is my love." Satisfied with his answer, Davis nodded his head but then shook. "What do you mean by this woman? Doesn't mother-in-law have a name? I made love with her once but didn't expect to get her pregnant with my child." Violet blushed on hearing his bold statement. She grabbed the bedsheet and hid her face in embarrassment as she thought, what kind of speech is he giving in front of his child? Mother and oh, wait a minute, you two aren't married yet. Davis was about to ask another question when he noticed a certain point. He rubbed his chin and contemplated loudly. "What should I call you?" Violet's face changed. She let go of the bedsheet and clenched her fists weakly before she braced herself for receiving the upcoming humiliation and insult. She naturally knew about the royal family, which arrogantly looks down upon the commoners. Now that she's here luckily through a stroke of fortune, she knew that she was bound to be misunderstood and alienated. From the moment I've entered, you've been quiet the entire time, Miss Violet. Say something, Davis smiled and said gently. Violet looked at him in shock and took a few moments to realize his intent. It was totally different from what she expected. She clenched her teeth and mustered her courage. My name is Violet. Pleased to meet you, Crown Prince Davis. Her voice was meek. It looked as if she tried her best to not embarrass herself. Davis chuckled inwardly, thinking that his mother-in-law was surprisingly adorable. This scene removed him of any notion that this mother and son might be plotting something behind his back. If this were an act, then he would really have to admire her skills. Miss Violet, I'll get straight to the point. Why haven't you still married my father? Davis asked with a smile on his face, as he felt it would be cruel to treat this woman coldly. Violet went silent. There were too many things she was afraid of, not to mention that the Lauret family had once faced extinction during the rebellion. Why didn't you inform my father that you have his child? Davis continued to question while Logan frowned but didn't stop. He also wanted to know the answer to this question. A few moments of silence reigned in the room, causing Davis to frown slightly. Is this topic supposed to be forbidden? He thought. Anything could have happened in this 17 years from the time she birthed Logan's child. For example, she could have made love with another person. A second later, he felt like he stepped on a landmine. He left suddenly. A sad voice weakly echoed, causing the both of them to be startled. You mean my father left you? Davis asked as he strode forward a little. Violet suddenly returned to her senses and realized what she had uttered. A single tear dropped down on her skirt, followed by a shower of tears continuously flowing out from her eyes. Violet was just as startled from her sudden outburst. She quickly tried to wipe away her tears. No, he didn't, Violet quickly replied as she kept rubbing on her eyes with a smile on her face. Miss Violet, you don't have to be afraid of anything. If you want your son to live a happy life, then you must be true to yourself. Please tell the truth. Davis uttered as he used her son to make her cough up the truth. He naturally understood that she knew her place as a commoner, making her unable to blame the Emperor for his wrongs. Violet shuddered on hearing his words. Her misty eyes gazed at Davis to see him still have a gentle smile on his face which vaguely resembled her own son. It quietly gave her some courage as her mind subconsciously thought he was helping her. She took a few moments to stop her spilling tears and looked at Davis with a determined gaze as if asking, Can I? Davis slightly nodded, prompting her to slightly glance at Logan before looking at him again. I was working in a luxurious restaurant when I met him. I was smitten with him at that time, and I didn't stop his advances. I thought he loved me, but the next day, he left as if nothing happened. I didn't even know that he was a prince at that time. I searched for him a few weeks before I realized that I was pregnant with his child. I couldn't find him, so I worked hard on raising the child. I named him Ernest. When my child was 2 years old, I once again saw him. She glanced at Logan again and bit her lips, but he was with another woman who was way stronger, beautiful, elegant than me. At that sight, I lost all confidence, especially when I learned that he was a prince. I left without saying a word. Logan blinked at her words, not knowing what to say. She continued, This is something I chose myself and not any other's fault. Few moments passed silently. Davis held his chin and knew that this was another case of unrequited love. Looking at Davis, she suddenly uttered, When I heard that you were a genius who shook the continent, I didn't feel happy or sad. I felt jealousy out of all emotions. I cried out why it wasn't my son who shook the grand sea continent. A guilty expression became visible on her face. That's when my son, who was fatherless, realized that he was the current emperor's son. He quickly swore that he will get me justice, but I forbid him to do so. So your son broke your word and brought you here. Davis felt nothing but pity for her, but he wanted to know more about this matter. You could say he was forced to, Violet uttered wryly. Davis narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? There was this man who wanted me to be his woman. I declined all his advances, but he later poisoned me to death slowly. He was ruthless just because he couldn't attain me. Out of rage, my son killed him and fled, carrying me to an inn that was nearby the royal castle before he barged into the royal castle, proving his identity first before getting me treated. Logan nodded his head while looking at Davis, attesting to her last statement. Clever. Davis also nodded his head in satisfaction. Looks like his elder brother was certainly not a fool. Davis's impression of his elder brother clearly improved a little bit. That man who poisoned you, I arrested his entire family and put them in imprisonment, Logan uttered in a cold tone. Davis sighed. If it was like that, then he wouldn't have to worry about this matter for any reason. He looked at Logan and said, Father, just like you said, take responsibility for Miss Violet and marry her at a later date. Turning to look at Violet, he continued, Miss Violet, all your worries are unfounded. Talk with my mother about it and get her consent. I'm sure my mother wouldn't be unreasonable about it. Clasping his hands, he slightly bowed, I'll leave tomorrow, and I hope for a unified family to be there when I come back home. Then I'll take my leave." Logan nodded with a determined face as he knew what his son was implying. Violet was astonished to see his temperament and the care for his family. She now felt extremely shameful of herself for being jealous of him at that time. While Davis turned back and left, he sent a soul transmission to his father. "I didn't think you were such a scum having a physical relationship with a woman and walking out like it was nothing." Logan's face changed as his expression turned ugly. He then hurriedly sent a soul transmission. "I really didn't think she would get pregnant. It's not a matter of getting pregnant. You took advantage of her love and did something you should have never done. Not only did you leave her pregnant, but instead abandoned her by totally forgetting about her. It is the cruel truth. If I were you, I at least would never forget someone I made love with, not even once in my life." Davis looked back at him coldly and left right after closing the door. Logan went silent from his harsh words. He himself knew that he was weak to women, making him a womanizer during his youthful period. He satisfied his lust as he slept with a lot of women during his youth, but never made it a point to love or enrich his relationship with them. Not until did he meet Claire did he know the true meaning of love, something which he hadn't experienced before. It made him not look at any woman again, causing him to unconsciously forget about his previous affairs. "I truly am a scum," he muttered as he sighed in a low voice. He looked at Violet and suddenly felt guilty, which he hadn't felt all this while. Emperor, your son is so matured." Violet found it hard to believe that Davis was only 11 years old. "Ah, he is my pride," Logan uttered with a sigh. He hated to admit it, but felt that his son was way more mature than him, but wasn't surprised as he assumed that his son was a reincarnated being. He suddenly stood up and his majestic voice echoed at her vulnerable heart. "Violet, I know that I've caused you so many difficulties and struggles. Let me take responsibility. Will you marry me?" Feeling that his tone should show his determination, he rephrased as he narrowed his eyes. "No, please marry me." Violet widened her eyes. Her heart felt incredibly happy before she smiled at him wryly. "Shouldn't we have your Empress's consent?" Logan froze. He quickly regained his bearings before responding. "I'll ask for her forgiveness while you ask her for me to take responsibility. Only by doing this will we have a chance to marry, a chance for me to take responsibility." Violet's face changed, not able to believe that youth who didn't care about anything now cares about responsibility. "You have changed. At that time you were free, not bound by anything. I understand. I'll ask for her consent," Violet said with a slight smile on her face. She felt a little sad because he viewed her as a responsibility, not even as a lover. She quietly consoled herself by convincing that she could develop love with him over time. "All right, rest well then, we'll go meet her tomorrow." After sending off Davis, Logan uttered gently. To this woman who appeared out of nowhere, he had no idea on how to treat her because of his love for Claire. After Davis exited the room, he gave a side glance to his elder brother and slightly moved his mouth before he left. Ernest narrowed his eyes and repeated the movement of his mouth while he muttered slowly, "Take care of your mother." "I don't properly understand, but even if you hadn't said it, I'll still take care of my mother," slowly muttering to himself. He somehow had a feeling that he had misunderstood the royal family all this time. Davis left as he smiled and felt that some misunderstanding might have cleared up for all of them. He sighed thinking, having a huge family seems like a headache. He could now slightly understand why the denizens of this cultivation world would be so cruel towards their own children. He felt that it was because they had too many children that they stopped caring about them and began seeing them as assets to improve their gains. As he kept thinking about this matter, he finally arrived at his study and opened the door as he went inside to see a woman, waiting for him with an enchanting smile on her face, causing his heart to beat disorderly for a moment. He looked at her face, which resembled the time when he first met her, a vicious and seductive smile which can topple the hearts of men. A slight sigh could be heard from his mouth as he silently muttered to himself while he face-palmed. "I'm telling you, Davis, keep your sanity, don't lose it." This type of smile is one which invites disaster. Even while one of her arms had been severed, it still didn't even remove one bit of her natural mature appearance as she wore a robe. "Welcome back, husband," a sultry voice echoed out from her cherry-red lips, causing him to shudder slightly. He took a deep breath before smiling wryly. "Stop teasing me, Evelyn. I won't be able to hold back myself." A healthy red hue spread across her cheeks as her expression slightly changed to a shy one, which just made her even more desirable. Evelyn turned serious and stopped teasing him completely. "I know you're going to that place, right? It's fine, I'll wait for you." He nodded his head. "That's right, but it isn't as simple as going to that place and returning back." "What do you mean?" Confusion was etched on her face. Davis's face went serious. "Listen carefully. I'm going to that place and take care of all those enemies, then finally reach the other side of the secret entrance." Wah. She received a huge shock to her heart, causing her to tremble for a moment in fear of losing him. "Relax, I'll roam there for some time and come back after some years later," Davis hurriedly replied. "Years later," she muttered as she thought absent-mindedly. How many years would that be? Looking at her wondering expression, he clutched her soft shoulders and said, I understand that I'm being unreasonable, but I need you to wait for me. Coming back from her reverie, she hurriedly responded, I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you for an eternity. Slight tears formed on her misty eyes as she continued, just please come back alive. Looking at her misty eyes, he embraced her tightly and uttered with determination, I will. A tear dropped down from her misty eyes. This kind of sudden news was too much for her to bear. She so much wanted to scream, don't leave me alone, stay with me, but couldn't wish to after hearing his determined voice, nor did she feel that she has the heart to stop his cultivation path. I swear that I will definitely return to marry you one day, Davis once again declared, causing her trembling body to somewhat feel at ease. He knew that this separation might be quite difficult for her. Even he felt incredibly sad at the thought of leaving Evelyn to be alone in this place, but to increase his power he had no choice but to endure this feeling. Evelyn bit her lips as she nodded and uttered, I'll get stronger by the time you come back, that's right. Davis released her from his embrace as he realized it. She looked at him in confusion from being suddenly startled by his voice. Do your best to raise your cultivation to the body transformation stage. If you can do that, your body will be reformed, making your arm regrow anew. Evelyn shook her head, I know that, but how? With my ta, Davis instantly interrupted her, my family can afford your cultivation resources. You only need to concentrate on cultivating to body transformation stage, and by the time you achieve it, I'll be back. What do you say? He questioned as he smiled. She trembled a little as she widened her eyes. That's not appropriate. I can't use your family's réseau, shut up. Aren't you my wife? Obediently do what I say and reach the body transformation stage. Then I'll return to marry you, he said as he lifted up her chin with his fingers. Evelyn was startled while looking at his face, which was close. She lifted up her eyebrows and looked at him with a yearning gaze. Really? I promise. Davis looked at her misty eyes and solemnly nodded his head. Then, Evelyn closed her eyes as she parted her cherry lips. Without even wasting a single second, he instantly sealed her lips with his own, savoring her taste as he greedily kissed. Moments later, both of their faces were hot with perspiration. Looking at her enchanting face, he almost got the urge to bed her right now like the last time. He cleared away such thoughts with immense difficulty and uttered, I'll leave more than half of my resources with you, so you'll have more chances of cultivating a grade 1 core. Evelyn nodded meekly as she shyly met his gaze and looked away. Likely, she knew that the only time she couldn't resist his requests or advances was when she is desired by him. The next day, Davis prepared a lot of things which he needed for the journey and spoke to his family to watch out for each other. Logan, Claire, Violet, and all stood on the platform above the royal castle to send him off. He stood beside the golden-horned wyvern and caressed its neck, causing it to close its eyes in pleasure. He chuckled and looked at the two who were behind him. Evelyn, Clara, I think it's time to say goodbye. Evelyn bit her lips as she looked at him. She stepped forward and embraced him, causing Davis to wryly laugh. Sighing gently, he asked, remember what I said? Evelyn nodded her head while in his embrace while making a sound, looking at Clara. He patted her head and said, take care of our family, Clara. This job, only you can do this clearly. Clara nodded her head seriously, but her expression before looked somewhat displeased at the sight of them embracing. Davis, the first thing you have to ensure is your own safety. Don't needlessly offend people. Every arrogant individual might needlessly provoke you for no reason. Just ignore those bunches until you get stronger. Claire, who stood behind, worriedly said, I know, Mom, you've pretty much told me a ton about your world. At that time when Claire's seal got released, she explained about her world and told so many things that they got tired of it after being excited for a short period of time. He then nodded to his father, while the latter also nodded at him seriously. As men, they both understood each other's intent well. Davis laughed gently as he let go of the two of them and jumped onto the golden-horned wyvern, causing it to loudly roar into the sky. Ra'arg. The golden-horned wyvern took off in a blast and flew quite slowly, while Davis kept waving goodbye to his family as he faded off into the distance. Claire and Evelyn's eyes turned misty from the separation, while Clara had a determined expression on her face. A hand slowly embraced Claire from her back, causing her to feel some warmth, although she felt that it was quite unfair. Please hear me out, Logan whispered as he embraced her. Claire quietly nodded as she took a deep breath. Time passed as a month flew by while traveling. Davis looked at the mountainous terrain which enclosed and surrounded the whole domain. The hills were about 3.0 meters tall, towering high into the sky, accepting the cover of clouds that hovered around the atmosphere. The place looked serene and scenic, just as any other breathtaking location, not to mention that there were many valleys between the mountains, making it an apt location to build a hideout or even a cultivation cave. But this place was forbidden to the public as it held the secret grounds which led to the other side of the continent. Originally, this place which should have been packed with magical beasts, yet those creatures were nowhere to be seen. Currently, this place was filled with human figures dashing and flying back and forth through the skies. Numerous figures glanced at Davis's figure and were awed by the flying mount he was traveling on, the golden-horned wyvern. The golden-horned wyvern had a smug expression on its face, incredibly proud of the attention it received, which prompted it to roar loudly into the distance using its power. The roar reverberated across the land and reached a place where the top 200 victors of the Grand Sea Continent meet were gathered. It caused a commotion to break out on the matter of who would be so daring to strut off their power in front of the Guardian Alliance, which ultimately protected and owned this place. When they took notice of the golden-horned wyvern flying through the sky, they immediately shut their mouths as they could figure out who was on that fourth-stage magical beast. Ha ha ha, it's almost time for the secret entrance to open, and here I was wondering where the one who won the first place of the Grand Sea Continent meet was at. Emperor Ruth loudly shouted and laughed, causing the atmosphere to loosen up. The elite youths were already pretty nervous when they saw the formations lit around the entire place, ready to tackle any kind of threat that might emerge from the other side of the continent. The golden-horned wyvern swiftly landed in front of the crowd as it showed off its majestic appearance to them. Davis got down from it and caressed its face as he smiled. He felt quite attached with it, as there were too many instances of when it made fun of him and Evelyn, causing him to bitterly laugh from the embarrassment each time in the past. One could say that this golden-horned wyvern helped his relationship with her increase to a great degree. He took out a fist-sized pill, causing it to roar out in excitement. It put out its tongue, drolling over the pill as its eyes glared at it in fervor. Smiling slightly, he fed the pill, causing it to gulp it and tremble slightly. It quickly grew a few inches as its body and wings glowed from the excess energy which it couldn't digest. Davis fed it a low-level sky-grade vein wyvern pill, which induces a wyvern to enter the fifth stage with only a slight chance of about 50. The golden-horned wyvern cried out in ecstasy as it felt its power increase rapidly. A few minutes passed before it finally reached the peak of Spirit Beast stage. Davis nodded in satisfaction, but it was too wasteful considering from another point of view. Davis found the pill recipe in the Lauret family's treasury, which he had visited more than once during these 7 years. As he traveled on its back for a month, he made it travel incredibly fast without taking a rest. He only made it stop and take rest once, and he used that chance to create this pill. It was more of a parting gift. "Go back, horny guy, many of your kind are waiting for you," he beat its head and uttered. "See you around one day," Davis uttered as he smiled. It flapped its wings as it roared out once again and flew off into the distance. Davis sighed and thought to himself, "With this, I am all alone by myself again." He walked up to the spectating figures as he looked at the familiar silhouettes from that time. His face turned to an indifferent one as he adopted a cold attitude. "Looks like I was on time. Well, you could say that there's approximately somewhere around an hour left for the secret entrance to open." Emperor Ashton spoke up as he pointed to a direction where the entrance to a cave could be seen. The entrance was covered with a luminous glow, which made it look distorted as it waved to and fro. Davis looked at the entrance and narrowed his eyes at the mystical sight. Is that supposed to be a spatial gate? He had no idea what this was, but to him, it certainly did look like one. "See that place above where the formations are heavily guarded? That's where our battle takes place," Emperor Claymore said with a serious expression on his face as he pointed out into the distance, nearby a gorged-out hill. Davis nodded at him but sent him a soul transmission which changed his expression drastically. "I haven't personally asked anything of that incident, and in return, I expect there to be no retaliation. If I find out that those two women's parents are trying to do any shady things such as revenge, then I am not responsible if half of the Claymore family ceases to exist anymore in this continent. Don't misunderstand, this isn't a threat, but a warning." Emperor Claymore felt a variety of emotions mixing through his mind. He wanted to shout out that Davis was impudent, but subconsciously felt that his stature was lower than him since there was a master behind him. He also had a vague fear of this so-called senior, which caused him to reluctantly nod at his warning. But then again, he was also quite glad that he managed to convince the elders to back off of this mess, as the mistake was with them in the first place. But the most difficult thing was to convince his ninth brother, who was the father of those two women, to back off, which he did eventually after he promised to pay quite a bit of wealth for the losses. Davis then looked at Emperor Ross and also sent him a soul transmission, not at all bothering with the reply. "Tell that woman Hannah Ross to scram and never appear before my eyes again. Even though she indirectly saved my Evelyn, she still was a part of the group which plotted her death." Emperor Ross's face changed, causing him to only harumph in displeasure. He felt that if Hannah was his daughter, then the way he would have done things would be different. Davis finally stood in front of the elite youths of the various empires and glanced at a familiar figure which provoked a complex feeling in his heart. Feeling quite disturbed, he continued glancing sideways as he noted down the faces of the elites in his mind. He then walked away freely as if he owned this place, approaching the 4 emperors who were here to defend this place, along with numerous itinerant 4th-stage powerhouses. Davis also glanced at each of their faces and registered them in his mind as well. If his soul was just a little bit more powerful, he would have unanimously used his death sense to know their names as well. Although he knew his soul could match up to a 5th-stage soul cultivator, he just wasn't sure if his death sense would be discovered by some hidden expert who specializes in detection. After all, this place was filled with top-tier experts from all over the continent, and he didn't want it. The experts narrowed their eyes in displeasure. Even though they knew who this child was, they were quite reluctant to see a junior walking up to them like he was an expert of the same power level. That said, they still didn't dare to raise up any voice against him as they quite feared the mysterious senior, his master. Emperors, I apologize on behalf of my royal father for not being able to come to this place to defend. Davis clasped his hands and said. Emperor Ross and Emperor Claymore thought of using this chance to insult and get back at him, but was interrupted by Emperor Ashton. It's fine, Prince Davis. Your father is still not technically a member of the Guardian Alliance, and therefore possesses no obligation to be here in the first place. That's right, Prince Davis. All you need to do is concentrate on killing those bastards. Adding in an offensive voice, Emperor Ruth looked at the elite youths and hollered out, Hear up, young ones. The moment you enter that place, remember to not fight against each other. Cooperate with each other if needed, but don't backstab. You are all a part of our continent. Set aside your prejudices and rivalry for this endeavor, and victory will be on our side. The youths nodded their heads as if they understood, but who knows what kind of plot they were hatching right now. Boom! A huge blast suddenly echoed out from the gorge on the hill. The emperors' faces changed nervous as they simultaneously shouted, Strengthen the formations. The multitude of formations in the mountains lit up brightly as the skies changed into a vivid one, reflecting the lights to the terrain. The experts all flew up as they took positions of their own in the formations, tightly guarding the corners of the gorge. Ha ha ha, I made it. A skinny figure emerged from the gorge and laughed out loud when it was suddenly struck down by a deadly lightning formation, causing the figure to be fried. A few more figures emerged as they subsequently got shot down by the lightning formation. Looking at the fried figures, the youths all laughed out loud from the clumsiness of the enemies. Shut up, they are just slaves. This isn't even 1/5 of what the enemy is capable of. Emperor Ruth angrily shouted at the sounds of laughter, causing the youths to go limp and silent from fright for a moment. Davis suddenly noticed the distorted cave beside them fluctuating in a frenzy. Oi, didn't he say that there was about an hour? The experts also noticed it and hollered, The secret entrance has opened. Go inside and slaughter those bastards. Make sure to come back in one piece. Find the entrance to the other side if possible. Shouts echoed out from the experts guarding this place. The youths nodded but unceremoniously glanced at Davis, causing the latter to roll his eyes. Suddenly, a figure shot off into the direction of the cave, causing the others to follow her in hot pursuit. Davis looked at Shirley, who led the crowd into the cave. He then saw all of them disappear into the cave one by one. Sighing gently, he finally glanced back in the direction of his home and bid farewell in his heart. With a single step, he propelled himself into the cave as his figure also disappeared as he entered. A mild discomfort hit his body, causing him to take a deep breath. He surveyed the area in front of him to see that most of the youths collapsed in pain, though none were passed out. Looks like the space tunnel we came through was slightly unstable, Davis thought as he took a step forward, heading past the recovering youths who were collapsed near him. He saw a beautiful figure ahead massaging her forehead in an attempt to relieve the discomfort. Slightly narrowing his eyes, he walked past her and continued to head into the narrow path. The surroundings were nothing but filled with black stones and walls, while only the starting area had been lit up with club torches burning brightly as if they would never cease to fade out for eternity. Wait, a voice filled with complex emotions echoed out at him. Davis turned to look at her coldly, his voice tinged with indifference. What? Shirley bit her lips in helplessness. She thought a lot about him during this 1 month after he left, so much that her royal father started to be suspicious of her life. With a bit of personal investigation, her royal father managed to find out that she had killed Gart Claymore secretly. Enraged with her actions, he confronted her secretively and berated harshly for her actions. When he asked about what had happened, she had no choice but to divulge the events to make her father believe that she didn't have any kind of relationship with Gart Claymore. It would have been a huge matter if she hadn't explained it properly, while on the other side, she would have lost her father's trust if she had chosen not to explain. Hearing about the events, her father shook his head as he sighed and left her with a single sentence which ultimately brought her to tears on that day. It is the result of all your immature temperament. Feeling the helplessness, Shirley blurted out the words that she had been bottling up since the time she had seen him outside. Davis narrowed his eyes. He turned back and started going ahead without even replying to her. Shirley wryly smiled in sadness. She knew that she was hated by him for that matter which she had no control of, but more than the feeling of being helpless, she felt wronged. A. Shirley let a slight noise of confusion, looking at him, turning to glance at her once again with a look of bewilderment on his face. "Are you not coming?" Davis asked her in a cold voice, still tinged with indifference as if he was asking a stranger. She was dumbfounded for a moment before her face, which hadn't shown a genuine smile from that time, unintentionally bloomed into a bright, smiling face. Davis moved his gaze away from her and started moving again while he heard hurried footsteps quickly follow behind him. He gently let out a sigh as he slightly shook his head. To this woman who was the cause and also not the cause of Evelyn's injury, he had no idea of how to treat her. He knew that he was being unreasonable with her, and he felt it all the more when she smiled at him that brightly, but just couldn't bring himself to not blame her either. Besides, accepting her advances meant that he would be cheating on Evelyn, and he wanted to avoid that at all costs. "Hold it right there." A voice echoed out right behind them, causing Davis's expression to not being able to laugh or cry. This time he recognized the owner of the voice, but never once had talked to the owner of this voice. Shirley turned back. Her facial expression changed as she got irritated by the owner of the voice. He didn't even turn before that voice he recognized echoed again. "Davis Lauret, I have endearing feelings for Princess Shirley. Kenneth Claymore, this is the last time I'm warning you." Shirley's expression turned a little cold as she gritted her white teeth and shouted. From the moment she arrived outside, she had been pestered by Kenneth Claymore for 4s, but she paid no heed to him as her mind was preoccupied with Davis's figure. Annoyed by him several times, she had already warned him to not disturb her anymore. She quickly glanced at Davis's back, only to see him stay still without turning to look back. Now that her mind had finally taken off a burden, she feared that Davis would stop talking with her again. Kenneth Claymore grinned, not at all bothered by her rejection. His face was handsome. He had sparkling emerald green eyes with a slightly pointed nose. His curly brown hair reached till neck's length. He had a medium and delicate build, causing one to underestimate him, but he was unexpectedly the who got the 3rd place in the Grand Sea Continent meet. "Since you have annulled the marriage with her, why are you still together with her? What, are you trying to degrade her reputation?" He didn't reply to her but questioned Davis in a mocking tone with a serious expression on his face. He had his eyes on Shirley for a long time since his childhood, but after her marriage was announced, he brewed some schemes but gave up after seeing Davis's strength in the Grand Sea Continent meet. Finally, after he heard that the marriage agreement between them was annulled, his mind had once again thought about her hot figure, which he had seen during the competition. He couldn't help but set his eyes upon her again now that he had seen her beauty and strength shake his heart. Various thoughts flew past Davis's mind as he considered. A moment later, he didn't reply to Kenneth Claymore but continued walking forwards as he activated the dark concealing shroud art, fading away from existence in the crowd's eyes. "No, don't." Shirley's eyes widened as she saw him disappear. Sadness overtook her heart, making her heart plummet in an instant. "Princess Shirley, now that he's gone, why don't we team up and work together? After all, we're the strongest ones here." A few more youths' eyes suddenly lit up in expectation as they also thought of having a chance with Princess Shirley. Shirley was the strongest young maiden in the continent, and status-wise, they were all princes of other empires. They felt that they absolutely possess a chance with her now that a powerful rival was out of the matter. "Why should my little sister team up with trash like you? She even rejected Prince Davis. What makes you think you have a chance?" Before others could get ahead of the conversation, a splendid and a cool red-haired man, dressed up in fiery red robes tinged with flame patterns, stepped up and said in a calm tone. This red-haired man was Shirley's 57th brother, one who was near her age. He secured the 4th place in the Grand Sea Continent meet. Kenneth Claymore sneered with dissatisfaction. "Heh, Christo Ashton. This is none of your business. Besides, I'm the strongest elite present here. You should be glad that I even asked your sister's hand in marriage, ha ha ha." Just when he mocked Christo, a stark bright blade flashed beside him as it slashed towards him in an incomparable speed. He evaded the slash by taking a step back with his foot while the blade was just an inch closer from ripping his innards to shreds. "What is the meaning of this?" "Shirley," Kenneth Claymore shouted angrily while he felt a cold sweat dripping down from his forehead. "There are no more warnings if you get involved with me again," Shirley coldly spat out. Her heart was filled with bitterness from not being able to go together with Davis. Are you retarded? Don't you remember that we are not supposed to fight each other?" Kenneth Claymore shouted out as he gritted his teeth while maintaining quite a distance from her. Actually, he relied on this rule to speak rudely with Davis. If not, he wouldn't have dared to be so presumptuous. Even though his father, Emperor Claymore, had warned him about Davis, his pride didn't allow to think lower of himself in any way. He subconsciously assumed that this kid got lucky for having a master at that level. He gambled with himself that Davis will not bicker with him since this space tunnel only allows people below age 30 to travel, and with the assumption that Davis's master couldn't possibly come to his rescue if anything happens to him in this place, he set his plan in motion. and he was joyous that his plan had succeeded, but he didn't expect Shirley to have such an adverse reaction to him, which was totally out of his expectations. In fact, it now came as quite a blow to his pride. Christo hurriedly jumped in and blocked Shirley from going berserk. "Shirley, stop this. The Emperors look quite serious this time. If we fight among ourselves, we would be heavily punished without fail." With her pristine sword unsheathed, Shirley's arm trembled from hate from just looking at that bastard's handsome face, which turned ugly in her mind. She slowly calmed herself down as she brought her scabbard out and sheathed her sword. She then placed it beside her waist and turned back, rushing ahead. "Wait, I'll come with you, little sister," Christo shouted and hurriedly followed after her while giving a sidelong glance at Kenneth, indirectly telling him to back off. Kenneth Claymore gritted his teeth in part shame and part anger. He looked around the crowd to see himself being observed by mocking gazes. Coldly harumphing, he left with a few members which he had previously formed outside. The other youths also teamed up with others and followed after their trail. Shirley ran ahead cautiously, albeit a little faster since she knew that Davis went ahead of her. So far from the previous openings of the secret entrance, they have been able to map out their half of the place quite well. Due to the power difference between them, they had not been able to map out their latter half of the passageway, which is technically the enemy's territory. Christo glanced left and right to see narrow pathways, leading to some other places which connected the whole long straight path. "Little sister Shirley, why are you going so fast? Don't tell me you want to catch up with that cold-hearted kid." Christo frowned as he questioned. He had been dissatisfied with Davis's indifference for quite a while and didn't like bothering with him in the first place. "Yes, elder brother Christo, you don't need to bother with me," Shirley replied with an anxious expression on her face. "Come on, little sister, I'm your elder brother. Be proud of yourself, even though we boast the same strength, your age is way lower than mine. You don't need to follow him relentlessly even without him. You can live a happy life by being matched up with someone here." Christo shook his face wryly. "Did father tell you to say that?" Shirley's voice turned cold. Christo blinked before laughing off in a gentle manner. "Haha, looks like I can't escape my sharp little sister. Leave me alone." Shirley sighed and increased her speed, quite anxious to see him. "Stop." A hand suddenly grasped her hand, causing her to look back with an irritated expression on her face. "There's someone there," Christo whispered, slowly pointing in a direction, causing her to turn stiff. She was momentarily distracted by his comments that she missed an unknown figure, leaning on the side of the wall. Her first thought was that it was Davis, but looking at the figure which was bulkier and taller, she narrowed her eyes. Turning incredibly cautious, she unsheathed her sword and shouted at that figure, "Stop playing dead." Even though the cave was dark, they could still see somewhat ahead with their vision. There were no visible injuries on that figure, which would have made the figure die. Besides, their soul sense could penetrate no more than 50 million in this space, and that figure was within that range. A few seconds passed, but they heard no reply. They then looked at each other and nodded their heads, cautiously heading to the figure beside the wall. There was a man with a bulky build. His hands held an axe, which was slightly glowing in the dark light. His finger held a ring which was coveted by the youths who entered this place. Spatial ring. Shirley and Christo were quite shaken on seeing a valuable spatial ring being abandoned like that. Besides, now that they were close, they could basically confirm that this bulky figure had died just a while ago. Only Prince Davis could do this. An involuntary sigh could be heard coming from Christo, even though he didn't want to admit it. "A soul attack," Shirley mumbled as she tried to guess what kind of soul technique killed this bulky man. If he left the spatial ring, then it means that he doesn't need it. Damn. Why don't I have a master which might enable me to view these spatial rings with disdain? Christo said with jealousy as he viewed the space ring with greed. He glanced at Shirley and decided to unceremoniously take the spatial ring for himself. Shirley was glad at the fact that Davis was close. She didn't bother with him and instantly dashed in his direction again. "Hey, wait," Christo fumbled with the corpse's finger and finally took out the spatial ring. He then hurriedly followed behind her. As they traveled in a straight direction, their bodies trembled. A feeling of being ants emerged within them in front of a certain existence. The whole pathway was littered with corpses left and right, shocking them to the core. What's more, all the corpses possess spatial rings of their own. Is he a monster? Christo shuddered as he stopped following her and stood beside the clean pile of fresh corpses. Gulping heavily, he managed to calm down by taking some deep breaths only after quite a while. Just when he thought of plundering the spatial rings, he heard footsteps from behind him, causing his face to change. Shirley went on ahead as she glanced at the corpses one by one. Whether male or female, they were all dead. Their bodies looked as if they were just sleeping peacefully. She couldn't believe what kind of heavenly technique that would have caused this massacre. To her senses, it certainly didn't feel like one, but it was as if they were all put to sleep by a miracle. The shock she received was quite difficult to handle. Her heart trembled under the weight of inferiority after seeing his achievements with her eyes. She finally stopped in front of a corpse and looked at it blankly. She blinked slightly with her eyes, which clearly said that it wasn't able to believe such a sight. She dropped to the ground and looked ahead of the dark pathway, which suddenly seemed endless to her. It was as if the pathway told her that no matter how she chased him, she wouldn't be able to be with him. Footsteps along with joyous shouts echoed behind her, causing her to glance back. Christo shouted as if he were possessed by something. Shirley glanced at him listlessly and let out a breath of laughter. That vague chuckle echoed out from her, which stopped him in his tracks. He was confused but took the spatial ring from the corpse that was in front of her and placed it on her hand. "Get up, Shirley. Let's go take more spatial rings," Christo said as he tried to get her up anxiously. Shirley just kept chuckling like a fool who wouldn't listen. Christo looked at her and tried another approach. "Shirley, stand up, girl. Do you want to see the spatial rings he left for you to be taken away by someone else?" Shirley suddenly stopped laughing. Her face froze with a stiff laugh before it turned it to a wry smile. "What are you saying, elder brother?" She pointed at the corpse in front of her and said, "This is the 200th corpse I found." Christo's eyes widened as he turned stiff from shock. He went silent for a while and glanced at the pathway with a complex gaze. "Where is he then?" "I don't know, he probably went to search for the entrance to the other side," Shirley replied as she put her head down. She then stood up and turned back, moving in the direction of where she came from. "Aren't you going to chase him?" Christo asked confusedly. He couldn't understand her thoughts one bit. Hearing that, she stopped in her tracks before glancing behind him as she looked at the pathway with a complex gaze. "He left for the other side. What reason do I have to stop him?" "You don't need to stop him, you caw." Just before Christo could say anything more, she interrupted him with a tide of emotions. "Enough. A woman weak enough like me doesn't deserve to be with him. HMPH, why can't you be? A mere noble can become his wife, but not you. What kind of joke is this?" Christo said with slight anger in his eyes. She bit her lips as she shook her head. "You don't understand." She turned around and left. A tear emerged from her eye and fell onto the ground as she closed her eyes. "She and I are different. I have lost something valuable the moment I decided to act stupid at that time." She passed through the crowd slowly as she met with many greedy eyes, while her big brother followed her from behind like a guard. A few hours later, a figure stood in front of a distorted space that resembled the space from which it came from a few hours ago. "I finally found it," Davis sighed as he said. Even though he knew where it was from his mother, it took a long time for him to find this exit. It was as if there were some laws that were bent on not allowing him to discover this place. At first, he thought that he had not taken a wrong direction, but that feeling faded away when he noticed that he came through the same place once before. Then it made sense to him that there was some kind of illusion. Makes sense, if it were just a maze, then someone would have at least been able to cross to the next layer by now. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the distorted space. "There's a high chance that I will get caught after I enter that space. From what I heard, does my family think that I will rely on my non-existent master to get through this predicament?" Quite ironic, I must say. Still, those spatial rings, it's certainly a pity, Davis uttered as he sighed. When he first killed the bulky man with the axe, he tried to check the contents of the spatial ring, only to quickly find some sort of tracking and sealing spell placed on the spatial ring. He was quite dumbfounded, because the spell that was placed on the contents were so powerful than the soul seal that was placed on his mom, but was removable with some effort. A vague suspicion surfaced in his mind that his undoing of his mother's soul seal had caused the other side's upper echelon to turn cautious. Even so, he felt that he could remove the tracking spell, but decided that the time and the effort he spent on it wouldn't be worth it. After that, he proceeded to kill the ones who targeted him in the first place. And without any surprises, all of them tried to attack him with various techniques, as if they were bent on killing him to travel ahead. He didn't say anything but repaid their actions with his own. He just rushed swiftly, writing their names on the death note with his soul, while having his soul barrier technique active at all times. They kept collapsing as if there was a plague passing by them. It was quite terrifying when some of them witnessed the scene before they died in the same way, peacefully and soundlessly. Looking at their corpses, he didn't feel any remorse at all, causing him to be quite startled but not surprised. He didn't know if it was because he used the death note to kill them, or because he didn't feel anything for them in the first place. Fortunately, he was thankful that his mind didn't care for strangers. Otherwise, he would not be able to outright kill them without batting an eye. Looking in his soul sea, he saw over 200 souls swirling around the death note like planets revolving around the sun. 157 nascent soul stage souls, 33 infant soul stage souls, 10 young soul stage souls. Their age is below 30, but some of them had managed to achieve young soul stage in a short amount of time. Davis was quite surprised, but a moment later he brushed it off as they had better resources than them. "Hurry up and refine those soul essences already," a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. It won't raise my stage, why should I waste my time?" He frowned. "Your stage won't increase, but to me, it's a delicacy." Davis's eyes twitched. "I'll decline. I'll refine it when I have enough souls to raise my stage. Have it your way. Just don't expect me to answer your questions till you're satisfied, you." "Fine," Davis disgruntledly gave in to its demands. He sat down in a lotus position and calmed his mind as he started to refine those souls. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes and felt his soul invigorated as if it had tasted something delicious. He slightly cringed, thinking that his soul was somehow addicted to this feeling of rejuvenation. The death note sounded quite dissatisfied. HMPH, next time you should wait until I gather enough souls. If it weren't for your power, I would have chosen to stay and inherit that immortal inheritance, Davis said with dissatisfaction written all over his face. Ha ha ha, you think you can inherit those immortal inheritances. It depends on whether that specific immortal has taken a liking to you or not. They are as fickle as me, but I keep my words. Hearing its words, he asked, by any chance do you hate immortals? It is not that I hate them. Many immortals possessed me before, so I know how their personality is. Do you think they care about people after living a long life of cultivation? They just become detached and only care for their own self-interests. What if the immortal is dead and has a respectable reputation? He questioned again. The ones who possessed me before weren't like that, so I wouldn't know. Davis turned smug. See, stop being biased. I would have gone to inherit the inheritance if it weren't for the deal I made with you. Whatever, it's not my job to prove you wrong, but remember, the chances of gaining an immortal inheritance is always unknown. You can steadily increase your strength with me, that's all I wanted to say. Davis made a confused expression as he thought to himself. Did merging with my soul grant it emotions or something? Why does it look like it faintly cares for me? I have a question for you. If it is something that profits your cultivation, then you would have to wait till you reach the next level. That's not it. I wanted to ask whether if you were with your previous possessors in your book, like physical form, all your life. Yes, I was, it quickly replied. Davis's eyes widened as he felt that his guess should be correct. That means it's gaining emotions. It should be a side effect of merging with my soul, right? It had never merged before with any of its previous possessors, so it should be the case. He couldn't tell if this death note was a life form or some kind of artifact that had gained sentience. Sighing gently, Davis replied, all right, I'll do as you say and refine the souls for you. Make me strong enough to protect myself and my family, strong enough to get Elia back from the one who possessed her. It all depends on how you kill your enemies while not trying to die halfway. Even though my previous possessors had me, they had still messed up somewhere, someplace, and died a cruel death. Davis nodded his head solemnly. Then I will depend on you as I have always been. He stopped taking its powers for granted and renewed his mind to cultivate hard so that he won't make the same mistakes as his predecessors. Also that he could protect himself and his family even without the powers of the death note. Also, since you consider yourself all-knowing, if I don't understand about something, then I will rely on you at that time as well, he unceremoniously said. Readying himself to visit the first layer, he took a deep breath and wore a black robe as he relaxed, dark concealing shroud art. He chanted the technique's name and shrouded his presence, aura and energy with the dark energy of the death note. Stepping forward, he entered the distorted space as the vortex around it twisted, dragging him inside. When Davis reached the other side, a wave of discomfort suddenly hit him, causing his concealment to flicker, making him go in and out of existence to the sense of any observers nearby. Who's there? A shout echoed in his ears. Davis hurriedly used his dark concealing shroud art again and also held his breath out of slight nervousness. His mind hurriedly thought whether if he should kill this man without wasting a second. A figure emerged from the entrance visible to his eyes. Davis looked at the man who emerged from the entrance of the cave. The man looked middle-aged and neatly dressed in white long robes tinged with yellow symbols and patterns. Davis looked around to see that he was in a small cave opening. He shifted his gaze behind and saw the distorted space in the middle of an ancient arch which resembled a gateway. He immediately guessed what this place was but was confused at another matter. Wait, why is there only a single man here? According to Mother, shouldn't there be a whole bunch of them on guard here? The man slightly surveyed the area before he shook his head. I should have known, it was just my imagination. All their life tablets broke around the same time. What kind of monster did they meet at that side? Or did they literally meet a monster? Or perhaps a mishap occurred? The middle-aged man mumbled in a pitiful tone. Hey, did someone return? A voice echoed from outside, causing the middle-aged man to sigh again. No, I thought I vaguely felt a presence here, but it was just my imagination. The middle-aged man exited the cave as he went away. Davis finally released his breath. Coming out of nervousness, the first thing he noticed was that the heaven and earth energy in this place was of higher quality, making his cells experience bliss when they absorbed them into their pores. But he hurriedly stopped doing that, afraid that someone might notice him. His face slightly turned into a grin as he thought of how he didn't even need to lift his finger to escape from this place. Damn, I'm so lucky. While he was happy, he suddenly thought about what the middle-aged man said. Did he say life tablets? Whoa, this is something we don't own. How do they make it? He suddenly got curious, but immediately shook his head, as he connected the dots and realized that he was not lucky. So those guards went away because they determined that there was no use for them to stay here anymore. So I'm glad that the massacre I caused was at least useful for this narrowing his eyes. He contemplated. Mother informed me that this place has 5th stage experts as guards, and another cave which is above has 6th stage experts as supervisors, if I don't escape before the distorted space closes up. This place will be sealed soon with formations I couldn't possibly unravel, making me stay here for another 15 years. He clenched his teeth and made a decision. I should be able to escape covertly if I use the people here who guards this place. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Slowly walking to the entrance of the cave, he peeked outside and saw mountains that reached to the ends of his vision. His mouth went agape as he thought, this is the severed mountain stretches. He blinked as the information his mother told surfaced in his mind. Coming out of his reverie, he glanced at the table that was on the surface of the hill and saw about 10 men sitting anxiously and restlessly fiddling with a jade stone. Are they sending long-distance transmission? Davis guessed but felt that it was none of his business, and so he promptly used his death god eyes to see their names. Even though Davis could tell that they were of the 5th stage, it looked as if their soul cultivation was lacking, making them unable to notice his probing. Davis smirked, glad at the fact that those men had low soul cultivation and didn't somehow notice him miraculously. Otherwise, he would have had to kill everyone here and make his existence known to these so-called outsiders. He wrote their names as he grinned hideously at his evil plan, though it was certainly good when considered from the other side of the realm, the 3rd layer. The white-robed middle-aged man sighed as he shook his head. This is a huge tragedy, one that the Alstrom family, falling snow sect and the towering Cloud Hall couldn't hope to afford. Another man beside him asked in a fearful voice, by any chance will we be held responsible for their deaths? The area suddenly went silent for a few seconds before they wryly laughed at each other. Suddenly, they all went stiff as their eyes turned dim. A few kilometers above from Davis's position, kill all of those bastards, a man with sharp eyes shouted angrily. Before him were many people with fearful eyes, their body trembling from the pressure the sharp-eyed man exhibited. Outer Hall Elder, we've already sent 185th stage experts to their deaths. Any more in our alliance will suffer because of it. Another man gathered his courage and answered as he closed his eyes. The Outer Hall Elder watched him with cold eyes, his peak 6th stage pressure descending upon him, causing him to kneel. There are still 20 more 5th stage cultivators we can send. If we couldn't at least cause the other side to have losses, then consider your lives forfeit. You and you. Go through the spatial tunnel and kill as many as you can. The Outer Hall Elder pointed at some figures who were faintly trembling, causing them to break out in a sweat. Even though they were told to go, they still held some vague hope that the Outer Hall Elder would let them go if they delayed. What's the matter? You people don't want to go. The Outer Hall Elder asked coldly. Outer Hall Elder, we are not afraid of death. What we are afraid of is dying in vain. Our cultivators who went in will undoubtedly die no matter how we strike. The other side is defending their area since ancient times and never came to attack us. It's clear that they have an absolute advantage in defense. The Outer Hall Elder's face turned ugly. You all. Very good. Now face death for turning traitors to the Alliance. These cultivators were nothing more than people who sought to gain benefits by joining the alliance of the 3 powers in this region. As an Outer Hall Elder of the Towering Hall, he held utter disdain for them. He waved his hands, intending to finish them off for disobedience when suddenly, 10 figures flew up from below, causing him to get startled. You all. Why aren't you guarding the place below? The Outer Hall Elder shouted with his eyes narrowed. These 10 cultivators were people who had contributed to the Alliance by being loyal and hardworking. In other words, they were people who were acknowledged by the Alliance, hence they had the opportunity to guard the place where the juniors of the Alliance went. All of our Alliance's young elites have died. If we can't take revenge, we will have lived our lives in vain. Kill those bastards. Kill them for the Alliance. The 10 cultivators shouted with an indifferent tone as if they were controlled by someone, but at that place, it seemed as if they were planning on sacrificing themselves. The Outer Hall Elder's eyes glowed with admiration and watched those 10 figures rush to the distorted space in full speed. He didn't stop them but felt satisfaction at their sacrifice. You all saw that. This is what loyalty is. His tone changed incredibly bloodthirsty as he stepped forward, deciding to kill these cowards. In the 2nd layer, a figure emerged from the gorge and unleashed a devastating technique, causing the formation to flicker with dense cracks at the spot that was hit. Reinforce the formation, Emperor Ashton shouted, his voice echoing throughout the battlefield that was in their control through the defensive formations. Individually, they were no match for these outsiders, but through the formations that their ancestors built, it was more than capable of stopping these 5th stage cultivators. Emperor Ashton and the other 5th stage experts were in the center of a killing formation, destroying whoever showed up from the gorge. Deep inside the gorge was where the spatial tunnel existed, connecting to the place where that Outer Hall Elder in the 1st layer was present. These rats, they're sneak attacking every time, trying to break our defense formation. Emperor Ruth had an ugly expression on his face. How many have we killed? Emperor Claymore asked with a solemn expression on his face. 157 fifth stage experts, Emperor Ross uttered with a solemn voice. The four emperors had a grave expression on their faces. No matter how many times they saw it, it would confer them a sense of inferiority and the feeling of being a frog in a well. Their Grand Sea continent only had a few fifth stage experts, while the other side sends them to their deaths like they were cannon fodder. This comparison and their perspective were a little hard for them to understand. Every time the invasion of the outsiders ended, it invoked greed in their hearts, encouraging them to plunder other empires for their benefit and growth. Take over the formation. Emperor Ashton noticed a slender but lonely silhouette emerge out of the secret entrance in a wobbling fashion. He gave the control of the formation to another expert and hurriedly flew to his daughter, who was coming out of the secret entrance. Shirley, why are you out so soon? Only half a day has passed. Shirley looked above, her fair face quite saddened, gazed at her father's figure with some melancholy in her heart. She quickly changed her expression and smiled wryly. The hunt is over. Emperor Ashton landed beside her and nodded his head. I see, the hunt is over, eh? The hunt is over. Emperor Ashton realized her meaning and widened his eyes as he asked with a loud voice. The emperors glanced at them with confusion visible in their eyes. Suddenly, a few more silhouettes emerged from the distorted space while experiencing the same discomfort when they first entered. Ah, this is unbelievable. I can't believe how much spoils we gained. Yeah, luckily, we have our family to protect ourselves. Following them, even more young elites stepped out as time passed, making the experts guarding over the place incredibly angry. Cowards, you are all cowards. All of you value your lives that much. I didn't think the junior generation would fall to this extent. Various disappointed comments echoed out from above, causing most of the youth's expression to turn a little strange. Silence, Emperor Ashton shouted, making the experts shut their mouths. He then gazed at her. Shirley, quickly tell father what had happened. Shirley opened up her mouth, causing the other experts to pay attention. The outsiders' geniuses are dead. Not one of them is left alive. Hearing her statement, the crowd went silent. Jeering voices erupted around the area. Ha ha ha, Emperor Ashton. It's not that I am mocking you or anyone else for that matter, but I didn't think that these youths would conceive such lies to save themselves pitifully. An expert spoke with a distrustful tone. Speak for yourself, Shirley indifferently replied, not bothering to give respect to that expert. You, that expert pointed at her with a fuming face. Just when he opened his mouth to mock her again, no words came out of his mouth as he froze, gazing upon the sight that was placed in his view. The elite youths all took out the corpses from their space rings and extended their hands. Their hands held some space rings, which did not look the same as the ones present in the Grand Sea continent. Some had many, and most had few, while the remaining were empty-handed. Utter silence reigned on the area, making those youths unconsciously feel proud of being in the same generation of a certain person, but mostly proud of themselves for retrieving the spoils. What exactly happened? Emperor Ashton asked with an excited expression on his face. He could faintly guess what had happened, because there was only one figure missing in this place right now. Royal father, it's like this. Christo Ashton stepped forward as he slightly glanced at his little sister, who seemed hesitant, and explained. He faintly could guess that his little sister was quite heartbroken from the earlier events, and to that, he could only shake his head. Hearing his explanation of how they found only the corpses, their faces changed into one of pure disbelief. It is unexpected that Prince Davis's proficiency in soul-forging cultivation was this tremendous. Emperor Ruth sighed as he shook his head, while his tone was one of admiration. What do you mean it is unexpected? If I had a master like that, senior, I would also be proficient in cultivation. Emperor Ross replied in a disgruntled tone, quite jealous of Davis's strength. Then why don't you have one? It is because you don't possess the talent. Emperor Ruth ruthlessly responded, causing Emperor Ross's face to change with a slight harumph. So, where is he? Emperor Ashton asked excitedly. Probably left to the other side. His master should be probably waiting there. Christo shook his head as he told his guess. Emperor Ashton's face went stiff before he made a slight sigh. A pity, truly a pity. He uttered that comment as he looked at Shirley, causing the latter to tremble slightly. Emperor Ruth's face had an expression of regret. If he had known sooner that Davis would reach the other side, then he would have requested him to take care of his daughter with the help of his master. Emperor Ross and Emperor Claymore looked at each other, their eyes deciding to forget about that matter once and for all. They knew what was better for their enrichment, and they chose their decision accordingly. They felt that their decision was 100% wise. They all knew Davis's personality, and they saw how he reacted when his fiancée was almost killed. What if they tried to target his family? Wouldn't they be exterminated once he comes back? Besides, he had a master who could annihilate them with a flick of his finger. Wouldn't that master leave something to protect his disciples' family? This was highly possible. These were their thoughts and the reason for the change in their prior decision. Emperor Ashton stepped forward and placed his hand on the shoulder of the trembling figure. Royal father does not blame you. Everybody makes mistakes. Father, Shirley bit her lips as she held back her tears. She did not want to cry, especially not in front of this crowd. It's fine, he is out of our league and will probably have thousands of women considering his talent. You wouldn't want that, would you? Don't take it to heart, just let this be a valued lesson in your life. Emperor Ashton said as he patted her head. He couldn't possibly blame her now that everything has been lost. If he did, he knew it would have the opposite effect on her development. Suddenly, the distorted space in the gorge flickered, and a figure fled with a frightened face as a shout echoed out, "Madness. This is madness. Ha ha ha." The man seemed to go crazy when he saw the distorted space behind him flicker and the multitude of formations which were placed in the front. Another figure emerged and shouted out the words in a frenzy, "Glory to the Grand Sea Continent." Boom! That figure self-destructed once he neared the man who went crazy, causing an explosion to blaze around that space, which slightly cracked the defense formation. The experts who guarded over the place looked at the spectacle in utter puzzlement and disbelief. Before they could even launch their killing formations, their enemy was killed by another enemy while glorifying their continent's name. What kind of fantasy was this? They couldn't understand one bit of it. A few moments passed before someone uttered in bewilderment, "Should we also attribute this event to Prince Davis?" Most people's face changed into a weird expression before they looked at each other's face and shook their heads in all four directions as if saying yes and no. Most of them felt that it was more likely Davis's master who did this mess, and not him. After all, they still believed that Davis isn't strong enough to control a fifth-stage expert into self-destruction. Since Prince Davis was the one who hunted down all these 200 young elites, I think we should split up the loot into 5 parts. 1 part for the Laureate family, while the other 4 parts for our 4 families. Shirley suddenly spoke up, causing the eyes of the youths to flicker in dissatisfaction. Who are you to say that, ha? The Laureate family didn't send any participants while Prince Davis left to the other side. Yeah, why should we give our hard-earned spoils to them just because you have said so? Dissatisfied voices echoed from the youths as Kenneth Claymore stepped forward and spoke with a grin. Princess Shirley, just because you want to get on his good side, you want us to sacrifice our hard-earned efforts. Shirley's face changed while the other youths agreed as they shouted indignantly, worried that they might lose their space rings. Right, this woman clearly has a relationship with Prince Davis. Yeah, her actions in the secret entrance were obviously suspicious. She was the only one who was ahead of us. Could it be that she slept with Prince Davis? Hushed voices with mocking sentences could be heard, causing the members of the Ashton family's expression to change. Who said that? Emperor Ashton shouted. His voice echoed out with incomparable anger, causing some of their earbuds to rupture. He looked at the youths as his face trembled with anger. Those voices were mixed in with many other voices, making it hard for him to exactly pinpoint the culprits. He glanced at Shirley to see her tremble even more. He could see that she put her head down while her tears trickled to the ground. Emperor Ashton, stop. The emperors hurriedly stood in front of their young elites, causing Emperor Ashton's face to turn ugly. If you do not give me an explanation, don't blame me for being ruthless. He coldly spat out, not bothering to care about formalities anymore. Suddenly, he felt his hands being grasped by a feeble hand. Father, it's fine. Shirley stepped forward with a determined expression on her face. Whether I have a relationship with him or not, I can prove that I have none. But you are all shameless. A slight grin on her face along with misty eyes could be seen before she glared at them. All your puny lives had been saved by him. Otherwise, could you even imagine how many of us would have died here? He could have taken it with him, but he didn't. It's all because he wanted our continent to prosper. If you can't even get that, then you should have just all died in that place. And shouldn't we at least repay his good intent by sharing an equal part of the loot with his family? Shouldn't we at least show our gratitude? Shirley held her hands together as she described and asked as a matter of fact. Hearing her speech, everyone was dumbfounded for a moment. The youths felt something in their hearts but didn't want to part with the free spoils they gained, so they intentionally stayed silent. Christo Ashton, who was by her side, looked at her and rolled his eyes. He then sighed and stepped forward, taking out a table from his spatial ring. Here are all the free spoils I gained through plundering the corpses which were killed by Prince Davis. He calmly and indifferently said as he looked at those youths while he took out 32 spatial rings and placed it on the table with a slight grin on his face. Looking at the number of spatial rings, numerous eyes flashed with greed when suddenly an aura flared out with a solemn voice, "Place down the spoils or I shall have the heads of those who insulted my daughter." Emperor Ashton, this isn't a per. Emperor Ross faintly frowned. This is my ultimatum. You can choose whether to place the spoils or not. Emperor Ashton indifferently replied, but bothering to see their reactions. Children, go place down the loots you gained on that table. Emperor Ruth sighed and instructed, which made the youths of the Ruth family sigh in dissatisfaction. But they still heeded his words and stepped forward to place their spoils one by one. What are you all looking at? Go place yours too. Emperor Claymore coldly spat out. He He didn't like to do this, but he certainly wasn't an ungrateful person. After hearing Shirley's speech, he felt like he owed Davis for some reason which he didn't clearly like, causing him to not bicker with this matter. Why are you all listening to him?" Emperor Ross shouted in confusion. "Don't bark, just give up the loot or you'll make us force you to hand over it," Emperor Ashton added as he looked at Emperor Ross. Hearing that, Emperor Ross looked at the other emperor's reaction and gritted his teeth while spreading his hands. "Fine. Why are you still waiting? Go place the spoils." He knew that if he did not comply, those three might forcefully take it from him, leading to more loss of face and members, which he didn't absolutely want. The experts, who were the onlookers, were filled with greed while looking at those 200 spatial rings, but they didn't take any action as they knew that their body would be filled with holes, caused by those 4 families. The 4 families took a decision and placed their own youths in this lineup, filling up the empty slots to explore the secret entrance. 40 spatial rings of unknown contents for each family. I believe that this should be enough. No, Emperor Ashton slowly said as he glanced at them. The 4 emperors verified that all of those spatial rings were sealed, and even some people who were secluded cultivators came to verify those spatial rings as witnesses. The emperors all nodded and randomly took 40 each, leaving only 40 spatial rings on the table, causing them to suddenly hesitate about a matter. "Who is trustworthy?" someone echoed out, causing the crowd to turn abuzz with discussion. They started to concoct their own devious plans when suddenly a voice echoed out. "Since I was the one who gave the idea, I will personally see to it that it will be delivered," Shirley said with a serious expression on her face. Emperor Ashton looked at his daughter with a shocked gaze as he thought, this haughty girl still didn't give up. How did that brat make her be like this? He was truly dumbfounded. She stepped out bravely and swiped with her hand, making those 40 spatial rings disappear. "I believe there are no objections," she asked calmly, causing their expressions to change. They promptly knew that they had lost the chance to do anything about it. No voices echoed out, causing Emperor Ashton to nod his head in satisfaction, because he was glaring at them the whole time while Shirley took the spatial rings. "Since all of your spoils are safe with us, you people don't have to worry that someone will target you. Now go back and search for the entrance to the other side before the distorted space closes up," Emperor Ruth shouted out, not bothering with their replies. He wanted to find the entrance to the other side so he could verify the safety of his daughter as soon as possible. Looking at the outsiders sending their 5th stage experts to death like cannon fodder left him truly insecure. All the other youths reluctantly left while Shirley stayed because she had an enormous amount of wealth on her right now. Shirley nodded slightly and acknowledged. He sighed, not knowing what to think of her plight. After this, the crowd waited until the distorted space tunnel closed, but it made them frown as no new enemies arrived from the other side, causing them to be quite confused. The opening of this realm was quite an avid experience for them, causing them to shake their heads as they thought of a certain person. And naturally, the youths returned before the secret entrance closed, still not able to discover the path to the other side. To this, they could only sigh again as they did so for more than thousands of years. Lifeless bodies lay down over the surface, painting the ground red with blood as a raw stench emanated around the area. HMPH, trash like these are supposed to enjoy the benefits of joining our alliance. They sure do know how to dream, the sharp-eyed outer hall elder spat out in a cold tone. His clothes were drenched in blood after he personally and cruelly executed these 5th stage experts when refused to obey his command. What a waste of resources, at least. They were useful for quenching our anger. Another 6th stage expert sneered as he cruelly laughed. His clothing looked like it belonged to the Alstrom family. Ruthless and unreasonable. This was how the world works here, despite the claim of Claire on how beautiful it was. Compared to the Grand Sea continent, which has partly stabilized by reaching consensus, this world was still battling for supremacy, which none had been able to take for themselves. There were too many top powers, which in turn encouraged the cultivators here to scheme and plunder to enrich their own authority and wealth, even at the prospect of death. Here, reputation was like a drug. They get drunk on it so much that they even sacrifice their own families to maintain their reputation face. People serve their masters with utmost loyalty, just so that they don't get abandoned later on in their life. They wag their tails better than dogs to enrich their lives and won't hesitate to do their master's bidding. This was a dog-eat-dog world. People were afraid to trust, cautious of each other, wary of everything, suck up to their superiors and maintain status quo with their acknowledged equals. This was quite true in the Grand Sea continent as well, but it was not quite as rampant as this world. I wonder if those 10 guards managed to kill some of our enemies. They are pretty strong at their level if you consider their prowess, the outer hall elder said as he touched his chin. Those 10 guards clearly knew that they were going to be harshly treated when we return to the tripartite alliance, even though it isn't their fault. So they cleverly planned and acted as if they went to sacrifice themselves, only to return later on and tell the higher-ups that they did their best. If you don't believe me, then watch the entrance. The truth should be revealed then. A blue-robed woman spoke as if she knew it all. She looked innocent when she curved her lips with a smile on her face. The other two's face twitched as they looked at her seductive silhouette. They so much wanted to have her, but knew that appearances were quite deceptive. It was especially clear in this woman's case, who was known for her viciousness in dealing with men. It was rumored that she ruthlessly dealt with men when battling, such as dealing them a generation-shattering blow. Haha, if outer sect elders speak so, then it might be the case. The two of them nodded and replied. They didn't want to offend a person of equal status for no reason either, especially after they knew that this woman was favored by an inner sect elder. Suddenly, the distorted space flickered, causing their eyes to narrow. Ah, help me. A miserable silhouette, drenched in blood, ran towards them with a frightened face. Their faces changed as they quickly asked what happened. They could recognize him as one of the 185th stage experts they sent in the first wave. The miserably injured man slightly rejoiced when the distorted space behind him flickered again. A figure quickly shot towards him as the energy around the figure turned unstable. Not good. This kind of feeling erupted in those three elders' minds, causing them to back out subconsciously. Boom. The figure who rushed out exploded into hundreds of bloody chunks as the explosion leveled the whole area, but didn't manage to leave a dent on the spatial tunnel. The three elders had a look of utter confusion gleaming in their eyes. The two of them looked at the woman and asked with a strange expression on their faces, as you said, a guard really did appear, but why did he self-destruct? The woman had an equal look of confusion written all over her face. How should I know? The three of them were visibly confused, and they could see the looks of each other, increasing their doubts about this event. The three then secretly looked at each other suspiciously. They couldn't tell who orchestrated this farce, but they absolutely couldn't see the motive to do so. Could it be the guards went berserk and chose to self-destruct on us as an act of revenge instead of self-destructing at those enemies? They couldn't help but think that way since they couldn't realize the motive of the orchestrator. The three went silent, warily looking around trying to gauge each other, but the atmosphere just kept getting worse. Say, let's report to the higher-ups, the blue-robed woman said as she dispelled the hostility gathering around them. Let's do that. The other two elder nodded their heads in agreement. Although all three of them belonged to the tripartite alliance, they were of different groups after all. So fights to the death were quite common unless one is found out of their transgressions. Still looking warily at each other, they sent word through the Jade Stone to their respective seniors and waited for further instructions. They fiddled with the Jade Stone after some time and spoke some words unto it a few minutes later. They looked at each other, slightly nervous. Did you guys get called to the headquarters? The other two nodded their heads slowly, indicating that they received the same instructions. Well, let's just hope that they'll let us go with light punishments, the blue-clothed lady smiled. The other two cursed as they knew that she had the favor of an inner sect elder. In the barren lands where there's no vegetation, only a few drops of water scattered around the sandy plains could be seen. Did it recently rain? A figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere, while the hot rays of the sun showered the land with sizzling heat. The silhouette that suddenly appeared looked as if it were an illusion that played tricks on one's eyes. This one tall black-robed silhouette was Davis, who managed to escape while distracting the 6 stage experts who were above him. Even though he had the confidence to escape right under their noses, he didn't want to take any chances either. He didn't know if his plan worked or not, nor was he interested in knowing the result. All he needed was to distract them, and it was enough for him. He looked above and looked at the cloudy sky, which couldn't even block the rays of the sun as if they were too thin. He chuckled and continued to walk ahead. A slight grin could be seen on his face as he stretched his arms wide. Ah, this is the feeling of freedom. He momentarily felt that he was free of burdens, carefree as a free bird. But instantly, he rolled his eyes at that thought. He still had a lot of things to do. His face scrunched up in dissatisfaction at the fleeting feeling of freedom. Freedom is an illusion. There's actually no such thing as freedom unless you're always alone, not existing in anyone's mind. He muttered like a philosophical old man who had reached the end of his lifespan. He suddenly stopped and looked back at the mountains which he came from as he shook his head. I never thought I would feel so lonely after coming to this place. I'm excessively attached to them. His heart especially felt tugged with the feeling of needing Evelyn. He turned back as he continued to walk, and this time, his eyes had a renewed resolve to become stronger. 2 days passed. Davis could basically confirm that he had left their detection range as he had traveled over 10 kilometers speedily with his silver stage cultivation. But as far as his eyes could see, it was still the mountainous desert region that filled his eyes. Damn, I should have reached the revolving core stage before coming to this place. Davis shouted out, not bothering to mask his voice. He looked weary, and his eyes were a little sunken. If he could fly high, he could have seen which direction leads to getting out of this place sooner. Davis didn't dare to use his soul sense, afraid that he might be caught by an existence which he couldn't deal with, nor did he want to use his soul body to check it out as he was in an open area. But this wasn't the problem at the moment. He looked at the sky, 30 kilometers above, and smiled wryly. A huge flock of ferocious vultures flew directly on top of him for over a day, causing a huge headache which led him to this dilemma. His eyes moved onto a specific vulture. It was a huge ferocious vulture with a 25 million wingspan that looked horrendous with its sharp barbed beak, hooked on the end, and its back occupied with grayish-white wings. This creature was especially the reason for his headache for more than a day. "Why am I so unlucky?" Davis shouted again. He tried using the dark concealing shroud art, but it was of no use considering that it just kept following and didn't lose his tail. A mortal rank species grand beast stage magical beast. A 5th stage magical beast. These words kept echoing in his mind, making him cautious of its presence the whole time. It didn't near him but kept quite a close watch with its intelligent eyes, as if seeking for a blind spot all day long. It didn't dare to near him because Davis was using his soul to faintly pressure it. This method worked because magical beasts normally had weak souls, unless the magical beast is in existence that has a formidable soul constitution, or from a soul-type race, it will not have a powerful soul. "This is insane," Davis said as he gritted his teeth. If it came down, then he would have no choice but to engage in a life-and-death battle with it. Emperor Tritor and Emperor Raven had weak soul cultivation, so he was able to kill them despite their 5th stage cultivation in the other 2 cultivation systems. But this was a magical beast, and even if a 5th stage magical beast had a weak soul, its soul was still of the 5th stage, which rendered Davis's death note useless in this case. From how he couldn't see its name by using his death god eyes, he could tell that it was at least a high-level grand beast stage magical beast. "At least it isn't an Earth-grade magical beast. Otherwise, I would have been more or less dead right now," Davis muttered as he consoled himself. He wasn't trying to joke, but its presence and gaze gave him a heavy pressure that sent chills upon his spine, making him unable to even relax a little. He could literally feel death looming over him, waiting to greedily devour his flesh and bones. His mother had informed him about the difference in species rank of magical beasts. As far as his mother knew, there were 5 types of species rank, and a species rank difference vastly enhanced the chances of a higher rank species to win against a lower rank species. Out of this predicament, he felt glad that this vulture was just a mortal rank species, just like the magical beasts present in the Grand Sea continent. Suddenly, he felt the pressuring gaze upon him disappear, prompting him to quickly glance at it. The ferocious vulture gave a low shout after it glimpsed in a certain direction. It then looked at him, causing his mind to ring alarm bells of danger. "It's coming," Davis instantly thought. He didn't know what was in that direction, but he certainly knew it caused his avid stalker to go restless and attack him. Davis gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength to run at an incredible speed. He slightly glanced behind to see it plunging down at him with numerous other vultures in a formation. Hunting in a formation. He extended his soul sense to the direction he ran in, and as he did, he sensed a group of people heading his way. 100 kilometers. Davis's Dave changed. It would at least take him 5 minutes to reach that distance, even with his current speed. An unprecedented level of seriousness flashed across his face as he stopped running and turned to look back at the vulture as he stood his ground. He summoned a black spear that shined with a purple glow at its end. Lightning sparkled on the spear blade, crackling and roaring while he tightened his grip on the spear, while a silvery aura spread around the shaft from his arms. Upon using Tyrant Aura Amplification, he murmured, "Berserk change," blinding light erupted around his body as a silvery aura around him glowed with mighty valor. The vultures were already less than 5 kilometers away from him, ready to surround and make him mincemeat in a few moments. "Celestial Needle Ocean," he murmured again as a sinister grin appeared on his face. Swirling currents of a pure thin line which looked like needless formed above his head. The pure light of needless shot towards those vultures who were below the grand beast stage. Bird cries echoed miserably as the huge kettle of vultures had their souls miserable pierced by the needless. The ferocious vulture angrily roared, easily blocking the area of effect technique, and headed towards Davis with bloodshot eyes. Davis shot towards ferocious vulture as he made a wide swing. His spear and its talons clashed as a metal sound rang out while he plunged down to the ground from the force as he spewed out some blood. His body was heavily impacted while the spear flew out of his hands as a result of the torn muscles in his arm. Boom! As he crashed onto the ground while dust spread, the ferocious vulture roared in rage. Davis had killed its whole family. How could it not be angry? Blinded by its rage, it plunged down again as it extended its talons. Davis could see it approaching with his soul sense. He quickly formed a sacred piercing lance and threw towards it just when it was a few meters away from the dust. The lance shot forwards, but it was blocked by the extended talons, causing it to shatter into nothingness. Sacred Soul Shield. A barrier formed around him as he jumped sideways to evade its sharp talons. Half of its momentum was struck down by the sacred piercing lance, making it possible for him to evade it in the nick of time. A grin slightly appeared on his face when a huge wing came behind him and sent him flying as it struck, causing his barrier to break. Davis spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew. His sole force was spent upon from the 2 days of vigilance. His hair flailed wildly in the wind, and his face still had a slight grin on it that hadn't faded into the abyss yet. In the near distance, those few people who Davis spotted with his sole sense were dressed in various robes and armors. They rushed across saddled on top of their mounts, which looked like well-bred mighty horses. The one leading the group was a woman who looked beautiful and appropriately curvaceous in the precise areas. Her eyes looked sharp while below it was covered with a veil, making her features unknown. Her velvet-colored hair graciously danced, giving her a dashing appearance. She wore a black silky robe which accentuated her sharpness and mysteriousness twofold when seen with the perspective of strangers. "Big sister, our target has noticed us and it seems to be following a child," a man next to her commented with a bewildered expression on his face. "Hurry, we have to kill it before it can devour that kid," the woman shouted. Her voice had a tinge of worry mixed up. She noticed the kettle of ferocious vultures plunging down on him in an attempt to devour him. Not good, she jumped and glided through the air with her eyes narrowed up anxiously. Below her legs, a hazy path of wind formed, making her quickly sped up to the distance. Cries of worry erupted as the others all shouted for their big sister to return, but it was of no use, so they had no choice but to quickly follow behind her in pursuit. Suddenly their eyes widened as they all saw the numerous vultures drop down lifelessly onto the ground like flies that had been mysteriously attacked. They were all startled. "Big sister, stop. There is something weird about that kid." The woman stopped and hesitated for a moment. She looked at the vulture who was maddened and the kid who was going to die under its talons. She gritted her teeth and rushed towards the boy. "This is our chance to kill it." By the time she neared, the boy was sent flying by the maddened, ferocious vulture. The woman snapped "Get finger" and made a subtle finger movement, causing the flying Davis to slow down from the impact. Davis slightly relaxed, seeing that these unknown people were going to save him. He used the barrier to defend while simultaneously using the impact from the wing attack to be sent flying almost 5 kilometers away. Adding on their arrival, especially the veiled woman who quickly dashed towards him, his plan worked out. Supported by the formless wind, he stepped on the ground as he spat another mouthful of blood, while he felt his mind go slightly muddled from the backlash of the soul barrier being broken, though it mostly came from the exhaustion of constantly using his soul for over 2 days. Davis's eyes flashed with a weak light as he looked beside him. A woman entered his line of vision and placed her hands on his shoulders. A second passed before he heard her say in a doubtful, yet worried tone, "You seem fine." He noticed her relaxed and bewildered gaze and had at least realized that the other party possessed no bad will against him. But fine was an understatement. His soul felt incredibly weak, and he just wanted to take a rest and heal his damaged soul slowly. This was the repercussion of using his own soul to block the physical prowess of the ferocious vulture. The ferocious vulture loudly screeched, quickly approaching Davis even though it noticed the group. Its eyes were still bloodshot, causing it to be not at all bothered by the powerful group. The woman stood up and pointed at the ferocious vulture. Wind blades. 10 formless swords formed around her, causing the air to vibrate from the sheer intensity of the blades as they rotated. The ferocious vulture's primal instinct kicked in just when those 10 formless swords shot towards it at an incredible speed. But by the time it reacted, it was already too late to evade completely. It dodged sideways when it was suddenly hit with 5 formless swords on its right side of the body. The swords pierced through its large body, while the blood gushed out in excess from the injury. It screeched in pain as it rolled over the sandy surface. The woman made some hand signs and pointed at the ferocious vulture again, causing those swords which missed their targets to change direction. Just when it finished rolling over, and finally stabilized as it looked over the sky, seeing another 5 swords near its face. Puchai, the formless swords which bore wind energy penetrated its eyes and pierced the brain. Copious amounts of blood flowed down its head like a waterfall for a short time as the ferocious vulture twitched till it died. So strong, Davis looked at the woman who effortlessly killed the ferocious vulture without even breaking a sweat. It was a grand beast stage magical beast, but it was so easily killed by this woman who looked younger. Davis found it hard to believe that he met someone this powerful. He had such luck in this land of nowhere. For a moment, he thought he was some kind of protagonist of a novel for having a plot armor like this. He then sighed as he didn't think his life would truly be in danger in a short time, even though he just escaped from the severed mountain stretches. In short, he understood that he overestimated himself, but knew that events such as this was inevitable and not his fault. After all, he didn't go provoke or attack that ferocious vulture. He wryly laughed as he thought, having a piece of flesh in my body also invites disaster. He shook his head ruefully. What could he expect from a beast to let him go? Wishful thinking, Davis mocked himself for his complacency. The woman gave a few commands to her men and looked at the boy with an inspecting gaze. The men followed her commands and proceeded to store the corpses of those vultures. Davis stood up and looked at her as he narrowed his eyes, ignoring the pain that clutched his soul. If he didn't deal with this properly, then they might become his enemy, but he was not afraid. Honestly, even though they were quite powerful, their soul cultivation was quite weak. All this time from having the death note, his soul could vaguely feel whether the other party's soul was stronger than him or not. He clasped his hands as he said, "Young Miss has saved me from the clutches of death. I, Davis, owe young Miss a favor." His voice echoed out childishly, causing the woman and some men to blink their eyes rapidly. Davis could speak crisply, but he decided to act like the present him, a 12-year-old boy with a height of 5'1". He thought of hiding his name, but no one here could recognize him here in any way. As he looked at their reactions, it seemed as if the woman and the men communicated through soul transmission. They seemed to be cautious of me, Davis thought. Then he didn't understand. Why did they save me then? The woman finally opened her mouth. "Where do you come from?" "I just left the mountains after I mourned my master for 3 days and 3 nights. Davis didn't bat an eye as he lied. He unceremoniously killed off his non-existent master. His voice was childish yet solemn, causing one to take his words seriously. He continued with a wry tone, "I just didn't think that I would be so as unlucky to be targeted by a powerful magical beast." The woman narrowed her eyes in suspicion. After what seemed to be like a long time of observing, she sighed gently. "It seems you really are a human child." A few question marks appeared behind Davis, causing her to laugh gently. The others also laughed at the comical sight as they saw the lightning attributed question marks. "You surprisingly know how to be humorous. Unexpected." The woman continued, "You see, I thought that you were either an old monster disguising, or the child of a sky-grade magical beast, or even possibly the child of an unknown spirit race. I checked your cultivation while you were injured and verified that you were a human child, but I just couldn't believe that as you are quite powerful for your age. Silver stage, peak energy condensation stage, and I couldn't see through your soul, undoubtedly meaning that it is stronger than mine, stronger than peak level young soul stage." The woman had many questions she wanted to ask, such as how he cultivated the soul to that boundary before reaching revolving core stage, but knew it was rude and could quite possibly worsen the situation. So she just opened her mouth as she returned the respect by clasping her hands. "My name is Su Huling, and I am one of the 3 vice heads of Cloud Spring Mercenaries." He was quite astonished to see someone having a similar Chinese name, but was their origins Chinese in the first place? In the Lauret family's library, he did read about quite some people who had a similar kind of names, but never got to see one. He had no idea how these persons distinguished from themselves, or how they named themselves either. Did the existence that the Death Note mentioned brought some people from here to establish the ethnicity of the various racial group on Earth? He thought, still not able to understand what happened in the past. Still, it was of no concern, so he just pushed the thought away and said, "Can I travel with your group to a safe place? This place seems to be lurking with powerful beasts that I don't want to meet in turn. You can take all the vultures I killed." Su Huling smiled and murmured, "Young Miss is not young." She came forward and patted his head gently. "Don't worry, elder sister will take care of you." A slight vein erupted on Davis's forehead before he pushed her hands away with an excuse as if throwing a tantrum. "Don't touch me. I am an adult and know how to take care of myself." "Ha ha ha, how cute." Su Huling looked at him as she laughed. She now quite came to believe that he was a child without a doubt. "Young Miss Su Huling, don't tease me." Curling his lips in dissatisfaction, he uttered, "Haha, you're the only one who calls me young miss who taught you ethics and manners. Was it your master?" Davis went silent and looked down as if he mourned for the loss. Su Huling realized that she had touched upon a distasteful topic. She quickly opened her mouth. "Sorry, it's just that I'm over 100 years old and no has ever called me young miss before him." "Someone as powerful as you hasn't been called young miss before. Why?" Davis asked curiously with a genuine face. He was quite shocked to see someone this old look young as he thought. Cultivation does do wonders. Su Huling looked at his expression and vaguely had an urge to talk about her past. She had almost let down her guard she maintained in front of other men as Davis had an innocent face. She smiled and shook her head. "It's just a distasteful past. It isn't of any concern now. Moreover, I am quite happy with this life, being married to the love of my life as well as having 2 children who are of your age right now." Davis was astonished that she was married and had kids, but not surprised seeing that she was over 100 years old. He didn't let the astonishment show over his face as he said, "I see, shall we get moving then?" Su Huling nodded and mounted the horses, while Davis sat behind a man who called himself Jake. The horses were fast and they traveled for 15 kilometers north in 5 days before they reached a plateau that consisted of flat sandy terrain and steep slopes. During the 3 days, Davis became more familiar with the members' Cloud Spring Mercenaries. He gained a lot of information from the idle banter they engaged in from time to time, such as they compared him to the elite geniuses who were known widely in this region and couldn't help but acknowledge his talent in soul cultivation. Some spoke sarcastically and were jealous of him, but they meant no harm. To this, Davis could only shake his head. If he saw someone better than him, then he felt that he would get jealous as well. There was already a precedent in his previous life anyway. He had felt jealous of kids who had a loving and caring family, but now he had one, he didn't feel jealous of them anymore. He gained a copy of the map of this region and was greatly astonished to see that this region was 3,500 kilometers long. The map was not detailed, but only had widely known places and organizations marked on it. There were 3 major powers in this region, and he knew one of them since it was his mother's family. This region was known as Desolate Continent, and the 3 major powers were the Alstrom family, Falling Snow Sect, and Towering Cloud Hall. The 3 major powers were outside forces. They joined together, forming the Tripartite Alliance, and conquered the Desolate Continent. These 3 were high-level Emperor-grade powers which have 9th stage experts at their helm. Under them were various mid-level Emperor-grade powers which had 8th stage experts at their helm, and under them were King-grade influences which had 7th stage experts at their helm. Likewise, the King-grade influences had Sky-grade influences under them as well, but no one bothered with Earth-grade and Mortal-grade influences as they were too weak to vie for the important resources. Though that doesn't mean that the lower influences will not submit themselves to higher influences, but instead they are eager to curry favor with them. Davis felt that this was natural and logical. He felt that to survive, people would do anything, much less subordinating themselves to a higher power. After the Tripartite Alliance conquered the Desolate Continent, most people started calling it Tripartite Alliance territory. In this place, there was a restriction imposed upon by the 3 major powers. That is, the powers present in this place should not exceed 7th stage, and to follow this rule and convince the people, the 3 major powers established a headquarters at the north end, placing 7th stage experts to control it. He looked down the plateau and saw a huge camp with that looked like a small town, with many people clad in different types of armor roam around the area. His brows narrowed as he saw the various array formations surround the huge camp. He could see that some of them were defensive formations used to protect their base. "Welcome to our Cloud Spring mercenary headquarters, Davis," Sue Hewling uttered with a gentle smile on her face. Davis's face twitched as he looked at the sight around him. In this barren desert, they named themselves Cloud Spring mercenaries. He felt that there was no connection between the name and the place. Still, Davis nodded his head in acknowledgement. He could travel alone, but he knew nothing about the intricacies of this region, so he had no choice but to gain more information. To learn that, he decided to stick with them for a short time before leaving. They jumped down the slope and approached an entrance which looked like a small gate. There were some people in front of them. They had smiling faces as they looked at the approaching figures in the near distance. A man with a halberd stepped forward and bellowed, "Big Sister Sue is back." The people inside the gate were suddenly startled, and some of them came running upon hearing the shout. Cheers rang out as they openly welcomed their big sister Sue Hewling. They had incredible respect for her because some had been saved by her in this hot desert region when they had no one to rely upon. A woman stepped forward from the crowd and glared at Sue Hewling as her eyes turned misty. The crowd turned silent upon seeing her trembling back. "We have avenged your husband, Lily," Sue Hewling uttered, causing the woman who stepped out to break down in tears. Almost everyone looked at her with a sigh on their faces. A few weeks ago, her husband and a few other mercenaries perished in the talons of the ferocious vulture. At that time, she was with them, but escaped as her husband protected her with all he got. It rended her heart into pieces when she saw her husband being eaten alive as it pecked on him while tearing his skin apart. Having witnessed that gruesome scene, she fainted, only to be found by another team who had secured her safely. She later found out why she was alive and not eaten by the ferocious vulture. It was because she was saved by Sue Hewling, who had more than enough power to make mincemeat out of that ferocious vulture. Almost everyone knew of these 2 popular lovebirds as they joked of how attached they have been, but now seeing her breaking down in tears left them with a bad taste in their mouths. Some of the men even felt pity and wanted to protect her subconsciously. A few people suddenly arrived in front of the crowd, causing the crowd to disperse automatically with some reverence glowing in their eyes. Husband, second sister, third sister. Sue Hewling's eyes automatically turned warm as she dismounted and ran into a man's embrace. The man had 2 women follow behind him, causing Davis's to narrow his eyes in astonishment as he thought, triplets. Their faces were more or less the same as Sue Hewling. However, their figures were different, and each of them had their own charm, causing one to unconsciously fantasize about them. Davis was no exception. Even so, he still managed to quickly remove all impure thoughts as it quickly came. He then thought wryly, "I still have a long way to go before I become completely immune to beauties. Leader Daniuis, please kill me." The woman who shed tears for her husband's death suddenly uttered as she looked at the man, causing the others to be startled greatly. Davis looked at the woman and narrowed his eyes. He could somewhat feel the sorrow that was currently possessing her heart. After all, he was just a hair's length close to losing Evelyn at that time, but instead she just lost her right arm. He then shook his head as he didn't even want to think about it. I no longer wish to live, the woman uttered again, causing a sigh to break out from the man who was called Leader Daniuis. He wore an azure-colored mercenary like a tired robe. He had a precise toned body that stood out with his sculptured abs and pecs. This man was called Daniuis and was the leader of the Cloud Spring mercenaries. He wore a gentle smile on his face always, but now it changed into one of compassion and lament. He had long black hair that reached till his chests that were currently waving in the air, and his eyes had a hint of tiredness to it. The man took out a sword and pointed at the woman. Husband, no, you can't do this. Su Hutling's expression turned awry for a second. She didn't want this to happen. Daniuis narrowed his eyes and glanced at his first wife, Su Hutling. He slightly opened his mouth and shook his head. Convince her then. Su Huling turned hopeful before she went forward to the woman. Lily, there's no need to die, is there? She uttered. Lily had her eyes focused on Daniuis in a deadpan manner. She slowly swept her gaze towards Su Huling and asked, what do I need to live for? Su Huling got startled before she answered. You need to live for yourself. Hearing her answer, Lily's expression didn't change one bit, but instead asked a question. Would you live if your reason to live died? She then gave a short glance at Leader Daniuis. Hearing her question, Daniuis faintly frowned but didn't stop her as he too looked at his first wife, wanting to know her answer. Su Huling got startled again. She wanted to say that she too will take her life, but couldn't, as that would be same as saying that there's nothing wrong with Lily wanting to die. Narrowing her eyes, she replied, if my husband dies, I still have my children to take care of. Thinking of how cleverly she replied, a faint smile bloomed on Daniuis's face as he shook his head. Lily started laughing all of a sudden. Unfortunately, my husband didn't leave me a legacy. To you, your husband and children are your life, but to me, only my husband is my world. It's enough, Daniuis sighed as he stepped forward. No, please wait a moment. Su Huling blocked him. Her eyes held a pleading gaze to it. He looked at her and then took a step back as he couldn't bring himself to see her cry. He knew that she was very kind and couldn't digest these kinds of tragic endings. Su Huling took a deep breath before she turned back and looked at Lily. But before she could even say anything, a faint ruthlessness flashed in Lily's eyes as she shouted at Su Huling, I would rather kill myself than see myself become a whore. A dagger appeared in her hands before she tried to slit her own throat. No, Su Huling froze. But just before Lily could slit her throat, a small hand suddenly grasped her hands, stopping her dagger just an inch away from her neck. Lily incredulously looked at the boy, who looked to be 15-year-old at first glance. Her first thought was that she wanted to shout at him, but seeing that the other party looked like a 15-year-old, her expression turned to be one of confusion before slowly regaining clarity. Leave me alone, boy. I want to die. Davis gave a warm smile before he opened his mouth. Elder sister, I think your late husband wouldn't like for you to kill yourself just because he died. Lily was dumbfounded for a moment before she faintly laughed as she shook her head. I wouldn't have the face to meet him in the afterlife if I spend my life with another man. He then looked at her peculiarly. Then how about spending your remaining lifetime alone? Lily laughed at his question again. Young child, you don't know how the world operates. Even if you want to live peacefully, trouble comes looking for you. Even if I live alone, my heart will unconsciously search for someone else to fill its hole. This elder sister has lived for 80 years already. You could say that I lived a perfect mortal life. Davis looked at her eyes, which held a faint determination to it. He then opened his mouth. Elder sister, you seem to be mistaken about something. Oh, what am I mistaken about? Lily narrowed her eyes. He smiled. I'm not here to convince you to live. I'm here to kill you. Lily widened her eyes in astonishment before she laughed as she shook her head. Haha, child. Your scheme won't work on me. Trying to pluck out my will to live, are we? That's not it. I thought your late husband will hate himself for making you attempt suicide. That's why I thought that I should kill you so I can gather his hate onto myself. Lily was startled. Sigh. That's very kind of you, but I have not fallen so low as to make a child carry the burden of my death. This was actually the reason why she asked Leader Daniuis to kill her. If he did, then she didn't have to kill herself, incurring the wrath of the heavens. Now if you would be as kind as to stop. Grab. She suddenly stopped her words as her eyes lost its light. She slowly fell sideways from her kneeling position before Davis grasped her shoulders, making her stop from collapsing. I hope elder sister reincarnates and gets to be together with your husband in your next life, he muttered as closed her eyes and slowly laid her down on the sandy ground. Dead, Su Huling muttered with her eyes wide. A tear trickled down from her eyes before she turned back and embraced her husband. Daniuis embraced her tightly as she sobbed, while her two sisters came forward to comfort her worriedly. Although his eyes were fixed onto the figure who looked like a 15-year-old, Davis looked at Lily and sighed. There were two reasons for killing her. One, he sympathized with her, and the second, most important reason was that he needed to heal his soul as soon as possible. For that, he decided to grant her temporary, yet determined wish of wanting to die. He suddenly sympathized with her feelings, causing him to take action for her. He had killed her with the death note almost painlessly, absorbed her soul, and also made sure to make his soul force fluctuate a little. As to whether she will reincarnate or not, he knew that she will, as he had asked about this matter from the death note a short while after it had said those who use it will not be able to reincarnate. Apparently, the soul essence of a person has 10 components, namely the 7 physical souls and 3 spiritual souls. When a person dies, the spiritual soul enters the cycle of reincarnation, while the physical souls remain and rot in or around the dead body. What the death note absorbs are the physical souls which are yin in nature, as opposed to the spiritual souls which are yang in nature. So what he absorbed from all the victims were only the 7 physical souls of their soul essence, not their 3 spiritual souls. As for whether she will reunite with her husband or not, it was up to fate. A few moments passed before Danyui stopped embracing Su Hyuling and stepped in front of her as he opened his mouth coldly. "Who are you?" Hearing that, Davis turned to look at Danyui's, but before he could say anything, a worried voice echoed out. "He's Davis, a child who has just left the mountains after his master died. I saved him from the clutches of the ferocious vulture," Su Hyuling introduced hurriedly. She then explained what and all happened from the moment she met him. The 3 of them were astonished to hear her part of the story, though they had some doubts clouding their minds. Su Hyuling asked with a dumbfounded experience on her face. She wore a red-colored robe and had a veil on her face, but her eyes were the same as Su Hyuling's. She had short velvet-colored hair that reached till her neck, unlike her first sister who had waist-length hair. She is Su Hyuling's second sister, while the other one is the third sister. Su Hyuling seriously nodded her head, causing them to blink their eyes in doubt. She could see that they didn't quite believe her. I see Danyui's held his chin and nodded. He then stepped forward and said, with his soul cultivation being higher than yours, it is natural that you can't see through his disguise." Davis narrowed his eyes as he uttered, "I'm a human." Danyui's glanced at Lily's body and uttered, "And he killed a member of our Cloud Spring mercenaries. Weren't you going to kill her too?" Davis asked with a calm face. Danyui's replied while he started to emit a faint pressure, "That is different. I am the leader of the Cloud Spring mercenaries, and in one way I have the authority to decide her life and death. Are you implying that I have to join your Cloud Spring mercenaries?" Davis gritted his teeth as slightly lowered his knees, unable to withstand even the slightest of pressure that Danyui's radiated. "Not necessarily. We don't even know your true form. Besides, Lily asked me to kill her, not you." His legs were trembling, but he still had a calm expression on his face. "Oh, so you won't believe that I'm a human? Then what exactly do you want?" Cloud Spring mercenaries leader Danyui's. "I want you to withstand a single strike from me. If you do, you're free to leave or join my Cloud Spring mercenary." Danyui stopped emitting pressure on him. Davis widened his eyes, unable to keep a calm expression anymore. "Are you kidding me? You want me to die? I can't even withstand your pressure." He knew he would be killed if Danyui's even casually attacked him. All he understood was that the other party was likely stronger than a low-level 6th-stage cultivator. "Of course, I'll be using my soul cultivation." "Danyui's husband, you can't do this." Su Hyuling stood in front of Davis and blocked her husband. "Then I'll gladly take up on your offer." Mercenary leader Danyui's. Davis smiled. He had the confidence to defend a soul attack from the other party. After all, the soul was the hardest to cultivate. He knew there shouldn't be too much disparity between their soul cultivation, but he didn't dare to probe either. "Good, stand aside, Danyui said and flicked his hands. Su Hyuling looked worriedly at Davis, only to see him nodding his head with a smile. "Wait," Davis shouted. Danyui's looked at him. "What? Give me a few minutes. My soul is injured and I have to recover it, or your attack might leave me retarded for all we know." Danyui's narrowed his eyes. "All right." Su Hyuling shook her head as she moved aside. "I'm telling you, he's definitely a human child." She sent a soul transmission to Danyui's. "I'm just making sure," came back a reply, causing her to relax. In the few minutes he got, he pretended to swallow a pill, but instead refined the peak-level young soul stage he absorbed from Lily. From the looks of it, he guessed that Lily had been giving equal attention to all her cultivation systems. Soon, he healed his soul from the refinement and stood before Danyui's. "Davis, withstand my attack," Danyui's uttered as he made a hand gesture and pointed at him. Danyui shouted variable feather thrust. A silvery glowing feather formed before his finger before it silently floated. It then moved slowly towards him. Davis's expression changed. Not good. He could feel the enormous amount of soul force contained in that feather, and now he could deduce his opponent's soul cultivation level. Danyui's had reached the low-level Elder Soul stage, the 5th stage in soul forging cultivation. Davis whispered, and a glowing light surrounded him. Sacred Soul Shield. The silvery glowing feather approached the barrier and suddenly enlarged, causing his pupils to dilate. Boom. A large explosion echoed out, causing Danyui's to have a dumbfounded expression on his face as he uttered, "Mid-level adult soul stage." He wanted to stop, but it was already too late. Danny sensed his soul cultivation level when he cast the soul barrier and couldn't believe his senses. Last time, he vaguely felt Davis's soul force fluctuate when Davis killed Lily, but couldn't deduce his soul cultivation when he probed. So he was half sure that Davis was an old expert disguising as a human child to do something, but now it didn't seem like the case. Even though Su Huling had already told about his soul cultivation level, he just couldn't understand how Davis managed to hide his soul cultivation from him, as he was almost a major realm above, leading to his current suspicions. The silvery light which engulfed Davis disappeared, and an unharmed glowing figure appeared in everyone's sight. Davis smiled as a proud grin could be seen on his face. I successfully withstood your strike. The sacred soul shield shrank until it was only a few centimeters apart from his body, and the result was its defensive prowess increased to a tremendous degree. With that, he was able to successfully withstand the soul attack from the other party without getting harmed. Danny smiled as he watched his move get blocked, but inside he was quite shocked by the fact that a human child of this age could block his. Since Davis had revealed his soul cultivation, Danny could at least confirm that he hadn't disguised his race and age. Now that he had confirmed that Davis was a kid, he confidently believed that a junior couldn't possibly put a disguise in front of his cultivation level. Since you have successfully withstood my attack, you are either free to leave or join us. Danny calmly uttered. His tone was more like a command. Su Huling came forward and smiled, not at all surprised by his strength, unlike her other two sisters who had their mouths wide open in shock. Su Huling uttered with a helpless expression on her face. Davis smiled back at her as he shook his head in understanding. I understand, being a mercenary has its disadvantages as well, especially in a desert. Besides, he was well aware of what he did to one of their members. Other than fulfilling her wish, he also had a faint sense of insecurity since his soul was wounded. Whether he acted on her with ulterior motives or not, even he couldn't say it. That's right, our husband didn't mean to hurt you. He just wanted to see if you were really a human child. Su Huibing's voice sounded out like a piece of melodious music, causing one to be mesmerized. It's just a second sister said. He really didn't mean harm. The reason he was harsh to you was that you were not one of us. If you were, then he would have treated you differently, Su Hujing said, her voice slightly seductive and filled with quite a bit of arrogance. She wore a blue-colored robe and had a veil on her face, but her eyes were the same as her other two sisters. She had long velvet-colored hair that reached till her waist, tied up in a ponytail. Davis looked at their unique traits and felt envious of Danyui's. He was cursing him right now for having all three beauties in his lap, especially because they were triplets. It seemed as if they all saw him as their life too. What kind of luck did this bastard have? Fumed, but his face on the surface was as indifferent as ever. I didn't take any offense, nor do I have the capability to offend you guys, Davis uttered as he looked at them. His childish demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Even with the death note, he was not completely sure that he could kill them, as their essence-gathering cultivation was almost 3 major stages higher than his soul-forging cultivation. Could he actually kill them if there was such a wide difference between the two cultivation systems? What if he suddenly encountered a rare cultivator who had a 9th stage cultivation in either the body cultivation system or essence-gathering cultivation system, but possessed a measly 1st stage soul cultivation system? Could he kill that cultivator as well? He didn't know the answer to these questions. The death note wouldn't answer him unless he used a chance from his level up in soul-forging cultivation, which he didn't currently possess, not even one. Or maybe even if he did ask, the death note might not know the answer. Besides, I, Davis, am greatly indebted to Miss Su Huling for saving my life. He glanced at her as he said, a faint smile lingering on his face. During the travel, she treated him like a child, possibly because she said that she has 2 children around his age. Unknowingly, this created a good impression of her on him. Does that mean I can request you of something? Su Huling asked. Her eyes had a faint glow to it. Of course, if it isn't anything exaggerated, Davis said confidently, but quickly returned a wry smile. It isn't anything exaggerated, I just want you to join our Cloud Spring mercenaries. Su Huling smiled widely, causing his expression to change. Of course, you can decline if you want. It doesn't matter if you accept or not, but with this, you will have cleared your debt. Before he could reply, she added in a gentle tone. Davis looked at her and thought that he was seeing an illusion. Do kind people like her exist in this world? Or is it because she is treating me like a child? He felt suspicious of her words. Join us. If you do missions with us, you'll be able to earn plenty of resources. Plus, you'll get to experience the world rather than cultivating all day long in the mountains. Su Hujing uttered, her tone slightly forceful. Davis looked at her. He could see that she didn't look down on him, but rather, it seemed as if it was her character. Maybe she is like a spoiled lady because of her 2 sisters. He thought that they pampered her, but didn't know that he guessed right. Don't be so forceful, Jing. It's his decision to make, not yours, Su Huibing interjected, causing Su Hujing to pout with a harumph. Davis laughed dryly in his heart. He then stayed silent as he thought about it. There were no disadvantages in joining this mercenary group from what he had seen. They all looked like nice people to him. Can I leave your mercenary group whenever I want? Davis asked as he looked at Danyuis. Naturally, unless you did something that counts as a betrayal to us, Danyuis replied, causing Davis to nod. Then I'll be in your care, Leader Danyuis. Davis clasped his hands and instantly replied. The three sisters' face lit up in a smile as they looked at their husband. They knew that their husband only allows certain people to enter their mercenaries if personally scouted by him. If Davis was able to enter their mercenary group, then it means that his character was acknowledged by their husband. Besides, the fact that Davis, an unprecedented soul cultivation genius who joined their mercenary group, was itself a matter to celebrate on the scale of a festival. The matter ended smoothly, and Davis had been assigned a place to stay in their camp, along with a slight introduction of himself. 2 days passed within the flick of a finger. To his astonishment, Davis was greatly surprised to see how cultured these people were, unlike the ragtags or rogues he thought them to be. It was more like they belonged to a single family, where each and one of them enjoyed the other's company as far as he could see. This sight gave Davis the chills. This shouldn't how a mercenary's base is supposed to be like, right, was his thought, but didn't let it bother him anymore. He did consider the thought if he was trapped in an illusion formation, but after a probe, that didn't seem to be the case. Before long, he didn't stay put, but gathered information on how things worked here from the members of the Cloud Spring mercenaries. His presence invited a lot of doubt from the others, as their leader didn't tell them that he was a genius. But it didn't take long for the rumors to spread that the newbie killed a lot of ferocious vultures below the 5th stage with a single attack. This caused them to laugh, and seeing how this newbie was just a peak energy condensation stage cultivator, they brushed off the matter like it was just another joke. That said, they treated him well and didn't make things difficult as they saw him as one of their own. Something weird, you say? Now that I think of it, there was an intense energy fluctuation near the borders of desolate plains in the southern direction. Father said that it was a spatial fluctuation that was either caused by some treasure coming into existence or some powerful existence breaking into the void to enter the legendary immortal stage. A person who looked like a 15-year-old, young and charming, said with a reverence glowing in his eyes. At that time, it was a hot topic for everyone here to talk about, haha. I see, it must be most likely a treasure, no. Davis questioned back with a profound gaze. Haha, I'll have to disappoint you. Experts swarmed to that place, but there was not a single treasure there, much less a powerful existence breaking through, the youth wryly laughed. Hearing his answer, Davis smiled as he thought, looks like she escaped, what's with that smile? Oh. Could it be that when you said that your master died, you meant that he is no longer in this world, but ascended to the immortal stage? Banging the table, the youth stood up and shouted with his eyes widened. Numerous eyes shot towards them, but Davis just laughed and shook his head, causing the youth to be disappointed. Damn, with his guest denied, the youth looked sad. This youth was the son of Su Huling, who was near to Davis in age. He wore a golden robe, tinged with white, that made him look like a young master of some big family. Big brother Lucas is delusional and insensitive. I apologize on his behalf. A 14-year-old charming girl with a clear voice and whose eyes pretty much resembled Su Huling, uttered with a smiling expression on her face as she sat beside them. Her eyes and hair were deep black while her nose was adorable. She wore a green-colored silky robe that looked good on her. Naturally, she was the daughter of Su Huling, but Davis couldn't see her smiling expression as she was also wearing a veil. No need to apologize, elder sister Lucia, Davis uttered with a laugh. He no longer wore a black robe, but changed his attire to the mercenary uniform that was common to the Cloud Spring mercenaries. His mercenary attire was shaded blue and green, while his chest part was embroidered with the symbol that looked like a spring with clouds on top of it. The symbol looked faded as though it was there for a long time, giving off a feeling of dullness. This kind of symbol was nothing but the lowest tier of existence in the Cloud Spring mercenaries, and now he was nothing but a recruit in it. To rise through the ranks, he has to earn enough Cloud Spring points and increase his cultivation simultaneously. And to gain Cloud Spring points, he needed to do a lot of missions. To get plenty of Cloud Spring points, he needs to do higher level missions. And to do higher level missions, he needs a higher cultivation base. To reach a higher cultivation base, he needed more resources which are bought by using Cloud Spring points. He smiled knowing that it was a circle of development for both himself and the mercenaries. Still, he wasn't bothered by it as he thought that it will take only a few years for him to rise in position. Besides, he wasn't even sure if he will stay here till he finally becomes the top existence in this place. Then again, thinking of a certain wager, he shook his head. After all, he plunged into it himself. With the basic uniform, he couldn't even earn a single Cloud Spring point as he doesn't even have a Cloud Spring mercenary badge. To get that, he needed to complete his first mission. Don't say that, Davis. Our Cloud Spring mercenary should have treated you better, but before she could finish her words, she got interrupted. It was I who accepted his challenge. No need to dwell on it, Davis replied as he smiled. His smile contained a trace of greed. Danuis was worried that Davis would hold a grudge against him once he grows up, so to make up for his offense, he threw a wager. The wager was that Davis should reach the captain position in a year without using any soul attacks and soul defense. If he passes, then he gets to choose a treasure from the Cloud Spring mercenaries, regardless of the quality grade. Davis had no intentions to lose this kind of opportunity, nor was he so naive as to decline this kind of wager just for maintaining face or reputation. Originally, he thought that he should increase his essence-gathering cultivation, but with this, his plan changed. Lucia blinked her eyes as she curiously asked. Davis looked at her and smiled with a shady grin on his lips. Secret. Lucia backed off suddenly as a wave of discomfort hit her mind, but she quickly harumphed, HMPH, feigning mystery. Davis took a cup and changed the topic as he felt embarrassed about releasing a slight wisp of the dark energy to intimidate her. That's right, where is your mother? I need to discuss something with her. Lucia and Lucas's face expressions simultaneously turned red before they quickly shook their heads. I don't know, Lucas replied with a stiff expression on his face. Lucia looked at him and gritted her teeth. My mother is probably cultivating in seclusion. You could probably see her tomorrow morning. You are right. Since it is already night, I shall not disturb your mother. I will go meet her tomorrow morning then. Davis nodded his head. He agreed with her. With their reply, he felt that it would not be wise to visit a married woman in the night. They both heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that he didn't notice their expressions change as he looked up at that time. You know, we too will be attending the disciple recruitment event of the Falling Snow sect in a year. Do you want to come? Lucia asked in a proud tone, absolutely confident that they will pass the disciple recruitment test. Not interested, Davis sighed as he said. Falling Snow sect was one of the three major powers in the desolate continent, also known as the Tripartite Alliance territory. Joining it would be only wasting his time as he had the death book. Even the sole reason he had decided to join this mercenary group was nothing other than him feeling indebted to Su Huling. Otherwise, he would have just left after being acquainted with them. Now with joining it, he gets to have a freebie if he secured the captain's status. What a lovely deal. Gee, don't get arrogant just because you're a soul-forging cultivation genius. If you underestimate the three major powers, then you won't know what killed you the next day. Lucia uttered, her tone laden with dissatisfaction. Father always tells us to be beware of the three major powers, and I think he is extremely right. Lucas said in a powerful tone as if he believed in whatever his father said. Oi, I'm not underestimating them. I just don't want to be a part of them. Davis uttered as he wryly laughed. A place as powerful as that is bound to be filled with internal factions fighting over for power, creating internal disorder. He didn't want any of that for that matter. So you're not coming? Lucas asked disappointedly. He wanted Davis to accompany him to the Falling Snow sect. I'm not, Davis replied instantly as if it was a matter of fact. Lucia sighed and rested her chin on her hands. Don't worry, brother. We would be here for around 8 months. We can help Davis with his missions in the meantime. She smiled as she could see her brother's feeling of wanting to be friends with Davis. After all, in their age group, they hadn't had equals who they can call as friends. Lucas's eyes lit up. You're right, we could help Davis in the meantime. He wanted to be friends with Davis as he found no one around his age in this place. It made him extremely bored, making his sister the only one he could open up to. His eyes suddenly went dim as he couldn't help but doubt. Would you think that father and mother would allow it? Lucia looked at him and glared silently as she laughed. Lucas blinked and laughed wryly after he thought of something. His mother was the one who sent them to form friendly relations with Davis. Davis sighed as he found it difficult to decline their good intentions after declining their previous invitation. All right, we could form a team. Besides, he agreed only because he knew that they were strong and their talent could compare to Shirley. An amorous moan escaped from a curvaceous figure currently underneath a manly silhouette. The curvaceous figure, who was undoubtedly a beautiful woman, trembled from the intensity of the orgasm as she embraced the man with her legs wrapped around his back. Perspiration and sweat accompanied her hurried breaths as her sharp eyes deeply looked into the eyes of the man who had joined together with her. Husband, you're going to get me pregnant. Her voice sounded out incredibly seductive, and her body shook lustily from the after effects of their climax. Then get pregnant with my child. You have only given birth to 2 of my children, while your sisters had already given birth to dozens. The man whispered into her ears, while her lower part twitched in pleasure from the feeling of his breath tickling her ears. The man smiled as he looked at his woman and deeply kissed her lips, causing her to give out a deep, muffled moan. These two were none other than Danuis and Su Huling. He separated from her lips and started moving his hips as he thrust, causing her to moan. After what seemed like a long time, they climaxed together as she trembled from the pleasure, seeking to wreak havoc in her body. A few moments later, they separated and laid down side by side as they hugged each other. I'm going to get pregnant. Geez, that was the 16th time you let it inside me. Su Huling drew circles on his abs as she pouted embarrassedly. Danuis happily laughed as he held onto her waist. He kissed her forehead and uttered, "If that didn't happen, then you would have been able to give birth to more of my children than your sisters." Su Huling smiled as shook her head. "Don't mention that. Long ago, you saved us. You worked hard to cure me, and finally, I was able to give birth 15 years ago. That's all that matters." Danyui smiled and patted her head. He then laughed. "You love kids so much that you even saved a brat of unknown origins well. It isn't your first time anyway, other than the kid being powerful than the other kids you saved in this desolate plains. Now that I think about it, the last time I saved a kid was like 30 years ago," she replied as she made a cute face. "Whatever you do, I know it's for the best, but I'm just not sure about this new kid you saved. Davis, huh? He gives me a vague, uneasy feeling that I just couldn't get it out of my head." Danyui sighed as he narrowed his eyes. "I'm telling you, there's nothing suspicious about him. He might have said some lies to conceal his origins, but I don't think he is a bad person," Su Huling said as she pouted. All right. I believe your instincts, and it will be better if it's just as you said. I just want to protect you all and build a new family for us once the time is right. Husband, it won't take long before you reach the Law C stage. Once you attain it, you will just be a step away from reaching the 9th stage. Danyui's lifted his eyebrows, except that step is incredibly distant. I'll wait. We'll all wait, she replied as she closed on his lips while she closed her eyes. Danyui's reciprocated and kissed her deeply. They both opened their eyes later when Danyui's eyes flickered with a wild expression while her face went shy as she felt something hitting her lower body. "Hiya!" Su Huling let out a sound of surprise as he lifted her and entered from her back. Her eyes went up as her facial expression changed to an erotic display. After Davis left, Logan and Claire had a good talk and managed to save their relationship. Claire knew that it wasn't his fault as he had not betrayed her in the first place. His relationship with Violet was something that had happened a long time ago, and the result out of that relationship was none other than Ernest. Because of that, she also felt that it would be irresponsible of him to send them out. That left her with little choice, either to make it difficult for him and herself by sending them away, or to make him take care of that woman in good health by keeping her in the royal castle. Claire felt that both were unfair to her after much thought, so she decided to choose the latter to save her marriage with Logan. Everything turned out well for good, or so she thought as she resumed her life with Logan. A month later, after Davis left for the first layer, Logan quickly dressed himself up as he looked at Claire. Claire sat on the bed naked, her lithe figure obstructed by a sheet that she used to cover herself. "You heard it right. Emperor Ashton is here for some reason. I'll go first, you come later, okay?" Logan asked, and after he received her nod, he left. Going out the Empress's quarters, he walked along the corridor. Halfway through the intersection where all ways connected to the throne hall, he surprisingly met with Emperor Ashton. "Emperor Ashton, Emperor Loret." Emperor Ashton's brows lifted as he neared him. They both laughed as they arrived beside each other, interacting as they made their way to the throne hall. Behind them was Shirley, who silently followed them like an obedient and filial daughter. Logan had tried to get information from the location of the secret entrance, yet it was of no use because he still hadn't been promoted to be a member of the Guardian Alliance. He was curious enough, and once Claire arrived, the two went straight into the matter. "Emperor Ashton, is it possible to know what had happened to my son in that place?" Logan asked in a worried tone. Emperor Ashton boisterously laughed. "The truth is, the reason I'm visiting your place is simply because of your son." Once he said that in a jovial tone, he slightly eyed Shirley. Shirley came closer to Claire and stretched her hands. A container appeared on her palms. Claire blinked. "What is this?" She waited for Shirley's reply, but seeing as there were none, she took it and opened it. Once she did that, her eyes narrowed to a greater degree as she had recognized the design and the structure of the spatial rings in the container. Most of them were from her place, the Alstrom family territory, while the others were from the other two territories adjacent to the Tripartite Alliance territory. "How?" Claire asked with a dumbfounded expression on her face. Emperor Ashton nudged Shirley to explain, so the latter did so in pure intentions, leaving any superfluous details that might seem advantageous to her. After she had finished her explanation, Logan and Claire both had their faces proud. Even a tear fell from Claire's eyes as she had realized Davis's real prowess from Shirley's vague, yet detailed explanation. Logan and Claire both knew how the world worked. They instantly saw through Shirley's actions as something that was done out of love for someone, and to them, that someone couldn't be any more obvious. They awkwardly thanked Shirley for her actions and even vaguely consoled her, albeit indirectly. After the two left after some time of talk, Logan and Claire felt awful about Shirley's predicament. "Dear, what do you think?" Claire gave a side eye. Logan shook his head. "You should leave the youngins to deal with their own mess, like how you're dealing with it right now," Claire glaringly asked. Logan obediently shut his mouth. In the first layer, a day passed rather quickly while Davis cultivated his soul in peace. His exhausted soul completely recovered from the damage he took from Danyui's move. On the next day, he spotted Su Huling on the training grounds and spoke with her for a few minutes, gaining some tips on how to get more Cloud Spring points. With her advice, he first went to the Cloud Spring Recruitment Hall to register his team and went to the Cloud Spring Mission Hall to apply for a mission. Accompanying him right now were Lucia and Lucas. They had participated in some missions before with some experts protecting them, but now they were a little excited as this was their first time that they would experience venturing out without having any experts to protect them. That is if their parents let them go with him. Davis stood in front of a receptionist lady who was dressed neatly in a blue robe. Her cleavage was partly visible, but he paid it no mind. You can't take that mission. You are not even I know. I just wanted to know when I will be able to accept that mission. Davis cut her off directly. The receptionist lady, who was also a mercenary, faintly frowned but didn't mind as the other party looked like a teen. She opened her mouth and pointed at the scroll on the table which he brought. You'll be able to accept that mission when you reach the vice captain position. I see he held his chin and contemplated as he took hold of the scroll in one hand while he read it. The contents of the mission were to slay a bone naga and obtain its magical beast core. Giving the corpse of the bone naga and the magical beast core would award him with 10 Cloud Spring points. To Davis, it should be doable as long as he uses his silver stage cultivation to take down a bone naga, which is a spirit beast stage magical beast. But his confidence in taking it down didn't stem from his cultivation, but rather his death book. He remembered how the death book said it could make him see the name of magical beasts through his death god eyes and death sense. He actually used it on magical beasts before but could never once see their names, so he asked the death book about it before a long time ago. It just left him hanging with a sentence: if the heavens haven't granted it a way to identify itself, then I wouldn't know either. This statement of the death book made him realize that it was not omnipotent. Fortunately, this bone naga was an earth-grade magical beast, meaning that it would have gained sentience when it reached the spirit beast stage. Different from earth-grade magical beasts, the sky-grade magical beasts possess sentience from birth and the ability to process thought in a few days from birth. Did that ferocious vulture possess sentience, since it was a mortal-rank grand beast stage magical beast? He pondered for a while and felt that it should be the case, but didn't feel any pity for its death. It attacked him, so he didn't have any qualms about causing its death, and besides, it seemed the Cloud Spring mercenaries were already out for revenge at that time. Then can you recommend a mission that is suitable for me? Davis glanced at the receptionist and said. The receptionist faintly smiled and took out a scroll from her spatial ring. Well, as a new recruit, you always have to do this mission to get a badge. Davis took the scroll and opened it. He smiled wryly and couldn't help but think that they were making things difficult for him, but knew that they weren't since he noticed everyone present looking at him in a meaningful way. Mission name: New Recruits Test. Description: offend a young master from a low-level Earth-grade clan or above and successfully escape single-handedly. Reward: Cloud Spring Mercenary Badge. Limitations: you are to act as a rogue cultivator and not as a member of the Cloud Spring Mercenaries. Other than this method to gain a position in the Cloud Spring Mercenaries, he could actually be recommended by the ones in the higher position just like some powerful people, but since he accepted that deal with Danyui's, he had no choice but to do this. Without saying anything else, he left the Cloud Spring Mission Hall and looked at the two figures who were waiting for him. Where can I find an Earth-grade clan in this desolate plains? He asked in an indifferent tone. Lucas and Lucia looked a little flushed as they looked away. It was clear that they were laughing at him for getting that mission. They knew what kind of mission he would get yet didn't warn him beforehand. This was clearly bullying, albeit there were no ill intentions in their actions. Davis was unperturbed as he waited for them to calm down their emotions. Finally, Lucia took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Do." Davis narrowed his eyes, waiting for her reply. "Do you?" She gazed at him as if she was measuring him. He blinked and questioned curiously, "Do what? Do you dare, plebeian? Ha ha ha." Lucia and Lucas burst into another round of laughter as they pointed at him. Davis maintained an indifferent face, although he was on the verge of bursting into laughter himself. A few moments passed before Lucia finally calmed down and spoke. "It's enough, Lucas. There's no meaning in continuing with this joke as Davis won't understand it." Hearing that, Lucas stopped laughing and smiled lightly. "Yeah, he is from the mountains. Of course he won't understand, excuse me." Davis's eyes twitched as he looked at them like how one would view country bumpkins. He felt like opening up his knowledge to them and let them know about MT. Ty but gradually calmed himself down and maintained an indifferent expression as he opened up his mouth again. Where can I find that? Don't worry about it. I'll lead the way." Before she could say anything about it, a voice echoed in her mind. "Young miss, master has called you back." A middle-aged man who looked neatly dressed in brown robes suddenly appeared beside them. Davis narrowed his eyes. He wasn't even able to detect the presence of this man. Lucia uttered as she sighed. She turned to look back at Davis. "Sorry, I won't be able to accompany you and show you the way as I have something to do." Davis shook his head and said, "It's fine. 25 kilometers to our north is the Loserus Kingdom, a low-level sky-grade kingdom. You can find plenty of low-level Earth-grade clans, families there, Lucia said and looked at Lucas. Let's go, elder brother. Lucas nodded and bid farewell to him before uttering. Move, as she said, and you will see prairies and grasslands enter your sight, and at that moment you will know that you have left the desolate plains. The desolate plains took the entire south of the desolate continent, painting the scenery with deserts and mountainous regions. Davis looked at their disappearing silhouettes and sighed as he understood their disappointment from not being able to leave this place. Lucia and Lucas arrived at their home. They then stood there in the hall, awaiting someone. The place they stayed at was a luxurious big mansion that was capable of housing more than 40 people. Father, Lucia's eyes lit up as she saw Daniuis coming towards them. She immediately ran towards him and threw herself in his embrace. Lucia, you've been a naughty girl. Daniuis smiled and pulled her cheeks wide. Owa, sorry, I won't trespass again. She replied as she now knew that she had been caught listening to her parents' nightly affairs. Sorry, father, I won't do it again as well, responded Lucas as he was on the verge of tears, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He was quite scared that his father would punish him now. It was originally Lucia's idea to peep on them. Next time I see you trying to peek on us, I'll give you two a heavy punishment, Daniuis replied in a harsh tone. They both looked remorseful, but Daniuis shook his head a moment later as he knew that these two were always naughty and bold. Father, why have you called us? Didn't you say that we should build a good relationship with him? Lucia asked with a curious face. I did say that, but who said that it was fine to go with him outside? We can't protect you outside, but here, he won't be able to do anything to you too, Daniuis replied. Father, although he acts quite haughty and indifferent, I don't think he means any harm, Lucas said as he slightly furrowed his brows. Daniuis shook his head. I know, but I still can't risk your two lives just based on the fact that he holds no animosity towards you. It is still far too soon to make you two go on a mission with him. Let's wait a little bit. He turned his head and called out, Gyrus. A silhouette materialized near them and bowed, yes, master. Captain Gyrus looked like a middle-aged man, but he was over 800 years old. He had a slight scar on his cheeks while his lips were pale. Keep an eye on Davis and see if he does anything suspicious. If you deem his actions are harmful to us, then kill him without any hesitation. If not, just don't let anyone kill him, yes. Gyrus disappeared into thin air. Lucia and Lucas, start placing importance on your cultivation. If you keep looking down on everything, then one day you will find yourselves lose sight of your footing. Daniuis waved his sleeves and left. Lucia raised an eyebrow at Lucas, causing him to spread his hands out and shake his head. Davis left the Cloud Spring Mercenaries base after a while, not bothering to even ride a magical beast mount. He headed north by himself as he left a trail of heavy footprints on the ground which got gradually buried by the sand. With his silver stage body cultivation, he required only half a day to travel to the Loserous Kingdom's border. In a single minute, he was able to travel up to 20 km after all. He decided to run at full speed without even taking a rest so that he could reach the borders as soon as possible and complete the mission. Besides, this kind of dashing the wind that grazed his face, making his hair flutter, he loved this kind of feeling. Too bad that he just wasn't able to fly as he still hadn't reached Revolving Core stage. Halfway through his journey, he left the desolate plains. Half a day passed as his vision reflected the night. Davis finally stopped as he looked at the scenery in front of him. People roaming around the streets, buildings of unknown yet human architecture reflected in his eyes as he blinked. Looking behind, he saw some soldiers draped in poorly designed armor patrol around the enlarged fences. Looking ahead, he started walking again. He had arrived at this border town just a second ago. Even without using his soul cultivation, he was able to get past these soldiers who looked shabby as roadside thugs. While walking ahead, he frowned. Guess it might be difficult to find my target here, Davis thought as he shook his head. As he kept walking, he saw a building which vaguely resembled an inn. He walked towards the inn and entered it, causing the door to ring a bell, alerting the people inside. Welcome to the You are a child. Do you want a place to stay? An old lady who looked slightly aged blinked her eyes as she asked in a worried tone. Davis just nodded his head silently. That would be 10 gold coins then. He extended his hands and opened his fists where 10 gold coins could be seen. The old lady took it and handed him over a key, patiently instructing him of the direction he needed to take to enter his room. Davis nodded and went to his room without even saying a single word. Davis naturally wanted to take rest now that he knew he wouldn't be able to find a young master in this place. Even if he found one, it might be useless to him as that young master might hail from a low-grade clan or family. That said, after entering his room, he rested for a few minutes before slowly spreading out his soul sense. His soul spread out, completely enveloping the border town. Tons of information, images, the scenery were being processed in his mind as he listened and concentrated on many conversations. He came to know that this town was named as Elmer Town, one that had a town lord who was a body transformation stage cultivator, the 4th stage of essence gathering cultivation. He saw two young master-like figures squabbling with each other, plenty of fights, nightly affairs, and even assassinations. He retrieved his soul sense and took a deep breath. At first glance, this town seemed rather peaceful, but now he understood there were many undercurrents just as any place where experts were present. A year I'll finish the challenge he gave me in a year and leave the mercenaries, Davis uttered as he contemplated and made his decision. If he wanted to become stronger soon, then it will be better if he plays solo in the near future. At least, that's the conclusion he had reached from staying for a few days in the Cloud Spring mercenaries. Even though the people there seemed nice and friendly, the leader seemed to be too suspicious of him. He knew it was perfectly all right for the leader to be suspicious of him, and it would get better as he proved his innocence, but he had no such thoughts, all because it seemed like a tedious task. So he just decided to leave after getting the rewards which he would only gain after getting enough Cloud Spring points. With this, they would both gain, not leading to a loss with the decision he had taken. He extended his soul again, curious to learn about the common sense of this town. There were only a few conversations that piqued his interests, but most of them were full of adult conversations. He filtered those out with his control and listened to multiple conversations at the same time. I heard that the 20th princess of the Loserous Kingdom has been married off to the second prince of the Fellower Kingdom to be his concubine. Why would they do that? A middle-aged woman who looked beautiful questioned while her brows were frowning faintly. Don't you know, I heard that she was violated by the second prince during the banquet half a year ago. Being the lecherous and cunning man he is, he must have held some dirt on the Loserous Kingdom, making them obediently compromise. Otherwise, do you think that he will dare to be this presumptuous? Another middle-aged man who looked quite handsome said with a sneer on his face, "Sigh, poor princess. You women have it hard." Then the woman shook her head. The man raised his brows and uttered, "How you could say that? What, you don't agree?" She narrowed her eyes and questioned as she glared. The middle-aged man gulped before saying, "It's not like that. I do agree that women have it hard here, but that applies the same to the men." "Oh, care to explain?" She had an enlighten me expression on her face. The man tidied his clothes and uttered a single name, Empress Ariana. The woman went silent all of a sudden. Empress Ariana, who is it?" Davis muttered as he eavesdropped on their conversation. He wanted to know more, so he continued listening to them, but after that name was mentioned, they never neared that topic again. Davis waited for the man to bring it up again, but the atmosphere slightly went ambiguous before they started engaging in nightly affairs. He sighed and filtered them out of his soul sense, searching for other interesting information. He gained some knowledge of illustrious characters, as well as some characters who had an extremely bad reputation, but the discussions were not too many as it was night time. Most of them cultivated, while others engaged in nightly affairs, while some others did both. Only a few were engaged in conversations at this time. He retrieved his soul sense back and laid down on the bed. With all the information he got, he rather felt either disgusted or admiration for some characters. Well, who am I to judge? He laughed and closed his eyes as he slept. He knew that eavesdropping was an immoral act, but he needed information, so he couldn't care less about it as long as it didn't harm anyone. In his mind, he only marked eavesdropping as a slightly immoral act. After all, without hearing some information in certain situations, he's the one who's going to get screwed over mercilessly. The next day morning, when he woke up, he immediately extended his soul sense again. As he expected, he was able to gain a lot of information by hearing some conversations from the patrol guards who were falling asleep while guarding yesterday night. As he listened for a while, his eyes lit up as he got what he needed. "Keep your eyes open. We've got information that young Master Jackson Lars is on his way to the desolate plains to hunt magical beasts. Don't do something to incur his displeasure lest you face a calamity." A head guard warned his subordinates as he went to do something. "Yes," came the reply from the guards as they started whispering to each other after the head guard left. "Isn't young Master Jackson from the Lars family of the Loserous Kingdom capital?" a young guard asked with a confused expression on his face. Another guard who looked experienced and wise replied, "Yes, they were not part of the capital 5 years ago, but after young Master Jackson secured the affection of Miss Catherine from the Blackwell family, he was able to migrate his family into the capital." Dream on. If young Master Jackson isn't talented, would you think that he will be able to gain Blackwell's family approval? The experienced guard sneered but continued. "Young Master Jackson is only about 30 years old, but he cultivates, giving him an advantage over cultivators who have the same cultivation base as him." Cultivates. FK. SHH, lower your voice, someone might snitch us. The young guard trembled as he looked left and right. "I know, newbie, it's just that. I'm also 30 years old, but I'm not even worthy to clean his shoes. We're doomed to be lowly all our life. Might as well as make full use of ourselves by trying to curry favor with the people of high status, rather than offending them," the experienced guard said in a light voice as if he understood how the world operated. "So you're right," Davis smiled. "Since that Jackson is from the capital, His family must be at least a mid or high-level Earth-grade family, but he has a backing that is of higher grade. What should I do? He wasn't worried about his life, but rather the trouble that will ensue after offending young Master Jackson. He contemplated for a second before rolling his eyes. I'm going to do this in disguise. What's the use of even worrying since it won't even affect me? Another half a day passed. Tianlong patiently waited as he looked for the right time. He was gonna wreck the SH out of this Jackson one way or another, so he didn't mind waiting for this poor soul. At the very least, it saved him the trouble of going to another town or city. A few minutes later, a smile crept upon his face as he opened his eyes. He arrived near the north gate of the Elmer town. A convoy could be seen approaching. The convoy consisted of carriages bounded to magical beasts which looked like a mix of a horse and a buffalo. Its muscles were bulging, its eyes red as smoke came out of its nose. Ha! The drivers whipped the magical beast, making it stop as its eyes turned blue all of a sudden. This is the convoy of the Lars family, let us pass through. But before the driver could even finish his words, the wooden gates which could withstand attacks from second-stage experts opened. Seeing that the gates were opening, the driver's face automatically turned into a smile as a proud grin was revealed before the guards. Ha! He whipped the magical beasts, causing them to roar out and rush forward. Bang! Suddenly a crate fell on the roadway, dropping different types of equipment and weapons, causing the driver to hurriedly stop the convoy. What the hell, forgive us. We'll immediately move this away. A young guard approached. Hurry up, we haven't got all day long. The driver shouted angrily, though a slight amount of worry was visible on his face as he took a glance back. 10 seconds passed. What's taking you so long? The driver shouted. Please wait for a few seconds. The young guard was having trouble collecting and accidentally dropped the equipment. 20 seconds passed. You're still not done. By this time, other guards were also helping him collect the boxes of equipment as he explained. 30 seconds passed. Move the crate away, fast. The driver was losing patience as well as extremely nervous. Just when the guards finished piling up all the equipment into the crate, a door opened from the carriage. A blue-robed young man stepped out of the carriage. He looked quite hot and handsome with his facial features, combining with his temperament. He looked suave. He had lush black hair that was tied up in a ponytail which reached till his waists. The driver looked behind as his back began to get drenched with sweat in fear of being a disservice to his young master. More than that, there was the fear of losing his position as the young master's loyal servant. Mark, what's taking so long? The blue-robed young man questioned with a calm gaze. Young master, forgive this lowly servant for making you wait. It's just that there's a blockade that's being cleared out in front of us. We should be able to leave in a few minutes. The driver trembled and explained even though he knew that the young master knew what was going on outside by using soul sense. Whoosh! The driver's eyes wide opened as a silhouette flew past him with blinding speed. Die! A shout echoed out, causing the surrounding people to freeze momentarily from the shock. The blue-robed young man panicked as he looked at the incoming silhouette. Stop! Shouted the guards and the people from the convoy, but it was already too late. A severed head flew out, causing blood to splash all over the carriage, while a wave of shockwaves spread over the surroundings. Young Master Jackson, the people from the convoy shouted in shock before they all relaxed and got closer to him. Seriously, dropping an obstacle to stop me from moving forward. Even if this is an assassination, it's quite lame, Jackson said as he sneered. The head dropped to the ground with a bloody thud sound, causing the onlookers to wince. Be on the lookout. Jackson shouted to the convoy and turned to the direction of the garrison. Surprisingly, Elmer Town has assassins trying to assassinate me. He questioned in a calm tone. We don't dare. Young master, please spare us. That assassin just joined us as a guard a few days ago. Shouts came out from the garrison that piqued his interest. He then commanded in a fierce tone, Mark, go and investigate. Call the town lord. Mark shouted as he went forward to investigate. Weird, who was it? It looked like instead of assassinating me, they were probing or provoking me. Who can it be? Jackson contemplated as he spread out his soul sense, looking for the mastermind and even accomplices. A few moments later, Mark hurriedly stood in front of him, reporting to young master. It seems like that assassin has a personal grudge against our family. Jackson was taken aback. I failed to consider this makes sense. If someone were trying to assassinate me, they would have sent forth stage experts, sigh. Jackson berated himself inwardly and spoke. Where's the town lord? My apologies, young Master Jackson. A sound echoed out, suddenly causing everyone to turn their heads. The guards knelt one by one, while the people slightly bowed their heads to show respect. A middle-aged man wearing a white robe flew in the air with a faint smile on his face. Jackson gave a harumph and flew above with hands clasped behind his back, giving off a majestic feeling which caused the onlookers to stare in admiration. What is the meaning of this Elmer Town Lord, Fenton? He questioned while having a cold smile on his face. Meaning? None, but if you were to ask my opinion, it's probably related to your family's mistakes in the past, no. Fenton lifted an eyebrow as he spoke. Word sure does travel fast, huh? Jackson smirked but was annoyed since he lost his opportunity to gain the upper hand. It's my territory after all. Fenton replied as a matter of fact before presenting a pouch. That said, the assassin posed as a guard and lied within my jurisdiction, so you will probably twist it into my fault anyway. So here's some compensation. Jackson made an annoyed expression before checking out the contents. A million purple coins. It would be better if you gave in a spirit stone instead. Jackson's eyes flashed greedily. Fenton lifted both his eyebrows. Don't go too far. Jackson faced off as both of them stared at each other for a few seconds. Fine, this will do. I won't make it difficult for you. He smiled lightly and returned to his carriage. Fenton flew back to his mansion. Mark, drive the convoy to the mansion that our Lars family owns. Yes, Mark nodded heavily and drove the convoy to their mansion. Once they arrived at their mansion, Jackson got down and shouted as he walked into the mansion. Everyone, listen up. We will stay here for some time. Make sure you guard the surroundings. Yes, the whole convoy shouted as they hurriedly ran to their positions. Davis gave out a burst of muffled laughter as he marked his target. Jackson, oh Jackson. If you want to blame, you can only blame Cloud Spring mercenaries for coming up with this kind of mission. But quickly his expression turned serious before he muttered, a lost and exhausted resource of our Grand Sea continent, spirit stones. He heard the conversation between them and knew that they mentioned spirit stones, which was exhausted long ago in the Grand Sea continent. He knew this information as he hung out in the library a lot. At those times in the Grand Sea continent, when spirit stones were widely available, it could be sold for about 100,000 purple coins each stone. Later, when it became scarce after plundering the natural source of spirit stones, it became so that no one was willing to trade those anymore. Then, after a long time, all the spirit stones were used up and became forgotten history. This was probably the reason why there were only a few fifth-stage experts in the Grand Sea continent. I wonder if that guy has spirit stones. Davis thought loudly, then smiled. It would be better if I can steal it from him. Laughing coldly, he vanished. Meanwhile, in the Lars family's mansion, Jackson paced about to and fro with an impatient expression, as well as worry etched over his face. He suddenly stopped while his face lit up with a smile. He hurriedly ran out, but stopped before he could leave his room. Mark, invite the incoming guests. Jackson sent out a soul transmission calmly. Mark, who was standing guard outside Jackson's room, got startled before he quickly left to invite the guests. He stood outside, not knowing who to invite. He wanted to ask his young master, but was afraid. Sweeping his gaze all over the street, he couldn't find a single person that was worthy of young Master Jackson's attention. A few minutes later, while he was starting to panic, a well-adorned carriage rode in front of him and stopped. Immediately, his eyes lit up as he came forward and clasped his hands. Young Master is awaiting your presence, esteemed guest. The carriage door opened, and a pale leg covered by transparent silk robe stepped out. It was a female. She moved a step, gracefully turned and bowed in front of the carriage, awaiting a person. Mark blinked and carefully looked at the carriage, awfully curious about the guest that warranted the young master's attention. His attention was piqued even more so when he saw the graceful demeanor of the servant woman. A young man stepped out, clad in purple, luxurious clothing. His expression seemed wise and arrogant. A sound escaped from his mouth. Where is Jackson? Mark froze. His normal reaction would be to insult and berate the other party for not giving respect to his young master, but the thought that the other party might be of higher status than young master flashed in his mind. Coming out of his thoughts, he replied, young Master Jackson is inside, lead the way. The young man calmly replied, not bothering to even gaze at Mark. Mark turned and led the way with a gesture, please. The two of them followed behind him as they left the carriage driver behind. Mark was ecstatic, at the same time nervous, so he didn't dare ask any questions as he led them to the young master's room. Soon, they arrived in front of his room. Young master, I have, before Mark could even inform, the young man walked past him with large strides and pushed open the door, causing a loud bang to echo out. Mark opened his eyes wide, but only a certain soul transmission echoed in his mind. Remember, you and all should act as if that guest and I never met when we return. Mark immediately but faintly understood that whatever happens here should stay inside. He stood by and watched the two people go inside as the doors closed. He took his leave and went to personally inform the others who had seen to keep it a secret and not approach young master's room. Davis crouched on top of the ceiling. His eyes also lit up in scrutiny when he saw the guests. He managed to easily enter inside while being in the concealed state of the dark concealing shroud art when the young man opened the doors pompously. He picked a random space to hide in and reaped some unexpected benefits from the meeting of these so-called young masters. He thought that if he could hear some beneficial information, it would be fine before he made a move. That said, the reason why his eyes glowed was that he found out that the servant's strength was better than the master she served. It made him wonder exactly what kind of wealthy family the new young master was from, considering the number of ornaments and extravagant articles of clothing he lavishly wore. Silently taking out an imagery crystal, he prepared to record whatever happened here for a backup plan. His main plan had been to beat young Master Jackson senseless, but the man had no conflict with him, which made reluctant to break his bones. He injected very little energy into the imagery crystal that went undetected by those three people below him. With the help of his dark concealing shroud art, any energy fluctuations were concealed, making people of low soul cultivation unable to pick up the disturbance. This action of his invoked the imagery crystal into recording whatever happened in the direction it faced. A slight grin lit upon his face as he thought, same old tricks but extremely useful. What? Suddenly, Davis narrowed his eyes as he looked at the scene before him. The servant who stood behind her master hurriedly ran ahead and embraced Jackson. Imril, Jackson reciprocated and embraced her as his face lit up in joy. Davis turned confused at the same time. Nihilus greets master. The young man on the other side kneeled obediently. Jackson and Imril looked at him. I'm sorry that you had to act like that to this trash. It's fine. Imril shook her head as she replied. A complicated expression appeared in her eyes. Do you blame me, Imril? Jackson asked worriedly. The previous haughty expression he displayed outside was nowhere to be seen. I had no choice. Your cousin was greedy enough to extort me using our relationship. It only worsened after the matter with Katrine. Imril went silent and an awkward expression appeared on Jackson's face. Looking at his expression, Imril helplessly laughed. You dare to mention her name in front of me. Just when he tried to explain, her hand closed his mouth. You said you loved me, then you planned to marry her. How sincere. A sarcastic expression appeared on her face. Her expression then turned serious. You know, my Barillan family is in conflict with the Blackwell family for generations, and yet you plan to become in-laws with her family. You're the one who is sealing all paths of us being together. You plan to abandon me. Grievance filled her eyes as it got a little misty, making one feel guilty. Jackson lifted his arms and held her wrist. He moved her hand from his mouth and placed it on his chest. At this point, you will instantly know if I'm lying. Jackson closed his eyes and opened. Do you know why the Blackwell family had agreed to the marriage? It is because I already did the deed with her. Imril looked at him in shock, but before she could say anything, he continued, I was given a choice by her family to either marry her or perish. I can only choose the latter. Originally, they were angry and wanted to kill me, including my family, but after seeing my potential, they changed their mind. Besides, Katrine seemed to have taken a liking to me, which was beyond my expectations after that matter happened between me and her. Imril looked down, her body faintly trembling. It could be seen that this news was quite hard for her to grasp. Jackson worriedly waited for her reply, not daring to influence her decision. He wanted her to be his wife, but felt scared that he would lose her. You scoundrel, why are all men like this? Even my father has 5 wives other than my mother. Imril looked at him and shouted in an aggrieved tone. Imril, I had no choice. You could say that we had no choice. Katrine and I entered a dual cultivation chamber unknowingly in the tomb of Varial, a 6th-stage expert. How did it happen? Imril furrowed her brows, partly believing his words. Jackson took a deep breath and explained, in the west region of the desolate plains, I and a vast line of experts entered that tomb to find treasures, resources, cultivation techniques, and manuals. All the experts either decided to team up or explore alone. I was exploring the tomb solo, and after a while when I entered a room, it happened. Originally, there were no harmful traps there, but after Katrine unknowingly entered the room, the gates closed and some kind of gas started to pervade the room. His expression took a slight change as he continued. Now it's obvious that it was a potent aphrodisiac gas. Then even though we were both reluctant, we were eventually forced to do the deed. Imril looked at his eyes and felt his heartbeat. There seemed to be no fluctuation whatsoever. She then thought of something else. Then did you enjoy the so-called deed? She suddenly felt his heartbeat turn chaotic. Her expression turned cold as she said, You're lying. Jackson's expression turned awkward and shifted his gaze away. What could he tell? That he enjoyed 2 days and 2 nights copulating with her in extreme bliss. Believe me, Imril, it was entirely accidental. I didn't mean to betray you. Imril bit her lips in frustration. She felt extremely aggrieved when she heard about the marriage of her lover, but after he had sent her a message that he hadn't betrayed, she was so happy that she wanted to visit him. The purpose of her visit today was nothing more than to distinguish if he had deceived her or not. But now the answer was extremely obvious. He did indeed deceive her. Admittedly, Imril was extremely unreconciled. Imril asked calmly after she took a deep breath, Tell me, do you like her? But then added helplessly, Do you love her? Jackson looked at her with a complicated gaze and said yes. Imril's small fists tightened before she relaxed. She removed her hands from his chest and turned away. Tears fell from her eyes, but she didn't make a sound. Imril, Jackson called out, but was interrupted. Seems like a lot happened between you two while I was away on a family mission. Imril's voice was full of pain. Jackson approached her and embraced her from behind. My love for you is more than my love for her. Then if I tell you to leave her, will you leave her? They have my family as hostages. What if they didn't? Seeing that there was no answer, a silent laugh escaped from her mouth. She removed his hands from her waist and approached the door when suddenly she stopped. Jackson held her arms and didn't let go of it. Let go, Imril faintly said. Please don't go, Jackson pleaded with a heavy voice. No, Jackson hesitated for a moment before he strongly replied. Tell me, would you accept me after I said that I slept with another man? Jackson was taken aback, but he still replied no. Imril laughed ironically, still honest. That's what I like the most about you. Yet it has come to this. Imril shook her arm, struggling to get away from his grasp. Seeing her that she was trying to get away from him, he pulled her into his embrace. Scoundrel, leave me. Tears emerged out of her eyes, but there was little resistance to the struggle she was displaying. Even though I love her, you still can't expect me to hand you over to another man, could you? You are mine. Jackson embraced her as he sealed her lips. Imril closed her eyes and turned frail and dizzy from the deep kiss he planted on her rosy lips. Her resistance was no more as she melted in his embrace. Her eyelids twitched from the pleasure she was experiencing. This is my first kiss, Jackson's uttered lightly after seeing her rosy cheeks blush heavily. In reality, he had already ravaged Katrine and tasted every part of her being, but as a side effect of the aphrodisiac, he only remembered entering her other than experiencing extreme bliss. Imril came out of her reverie and opened her eyes. She looked at him with a mix of fondness and complicated feelings. I really am unlucky to be your woman. Jackson's face lit up from her statement. He lifted her up and carried her to the bed. Imril's leg turned to jelly. All she could do was embrace him and protest shyly, no, don't. Ignoring her protests, he placed her gently onto the bed. No, my family will find out. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, she closed her eyes and blurted out as she put up her last line of defense. Jackson looked at her and held her chin up, prompting her to slightly open her eyes. They won't find out because they'll only know that you've been kidnapped sometime later. Jackson sealed her lips with his own, causing her to be not able to speak. A few moments passed before she started getting entirely different vibes from her lower body. Feeling scared and unsure, she started trembling all over the place. Jackson noticed it and quickly stopped what he was doing. He cared for her, wanted to protect her, and loved her, but most importantly, he didn't want for her to leave him. Her act of leaving invoked him to impose on her, hastily afraid that she might leave him forever. Looking at her slightly trembling body yet not resisting, he turned incredibly sad. He felt like punching himself in the face. He caressed her cheeks for a few seconds, prompting her to open her eyes. Imril, I'm sorry, Jackson uttered faintly. I'll listen to you. When I'm strong enough, I'll one day approach your family to ask your hand in marriage. Hearing his words, Imril was taken aback, but her muscles relaxed and she felt fuzzy in her heart. You won't leave me, right? Jackson worriedly asked. Scoundrel, you already stole my first kiss. Do I look like such a woman to you? Imril angrily protested, but her anger was completely fake. A smile lit upon his face as he said, My Imril is the most virtuous woman I've ever met. And you're the shameless man I've ever met. Imril pouted angrily. Jackson's expression froze. He then returned to his senses. Why you? He pulled her cheeks in different directions. Imril burst out laughing and tried to get him off of her, but suddenly she froze, feeling a stick of hardness hitting above her stomach. Jackson's face twitched as he automatically removed himself from her. The atmosphere turned silent, leading into one awkward situation. Does it hurt? A meek voice was heard in the soundless room. Jackson turned to look at her face and turned speechless at her blushing expression. Looking at his expression, she immediately tried to explain. It's not like that, I read it in a book. She then immediately shut her mouth and her expression turned awry from shame. She wanted to go hide herself in a hole. Jackson looked at her as he found her even more desirable. His lips turned dry as he felt the heat rising upon his lower body. He wanted to stop himself but suddenly found himself saying, It hurts. Imril looked at his face in the place that was towering. She steeled herself and slowly approached him. Kneeling before him on the bed, she raised her hands and tried to touch that thing which caused a bulge in his pants. She almost reached it, but retrieved back her hand and turned her face away from shame. Looking at that, Jackson dryly laughed. It's fine, Imril. Don't push yourself too hard. If you leave it alone for some time, it'll eventuate. He felt her touch down there, causing him to freeze momentarily. You sure you want to do this? He asked as he gulped because he knew he wouldn't be able to hold back anymore. Imril nodded with a determined expression, albeit a little shy. She grasped it and Davis had an expression on his face that resembled, oh, this whole scenario had been quite unexpected for him. He hurriedly took another imagery crystal and used it while keeping the other one in his spatial ring. He then turned around, not willing to see the erotic scene behind him as it would only cause him to be horny. Besides, it's immoral and went against his rules. Cough, cough, it's all right. I'm only doing this for research poops, blackmail purposes. He consoled himself but realized something else. Wait, it doesn't sound right. Yes, it's for blackmailing Jackson for making trouble for me in the future, nothing else. Davis brushed off the sweat on his forehead as he reassured himself. His expression turned complicated as he felt that he was playing the evil role in this situation. Why couldn't it be just another trash young master out there? Why did I have to meet a lovey-dovey couple like this? Is someone playing with my fate? While Davis thought like this, time quickly passed, though he had thoughts on changing his target. Deciding to check on them, he turned his head and looked at the scene below him. Jackson and Imril were embracing each other comfortingly like a newlywed couple. Of course, they were dressed and not naked. Looks like they didn't take it too far, Davis thought. As for the specifics, he would have to look into the imagery crystal to see, which he didn't want to obviously since he wasn't into voyeurism. Their cuddling session continued for a few minutes before she bid her farewell and left. Using this chance, Davis also left the room and went back to the inn. He no longer had the mood to bully Jackson after watching all that. That said, he was able to gauge his cultivation base, mid-level body transformation stage, peak-level iron stage, and peak-level infant soul stage. When compared with the geniuses he encountered in the passageway, he could see that Jackson was lacking only in terms of soul cultivation. Seems like his reputation as a genius was well-deserved considering the countryside location he was at. A day later, Jackson left the Elmer town and headed towards the desolate plains. Davis followed after him along the roadway. He was riding a horse and wore a simple robe which looked quite worn out. With a mask on his face and his hair colored black, he assumed the persona of a totally different person. The change of his was required since his mission deemed that he must act as a rogue cultivator. Besides, even if he couldn't feel or sense, he knew that a certain someone was always monitoring him from the shadows. What a lame mission, let's get this over with, Davis whispered and retrieved a normal-looking spear from his storage ring. Hiya, he bellowed, making the horse speed up in pursuit of the convoy that was a kilometer ahead. Mark, what are your thoughts on the guest who arrived yesterday? None, young master, I want your honest opinion, Jackson said with a faint smile. Mark held a helpless expression as he knew that his young master was testing him. Unfathomable, Mark replied hesitantly. Oh, why do you think so? Jackson questioned with a serious face, but inside he was grinning. I could see that young master greatly respects the guest, and that guest even had a great beauty serving under him. I feel that guest could probably be a young master of a sky-grade family, possibly a peak-level one, Mark explained seriously after looking at his young master's expression. A smile emerged on Jackson's face. Although you are wrong, you are not far off. Heh, Imril's family is a mid-level sky-grade family, just like the Blackwell family, he thought as he shook his head. I thank the young master for his praise, Mark happily replied, thinking that he passed the test. Even though you're not that smart, you deserve some kind of reward for your loyal work. Young master is too kind. Although he said that, a wide grin could be seen on his face. Since I deem you worthy and loyal, I'll ask my future in-laws to award you a pill that'll help you break through to the body transformation stage. Mark's face lit up jubilantly, but before he could thank his young master, he was interrupted. Jackson raised his hand. We're not done yet. I'm giving you another option, another option. Mark was entirely dumbfounded. Yes, Jackson gave a brief smile. Seeing that Mark was silent, he continued, become my sole slave. Mark's expression turned ashen as he looked at his young master in horror. Jackson frowned but raised his hand again. Hear me out. It concerns your future, young master, please spa. Mark blurted out, but looking at his young master's expression, he obediently shut his mouth. Good, Jackson nodded. Firstly, you get to retain your will as I will only have control over your life. Secondly, you gain more resources, possibly valuable than your own life several times to grow powerful. Lastly, this binding will last only for about 100 years. Mark's expression changed to one of jubilation as he didn't even hesitate. I accept young master's proposal. He was not afraid that he would be turned into a mere soul slave. What he was most afraid was getting turned into a mindless puppet. He was primarily a servant. Degrading to a soul slave for a century might be frustrating, but if he could gain more power, he thought that it might be worth it. Since his young master promised not to control his will, then he was assured that he will still have his consciousness with him. The only thing he would have to ensure is to maintain loyalty. If he could do that, then he would be able to grow alongside his young master. The already 100-year-old Mark's expression was all smiles. All he could think was this was such a huge opportunity to him. If I let this go, then I would truly be a fool, or so he thought. Jackson smiled lightly with a faint air of superiority. He lifted up his hands and flicked his finger at Mark's forehead. Mark felt a shock on his forehead while he felt something foreign invade his soul. He only felt it faintly as he only had a low-level nascent soul stage cultivation. He started sweating heavily as he felt his soul tremble from the pressure. He did not doubt that if his young master wanted to deprive his will, then it would be a simple matter for him. Accept it, a faint voice echoed deeply inside him, resonating with his soul. Mark accepted the seal with all his concentration. He was afraid something bad might happen to his soul, possibly injuring it, as he knew that one should be as obedient and compliant as possible when accepting a soul seal. For if one was not accepting of it, then the soul seal will break or forcibly enslave, injuring the soul in the process. Of course, this was only the case if the caster of the soul seal was stronger than the one who was being cast on in terms of soul cultivation. Then what would happen if the opposite occurred? The caster's soul would be injured. Furthermore, Every soul cultivator knew this, and wasn't a secret in the first place. So Mark tried his best to act like a dog that was in front of its owner. And without any dramatic effects, he felt his soul being constrained for a moment, and then that feeling disappeared as he started to take in deep breaths as if he used up all his stamina. Jackson also furrowed his brows, but there was still a faint smile on his face as if he expected it to succeed. Good, he uttered, but Mark fell unconscious, causing him to be taken aback. He then shook his head and smiled wryly. I should make him improve his soul forging cultivation sooner. Jackson turned alert. A painful shout echoed outside the carriage, along with carriages being thrashed on the roadway. He quickly spread out his soul sense and found a short, masked man riding a horse. His hand had a spear, but it quickly got chipped and battered from the usage of the masked man. Jackson turned solemn and confused, but he could certainly tell that he was being targeted by this unknown expert. Hiya! Davis made a hoarse sound and swung at the carriage beside him. The carriage was sent flying from being hit by the blunt side of the spear. He looked at the sorry state his spear was in and shook his head, as he certainly didn't expect for the armor of the carriages to be this strong. He kept it inside his storage ring and took another spear, except it was a peak-level Earth-grade spear, many times stronger than the spear he used before. Stop. An enraged shout echoed out that carried along with a formless pressure that could suppress nascent soul-stage cultivators into losing half their prowess temporarily. Davis smiled. His right hand moved and cut off the wheels of another carriage, causing it to topple over. The spear in his hand danced again, sending the incoming guards flying over all the place like sandbags. Quickly, a silhouette emerged from the main carriage and landed in front of him. Who are you? Jackson summoned a sword and pointed at him. I'm your grandpa, USH said. Can't you see? This is a robbery. Now hand over whatever you have on you. An old and decrepit voice echoed out from Davis's mouth. Do you know who I am? Jackson was stunned before being infuriated. Originally, he thought the other party was an assassin, but now it seemed to be a bandit. Even bandits had the gall to threaten him. He felt his face burn from shame. Young Master Jackson, right. Obediently hand over your wealth and leave, or you shall not escape the wrath of a certain family. A certain family. Jackson turned confused before he shouted, Old fart. Are you in your right mind? Who would leave their wealth just because someone said so? Boom. Jackson rushed ahead, creating a small crater in the place he stood at while Davis jumped from the horse as he valiantly descended down the horse. Davis swung down his spear and Jackson slashed as they clashed, creating a boom that echoed 2 kilometers around. Both of them came off equally and stared at each other in scrutiny. Jackson had hundreds of thoughts running in his mind while he stared at the mask, wanting to know who was behind that mask with prowess as equal as him. Ha ha ha. Young Master Jackson is powerful, and that can be seen at a glance, but this time, I'm afraid that young Master Jackson would have to obediently run back to his home with his tail between his legs. Davis faintly sneered. What gall. Do you think you can beat me while possessing the same amount of cultivation? Old fart, while you may have higher cultivation than me, I don't think you can afford the Blackwell family behind me, no. Jackson also faintly sneered. He could see that this could become a battle of wits. Young Master is correct. This old fart you're talking about can't afford to offend the Blackwell family. Davis gave off a sigh of defeat. Hearing that, Jackson's expression turned into a grin. Now that it is clear, I suggest young Master Jackson to not be hasty. Davis interrupted and threw an imagery crystal at him. Jackson caught it and turned wary. What do you mean? You'll know if you check it, Davis faintly replied. Jackson looked at it and determined that it was truly an imagery crystal. Just before he could activate it, he was interrupted again. Didn't I remind young Master Jackson to not be hasty? You probably would have to kill all your subordinates if they had a look at it. Suddenly, silence encroached the place, and only the sound of the whistling wind could be heard. Jackson's expression changed to an unsightly one. The guards who were ready to attack at any moment suddenly felt as if their lives would end if they continued to stay here, but they didn't move. Jackson narrowed his eyes and quickly made his decision. Guards, watch over him and don't let him escape. Saying so, he headed to his carriage. Yes, the guards surrounded him, causing Davis to laugh in a hoarse voice. Haha, don't worry, young master. I have no intentions of running away today, as the deal is sealed already. Jackson paid it no heed and entered the carriage and closed it. Davis just stood and waited patiently for 5 minutes before a gloomy silhouette opened the door and said, Enter. Davis laughed heavily, playing the part of the bandit almost perfectly. He then entered the carriage with no show of fear in the view of the guards. His confidence and their young master's gloomy voice confirmed their guess. The guards looked at each other and couldn't help but discuss in hushed voices. Davis went inside and sat, closing the door. He then looked at the unconscious Mark for a few seconds. He's my sole slave, and besides, he is unconscious, Jackson replied faintly, suppressing the anger in his heart. Well, aren't you honest? Davis smirked, but his expression was hidden by a mask. Jackson grit his teeth. Since you can enter my room without alerting me, then you probably have high attainments in soul-forging cultivation, Does this mean that young Master Jackson surrenders? Davis cackled. Jackson stayed silent, doing his best to control his killing intent. He suppressed his anger and asked, "Is that all?" I don't know what young Master Jackson means," Davis teased, but his voice was grating to Jackson's ears. "I'm asking if you recorded the event after this projection ended too," Jackson shouted. Davis smiled and replied, "Yes, it was just a single word, but it was enough to make Jackson's face as pale as white." Jackson's expression froze, and it got him ruthlessly and unaware. Many thoughts flashed past his mind after he came out of his reverie. Where did I go wrong? Who is this old man? What does he want? Getting the imagery crystal back is top priority. I can't let Imril's reputation get sullied. Kill him. Make sure nothing leaks out. Make any funny moves, and you'll probably only see your family being hunted down by both the families. Davis sneered, but he felt wicked for threatening him with this method. To him, it seemed unscrupulous and shameful to be using this kind of method. The thought that someone might use this method against him in the future had him alone gave him a feeling of fear and anger. But that said, he didn't have any methods to complete this mission with this much efficiency. As the saying goes, if you take up the sword, then you should be prepared to get killed by a sword. He had killed a lot of people, and he knew there's no going back. If so, then what's the use of mulling over whether if it's black or white? All he knew was that what he's doing now should be in the gray zone, as he wasn't going to use the imagery crystal in case the negotiation went awry. He decided that unless his life or his close one's life was in absolute danger, he wouldn't do things that ended up in black. Jackson clenched his fists and felt helpless for the second time in his life. First was when the Blackwell family took his family hostage, forcing him to marry, and the second was the present. If his will wasn't strong, then it wouldn't be surprising if he went crazy or slumped into darkness. For the nth time, he calmed himself down, taking deep breaths before he finally asked, "What do you want?" "The wealth you have right now." Davis extended his hand. Jackson felt absolutely reluctant right now, but he still hardened his heart and removed the spatial ring from his finger. Davis got it and checked as he secretly felt glad. "Good. Now tell your guards that you're encountering closed-door cultivation right now. Tell them to not disturb you, but only stand guard." "What are you planning?" Jackson felt ill at ease. "Of course, I have to make a clean escape right now, and for that, you'll have to knock yourself out." "Give me the imagery crystal first," Jackson uttered. "As long as you don't take revenge on me, I'll never leak this information." Davis shook his head. Jackson sneered as if he was looking at a fool. "You think I'm a fool? You have no choice except to believe me." A few seconds passed in silence before Davis said, "Do as I say and you'll have nothing to fear. I'm not one bit interested in your affairs. You expect me to believe that?" Jackson furiously spat out. "I'm a bandit with my own way of doing things. I'll only target once and move on to the next. Now that I stole your wealth, I'll move on to the next target. But if you feel that you have the need to eliminate me, feel free to end this farce." Jackson stared at him in utter hatred and confusion. The things this old fart said seemed like a way out for him as well. He considered and pondered seriously for a while before he did as he said. Being helpless and not being able to see the light with this case, he had no choice but to comply. He informed the guards outside and knocked himself out. After a while, Davis came out while the guards looked at him warily. Davis laughed. "Haha, don't worry. Your young master has encountered an opportunity to break through. Guard him well." Saying so, he left in the direction of Elmer Town while riding the horse, leaving behind a bunch of confused guards. But they still continued guarding the carriage, thinking that their young master was really at the doorstep of a breakthrough, even though they had their doubts. Roughly after an hour, Jackson woke up finding himself still in the carriage. He looked around and heaved a sigh of relief for that, but the hatred in his heart surged as he subconsciously shouted out, "Damn you old fart." The guards outside were useless. The butler had fainted, and he didn't bring his protector from his family because he was going to meet Imril. He continued to curse in his mind till he found the sight of 2 imagery crystals. "Is that what I think it is?" A faint hope and wishful thinking emerged on his mind as a thought, but he didn't dare to keep pondering on it. He quickly grabbed the imagery crystals and viewed it. As soon as he found out that it was he thought, he turned jubilant. He then continued to check and found no clues of that old fart in it. Heaving a sigh of relief, he said, "Old fart, since you are not ruthless, I will leave this matter at hand, but if you dare provoke me again, don't think you're going to get lucky." Crack. Tightening his grip, he broke the crystals until he confirmed that there were no other pieces of evidence left. Then he took the letter that was below where the imagery crystals had been placed. "You young one should consider yourself lucky that you've met a morally upright bandit. If it were any other bandit, I'm sure that they would have even sucked the wealth of your whole family. That said, as the old fart that you endear, I should leave some advice before leaving. No matter what, you young ones should consider 3 things: what to do, when to do, and where to do. If not, you'll meet people like me." Jackson had veins erupting on his forehead as he silently cursed, "You shameless old fart." By the time Jackson woke up, Davis had already given back the horse he had rented. Plus, he returned to the inn without the disguise as if nothing happened. If they followed his trail, they'll only be able to follow him to the horse he had rented, or the alley he had changed his disguise. From there, it'll be challenging for them to locate him, and by the time they find the inn, he would have already left. That is if they've managed to find his trail surprisingly in the first place. Let's see what we have here. Davis grinned while sitting on the bed. He was now the embodiment of a child eager to open a gift box to check its content. Davis injected his energy into the spatial ring. He had long formed a blood connection with it, as Jackson voluntarily removed his mark before handing it over to him. Davis was visibly surprised, and could see why Jackson was a genius despite coming from an Earth-grade family. Looks like the thing he said about raiding the tomb of a sixth-stage expert wasn't entirely false. The spatial ring had a storage space of 800 cubic meters and had a lot of stuff in it. Davis could guess that this was a high-level sky-grade spatial ring by considering its internal storage. Looking at the contents, he felt rich. At one side of the space, he saw some thumb-sized transparent, colorless stones. Spirit stones, he exclaimed at the amount. There were around 48 of it lying around in the space. So many, what else? I sensed a high-grade medicinal ingredient before. Ah, there it is. What herb is this? Davis pondered while looking at the green herb with white spots that were in a jade box. It gave off a very pure aroma that heightened his senses. He couldn't find the name of this herb with his knowledge. Sighing gently, he thought to himself, Riley, looks like I have to increase my knowledge by reading books again. Like that, there were other ingredients of various grades which he couldn't identify. There were also some that he could identify, but they were all of high-level Earth grade or less. There were plenty of materials that could be useful to refine weapons as well, but he wasn't sure about that since he was no blacksmith. He then scanned a direction to find a table that was stacked with books. He spread his sense around and read the title of the books. Alchemy Tier 1, Alchemy Tier 2, Alchemy Tier 3 Basic, Alchemy Tier 3 Advanced, Alchemy Tier 4 Basic. Blacksmith Tier 1, Blacksmith Tier 2, Blacksmith Tier 3 Basic, Blacksmith Tier 3 Advanced, Blacksmith Tier 4 Basic, Blacksmith Tier 4 Advanced, Blacksmith Tier 5 Basic. Oh, was Jackson aiming to be an alchemist and blacksmith at the same time? Commendable indeed, Davis casually commented and continued to read. Oh, we have cultivation manuals here. Storm-piercing sword manual, mid-level sky grade, energy condensation cultivation manual. Heart mountain manual, high-level sky grade, body tempering cultivation manual. Eclipse Soul Molding Manual, Peak Level Sky Grade, Soul Forging Cultivation Manual. These three were the highest grade cultivation manuals he could find. The Heart Mountain Manual was stronger than his Tyrant Body Secrets, but it was not worth changing his cultivation technique right now. Storm Piercing Sword looked like a Wind Lightning Energy Cultivation Manual, but when he skimmed it, he found it only to be a Wind Energy Cultivation Manual. Finally, the Eclipse Soul Molding Art. Davis took it out and read it as he squeezed his forehead. What the hell is this? Davis couldn't understand heads or tails of it. His understanding of the soul was that shallow despite his soul-forging cultivation. Unless someone explained it to him, it would take a long time for him to decipher it. That said, he was able to at least gather some information from it, like he needed to get an Eclipse Soul Bug, a magical beast of sky grade to cultivate it. Useless. His mood turned for the worse but continued to view other cultivating manuals. They were all good but didn't catch his eye. Suddenly he stopped and took a book out that was filled with shady inscriptions and drawings. It was nothing more than a peak-level Earth-grade, energy condensation cultivation manual. In a few months or years, it would turn obsolete for him, but he couldn't help but gulp in the presence of it. A dual cultivation manual, Davis muttered as he read the name of the manual, Yin Yang Merit Sutra. In the second layer, there were Earth-grade dual cultivation manuals, but all of them were only useful for plucking cultivation, not for cultivating together. As for the latter, only a few mortal-grade manuals were found giving out that method. Unfortunately, this made dual cultivation seem evil in the eyes of people of the Grand Sea continent, which made it not suitable for development. This was why he didn't see any people who dual cultivated in the Grand Sea continent. If only the path of dual cultivation moved in the right direction, Davis sighed as dual cultivation techniques were scarce and looked down upon. He found it quite lamentable that they didn't move in the right direction. That said, his eyes were not fast but slowly moving, studying the details of the shady yet obscene art. Time passed. A few minutes later, he looked up and clapped as he shook his head. Marvelous, but how do I get Evelyn to read this? He blurted out but could imagine the blush creeping up on her face. He chuckled as he kept it inside. All right, we'll see about that when the time comes now. His senses moved to another table which had cultivation techniques. He looked at them for quite a while but couldn't find anything useful. There were a total of 20 million purple coins, plenty of Earth-grade swords and pills, even a few sky-grade ones. This guy doesn't have spears. A pity, transferring all of his possessions to the high-level sky-grade spatial ring, he threw the previous ring inside it as well. As for all the communication crystals, he kept them all in one of his low-grade spatial rings he kept for backup purposes. Suddenly, he realized that if he could have taken the spatial rings from the geniuses he killed in the spatial tunnel, he would have been ultra-rich by now. Well, I bet the people behind me took those, and a huge fight broke out for it. Maybe there might be even casualties. He pondered for a second, and the image of a woman clad in red flashed past his mind. He then shrugged and got out of the bed. He disguised himself as someone else and left Elmer Town. Half a day later, he arrived at the Cloud Spring Mercenaries' headquarters. He straight away went to the mission hall and told that he completed the mission. To his surprise, the lady nodded her head and handed over a badge which looked like the symbol on his uniform. "How did you know I completed the mission? Aren't you afraid that I'm lying?" Davis asked as he attached the badge on his chest. The receptionist lady gently laughed before saying in a mysterious manner, "We have our means, I see. Captain Gyrus must have told you." Davis smiled as he said, "How did why?" The lady went wide-eyed and almost blurted out before she closed her mouth, though it was useless now since the cat's out of the bag. He then grinned as he shook his head. This lady must have been used to gossiping. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind him. "Young man, how did you find me?" Davis turned and looked at him as he smiled again. "I didn't." Gyrus's eyes frowned in confusion. "Then how?" "Because from time to time I felt someone gazing at me without any hostile intent behind it." "I see you must have sharp senses for that, but how did you figure out that it was me?" "That was just a guess," and her reaction confirmed my guess, he calmly stated. "So I gave myself out by walking in here, huh?" "For some reason I feel defeated," Gyrus sighed before he continued. "It must have been at that time, right? Yes, you made yourself a suspect the moment you came to call Lucas and Lucia back." "I thought so." Gyrus nodded his head, and just when he was about to open his mouth, "I know that you're following orders, but I don't find it amusing to be monitored. You saw what happened to young Master Jackson, right?" "Yes, that could happen to me one day, and I don't appreciate that clearly." Meaning, "All right, I'll inform our leader about this." Gyrus clasped his hands and bowed slightly before he made his leave. Davis stood there pondering for a while before he went back to his room. He didn't care if his disguise as a child was blown or seen through. The receptionist lady was already on the verge of crying but later sighed in relief as no one came to bother her back. As soon as he set foot inside his room, he sat on the bed in the lotus position. "Time to break through," he uttered and revolved the energy in his meridians to the dantian. His energy condensation cultivation, which was halted for a long time, showed some signs of improvement. In one hand, he took out a spirit stone and started absorbing the energy out of it into his dantian. His dantian continued to be filled with energy. 1 stone, 2 stones, 3 stones, 5 stones, 10 stones, 20 stones, and 25 stones. Davis grit his teeth in pain. His dantian felt like it could explode at any moment. "This is it. I have to combine all the energy into a core." There were many methods that one could use to evolve their core, but what Davis used was one of the most basic yet simplest method in the book. At this point, he felt that if he was right in his decision because of the scarcity of spirit stones. He only had a few dozen left. No, regret at this point will only result in backlash. Thinking so, he made up his mind, but at the last moment, danger and inspiration both struck him. The energy he trapped in his dantian leaked and entered back into the meridians. He turned aghast. If this continued, then he would surely ruin his own meridians, even possibly crippling himself. Using his wits, he brought 5 more spirit stones and absorbed them, flooding his meridians. Veins erupted, his muscles bulged, and his expression incredibly pale, yet he grit his fists tightly. "It's fine. My body can handle this," he chanted in his mind again and again as the pain increased. A few seconds later, his dantian and meridians were completely flooded with energy, making him glow slightly like an electrical bulb. Now, a low shout escaped from his mouth as he drove the 3rd layer of Extinction Lightning Judgment. Immediately, the energy that ran rampant in his dantian started to swirl and converge in a single point, revolving in the center. All the energy he collected flowed towards the revolving core that was starting to take shape. Its size increased from the size of a pigeon egg to the size of a football. Time passed as he clenched his teeth in agony. However, only the energy in his meridians was left to be absorbed. A minute later, the energy in his meridians was taken in, leaving a revolving core that was 3 times the size of a basketball. His dantian itself was on the verge of an explosion, but he suddenly shouted, "Compress." A huge muffled sound echoed in his body as the revolving core was compressed to the size of a basketball. Compress. Boom. His muscles and veins that returned to normal size enlarged once again. Because he failed to compress it anymore, all the strength he used to suppress backlashed and injured his body, including his organs and flesh. Blood seeped down from his mouth in copious amounts. He even bled from his nose and ears while his eyes were bloodshot. Compress. Bzzz. Lightning shot off from his eyes as said once more. Bzzz. The revolving core in his dantian quickly started reducing. Yes, it was reducing instead of compressing, because he was using the extinction lightning in his dantian to refine the revolving core. At this point, he couldn't care less of injuries and sequelae. Going all out, using any means necessary. He had to bring the revolving core the size of a pigeon's egg, or else his breakthrough might end in failure. Time passed as he grit his teeth while refining his own revolving core. Talk about suicide. Even though it looked like he was crazy, he was incredibly careful in refining. He only refined the outer core, not daring to refine deep inside. Beads of sweat flowing down, slightly tainted with blood, could be seen. This excruciating process went on for hours before he finally succeeded in refining the core into a pure revolving core that sparkled with black lightning. Its size became that of a pigeon egg. It looked almost pitch black, and if weighed, it seemed like it would amount to millions of kilograms in terms of mass, like a black hole. Although not exactly a black hole, such a massive energy revolved in his dantian. After the process ended, he found himself beyond tired and also exhilarated, beaming with energy. As if on both ends on a rope, with his battered body and exhausted soul, he lost consciousness while allowing it to take place. A day later, he woke up feeling rejuvenated as the exhaustion went away, leaving only the feeling of the breakthrough. He took some pills, revolved the tyrant body secrets, and felt that he was somewhat close to the next breakthrough. Next, he revolved Sacred Luminance Mist, restoring his soul force as time slowly ticked by seamlessly into the horizon. His mouth curved into a smile as he knew that the breakthrough helped him in various ways. Using his 4th stage body tempering cultivation to withstand the backlash, and 4th stage soul forging cultivation to help refine the core with concentration and accuracy, only an anomaly like him could have done it in the first place. And most people would have a high energy condensation cultivation and a low body tempering cultivation, rendering their body weak in case anything goes wrong. If someone tried it like him, there's a 99% chance that they would have exploded into pieces while trying to refine their own revolving core, as it isn't much different from blowing up oneself in a different context. Only after reaching the revolving core stage would one get the opportunity to cultivate the soul, but to this seamless rule, Davis was an exception. As he checked the revolving core in his dantian, he noticed the minute yet visible peculiarities in it. "My revolving core mutated," he muttered under his breath as he drew a gasp. A normal person's revolving core is transparent at the beginning, later changing colors, according to the law they cultivate in energy condensation cultivation. Mine should be the same, later changing colors, but the composition itself is different. He was quite sure that his revolving core had undergone a qualitative change, but he was not an expert. That said, he was sure that his revolving core had at least achieved the 1st grade in terms of quality. Maybe it was even purer and he just didn't know it with his current knowledge. According to his mother, there were at least 4 grades, with the 4th being the weakest and the 1st being the strongest. Mother said that there was actually a device to test my revolving core's grade. I wonder if they have it, Davis thought, but decided to not consult anyone about this. No one here was his enemies, but they were not his friends either. Consulting might turn out to be worse, and they might even suddenly discover his weakness, which he might not even know, so he couldn't afford to make a mistake at this point. Davis suddenly stood up and placed a step in the air. His foot didn't stop there, but descended down on the floor. He again took a step and another, this time actually managing to step on the air. "I'm actually standing on air." Davis blinked and took a step again till he hit the ceiling. "This is a very different feeling, different from when I flew with my soul body," he thought. If he could step on the air, then he could probably use his energy to propel himself to fly or float. And as expected, he floated to and fro around the room carefully, experiencing the feel. After floating around like that for a few minutes, he got the hang of it. Dropping on the bed, he had a wide smile on his face. Floating or walking in the air didn't take much of his energy as it got replenished soon enough, but he felt that if he were to actually fly at full speed, it would start draining his energy gradually. I got stronger and will get stronger somehow. Being able to fly got him high and delusional about what he will be able to do in the future, after gaining enough power to rule the world. The next day, Davis woke up gradually, feeling refreshed and motivated. It might feel silly, but even an 80-year-old mortal might find excitement in being able to fly, to say any less of him. Changing his clothes to the Cloud Spring mercenary uniform, he went out of his room and headed to the mission hall. There, he saw the receptionist lady again, who suddenly stiffened upon catching sight of him. "This is already the 3rd time we're meeting. Guess I'll ask her name," Davis thought as he smiled at her. Maybe it was because he was in a good mood. His smile seemed harmless enough that made the reception lady's nervousness go away. "What's your name?" The receptionist lady blinked and replied, "Sasha, elder sister Sasha. Is there any mission suitable for me?" Davis asked and explained about his prowess while leaving out the part of his soul cultivation. "I'm amazing you're only 12 years old yet. You reached the silver body stage and revolving core stage." Sasha's eyes were sparkling, yet it held quite an amount of suspicion and curiosity. "You sure that you're not an old man disguising to be a child?" She questioned out of spite, but it was mainly to get him to confess the truth. Davis chuckled and said jokingly, "I'm a middle-aged man disguising as a child, really. I knew it. I'm only 28 years old, and if you were not really even half my age, I should just look for a bottomless abyss to die." Sasha sighed in relief. Davis's expression changed before he started laughing again. "Isn't it easy to believe in what you want to believe?" Sasha looked confused before her cheeks reddened in shame, thinking that she had been outwitted by a 12-year-old kid. Then her expression looked complicated as she once more questioned him. "Then are you really just 12 years old?" Davis nodded his head while her expression turned awful before sighing in defeat. "Originally, I thought I wasn't so bad, but when compared with people like you, there's no chances there." Davis shook his head and said, "Life is unpredictable. You never know what might happen the next day or the next moment." "I see," Sasha said with a weak smile. "Phew, that was close. I never expected her to believe me so easily that I'm a middle-aged man." Davis gasped in his heart. She then moved around and brought some scrolls while placing them on the table. "Well, these are all the missions that you could complete with your prowess. Mission title: Steel Backbore Cores. Description: collect the Sky Beast stage cores of steel backbores residing in the Forest of Kyle. Reward: 8,200 Cloud Spring points for each core. Limitations: warrior class. Is this fine? I don't have the warrior badge yet." Davis frowned as he looked at the limitation. I forgot to inform you that Leader Danius has sent this to you as a form of apology." Sasha ran and came back, having a badge that looked shinier than the one on his uniform. He then looked at the other 3 scrolls on his table. Mission title: 5 Clawed Rats. Description: exterminate the 5 clawed rats infesting Jiming Town. Reward: 5,000 Cloud Spring points will be rewarded upon confirmed completion. Limitations: warrior class. Mission title: Bandit Extermination. Description: exterminate the bandits holed up in the Fars Mountains. Reward: 3,000 Cloud Spring points. Limitations: warrior class. Mission title: Tomb Investigation. Description: investigate Quad's tomb, situated in the West End Valley, for a few days and report. Reward: 1,500 plus Cloud Spring points rewarded depending on the findings of the mercenary. Limitations: warrior class. Can I accept them all? Davis questioned, not sure if he could accept many missions at once, since it would be a bother to complete a mission and return to the headquarters, rather than to complete all the missions and head to the headquarters. Sasha smiled. "Of course, you can accept many missions as you want, but if there are more than a single mission you have currently accepted, then you will have to pay 5 of the Cloud Spring points you gain from the reward every month in case if you haven't completed those missions." Why is that?" Davis's expression turned confused, so he asked. "This is probably to keep people from hoarding missions," Sasha replied as she placed a finger on her chin. "Only a limited number of people can accept that single mission. Yes, only a few scrolls exist for the mission you have accepted. So if someone wants to finish this mission, then they will either have to join your team or search for the others who have accepted this mission and convince them to let them join their team." Suddenly, she widened her eyes. "That's right, I almost forgot again. Lucas and Lucia wanted to form a team with you after you had completed the recruit's mission." Davis nodded. "Is that so? Well, tell them that I'll leave tomorrow morning, and if they're up for it, to meet me at the northern gate." "Understood, I'll inform them." Sasha nodded as she smiled. Davis nodded and left. Just when he was halfway to the exit, he stopped and turned back. "Do you know how can I get spirit stones? They're being sold in the treasury. 100 Cloud Spring points each. Expensive." Davis thought, then asked, "What if I sold them to the treasury?" "Usually it's 80 of the buying price, so it should be 80 Cloud Spring points each." Holy SH'd. "This is a rip-off. Contribution points my ass. This is just plain robbery." "Well, this isn't a sect but a mercenary group." Sasha Riley smiled at his face, fully knowing what was on his mind. "But they would offer 2, or maybe even more times the price for an item that isn't listed on the treasury." "Oh," Davis nodded his head, thanked her, and left. Walking outside the mission hall, he saw many grandiose buildings and in the distance spotted a board above a structure which said Cloud Spring Treasury. He took out his new badge and sent soul force into it. Information flowed into his mind. Status: warrior. Cloud Spring points, 0. This seems similar to jade slips I read in the novels. This should be made from a combination of formations, albeit a little complex, he thought. Can I tamper with this? No, it'll probably break. Davis shook his head. He decided to visit the treasury later, as going now would only be useless. Going to my room now would be boring. Let's explore the headquarters for a bit. Deciding so, he started to roam around. Walking around at a slow pace, he observed the people who were passing by him to and fro, looking at him in a strange light. He heard before that there's a population of around 400, 0 mercenaries in the Cloud Spring Mercenaries. The headquarters only had about 30, 0 people, whereas the branches spread out in the entire Tripartite Alliance territory housed the remaining members. Not all of them heard of him in the first place anyway. "Yo, kid, are you lost?" Davis suddenly heard a voice behind him. A middle-aged man who had a beard and looked lean in the uniform smiled as he asked. Guide, no, Davis mused and replied, no, I'm just roaming around saying so. He left without giving a glance again. Hey, wait, if you're just roaming around, I'll accompany you, the middle-aged man shouted. Huh, mister, what are you up to? Davis rolled his eyes and questioned. He had no idea why this man called out to him. Haha, aren't you easily annoyed? The middle-aged man looked left and right before moving towards him to whisper in his ears. I just completed my mission and saw you a while back conversing with Miss Sasha in good terms. I wonder if you can help this big brother here invite her to Nash's restaurant this night. Davis blinked. In other words, you want me to hook her up with you? Oh, you sure do. Under what? No. The middle-aged man nodded, but then hurriedly shook his head as he couldn't believe the words coming out of this boy whom he thought of as a kid. He had his mouth agape as he looked at the boy's calm expression. It looked like this boy was well versed in the society of adults. Haha, little boy, keep this a secret. Tonight, I will acknowledge my love for her and earn her affection. Davis kept staring. The middle-aged man pleaded on seeing the boy looking suspiciously at him. I won't ever harm her, I promise. Davis lifted up one his brows. You can have these, saying so with his bloodshot eyes, the middle-aged man handed over 10 spirit stones. Davis's eyes lit up as he grabbed those and kept it in his spatial ring. All right, what should I do? Hee, you can call me Big Brother House. House rubbed his hand as he thought his plan succeeded and then explained what he had to do to invite Sasha. Right. That's all you have to do, and those 10 spirit stones are yours. Don't worry, here in the headquarters, no one dares to fight and most of the troublemakers are out on a mission, so this is my only chance. House boasted as he smiled proudly. Troublemakers, House blinked. You don't know. Hee, then pretend that I didn't say it. I am thinking of declining this deal. Davis disinterestedly waved his hand. Wah, fine, you must be new to the headquarters to not know about them, right? Davis nodded. These troublemakers actually don't respect our leader and will intentionally cause some trouble wherever they have the chance. House sighed, you see, Miss Sasha is talented in her own right and can be considered a genius. Many would like to marry her, including those troublemakers. If they find out that I openly invited her, they might find trouble with me. Saying these words, he realized there was something wrong with it. Don't misunderstand. I'm not afraid of them, it's just that I have no intentions to cause trouble in the headquarters, and besides, they are only able to roam around provoking people because they have the backing of Jowan. House hurriedly shook his hands. Anyway, you won't meet them today. I'll leave this up to you. Looking at his disappearing silhouette, Davis sighed and looked at the spatial ring. Men risk it all in the process of gaining and losing wealth, even possibly risking our lives in the process of courting a woman. Such horny creatures we are. Sighing once again, he returned to the mission hall and invited Sasha to Nash's restaurant, saying that someone wanted to invite her. Surprisingly, she accepted it without asking much questions. Davis had his brain stop working for a second. Is she naive? Or is she sure that nothing will happen to her in this place? He then shrugged and left, returning to his room, solidifying his cultivation while also healing his body. Most of the injuries caused by his breakthrough were thoroughly dealt with by now, only leaving some sequelae which were impossible to remove unless he had some heavenly treasures. Davis arrived at the restaurant and entered it. There he saw House waving at him happily. Davis smiled as he saw it and walked towards him. House had changed his clothes to a formal one. It slightly resembled medieval Western clothing that was used for banquets and parties but was quite grand. Meanwhile, Davis wore the same uniform but didn't think much of it. Haha, come here, boy, sit down, House complacently laughed. Davis then sat on a round table that was for 3 persons since there were 3 chairs. I forgot to ask your name. How rude of me, Tian Long, he uttered jokingly. Tian Long is it? It's been an unknown amount of years since the Skyward Emperor changed the world with his powers. Through that, it granted us knowledge of the language we use now, effectively removing many walls when interacting with one and another. Skyward Emperor. Is this related to the legend in the second layer? Honestly, this helped the human race a lot, and played an important role in us being able to rule 38 territories, making us a powerhouse. Davis took the information in but acted as if he was confused. What are you talking about? Also, I'm not Tian Long, I'm Davis. House turned speechless. Haha, sorry to bring this banter out of nowhere. Now, I trust you were able to invite the main character here. House brushed off the topic and winked at him knowingly. Davis was dumbfounded at his straightforwardness. Don't you feel ashamed within? Using a kid to get your job done. I couldn't help it, you know. I already try. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at the entrance. Davis turned his head and looked at the beautiful figure who was searching for someone. Davis smiled and was about to call her when he suddenly got a soul transmission. Invite her to the 5th VIP room. He turned around and saw House leaving away stealthily. Davis had the urge to laugh but held it back and waved his hand towards Sasha. Sasha's eyes lit up when she saw Davis. She wore a black corset entwined with a red skirt. Her breasts were partly visible and her hair was tied up in a ponytail. It was clear that she dressed up for this occasion and looked mesmerizing, to say the least. The moment she came close, Davis stood up and sized her up with his eyes, nodding his head in admiration of her beauty. The one who invited you is waiting in the 5th VIP room. Davis went straight to the matter. Oh, Sasha blinked as if she expected something else from his mouth as she saw him sizing her up. Then I'll take my leave. Feeling her gaze, he felt awkward. If he complimented her, it would seem like hitting on her, so he said something else and left. Wait, you're the one who invited me to this dinner, so you take responsibility and accompany me to whoever who wants to meet me, Sasha helplessly said. The reason she accepted it that easily was because of Davis, a kid. She felt that he would in no way harm her, and besides, this was the headquarters. Davis thought for a moment, then nodded. He was feeling reluctant since he felt like a matchmaker now. As silent as he was in his previous life, there was still some interest in observing people's life so he could understand what kind of existence he was in the world. Searching for the meaning of life, that habit of his still remained, except he was oblivious to it. Sasha sighed in relief and followed him to the 5th VIP room. After 2 minutes, they arrived in front of the door. Davis pushed the door open and went inside, followed by her. Inside the room, it was spacious and looked clean. There was a round table in the middle of the room with 4 seats, and beside it were 2 rooms. "It's you," a screech echoed in the room, causing Davis to blink. The next moment, he shook his head. Of course, they knew each other. "How many times do I have to reject you till you feel like giving up?" "HMPH, I'm leaving." Sasha pointed at House as she spoke, then turned around to leave. House went pale before dashing towards the door to block her path. "What are you doing, House?" Sasha scowled as grew angry. "Sasha, why won't you understand me? Even though I love you so much." House had a sad and an aggrieved expression on his face. "You expect me to love you back just because you love me so much. Many have confessed to me before, but I have politely rejected them all, leaving only some of you who just won't give up, being persistent and annoying all the time. But I truly love you, truly love me. I bet if it weren't for this place's safety, I'm pretty sure you or those people would have done something to me already." House's face went even more pale by the second. He wanted her to understand that it was not true, but he couldn't come up with a good explanation for it. Both of them understood that in this world, strength prevails. For more, visit novelpub.com. If you had enough strength, you can even treat a woman as a human cauldron, and no one would bat an eye, although they would detest it. And vice versa. Plus, worst of all, you could treat men as slaves, and the bystanders wouldn't even care. Although Davis knew how worse the world could get, if he personally witnessed it, then he might understand how perverse this strong rules weak world truly is. If he did, then he could probably even understand Lily's wish to die and unite with her husband in the afterlife. Seeing that there was no reply, Sasha passed by him and left. Davis blinked a little, feeling pity for House. Thankfully, his Evelyn wasn't like Sasha and gave him a chance to be together with her. A few moments passed before House came out of his thoughts. "Haha, I made an embarrassment of myself, don't worry about it." "I'm not worried about you though," Davis thought but didn't voice out. "Actually, you look good and suave, middle-aged. Wait, how old are you?" House was taken aback. "Me. I'm 137 years old." Davis looked at him in wonder. "You're around 100 years older than her. And you want to marry her? Is it wrong?" House looked confused. But I've seen many people getting married with an age difference of hundreds of years." House shot back with a red face. "You're a virgin, aren't you?" Davis grinned as his lips curved. House shut his mouth and didn't say anything, but his face was bright red, probably from the resulting embarrassment. Finally, he couldn't hold it in and growled, "What's wrong with being a virgin until finding the right person in your life and getting married? You're only a kid. These are all adult problems, and a kid like you shouldn't butt in." House pointed at him as he found his way out. House suddenly calmed down and thought to himself, "Yeah, why am I talking to a child seriously?" Davis got a good laugh, but he was holding it in his heart. No one told it was wrong. It's just leave it. Don't you feel awkward for marrying someone with an age difference of 100 years? "No, I know many people who aren't." House shook his head. Davis was confused. Wouldn't people feel strange or awkward even if there's a minute age difference of 10 years? House blinked in confusion. "Wait, this is not a mortal's world. Why are you limiting your view like that?" Davis nodded, a little bit curious. "Oh, then do you care to elaborate?" "Elaborate? You want to know what's the line in age difference you shouldn't touch?" House asked confusedly. Davis nodded his head again. He wanted to know more about the ethics of this world, at least in this part of the place. Most of us who would have seen people nearing hundreds would say that there's no difference from a 16-year-old till a 300-year-old, but I would personally say as long as you aren't too young or too old in appearance. Age doesn't matter, Davis responded. "I see. Why would everyone say that there's no difference between a 16-year-old and a 300-year-old? Because from the perspective of a major power, everyone below 300 years old could be considered juniors. Oh, I don't know about all this. It's fine. When I was your age, I was duped and bullied a lot by my own friends and you. You should be quite a genius who got recruited into the headquarters, or must be a descendant of a 5th stage expert. I'm honestly envious of you." Even Sasha must have thought that someone in a high position must have invited for her to accept the invitation easily. For more, visit Novelpub. It's fine, she doesn't deserve you. Davis tried to comfort him since he seemed to unknowingly step on his Achilles' heel. Huh, what do you mean? She's a genius while I'm not. I'm completely aware that I'm the frog trying to eat a swan, but I won't give up. Even though today could be considered a failure, you could have the spirit stones. Then later. Saying so, House stormed off the building. What I meant was in terms of character. You're better. Is he still embarrassed? I was just trying to console him. Haha. Davis laughed inwardly and looked at the table behind him filled with delicacies. He licked his lips as he sat down. At night in Davis's room. That was a good dinner. I could feel my energy boiling. I could probably make some improvements to my energy condensation cultivation with all this energy. All the delicacies he ate were spirit stage beasts, and House paid for all of it. He's probably a vice captain, Davis thought, while resting on the bed like a pig resting after a sumptuous feast. He then sat and cultivated for a while, improving his energy condensation cultivation as he circulated extinction lightning judgment. It took a while for him to refine the energy obtained. After that, he thought of using his soul sense but didn't after considerable thought. First, it would be considered rude, and if found out, conflict might break out. Second, there were already formations in some buildings that makes his soul sense useless, as he would find it difficult to penetrate it. Third, most importantly, there might be some people powerful enough to be capable of detecting his sense. He didn't want it to turn into a difficult or an awkward situation, so he kept his soul sense shut and thought of something else. He took out the Yin-Yang Merit Sutra and resumed researching it deeply like any other man of culture would do in the night. Visit Novelpub.com for a better experience. The next day morning, Davis closed the book and it disappeared into thin air. He slowly got up and looked outside the window as he glanced at the rising sun. I'm such a pervert, even he didn't realize it himself, although he doubted it before. Laughing slightly, he left the empty room behind and walked to the northern gate. After a few minutes, he gradually arrived at the northern gate. There, he was surprised to see another silhouette rather than the two he was expecting. Su Huling, Lucas, and Lucia stood as they smiled at him. Su Huling wore the same clothes while Lucas and Lucia wore the mercenary uniform. Lucas waved his hand while Lucia slightly raised her hand but hesitated and kept it behind. Davis approached them and said, Miss Su Huling, did you come here to take your kids away? Gee, who are you calling a kid? I'm an adult. Lucia pouted in displeasure and turned away her head. There's nothing wrong with what he said, and you're not an adult. Keep that in mind, Lucia. Su Huling looked at her and berated. She then smiled and turned her head. Sorry for the trouble, Davis. Davis blinked in confusion. Are you sure that you want to bring them on a mission? Though these two could be considered geniuses, they can't be spoken in the same length as you. They'll just be dragging you down in your mission, possibly even giving you trouble. It is fine if you decline, Su Huling said and looked at him gently. Although I like traveling alone, it's fine for them to accompany me, though I don't know if they can come with me to do these missions. He took out those for scrolls and handed it to Su Huling. Su Huling checked the contents of the mission and furrowed her brows. It is quite challenging for both of them, but this is better. And it seems that you're a warrior. Hahaha, then that means these two who are just semi-warriors will have to listen to your words when you three are out on a mission. She had a good laugh and glanced at the dissatisfied kids. Lucas and Lucia both frowned. They will accompany him to some low-level missions, but now it didn't seem like the case, plus they had to listen to him, a kid younger than them, although they didn't realize that they forgot one point, that he was stronger than them. Still going, Su Huling teasingly asked. Both of them were hesitating when they heard their mom. Feeling cowardly, are we? She provoked them with a slightly smug face. They both immediately turned embarrassed and shouted, We'll go. Su Huling smiled, as expected of my children, but you have to listen to him, all right. Both of them gave off a defeated sigh, their expressions quite reluctant. Then go wait beside the gate, I have something to talk to Davis. Yes, they moved away as their shoulders dropped sadly. Su Huling then turned to look at him. She moved forward and held his shoulders. She slightly knelt down slightly and reached face to face with him. Davis, can you protect those two children of mine? Davis was already taken aback when she came so close, but when he heard her, he blinked. I know that I'm asking too much, but this is their first time heading out without any protectors. I see. Those two play nice, but they're secretly arrogant and prideful. They'll naturally cause some trouble, eventually, but even so, I want you to protect them. Davis slightly nodded his head. Good child. She slowly patted his head gently like how a mother would do, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. What is this? Does she think that I'm an orphan with the phony story I made up? If you find yourself in danger, you can use your soul attacks in defense. Don't worry, even though you'll lose the bet, you'll still get your promised reward, I'll make sure of it. She then let go of his shoulders and tidied his uniform. Now go, they're waiting, looking at her gentle smile. He was suddenly reminded of his mother, Claire. He blinked and nodded his head, feigning indifference. Okay, while approaching those two, he thought, I have no idea why she treats me good. Could it be that she is a natural-born mother, or did something happen to her in the past? Why couldn't he meet such a mother when he was in the slums on Earth? Davis narrowed his eyes in annoyance. Ready, dropping off his thoughts, he uttered, "Of course." Lucia snapped with a pout while Lucas confidently declared, "Long ago." Davis shrugged, then continued walking ahead. "We're not going to use carriages." Lucia's eyes went wide. Davis stopped, turned back to look at her and replied, "No." Lucia blinked, "How about mounts?" "No, Etla, no." Davis cut her off. Lucia's facial expression trembled. She turned to look back at her mom for help, but only received a glare back at her. She suddenly felt wronged and wanted to go back, but suddenly changed her mind when she saw her brother smiling smugly at her. "Davis is leaving. Better catch up, or we'll leave you behind, hee hee." Lucas laughed and took off. "Hey, wait." Lucia followed after him. In the front, Davis shook his head. The elder sister image she tried to build up has come crashing down. Poor Lucia. Davis and his party headed to the closest mission destination, Jiaming Town. It was situated 5 towns north of Elmer Town, so they had to pass each town by traveling on foot, which was quite tiring. During this time, they chatted a lot and got to know each other well. In Davis's mind, their statuses went from acquaintances to friends slightly. Although he wanted to make friends, he wanted to do so with someone his mental age, not physical age. So he was conscious of being friends with them because he already had enough of Elia's antics. Babysitting in the name of friends was the last thing he wanted to do right now because he wanted to grow stronger. If they held him back, he'll simply leave them behind in a safe place. Also, he had the doubt that they sent these two to monitor him from using soul attacks and defense. This town is less populated. Lucas narrowed his eyes as he said, "It's obvious if you think about it. It's infested by 5-clawed rats who would want to stay here." Lucia rolled her eyes. Davis nodded his head. They just entered through the south gate of Jiaming Town. There were no people except patrols and guards in the streets. A guard quickly ran towards them and greeted with a heavy bow. "I'm Jiaming Town's head guard. What's the situation right now?" Davis questioned, his tone filled with authority. "Reporting. The 5-clawed rats continue to infest and terrorize Jiaming Town. This has been going for a month, and there seems to be no end to this calamity." Even though the head guard was confused by their appearances, he still reported the situation inside because of the clothes they wore. "So far, thousands of rats have been killed, but there seems to be no end to this infestation." He then added, "2 mercenary groups from your Cloud Spring mercenaries are currently investigating. Where's the town lord?" The head guard expression turned ugly before he uttered hesitantly, "The town lord has escaped him. Despicable." Lucia shouted at the head guard. "Why didn't you all escape?" Davis asked without even changing his expression. "We were ordered to contain the infestation from spreading, or die for disobeying." The head guard clenched his fists in fury. Lucas narrowed his eyes while observing the furious head guard but didn't say anything. Before they reached the south gate, they saw the whole town being guarded tightly from the outside by more than a few thousand soldiers. "I see." Davis nodded and walked towards the center of the town. Without even looking back, he could hear the gates closing. The road diverged at a lot of turns, but it all connected to the center one way or another. Most of the buildings were in ruins as if it experienced immense catastrophe. Despicable town lord. Does he even deserve his status? Lucia was still angry, and anger increased when she saw the buildings that were painted in blood. A lot of people must have died, Lucas muttered under his breath. "Don't get any weird ideas, you two. We're only here to exterminate the 5-clawed rats," Davis casually commented, stopping their thoughts. "The town lord must have been the reason for this infestation." He added, both of them were startled. "I've checked with my soul sense just now." He looked at them and smiled. "The 5-clawed rats look like they're searching for something, while the 2 of our groups are currently in the west and east part of the town, hunting those rats. There are about 2483 5-clawed rats, and there's a cave that's 2,500 meters below the northern part of the town." Lucia and Lucas had their mouths agape. A moment later, they both soundly gulped in admiration. Lucas turned to look at Lucia, his gaze quite intense. Lucia quickly nodded her head, awed by Davis's ability to obtain information about the opponents. They were both awed by him. It wasn't even 5 minutes from the time they entered, but he had already managed to locate all of the targets. This was quite an amazing feat, and they wanted to gain this ability as well, but soul-forging cultivation was not easy as it seemed. They would have to ponder on the heaven and earth energy and make it resonate with their souls, resulting in an increase of their soul force. But to this, they can make some progress since they had soul-forging cultivation experts to teach them. Sure, energy condensation cultivation might make one sensitive to surrounding energy fluctuations. Body tempering cultivation might improve one's sense of awareness of the surroundings, but soul-forging cultivation enables one to have soul sense, which is like a third eye. Davis shook his head with a shallow smile as he knew that they had realized the importance of soul-forging cultivation. "Lucia, it's better to concentrate on a single cultivation system, making the other 2 supportive." Lucas suddenly said his opinion. Lucia frowned, thinking of what future path she should take, but Davis interrupted. "Watch out." Lucia and Lucas took out their weapons and looked at the 5-clawed rat behind them. It looked like an ordinary rat, except for its 5 claws, razor-sharp teeth, and a long tail. It was at the size of an adult tiger. It silently crouched behind them to sneak attack, but it stopped as it saw them notice it before dashing at an incredible speed. Whoosh, jumping above slightly, its 5 deadly claws aimed at Lucia's beautiful face. "I got it," Lucia shouted and twisted her nimble body slightly to the side and backed away. It landed on the ground and hissed at her before glancing at Luca's. Suddenly, its body split into two as a slice of wind passed through its gray-colored body. Davis turned to see Lucia point at the 5-clawed rat, wind-type cultivation, and she's attained high-level revolving core stage, not bad. Another 2 rats simultaneously showed up behind Lucia, but before they could even close in on her, water condensed around them, imprisoning them. The 2 rats flailed around but couldn't seem to be able to break the water prison they were in. Lucas moved his palm upward and closed, causing the rats to cry out in pain. This continued for a few moments before the rats twitched and bled from all of their holes. Water-type cultivation and peak-level revolving core stage, only a single step before he reaches body transformation stage. Davis nodded his head. These 2 handled it nicely, but you guys missed one and it escaped to warn its brethren, huh? When? Both of their smug faces were destroyed as frustration filled their faces. Davis pointed at a direction and laughed at them. "It's fine, it'll help us kill more of its kind then." Lucia rolled her eyes and replied in an annoyed tone. "You're right," Davis smiled and just nodded his head sagely, though leaving one rat to escape has its consequences. Lucia and Lucas had a confused expression on their faces. So what if they let a single rat escape? Was it gonna bite them to death, or so they thought? Before long, they felt the ground slightly tremble before it increased in resonance, rocking the pieces of rubble around them. What is going on? Lucas has a doubtful expression on his face. "They're coming," Lucia muttered sternly. Her expression became solemn. Soon, without any suspense, they saw 5-clawed rats approaching them from the north direction. Lucas and Lucia went pale. They could at least see 105-clawed rats surround them as their numbers continued to increase. "Retreat," Lucas shouted and moved back. Even though he could react, it was already too late. All the other groups are being careful enough to not let their targets escape, but you 2 did the opposite. "Did you 2 think that this would happen?" Davis calmly stated before engaging the 5-clawed rats in battle. Taking out his spear, he swept the rat tied away like they were toys. Few of them got past, but his swing and clawed at him, but he didn't even flinch. With his silver stage body cultivation, he didn't need to worry about being injured by these 5-clawed rats. The majority of them were Earth Beast stage magical beasts, with few of them being Sky Beast stage magical beasts, which could at best put a scratch on his body. On the other hand, Lucas and Lucia were only at the Copper stage and Bronze stage respectively. It made them impossible to fight against the rats equally without getting injured. That said, they both were flying in the air, blasting them from above with their wind and water attribute techniques, turning them into bloody waste. Davis pierced the spear into their heads while also using his extinction lightning to turn their brains into mush. Before long, their numbers started dwindling considerably. Noticing that they were on the losing end, an experienced 5-clawed rat started to squeak with bloodshot eyes. Suddenly, the 5-clawed rats that were near them escaped without even turning to look back. "Don't let them escape," Lucas shouted, learning from his previous lesson. He stretched both his palms and water condensed from thin air, blocking off the entire roadway with water barrier. Davis narrowed his eyes because the water looked different, but he pushed the thought to the back of his mind and continued his killing spree, painting the roads in rat blood. A Sky Beast stage 5-clawed rat with bloodshot eyes snapped at him with its razor-sharp claws, but it failed to do any damage to his defense. The next moment, he sent its head flying like a kite cut from its strings, while blood splashed from its neck like a fountain. "The last kill is mine," Lucia shouted with a happy face, totally different from the pale expression she exhibited before. Using most of her wind blade techniques, Lucia beheaded a Sky Beast stage 5-clawed rat, claiming the last visible kill. Lucas gave an annoyed glance at her while she rolled her tongue at him. "A competition," Davis thought, but then shook his head. "You guys still left one." Clang. He threw his spear and it stabbed through a hidden 5-clawed rat, nailing it on a broken building. It flailed around, squeaking in terror as the lightning turned it into a fried rat, giving off a mildly cooked aroma. "No fair," Lucia quietly muttered and pouted as she looked away while Lucas heartily laughed. "You 2 would have gotten heavily injured because of carelessness. Next time, be careful," Davis uttered with a reproaching expression on his face. They both then nodded seriously to him, leaving their playfulness aside. The reason that they were so obedient to him. While traveling, they had already challenged him to a duel one day using only body tempering cultivation and lost badly. "Lucas, last time I didn't give you the opportunity to use water techniques on me. Is that a water essence you've used?" Davis curiously asked. "Yes, it's a peak-level sky-grade water essence, corrosive aqua droplet." "What, a peak-level sky-grade?" It was Davis's turn to be surprised. Looking at his reaction, Lucas nodded and smiled shyly but felt superior as he rubbed his nose. In this world, there were many essences and elementals that helped to increase one's strength. Not only would they help the cultivator comprehend the laws behind them, but they were also used in pill making as well. They were essential to many purposes, but most importantly, when they reach sky grade, they will have their own will, and when they reach king grade, they can form their own sentience, even having a body in some cases. Unless the will or the sentience is removed from the essence or elementals, one would find it difficult to refine it for themselves. Davis's grandfather died to get his hands on a low-level sky-grade lightning element, but Lucas was able to have it easy. Davis couldn't help but smile wryly at his own poverty. This was the advantage of being born in a wealthy and powerful family. Lucia suddenly laughed at him and said in a sneering tone, "Haha, what are you acting proud of, elder brother? Did you forget that I'll be getting a king-grade wind elemental soon before we head to the falling snow tower?" Hearing that, Lucas gritted his teeth before he sighed. "Is your little sister getting special treatment from your parents?" Davis curiously asked. Shaking his head immediately, Lucas explained, "Oh no, it isn't like that. It's just that there's no water essence at king grade for now in our treasury, but it's fine. I like this corrosive aqua droplet. Instead of changing and stabilizing my foundation, I'll evolve it by absorbing king-grade water-attributed treasures." Davis frowned. "Oh, can't you just evolve it by just absorbing a higher-graded water essence?" "I can, and it's the easiest way, but the risk involved is higher since the properties of most water essences are neutral, including mine. If I were to absorb another water essence, it might absorb its properties as well, leading to unforeseen or disadvantageous circumstances." Lucia then explained on discerning his confusion. "Davis, it's like this: if he absorbs a water essence that's proficient in healing, it might dilute the corrosive effect or even worse, heal the enemy in battle. His overall attack power might drop. So tell me, is it worth it? Unless he wants to become useless, I guess it isn't worth it." Davis scratched his head wryly. These people talked about having elementals as if we're roadside vegetables, ripe for the taking. But he was glad that he didn't need to change his lightning elemental, fallen extinction lightning, for a new one. He decided to evolve it unless he comes across an even more powerful lightning elemental. And for property change, he wasn't worried about that because he knew that lightning was overbearing and won't intermix unless tamed or was compatible with each other. He then walked around the road collecting all the beast cores from the rat corpses by breaking open their heads while storing their corpses. He did all this so he could make money and get enough spirit stones to procure resources in the future to strengthen himself. Seems like we killed 383 of those critters, and we still have to head to the underground cave to kill. We might face spirit beast stage magical beasts, 4th stage beasts there, so you two should stay here and hunt, while I go down and hunt, okay? Finished collecting the beast cores and the bloodied corpses, Davis asked as he proposed his idea. "No way." "I'll come too," Lucas shouted at him, feeling determined and hot-headed like the teen he is. Davis frowned after hearing his words. This was the optimal way he could think of killing those 5-clawed rats without facing any danger, but it seemed like, "Did you forget that I'm the leader, Lucas?" Davis released his battle aura, intimidating them into submission. "Your strength is too low to fight with the spirit beast stage magical beasts." Lucas was taken aback from the powerful battle aura. His face turned ugly before he could only grit his teeth and accept that he was weak to follow Davis into the underground cave. "Elder brother, it's all right. We'll eventually grow stronger, and as leader said, we'll only be a burden if we follow him, even endangering ourselves in the process." Lucia explained with a worried face. She didn't even realize that she called Davis a leader until her face turned red. Lucas considered for a moment and hesitantly nodded his head. "All right." Lucia heaved a sigh of relief, thankful that her elder brother gave up. She knew that her brother was competitive in nature and realized that after losing to Davis, his competitive spirit must have motivated him a lot to grow stronger. A day later, the Jiaming town was almost clear of 5-clawed rats at this point. Lucas and Lucia battled hard, their eyes showing their determination to surpass Davis. They fought and killed the beasts which came their way without taking much rest, and when their energy depleted, they consumed pills of high quality, returning to slaughter. In a mere day, Lucas and Lucia killed about 1,000 5-clawed rats by working together, plus taking advantage of the other two groups hunting around. They sometimes stealthily managed to clear hundreds of the 5-clawed rats. Above the ground, they both looked haggard and tired as if they came from a battlefield, looking to rest. "I can feel it. I'll soon break into the body transformation stage," Lucas slowly muttered as he inspected his cultivation. "Yes, congratulations, elder brother. I knew you would soon surpass the bottleneck," Lucia joyously shouted, incomparably happy for her elder brother. Except for her face, which glowed from the happiness, her clothes were coated in rat blood which gave off a wretched stench. Lucia's little nose moved cutely before she flinched. "You would just splash me with your water technique and be done with it." Lucas smiled with an awkward expression on his face. All right, a while later, they both looked clean enough that no one would discern that they went through a rough battle before with the five-clawed rats. Be careful, Lucas suddenly shouted. SHSSSSH. Abruptly, an energy wave swept past them, except it was harmless. About 20 silhouettes rushed over and scrutinized their appearances. Then their eyes shined while a voice echoed out, well, I'll be damned if it isn't our leader's 12th son and 15th daughter, Lucas and Lucia." A man who had a bald head walked over and bowed his head slightly. "As the vice leader's subordinates, we have to give respect to you two, but excuse us if our members are rude. Please don't take any offense on account over this bald head of mine, hahaha." "We naturally won't," Lucas replied, his tone quite nonchalant. Lucia sneered while there was a slight amount of disgust on her face. Lucas and Lucia could instantly deem that these people were the subordinates of Jowan, their father's foe. "I don't see any protectors around you two. Where are they?" the bald man asked as he scrutinized. "What does it matter to you, whether if they are in the shadows or just beside us?" "Even I don't know," Lucas smiled with a teasing expression on his face. "We were just worried about your safety, nothing more." The bald man smiled and tactfully changed the topic. "That's right, we just found a tunnel leading underground for unknown meters below the ground, and probably this site is where the source of the rats exist. Would you two like to come?" Lucas frowned. He genuinely wanted to go prove himself that he was in no way inferior to Davis, but he knew who he should be beware of in this case. "I see, don't worry. We'll be sure to complete this mission and return." The bald man slapped his chest and nodded his head as if he were displaying his loyalty towards them. The group of 20 people then left together, which Lucia figured out that it could be the direction of the underground tunnel. Then abruptly, the two of them relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. "Whoa, that was nerve-wracking," Lucas muttered as he rubbed his chin. "I didn't realize before, but with just the two of us, we truly feared them just now." Lucia placed a hand on her budding bosom and said, a little fearful. They then looked at each other and smiled, while they suddenly felt that Davis's words were accurate. They wouldn't be able to survive alone in the underground tunnel. The two of them were always accompanied by Captain Gyrus and a few other protectors, so they never felt the fear of death before. This time, with no one being here to protect them, they felt fear and acted cautiously, covering each other's shortcomings. If both Danyuis and Suhuling saw this, they would be incredibly proud. "Boss, are you sure we should carry on with this mission? Shouldn't we use this opportunity to capture them and please our true leader?" A lackey with curious but greedy eyes suddenly asked when they were on the way to the underground tunnel. "You fool, just look at them being fearless of us. Do you think that they truly came here without protectors?" The bald man coldly berated as he asked, a cold glint flashing past his eyes. But it didn't look like it. The lackey was taken aback. The bald man knocked his head and said, "Idiot. Leader Jowan said that Captain Gyrus follows them wherever they go. I'm sure he's just hiding somewhere nearby, so curb that urge right now." "Ouch, I understand, boss. Besides, it isn't time yet." Nobody knew that he was the son of Jowan. When he joined the Cloud Spring mercenaries, he disguised himself, even going far as to make sure that he looked like a bald and looked menacing, almost like a wild barbarian. Why did he have to do all this? Because he was weak all along and if known to Danyuis, could jeopardize his father's plans. His eyes silently revealed a lusty and ambitious gaze. "Just you wait, Danyuis. I'll have all your sons crippled and killed and your daughters between my legs." This man was called Kron, and he was a devout follower of Vass, or at least that was how Vass saw it in his eyes. Vass smiled and nodded. Naturally, his name was fake, but no one other than his father knew about his disguise. They approached the tunnel and went inside it. "Boss, it looks like someone had already entered here, killing their way inside. A few seconds into the underground tunnel and they could tell that someone had been here. Look, this is the blood of the five-clawed rats. Judging by the remnant aura and energy, the person must be a silver stage body cultivator." Vass investigated the various bloodstains that was already dried. As a peak-level body transformation cultivator, he could distinguish the battle aura left behind by Davis. "Let's go," Vass commanded as he ran, and they quickly started to follow. Lightning crackled while traveling to multiple directions, striking down the five-clawed rats. Boom! Davis kicked a rat into the wall with his leg, then jumped on top of it as he stabbed the spear in his hand into its head, dealing death to its life. He was surrounded by 6 spirit beast stage 5-clawed rats, each one slightly paralyzed by the powers of the fallen extinction lightning. With his energy condensation cultivation, he simply couldn't deal damage to the spirit beast stage 5-clawed rats, only managing to slightly paralyze them for a few seconds. Jumping off to the side, he hurriedly thrust another 5-clawed rat, causing it to give out a shrill scream before dying in its own pool of blood. He quickly retrieved his spear, managing to block the claw attack of another 5-clawed rat that almost got his head. His eyes suddenly narrowed as bent his body at an unbelievable angle. Slash! Blood splattered on the ground while a piece of flesh fell from his left arm. He nimbly backed off and stood his ground, keenly staring at the 5 5-clawed rats. Hee hee, I finally got injured. Davis slightly laughed and glanced at his clothes, which were torn and bloodied in various places. Many tears in his clothes were mostly made by the Sky Beast stage 5 clawed rats, but they were unable to injure him in the slightest due to him being at silver stage of body tempering cultivation. He was almost near the underground cave while his senses scoured all over and was gradually closing on it all this time. By this time, he had already managed to kill many Sky Beast stage 5 clawed rats and a few Spirit Beast stage 5 clawed rats. There were only these 5 left, except for a peak-level Spirit Beast stage 5 clawed rat which was in the underground cave, seemingly posing to be their head. He looked at their eyes, each one bloodshot to the extreme. He could understand that their eyes emitted killing intent against him. His uniform was bloodied with their blood, and of course they would feel hatred against him like any living creature for slaughtering their kind. Davis frowned but curbed his sympathy inside from coming out. Are all these rats free of wrong? No. They killed and ate countless townspeople above, sowing the seed of demise that will come to them eventually, exterminating them in the process. Davis wasn't going to stop, and even if he stopped, mercenaries above will eventually come down and kill them. Absolute enhancement, Davis chanted in his mind. His aura grew stronger a few notches while his physique slightly enlarged, veins gradually popping out. He gripped the spear tightly, causing his bones to emit sounds of cracking. With his low-level sky-grade spear, he charged ahead, his feet clad in lightning as he activated the thunder cloud movement technique. Closing in on them, he slashed their eyes one by one while nimbly maneuvering between their bodies, which were at the size of a normal horse. The 5 clawed rats emitted shrill cries, but were silenced one by one in the narrow, yet wide dark tunnel. Davis relaxed and released a short breath after killing those 5 clawed rats. He then collected the magical cores and stored their corpses in his spatial ring, while also managing to collect their soul essences. A while ago, he discovered that he could absorb the soul essence of a magical beast when he casually tried out. He figured that it should be the ability he gained from entering adult soul stage. When he asked the Death Book about it, it gave off a sound of displeasure and explained that he would be able to absorb a soul essence of a living creature as long as it belongs in this universe. Its answer put a smile on his face because it gave him more diverse options to get soul essences from, while he didn't have to target humans on purpose anymore. In total, he had gained about 1473 magical beast cores, 18 comprising from the Spirit Beast stage magical beasts. The last remaining 5 clawed rat, Davis thought as he looked to the front. It was the entrance to the underground cave. Before going in, applied some medicinal paste to the wound to make it stop bleeding. After checking the injuries, he walked towards the wide entrance and jumped inside. Gliding down in slowly, he surveyed the landscape. To the south, there was a pool of dirty water that emitted a foul stench. To the north, there were many holes on the walls, probably leading to the wilderness and other parts of the space around the underground tunnel. To the east, he saw the remaining 5 clawed rat glancing menacingly at him, yet it was aged and old. Compared to the 7 Spirit Beast stage 5 clawed rats before, its bright eyes told him that it was more sentient. Do you understand me? Davis asked out of curiosity. The horned wyvern could understand him to a degree, so he thought that it might be able to understand human speech as well. The peak-level Spirit Beast stage 5 clawed rat kept staring at him as it couldn't understand him. Can you even hear? Davis's eyes narrowed as he voiced out his thought. This time its eyes flashed as it nodded its head. So you do understand me, huh? Why did you slaughter the townspeople above? Davis pointed above and asked, entirely curious of their rampage. Normally, magical beast tides wouldn't happen unless they were maddened or being commanded by a higher stage magical beast. If both of the above weren't true, then there must be a reason for the slaughter they conducted. The 5 clawed rat elder glanced at a direction, causing Davis's head to turn. There, he saw a few rat corpses and half-bitten human corpses. The rats, one of them being bigger than a horse, while the other the size of a normal horse like the other 5 clawed rats. There were also 4 baby rat corpses beside the former corpses. Davis's eyes narrowed into 2 slits. He was astonished to see the 6 claws on the body of the rat, which was bigger than a horse, a 6-clawed rat, an earth-rank magical beast. Different from the mortal-rank magical beasts which were shackled by their bloodlines, the earth-rank magical beasts can take demi-human form once they step into the spirit beast stage. Not only that, but their strength was higher than ordinary mortal-rank magical beasts. Davis sucked in a cold breath of air. It was his first time seeing one, yet it was already dead. He glanced at the baby rats and also found 6 claws on them. Looking at the sword marks on their lifeless bodies, he understood what had happened. That town lord sure was the perpetrator. Davis cursed in his mind. His mind made an assumption and was subjectively recreating the scene that happened here with the shreds of evidence left here. Some men waved their swords at the 6-clawed rat and its mate, managing to kill them off with heavy injuries, while running off with 1 or 2 6-clawed rat babies or even none. Davis closed his eyes. He had a vague idea about what caused this tragedy. An Earth-rank magical beast child can grow up into an adult, being able to challenge 6-stage cultivators when fully matured. 2 Earth-grade magical beasts for a single town. From their viewpoint, although it would be a pity, it would unquestionably be worth it. The old rats flashed a gaze of grievance at him before it hatefully charged at him, its eyes clouded with vengeance. Davis said nothing but took out his spear. Humans and you could no longer under the same sky. Davis let out a sigh as he thought, and used an explosive step to near it. He activated Absolute Enhancement and Tyrant Aura Amplification before engaging in a battle that would undoubtedly end in the death of one or the other. Spear and the claws clashed, giving off a metal-piercing sound that echoed throughout the underground cave. Davis gritted his teeth as he fought. Each one of its attacks was heavily suppressive and made him fall back. He could see that he was unmistakably outclassed by its peak-level Spirit Beast stage strength. It frenziedly attacked him, making him use all of his strength to keep it from shredding his body to pieces. Berserk Change. His aura immediately underwent a qualitative change, making him able to struggle equally without being pushed back. He didn't try any nimble maneuvers or underhanded attacks as he simply put out with it using his brute force. Clashing sounds echoed out for a while before the cave was filled with the 5-clawed rat elder's shrieks of despair. Its claws were utterly ruined, and its body was trembling from being stabbed at its throat, held at high ground. The cries stopped a few moments later, prompting him to remove the spear that was lodged in its throat, its blood leaking as if a tap had been opened. His eyes narrowed when he caught the chipped yet bloodied spear. It was partially broken, but it seemed that it can be still used against Sky Beast stage magical beasts, so I have to get a new weapon. Thinking of his spear, he collected the remains present in the cave, including the 5-clawed rat elder's soul essence. He once more released his soul sense, afraid that he might have missed some 5-clawed rats. Another Cloud Spring mercenary group is on their way to this place, he observed before deciding to go back without using his concealing technique. He flew above the cave's surface and went back into the tunnel hole, starting to walk simply in a carefree manner. He popped an energy-recovering pill in his mouth, gradually circulating the contents of the pill in his body. He could feel his diminished energy recovering back at a rather normal pace. I'll have to increase my body tempering cultivation. The time I used to remain at this level should be enough, and besides, I can feel that my foundation is almost perfect, with no or fewer defects. He closed and opened his palm, relieving the feeling of numbing sensation from his palms. It was a difficult battle that left his hands numb and his body sore. He certainly didn't want to experience another battle in this short period of time. Soon, he could hear hurried footsteps coming from the tunnel pathway in front of him. Not long after, the group arrived before him and scrutinizingly gazed at him. "You are also a member of our Cloud Spring mercenaries. Who are you? We have never seen you before," Vass calmly questioned. Davis glanced at the group consisting of 20 people. His eyes calmly swept over them before he glanced at the peculiar man, Kron. Kron was the only man who reacted to his soul sense twice. The first time he swept his soul sense, he only thought it off as a coincidence, but after the second time he thought otherwise. The reason he didn't use his concealing technique was because of this man. He only glanced at him for a second before a shout echoed out which felt jarring to his ears. "Hey, are you deaf? My boss is speaking to you." The lackey promptly stood out, eager to lick his boss's ass. Davis turned his gaze to Vass before throwing a badge to him. Vass caught it and checked it while a voice echoed out, "Davis, new recruit, a warrior already. At this age, certainly rare," Vass muttered, and his eyes glowed with the fervor of wanting to recruit this talent. "Davis is it. Become my subordinate and you'll have access to even greater cultivation resources." Vass casually spoke, confident that he could recruit him. After all, he was the son of vice leader Jowin secretly. Davis was instantly annoyed at the bald guy's rudeness and insolence. Who was this guy? Become his subordinate? What audacity. Ignoring them, he didn't say anything but kept his badge inside and walked off nonchalantly. "Hey kid, answer our boss," the lackey beside Vass angrily shouted. "Not interested," Davis casually replied, walking past them. Vass's expression stiffened as his smile froze. A moment later, he felt his face burning up from the secretly ridiculing gazes of his lackeys. "You brat. How dare you ignore me? Do you know who I am?" Vass angrily shouted at him as he turned his head to look. Davis continued to walk away, gradually disappearing from their line of sight. "Boss," he got so scared that, before the lackey could finish licking Vass's ass, a shout echoed out. "Of course I know, bald asshole." The mercenary group suddenly turned silent. Vass's face turned ugly, his facial features contorting into a sinister expression. He grasped his bald head before roaring out in rage as veins erupted on his head. "I don't care who you are. I will fucking kill you." Dashing and chasing after Davis, he wanted to take his life. In the distance, Davis had a rather mischievous expression on his face while speeding ahead, using thunder cloud movement technique. Of course, he didn't know who the other party was, but since the other party provoked him for no reason, he simply wouldn't let him get away just like that. An eye for an eye, an insult for an insult. As for being the bigger man who cared, Davis's movement speed was so fast that he quickly reached the surface in a short amount of time before sending out his soul sense to locate the two of them. After finding out their location, he quickly dashed towards them, flying in that direction. Meanwhile, Vass also managed to make it out after a few minutes later with his group. That direction, Vass muttered as he looked into the direction where Davis ran off. His eyebrows furrowed as he thought. It was where they met those two other brats of leader Daniui's. No matter, I will take his life regardless. His eyes flashed with a ruthless glint as he continued the chase. Davis smiled as he looked at the two figures. Looks like they were safe and sound, hunting without incurring any injuries. Davis, Lucas shouted as he saw Davis's figure. Haha, you two, there's a group chasing after me. I hope you two can tell them to back off before I kill them, Davis casually muttered with a chuckling expression on his face. But it sounded so arrogant that both of their faces twitched oddly. Is it Vass's group? Lucas shook his head as he sighed. I'm not sure entirely, but the group was led by a baldy though. Lucas and Lucia looked at each other and nodded. They then flew up above and floated before Davis. A few minutes later, they gradually caught sight of an enraged bald head approaching them like a bull, except the bald head was adorned with no horns. Davis looked at their two small backs and reflected in recognizing light. How unexpected they're willing to protect me after I treated them that roughly. Stop. Lucas shouted at Vass as the latter neared. Vass stopped and furiously stared at Davis before saying, hand him over. Heh, don't overstep your bounds, Vass. What did he do to deserve being chased down by you? Are you insane? Lucia opened her mouth and fired a bunch of questions. Vass turned stiff before he yelled, it's none of your concern. Just hand him over. Oh, it is. He is our friend and you owe an explanation for trying to kill our friend. Lucas smirked as he claimed. These two no longer felt fear since Davis was here. They were no fools. They knew that he would protect them since he brought this headache to them to resolve. Vass's expression turned ugly as he imagined. He couldn't even kill a nobody. I called him a bald asshole, so he chased me down in a fit of anger, Davis casually remarked. Vass tried to hold down his raging emotions, but his expression turned malevolent from the humiliation he received. Move or die. He growled as he took his sword out. What's the meaning of this? You think you can get away after pointing that thing at us? Lucia's expression turned cold. He dared to point his blade at them. Their courage has developed to that level. Shut up, you wench. Obey th tap. Vass's eyes dimmed as he lost his consciousness, but before he could fall from the air, he was caught. Vass has done a serious crime and will be sent to Vice Leader Jowen for punishment. There isn't any need to dirty your hands, young Miss Lucia. Kron opened his mouth as he held Vass's robes. Just when Lucia was about to rebut, Lucas interrupted her. We understand. We'll leave the punishment to Vice Leader Jowen. He then took off as he glided through the air, causing the group behind him to follow him back confusedly. Davis looked at Kron's figure and contemplated with a slight amount of fear in his heart. He's strong. I will die as soon as I battle him, unless I use the death book to instantly take his life. Who was that? He asked in a bewildering tone. Just a bald lackey of Vice Leader Jowen, Lucia icily replied. He dared to call her a wench. She had already given a death sentence to him in her mind. When she grew up, she would certainly take his life. No, not him, the one who knocked him out. Davis corrected him. I think he was called Kron. Lucia muttered in a low voice, not sure of her answer. If I recall correctly, he was a loyal follower of Vass. Lucas added him, but he suddenly got confused by his own words. That doesn't make sense. He is way stronger than Vass. Why would he want to become a follower unless? Davis said loudly as he contemplated. The two of them had their own thoughts and suddenly voiced them out at the same time, unless he's an important person. Exactly, Davis nodded as he let out a meaningful smile.